Blue Coast Studio presents The Ember Throne, written by Lyra Thorne. Sit back, relax, and let the fire pull you in. And if you'd like more full-length audiobooks like this, be sure to subscribe. Chapter 1. The Healer's Hands. The wrist was broken clean, which was the only mercy about it. Bryn could feel the fracture through the farmer's skin, a ridge of bone displaced just enough to make the joint swell hot and angry against her fingertips. Aldrich hissed through his teeth when she probed the tender spot, his free hand gripping the edge of her work table hard enough to whiten his knuckles. "Don't tense," she said. "It makes everything worse." "Easy for you to say. You're not the one with your bones grinding together." "They're not grinding. They're sitting about a thumb's width apart, waiting for me to put them back, which I can do faster if you stop turning your whole arm into a plank." Aldrich let out a breath and made a visible effort to relax. He was a big man, broad across the shoulders and thick through the forearms from years of working the plow, and the broken wrist looked wrong on him. Too delicate an injury for such a solid frame. He'd come in with his arm cradled against his chest like a bird with a snapped wing, his face the particular shade of gray that men turned when they were trying very hard not to admit they were in pain. Bryn had seen that shade 100 times. She had a name for it in her own head. Stubborn ash. "Deep breath," she told him. "On the exhale." She waited for the breath, felt the muscles under her hands soften just enough. Then she pressed, firm and precise, guiding the bone back into alignment with the heel of her palm, while her fingers held the joint steady. Aldrich made a sound that was not quite a shout and not quite a word. The bone seated itself with a muffled click she felt more than heard. There. She kept her hands in place, cradling the wrist while the worst of the shock passed through him. She could feel his pulse hammering against her fingertips, rapid and panicked, then gradually easing as his body caught up to the fact that the grinding wrongness had stopped. "Don't move yet." "Wasn't planning on it." She reached for the splinting materials she'd laid out before he arrived, strips of linen already cut, and a flat piece of ashwood whittled smooth. Her hands moved through the familiar rhythm of wrapping and binding, each pass of cloth snug but not tight, each knot positioned where it wouldn't press against the swelling. She'd done this so many times she could have managed it with her eyes closed, but she watched anyway. Watched the color come back into Aldrich's fingers above the wrap. Watched the tension leave his jaw by degrees. This was the part she loved most. Not the crack and press of setting a bone, though there was a grim satisfaction in that, but the after. The moment when a body remembered what whole felt like. 2 weeks, she said, tying off the last strip. "Keep it bound. Don't lift anything heavier than a cup. And if the swelling gets worse, or you lose feeling in your fingers, come back immediately." 2 weeks? Aldrich looked at the splint as if she'd told him to cut the hand off entirely. "Bryn, the south field needs turning before the rains. Then it'll need turning with one hand, or it'll need turning by someone who isn't you. You don't understand. If I miss the planting window..." "If you use that wrist before it's healed, you won't be planting anything for 2 months instead of 2 weeks. Your choice." He opened his mouth, caught the look on her face, and closed it again. Bryn had been told, more than once, that she had a particular expression for moments like this, something between patience and quiet immovability. She'd learned it from her mother, who had wielded silence the way some people wielded sharp instruments. Aldrich sighed and stood. He was careful with the splinted arm, which meant he'd listen. The ones who swung the injured limb around on the way out the door were the ones she'd see again in a week, worse than before and twice as sheepish. "Thank you, Bryn." "Thank me by resting it." He managed to half smile and duck through the low doorway of the cottage, letting in a wedge of late afternoon light that caught the dust motes drifting in the air and turned them gold. Through the open door, she could see the village square of Thornfield, unremarkable and familiar. The well with its worn stone lip, the baker's shop front with its faded awning, the muddy track that served as a main road winding between thatched rooftops toward the fields beyond. A dog was sleeping in a patch of sun near the smithy. 2 children were arguing over a ball. Bryn stood in the doorway for a moment, drying her hands on a cloth, and felt the particular kind of satisfaction that came from a clean fix. No complications, no infection to chase, no fever to fight. Just a broken thing, made whole by hands that knew what they were doing. She turned back to her work table to clean up and found she was not alone. The old woman had settled into the chair by the hearth so quietly that Bryn hadn't heard her come in, which was either a credit to the woman's stealth or a commentary on how intently Bryn focused when she was working. Probably both. The village elder sat with her spine straight, despite the curve that age had put in her shoulders, her gnarled fingers wrapped around a cup of the nettle tea that Bryn kept warm by the fire for visitors. She was thin and weathered, with a face like a walnut shell and eyes so deep-set they caught the firelight in bright pinpoints. She smelled, as she always did, of dried rosemary and wood smoke and the faintly sweet mustiness of very old wool. Her hands were the most striking thing about her, gnarled almost beyond use, the knuckles swollen to knobs, the fingers permanently curved as if still gripping some invisible tool. Yet she held the teacup with surprising delicacy, her thumb rubbing a slow circle against the clay rim in a gesture so habitual it seemed more like breathing than choice. "Clean break?" the elder asked. "Clean enough. He'll be useless for the planting, though. His wife will have words." "His wife always has words. This'll just give her better ones." The elder took a sip of tea and watched Bryn over the rim with that particular expression she wore when she was about to say something she considered important, which was nearly always. "You did that well. Quick hands." "I've had practice." "You have." The elder's gaze drifted to Bryn's hands where they rested on the work table. Bryn's hands were not delicate. They were brown and calloused, the nails kept short out of practicality, the skin across her knuckles roughened by years of work with mortar and pestle, with herb bundles, with the demands of a healer's life in a village that couldn't afford a proper physician. They were the hands of someone who made do. Your mother had hands like those. Something in Bryn's chest tightened, the way it always did when someone mentioned her mother. Not grief, exactly. Her mother had been dead for 6 years, and the raw wound of it had long since scarred over. But the scar tissue was tender. It would always be tender. She did, Bryn agreed, because it was true, and because the elder expected an answer. Same reach to them, same way of moving, like they already knew where to go before the rest of you caught up. The elder's thumb continued its slow circle on the cup. Always reaching for what needed fixing, your mother. Couldn't help herself. Saw a broken thing and her hands were on it before her good sense had a say. Bryn felt the corner of her mouth lift. I'm not sure that's entirely a compliment. It's entirely the truth, which is better. The elder paused, that firelit gaze going somewhere distant for a moment, the way it did when she was sifting through decades of accumulated memory for a particular thread. She came from somewhere else, your mother. You know that. Everyone knows that. It's Thornfield's favorite piece of old gossip. It's not gossip if it's fact. Alara wasn't from Thornfield. Wasn't from anywhere nearby, far as anyone could tell. Just appeared one spring, heavy with you in her belly and with nothing to her name but those hands and a knowledge of herbs that half the women in the village couldn't match with 40 years of practice. The elder's voice was quiet, matter of fact, but her eyes had sharpened. She never spoke about her family. Not once in all the years she lived here. Not even to me, and I asked more than was polite. Maybe there was nothing to tell. Maybe. The elder didn't sound convinced. She rarely did when she'd decided something mattered. Or maybe there was too much. Bryn picked up a rag and began wiping down the work table, more to give her hands something to do than because the surface needed cleaning. She'd learned not to pull on that thread. It never led anywhere. She taught me everything I know, Bryn said. That's enough. The elder watched her for another long moment, then seemed to let the thread go, or at least to tuck it away for another time. She finished her tea and set the cup down on the hearthstone with a decisive click of clay on stone. It is enough, she said. For now. The two words landed with an odd weight. The way a wound looked clean on the surface, but carried something deeper when you pressed. Bryn's hands stilled on the rag. A healer learned to listen for what a body wasn't saying. The breath held a beat too long, the careful way a patient turned so you wouldn't see the place that truly hurt. And the elder's voice had the same quality just then. Something held back, something withheld with intention. For now. As if enough were a temporary condition. As if the elder already knew the door to Alara's silence would not stay shut. Old gossip, Bryn told herself, and resumed wiping the table. The elder left the way she'd come, silently, leaving behind the scent of rosemary and the faint impression of firelight in the chair. Bryn stood alone in the healing cottage and looked down at her hands. Calloused, sure. Steady. Always reaching. She thought, in a distant and formless way, that she was meant for more than setting wrists and wrapping poultices in a village that barely appeared on any map. It was not an ambitious thought, or even a fully conscious one. More like the itch of a healing cut, a low awareness that the shape of her life didn't quite match the shape of something inside her, something she couldn't name and had never tried to. She'd inherited her mother's hands and her mother's instinct and her mother's stubborn, reaching compassion, and all of it felt sometimes like a tool forged for a purpose she hadn't yet found. She pushed the feeling aside, as she always did, and finished cleaning the table. But the elder's words sat somewhere behind her ribs, quiet and unresolved. She never spoke about her family, not once. And no amount of wiping down a clean surface could quite dislodge them. The cottage was orderly and small, which suited her. Bundles of dried herbs hung from the low ceiling beams, lavender and comfrey and yarrow, their mingled scents layering the air with something green and medicinal. Shelves lined one wall, crowded with clay jars and glass bottles and stoppered vials, each one labeled in her own careful handwriting. The hearth was modest, big enough to warm the single room and heat a pot, but not much more. Her bed occupied the far corner, a narrow straw mattress covered in a wool blanket that had been her mother's. Outside, the light was failing. Thornfield settled into its evening rhythms, smoke rising from chimneys, the smell of cooking onions drifting from the baker's house next door. In the distance, beyond the south fields and the low stone walls that marked the edge of the village's arable land, the tree line rose dark and unbroken against the sky. The border. Bryn had lived her entire life in Thornfield, and for her entire life, the tree line had simply been there, the way a mountain range was there, or a river. Absolute, unchanging, not to be approached. The forest on the other side was Fae territory, and the villagers treated the border the way they treated lightning strikes and winter floods, as a natural danger best avoided through common sense and distance. Stories drifted in sometimes from the market towns farther south, stories about the Fae courts and their ancient magic and their casual cruelty toward humans, but they arrived in Thornfield already softened by distance and repetition, more fairy tale than threat. No fae had crossed the border near Thornfield in living memory. Bryn latched the cottage door and began preparing her evening meal, and did not think about the tree line, or her mother's silence, or the restless itch beneath her breastbone that whispered she was meant for hands other than these. She did not think about any of it, because none of it mattered yet. The screaming started just before full dark. Bryn was halfway through a bowl of root stew when the sound cut through the evening quiet like a blade through cloth. Not one voice, but several, rising from the direction of the village edge where the track curved toward the border. She was on her feet before she'd made a conscious decision to move, the bowl abandoned on the table, her healer's satchel already in her hand by the time she reached the door. The instinct was deeper than thought. Someone was hurt. She could sort out the rest later. She ran. The village track was filling with people moving in the wrong direction, stumbling back from whatever had happened at the border's edge, their faces pale and strange in the thickening dusk. Bryn pushed past them, against the current of their fear, her satchel banging against her hip. She caught fragments of words as she went, breathless and overlapping. Something in the road, something from the trees, something wrong. She reached the edge of the village and stopped. He was lying in the dirt where the track met the first shadow of the tree line, curled on his side like a man who had fallen from a great height. The first thing she registered was the blood, dark and copious, soaking the strange fabric of his clothing and pooling beneath him in the packed earth. The second thing she registered was that he was fae. She knew it the way she knew a broken bone from a sprain, immediately and with certainty that bypassed rational assessment. He was wrong for a human body. Too long in the limbs, the angles of his face too sharp and too symmetrical, his skin carrying a luminescence that had nothing to do with the failing light. His hair was gold, real gold, the color of heated metal, and it was matted with blood where his head rested against the ground. His ears tapered to delicate points. He was beautiful. He was dying. A semicircle of villagers had gathered at a safe distance, close enough to stare and far enough to run. No one was helping. No one had touched him. They watched with the rigid, wide-eyed stillness of people confronted with something that had stepped out of a story they'd only half believed and into the dirt of their actual lives. Bryn knelt beside him. "Don't!" The voice came from somewhere behind her, sharp with fear. She didn't turn to see whose it was. "Bryn, for the love of everything, don't touch it!" She heard the word. It, not him. He was breathing in shallow, ragged pulls that bubbled wetly in his chest. A wound gaped below his ribs on the left side, deep enough that she could see the dark gleam of something that might have been organ beneath the torn fabric. His eyes were open but unfocused, amber gold, and they rolled toward her with the blind searching of someone lost in pain. Her hands were already moving. She pressed them flat against the wound, feeling the hot gush of blood between her fingers, and leaned her weight into the pressure. Standard. Practiced. The same hands, the same motion she'd used 100 times on 100 injuries. Reach for what needs fixing. "I need cloth," she said, her voice steady in the way it went steady during emergencies, flat and practical, the fear shoved into a small room at the back of her mind and the door held shut. "Clean cloth, from anyone, and water." No one moved. "Now!" She didn't look up. Her focus narrowed to the wound beneath her hands, to the rhythm of his breathing, to the amount of blood she could feel pulsing against her palms with each beat of his heart. Too much. He'd lost too much. She pressed harder, feeling the give of damaged tissue beneath her fingers, and something in her shifted. Not her hands, not her muscles. Something deeper, some current running beneath her skin that she had never felt before. like a second pulse beginning to beat in counterpoint to her own. It started in her palms where they met the Fae's blood-slicked skin, a warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature of his body, and it built with terrifying speed, rising through her wrists and forearms and into her chest like a flame climbing a dry wick. She tried to pull her hands away. She couldn't. The warmth became heat. The heat became light. It poured out of her palms in a blinding, searing flood of white gold radiance that swallowed the dusk and threw the watching villagers' shadows long and sharp across the track. The Fae beneath her hands convulsed, his back arching off the ground, a sound tearing from his throat that was not a scream, but something older and more terrible. The sound of something fundamental being unmade. Bryn felt his life under her hands. She felt it the way she felt a pulse or a fracture, with the intimate certainty of a healer's touch, except that what she felt was not mending. The light pouring through her was not closing the wound, or knitting the flesh, or doing any of the things her hands had always done. It was burning. It was reaching into the shining, alien structure of him, the thing that made him Fae, and it was tearing it apart. She screamed. Her voice tangled with his. The light flared so bright that the world dissolved into a white roar, and for one endless, annihilating instant she felt everything. His heartbeat, and his magic, and the ancient, shimmering architecture of his blood. And she felt all of it come apart under her palms like wet paper. At the edge of her vision, beyond the blinding flood of radiance, the tree line moved. Not with wind. There was no wind. The whole border shuddered, a ripple running through the canopy like a stone dropped into water, branches swaying and leaves trembling in a wave that rolled outward from where she knelt, as if the boundary between the two worlds had felt the force of what was passing through her hands and flinched. Then it stopped. The light went out. The heat drained from her hands so fast it felt like plunging them into snowmelt. She was kneeling in the dirt with her arms extended and her fingers still pressed against his chest, and he was still beneath her, and the silence was the worst sound she had ever heard. His eyes were open. They were beautiful. They were empty. Bryn looked at her hands. They were unmarked. No burns, no scars, not even redness. Her skin was clean, though his blood still stained her sleeves and the knees of her trousers. Her hands looked exactly the same as they had 10 minutes ago when she'd been eating stew in her cottage. Something inside her had broken, or had woken, or had been there all along waiting for this single, catastrophic moment to announce itself. She became aware, slowly, of the silence around her. The villagers had not moved. They stood in their ragged semicircle, and she could feel the quality of their staring change, thickening, curdling from shock into something else, something that she recognized with a sick lurch in her stomach, because she had seen it turned on others in moments of crisis, in plague seasons and border scares, when fear needed a face to wear. They were afraid of her. She looked toward the tree line. In the dying light, the trees stood still again, dark and dense, the boundary between the known world and the one she'd never entered. But the border did not look the same to her anymore. She had felt it respond, had seen it shudder in the same instant her power had torn through the Fae Prince's body, as if the boundary were a living thing and she had struck it. It did not look like a distant, abstract danger. It looked like a door that had just been opened. Bryn looked down at the dead Fae in her arms. She did not know his name yet. She did not know that his golden hair and amber eyes belonged to a prince, that his death would crack the politics of two worlds like a stone through glass, that everything she was and everything she would become had just been set in motion by the simple, damning act of reaching out to help. She knew only that her hands, her healer's hands, had killed him. She was still holding him when the sound of hooves reached her, distant but closing fast, coming from beyond the tree line. The Fae soldiers arrived with the last of the light. There were 6 of them, mounted on horses that moved with an unnatural, liquid silence, hooves barely touching the ground. They wore armor that seemed to drink the dusk rather than reflect it, dark metal etched with designs she couldn't read, and their faces carried the same sharp, inhuman beauty as the dead man in her arms. The same tapered ears, the same eyes that caught the remaining glow of the sky and threw it back like polished glass. They moved with the coordinated precision of people who had been hunting together for a very long time. The lead rider dismounted before his horse had fully stopped. He was older than the others, gray threaded through his temples, his face lined with the particular weariness of someone who had been searching for something he already knew he would not find in time. He crossed the distance to Bryn in 4 strides, looked down at the body, and went still. He stood over the dead Fae for a long moment. His gauntleted hand moved to his chest, fist pressed flat against the dark metal above his heart, and held there. His expression settled into something rigid and closed, the professional blankness of a man performing the worst duty of his career. Whatever he felt, he buried it beneath the discipline of his rank, his jaw tight, his breathing controlled, his gaze fixed on the prince's face with the terrible steadiness of someone committing a sight to memory because he would need to report it. He spoke a single word in a language Bryn didn't understand. It might have been a title or a rank or a prayer. She couldn't tell. Then he looked at her. "You," he said. The word came out flat and colorless, but the emptiness behind it was worse than any rage she could have imagined. "You did this." It was not a question. He could see it. The blood on her sleeves, her position over the body, the way the other villagers had drawn back from her, leaving her alone in a ring of empty dirt with the dead prince and the truth of what she'd done. "I was trying to help him," Bryn said. Her voice cracked on the last word. "I didn't mean—" The soldier was no longer listening. He had turned to his companions and was issuing rapid orders in that same liquid language. 2 of them dismounted and moved toward her. She saw the chains before she understood what they meant. Iron, heavy and dark, the links clinking with a sound that was somehow louder than anything else in the silence. "Wait," she said. "Please! I'm a healer. I was trying to help. Something happened, something I don't understand, but I wasn't—" The iron closed around her wrists. It was heavy and cold, and it bit into the skin above her hands, and the weight of it dragged her arms down in a way that felt like punctuation at the end of a sentence she hadn't finished speaking. The soldiers hauled her to her feet. Her satchel fell from her shoulder and landed in the dirt beside the body, its contents spilling. Bundled herbs and clean bandages and a small clay pot of salve, all the instruments of the life she'd had an hour ago. She looked at the villagers. They stood exactly where they had been, their faces pale and closed, and not one of them moved. Not the baker's wife, who Bryn had sat with through the birth of her youngest. Not the miller, whose infected hand she'd drained and cleaned just last month. Not anyone. They watched her the way they had watched the dying Fae, from a distance, with the rigid stillness of people who had decided that what was happening was not their concern. Bryn waited for someone to speak, to say her name, to say she lived here, that she was one of them, that there must be a mistake. She waited, and the silence stretched, and no one said anything at all. The soldiers turned her toward the tree line. By the time they had finished with the chains and the orders and the grim business of lifting the dead prince onto the back of a horse, full dark had fallen. The sky held nothing now, not even a memory of light. She walked. There was nothing else to do. The iron pulled at her wrists, and the dirt of the track passed beneath her feet, and ahead of her the trees rose dark against the night. Behind her, Thornfield was already shrinking, the yellow glow of cottage windows blurring into a single warm smear that grew smaller with every step. She held her hands away from her body. She did it without thinking, the way you pull your hand from a hot stove, an instinct so deep it bypassed everything else. Her wrists were chained, but her fingers were free, and she held them splayed and rigid, angled outward, away from the iron links and away from her own skin, away from anything living. She could still feel the phantom heat in her palms, or she imagined she could, a ghost of the light that had poured through her and unmade a man she'd been trying to save. A healer's hands. That was what the Elder had called them only an hour ago, in a different world. She crossed the tree line and the forest swallowed her whole, and Thornfield did not say goodbye. Chapter 2. The Ember Court. The palace breathed. That was the only word Bryn could find for it, stumbling forward in iron chains through corridors that should not have been alive. Fire lined the walls in bracketed sconces and open channels carved into the stone, but it did not behave the way fire was supposed to behave. It moved with intention. The flames nearest her escort shifted and leaned as the soldiers passed, their light tracking the procession the way a cat's eyes track a mouse crossing a kitchen floor. And when Bryn entered range of each sconce, the fire changed. The sound came first. A sharp, dry hissing, like fat spitting in a hot pan, that sharpened as she drew closer and faded as she passed. Then the heat, not the ambient warmth of a well-stoked hearth, but something directed, something that pressed against her exposed skin with a prickling insistence that felt like being watched. And then the smell. It hit her with the directness of smelling salts, a scent so specific and so wrong for fire that she almost stopped walking. Char and heated iron. The acrid metallic bite of a blacksmith's forge when steel meets quench water. But there was no forge. There was only the fire, spitting its displeasure at her from every surface. A fey courtier in layered silk the color of old wine stepped into the corridor ahead. She was tall and impossibly angular, with cheekbones that could have been carved from the same pale stone as the walls, and she walked with the unhurried certainty of someone who had never been dragged anywhere in chains. When the woman saw Bryn, her expression did not change. She simply stopped. The flame in the nearest wall sconce flared from warm amber to a harsh, pale white, its hiss climbing to a sharp crack like a knuckle popping, and the woman flinched. A single, controlled step backward. Not from Bryn, from the fire. Bryn understood then, with the sudden clarity of a diagnosis falling into place. The fire was responding to the court's hostility toward her. Every fae she passed felt something at the sight of her in chains, and the fire announced that feeling before a single word was spoken. The char iron scent thickened as more courtiers gathered in doorways and at the mouths of branching corridors, watching her pass with faces as beautiful and closed as carved masks. The flames hissed and spat. The heat pressed inward. The palace smelled like a battlefield, all hot metal and scorched air, and Bryn walked through it with her manacled hands held out from her sides, a healer with killing hands, passing through a world that communicated in a language she could not read. She had spent her entire life learning to read bodies. The tension in a jaw that meant a patient was lying about their pain. The gray undertone in skin that meant infection had gone deeper than the wound. The way a mother's hands shook only after the birth was over and the danger had passed. She had been taught by Lyra, and she had taught herself, and she had believed she understood the grammar of suffering as well as anyone alive. But this place had its own grammar, and the flames spoke it fluently, and she was illiterate. The soldiers brought her through a final archway into a space that stole the breath from her chest. The throne hall of the Ember Court was vast, in the way that mountains are vast, built on a scale meant to make the people inside it feel like afterthoughts. The ceiling rose so far above her head that the firelight did not reach it, and the shadows there moved with a slow, rolling weight that suggested the darkness was as alive as the flames below. Pillars of dark stone rose in twin rows along the length of the hall, each one carved with patterns that seemed to shift when Bryn looked at them sideways. And between the pillars, the living fire burned in channels sunk into the floor, rivers of flame that ran from the entrance to the far end of the hall where the throne waited. The Ember Throne was not a chair. It was a formation, a thing that had grown rather than been built, rising from the stone floor in a sweep of dark mineral and crystallized amber that caught the firelight and threw it back in fractured shards of gold. A man sat on it the way a blade sits in its sheath, still, contained, promising something worse if drawn. High Lord Mordain Ashbourne looked exactly the way absolute power should look, and exactly the way it should not. He was tall, even-seated, lean in the way of old steel rather than deprivation, his silver-streaked dark hair worn long enough to fall across the collar of robes, so understated they whispered their expense rather than announcing it. His features were sharp, angular, hard. Bryn's gaze caught on the bone structure the way a healer's gaze catches on a symptom. She had seen a version of it already, moments ago, on the man in dark armor who had demanded her execution. The same architecture, the same severe lines, but stripped of whatever youth still remained in the sun. Mordain's face was Rendell's face aged into something colder, harder, the resemblance undeniable and unsettling, a preview of what that iron discipline would look like after centuries of rule had burned away everything soft. But it was his eyes that stopped her. They were pale and ancient, not in the way of age, but in the way of stone worn smooth by centuries of water, and they held nothing. No fury, no grief, no curiosity about the woman in chains being prodded forward between his courtiers. Nothing at all. The flames throughout the throne hall burned tall and sharp, their color a deep, proud amber that cast every surface in tones of hammered gold. Their sound was different here than in the corridors, not the agitated hissing, something lower, more structured, a resonant thrum that pressed against Bryn's sternum like a second heartbeat, steady and inescapable, the sound of authority made audible. She could feel it in her ribs, in the bones of her wrists beneath the iron. The court filled the hall on either side of the flame channels, rows of fae in silks and fitted armor and robes that caught the firelight like water. They were beautiful. Every one of them was beautiful in the specific, terrible way that the dying prince had been beautiful, with their sharp faces and their luminous skin, and their eyes that tracked Bryn with the detached interest of people watching an animal brought in for slaughter. The sound of their murmuring ran beneath the flame's thrum like a second current, a counterpoint of whispered judgment that Bryn could hear without understanding. The soldiers stopped her 10 paces from the throne. The lead soldier, the gray-templed man who had chained her at the border, stepped forward and dropped to one knee. He spoke in the Fae language, his voice flat and formal, and Bryn caught only one word she recognized, the dead prince's name, Corin. Mordain listened without expression. When the soldier finished, the High Lord's gaze moved to Bryn for the first time, and it was like being examined by a surgeon who had already decided to amputate. He studied her face, her chains, her healer's hands with their short nails and roughened knuckles, and whatever he found there did not impress him. He spoke in the common tongue. His voice was quiet, unhurried, and so precisely controlled that each word landed with the weight of a gavel. "You are the one who killed my son." Not a question. Bryn's mouth was dry. The char iron scent pressed against her like a hand on her throat. She forced her voice to work. "I was trying to heal him. I didn't know what would happen. Something came through my hands, something I'd never—" "His name," Mordain said, "was Corin." The word fell into the hall, and Bryn saw it land. Mordain's hand tightened on the arm of the throne. His knuckles went white, the tendons standing out beneath skin that looked thin as parchment in the ember light, and for one breath, two, the most powerful person Bryn had ever encountered was simply a father whose child was dead. She caught it the way she caught every involuntary signal a body made. The healer's eye moving faster than thought, reading the knuckles, the tendons, the paper-thin skin stretched over grief, the way she had read 1,000 clenched jaws and shaking hands in her sick room back home. A crack. A single fleeting crack in something that was not supposed to crack. Then the fire confirmed what her eyes already knew. It happened across the entire space at once, as if every flame had drawn the same breath. The tall, sharp amber dimmed, not extinguished, not flickering, but sinking, the way a candle dims in a draught, pulling its brightness inward until the light in the throne hall dropped to something barely brighter than dusk. The color changed. The proud gold bled away, and what remained was a low, deep ember orange, the color of coals after the fire has burned down to its heart, still hot, but no longer reaching. The sound changed with it. The resonant thrum that had been pressing against Bryn's sternum since she entered the hall faltered, thinned, and sank to something she had to strain to feel, a fading pulse rather than a steady beat, as though the fire's heartbeat were slowing to match a grief too heavy to sustain. The pressure against her ribs eased until it was barely there, a ghost of rhythm where moments before there had been the full, inescapable weight of authority. And the heat, the ambient warmth that had surrounded her like a living presence since she entered the throne hall, drew back. Not cold, but retreating, pulling inward the way the light had, until the air against her skin felt thin and exposed, as though the fire had wrapped its arms around itself and left her standing in the absence. And then the scent. The char and iron dissolved. In its place rose something so sweet and heavy that Bryn's chest tightened with recognition. Night-blooming jasmine. She had grown it in the small bed behind her cottage. She had pressed it into poultices for the dying, for the grieving, because the scent carried a gentleness that nothing else in her herb garden could match. She knew what it meant in a sick room. She knew what it meant here. Morning. The entire court went still. Not the performative stillness of attention, but the genuine, held-breath stillness of people caught in something they had not expected to witness. Bryn saw courtiers lower their gazes, saw one woman press her fingers to her lips, saw a man in dark armor close his eyes as if the scent had touched something inside him that he did not want touched in public. He did not acknowledge the shift. He did not look at the dimmed flames or react to the night jasmine grief that filled the hall like smoke. His hand had already mastered itself, the knuckles easing back from white, and he continued speaking as though the living fire had not just announced his devastation to every person present. His voice unchanged, his face unchanged, and that was more frightening than any rage could have been. The control it must have required, the sheer immovable discipline of a man who would not crack even when the palace itself was cracking for him. "The sentence for the murder of a prince of the blood," Mordain said. is death." The court murmured its approval. A low sound, almost musical, like wind through winter branches. Bryn felt her knees soften. The iron chains dragged at her wrists, and the thrum of the throne hall's flames pressed against her chest, and the night jasmine was still in the air, sweet and terrible. And this was how it ended. In a beautiful room, surrounded by people who smelled like grief and wanted her dead. Then a voice cut through the murmur. "The mortal should die." It came from her left, and it was flat and controlled, and carried with the effortless clarity of a man accustomed to being heard in rooms like this. Not a challenge to his father's judgment, an endorsement of it, delivered with the cold precision of a blade sliding home into a wound someone else had opened. Bryn turned. He stood slightly apart from the nearest cluster of courtiers. Not beside them, but ahead, closer to the throne than anyone else on his side of the hall. The court oriented around him differently than around the others. Bryn could see it in the way the fae nearest him angled their bodies, not just giving him space, but facing him, the way iron filings face a lodestone, as though his position in the room exerted a pull that had nothing to do with personal menace, and everything to do with the fact that, with Corin dead, this man stood closer to the Ember throne than any person in the hall who was not already sitting on it. He was tall. That registered first, and registered physically, the way a healer's body responds to mass and proximity. He was tall and broad-shouldered and built with the angular, coiled efficiency of a weapon rather than the languid grace she had seen in the other courtiers. His dark hair was cropped close to his skull, military practical, a sharp contrast to the long, silver-threaded fall of his father's, and to the golden hair she had last seen matted with blood at the border. Pale gray eyes that cut like glass across the distance between them and found her with an intensity that felt less like being looked at and more like being measured for a grave. There was a scar, a thin line crossing his jaw from below his left ear to the corner of his chin, old and silver white against skin that held none of the warmth she had seen in the dead prince's golden face. No one had healed it, or he had chosen not to have it healed. Either way, it sat on his face like a statement. He stood with the coiled stillness of a man containing something enormous, and the courtiers nearest him had given him space without being asked. Not deference, distance. The kind of room you make around a fire that is burning too hot to stand near. She catalogued all of this in the space of 3 heartbeats, the way she would have catalogued a patient's presentation. Automatically, clinically. The height, the build, the scar, the stillness, the space the others gave him. The way his jaw was set like a locked door. The hands at his sides, not fisted, but held with a controlled openness that was somehow worse. Fingers slightly spread. The posture of a man who was very carefully not reaching for a weapon. But there was something beneath the clinical, an undertow she did not examine. Something in the way his voice resonated at a frequency she could feel in the base of her throat. The way his physical presence occupied not just the space he stood in, but the air around it, pressing against her awareness with the same insistent heat as the living flames. He was the most physically imposing person she had ever stood near, and some part of her registered this with a precision that had nothing to do with diagnosis. She filed it away. She did not examine it. "She killed a prince of the Ashbourne line," the man continued, his voice stripped of anything that might be mistaken for feeling. "She killed my brother. The court's grief demands it. I will carry out the execution myself, if the High Lord permits." My brother. This was Corin's brother. This was the other Ashbourne son, the one built from iron where Corin had been built from gold, and he wanted her dead with a precision that felt like surgery. Mordain regarded his surviving son for a long moment. Something passed between them that Bryn could not read. The silent grammar of a father and son who had spent a lifetime communicating in things unsaid. Then Mordain inclined his head a fraction. Acknowledgement. Approval. "Justice will be carried out," Mordain said. "The sentence stands." The court settled into the pronouncement the way stone settles into its foundation. Final. Complete. Bryn felt it close around her like the walls of a grave. The sentence spoken, the court aligned behind it, the last door shutting. The flames along the floor channels burned steady and low, their amber undisturbed. The murmuring had ceased. There was nothing left to murmur about. It was done. She was seconds from condemnation when a new voice rose from the opposite side of the hall. "My lord." It was so different from Rendell's that Bryn almost flinched at the contrast. Where Rendell's voice was a blade, this one was a hearth fire. Warm, unhurried, rounded at the edges with what sounded like genuine sorrow. The kind of voice that made you lean in rather than pull back. The man who stepped forward from beside the throne was broad-shouldered but soft around the edges, the body of a scholar who enjoyed good wine rather than a soldier who lived by discipline. He had kind brown eyes, a close-trimmed beard, and smile lines that crinkled even now, even in grief, in a face that invited trust the way an open door invites entry. He was the visual opposite of everything dangerous in this hall, and he moved with the measured confidence of someone who had stood beside power so long that his proximity to it was unremarkable. "My lord," he said again, inclining his head to Mordain with the ease of long practice. "I speak as elder counselor, and I speak with a grief that matches your own." His voice roughened. "Corin was my student. I guided him from the time he could read. The boy who grew into the man whose loss we bear tonight was, in no small measure, the work of my hands and my heart." The night jasmine scent intensified. Bryn watched the flames in the nearest floor channel respond to his grief, their glow pulsing once, and she saw several courtiers' expressions shift. This man's sorrow was recognized, respected. His standing in this hall was not just formal, but personal. "I would sooner see this woman dead than draw my next breath," he continued, and the rawness in his voice was devastating. "But I cannot stand before this court and allow grief to consume the one weapon that may save our people." The murmuring shifted. Bryn felt the room's attention sharpen. The man turned, not to Bryn but to the assembled court, addressing them with the practiced confidence of someone who had shaped policy in this hall for decades. "The Withering devours our lands. Our healers cannot stop it. Our magic cannot slow it. In 3 generations, no force has proven capable of destroying the plague that rots our people from within." He paused, and the pause was masterful. Not hesitation. Architecture. This mortal's power killed a prince of the blood. It tore through fey magic as though it were cobweb. I grieve that fact with every breath I take. But that same force, the only force in living memory proven to destroy fey magic, may be the key to destroying the Withering itself. He turned back to Mordain. "My lord, I grieve as you grieve. But if this woman's curse can be turned against the curse that devours our people, then her death, however just, costs us the one weapon we cannot forge ourselves." Silence. The kind of silence that has weight, that presses down on the people inside it and forces them to reckon with what they have just heard. The flames along the floor channels had stopped hissing. The char iron scent was fading, thinning, replaced by something neutral, warm stone and clean smoke. The heat against Bryn's skin eased from that prickling, hostile pressure to something merely warm. The court's mood was turning, and the fire announced it before a single Fae spoke. Bryn watched Mordaine's hand, the one that had gone white-knuckled when he spoke Corin's name. She watched it uncurl, slowly, one finger at a time, the way a fist opens when the person inside it has decided the blow is not worth throwing. Not forgiveness. Calculation. "The mortal is spared," Mordaine said. His voice carried no warmth, no mercy, nothing that might be mistaken for compassion. "She will be confined to quarters and made available for study. Her power will be tested against the Withering. If she proves useless, the original sentence will be carried out." The court accepted this the way a river accepts a redirected current, smoothly, with the appearance of inevitability. Bryn heard the murmuring resume, saw courtiers exchanging glances that communicated entire conversations in the flicker of an eye, and she stood in the center of it all, with iron on her wrists and her heart slamming against her ribs, alive. She was alive, and she did not entirely know why, except that the warm-voiced man with the kind eyes had decided she should be. Rendell Ashbourne said nothing. His silence was louder than the court's murmuring, louder than the flame-settling thrum, and Bryn felt it like pressure on a bruise. She could see his jaw working, the scar pulling taut against the tension beneath it, and his pale eyes were fixed on his father with an expression she recognized from sick rooms. The face of someone who has been told the amputation is necessary and understands why and will never forgive it. Mordaine's gaze shifted to his surviving son. "You will serve as the mortal's keeper. You will ensure her security, her cooperation, and her compliance. She does not leave her assigned quarters without your knowledge. She does not interact with the court unsupervised. Her hands remain under your watch." The words fell on Rendell like stones. Bryn watched it happen, the way his shoulders set harder, the way his fingers curled once and then opened, the way his chin lifted by a fraction that would have been invisible to anyone who wasn't watching his body the way she was. A healer's reading, injury assessed. The High Lord had just turned his son's grief into a leash, and the son knew it, and the father knew the son knew it, and neither of them acknowledged the cruelty. "As the High Lord commands," Rendell said. Each word could have drawn blood. The soldiers hauled Bryn back from the throne. The court parted around her like water around a stone, and she was halfway to the hall's entrance when a hand fell gently on her shoulder. She almost recoiled, but the touch was warm and the grip was light, and when she turned, the elder counselor was there. Up close, his kind brown eyes held the residue of genuine tears, and his smile lines creased with what looked like relief. "You are brave to endure this," he said, quietly enough that only she could hear. "What happened to Corin was a tragedy that no one in this hall can comprehend. But you are alive, and while you are alive, there is purpose." He squeezed her shoulder once, the way a father might, and released it. "These are difficult times for our people and yours. Relations between humans and Fae have been fraying for decades. Border skirmishes, trade disputes, distrust breeding on both sides of the line. Corin's death will only feed the fire." His expression darkened with what appeared to be genuine worry. "But you are proof that our worlds still intersect. That is worth preserving." Bryn looked at the man who had just saved her life. She did not know his name yet. She knew only that he had stepped forward when every other voice in the hall had either demanded her death or said nothing, and that his hand on her shoulder was the first touch she had received since the soldiers chained her that had not been designed to restrain her. "Thank you," she said, and the words came out rough with everything she could not afford to feel in this room. His smile deepened, the lines around his eyes crinkled with warmth. "Theron," he said, "if you need a friend in this court, you need not look far." His voice dropped, and something raw moved beneath the warmth. I watched that boy grow from a child who could barely hold a quill into the finest mind this court has known in a century. Losing him. He stopped. His jaw worked once, and for a breath, Bryn saw something behind the kind brown eyes that looked like it might swallow him whole. It was like losing a son. The words landed somewhere deep in Bryn's chest, in the place where her own guilt lived. This man had not just argued for her life as a matter of policy. He had loved the person she had killed. He had raised him, shaped him, and he was standing here offering her kindness anyway. And the weight of that generosity was almost worse than the court's hatred, because she did not know what to do with it. Then the soldiers were pulling her forward again, and the warm hand was gone, and the court swallowed the moment like water closing over a stone. They brought her to a chamber in what she would later learn was the palace's lower residential wing. It was larger than her entire cottage in Thornfield and emptier than a tomb. Stone walls, a narrow bed with sheets that looked as though they had never been touched, a single window, too high to see out of, letting in a column of pale light that made the room look like the inside of a well. The living flames burned in a single wall-mounted bracket near the door, their color a flat, unremarkable amber, their sound a low mutter that could have been wind or breath or nothing at all. The soldiers removed her chains. Her wrists were ringed with red marks where the iron had bitten, and she pressed her thumbs against them automatically, assessing. Not broken, not bleeding, just bruised in a shape she would carry for days. Then a woman appeared in the doorway. She was willowy and sharp-featured, with copper-red hair caught up in an arrangement that looked effortless and had probably taken 20 minutes. Clever green eyes assessed Bryn from the threshold with the brisk precision of someone cataloging inventory. She wore a fitted gown of deep green that managed to be both simple and cutting, the kind of garment that announced its wearer knew exactly what she was worth and resented being sent here. "My lady," she said, and the courtesy was so dry it practically crackled. "I am Lyra. I have been assigned as your lady-in-waiting, a phrase I use with maximum generosity since you appear to be in need of rather more than waiting upon." Her gaze swept the room, Bryn's travel-dirty clothing, the red marks on her wrists, and returned to Bryn's face with an expression that balanced professional duty against personal opinion and found both wanting. "You will find water in the basin, clean garments in the chest, and absolutely nothing sharp anywhere in this room. For obvious reasons." Bryn stared at her. "I'm not going to hurt anyone." "The dead prince suggests otherwise," Lyra said, without particular cruelty. It was delivered the way one delivers an observation about the weather, true and unremarkable. "I am here to assist you with the daily necessities of court life, to ensure your comfort within the bounds of your confinement, and to report on your activities and well-being to the High Lord's household. Consider me your attendant, your guide, and your extremely well-dressed shadow." "You're a spy," Bryn said. "I'm a lady-in-waiting," Lyra corrected, "who happens to file very thorough reports. The distinction is largely cosmetic, but the title is better for my standing." She stepped into the room with the smooth efficiency of someone who had navigated far more dangerous spaces than this one. "You will find that honesty about the arrangement makes it considerably less tedious for both of us. Now, the human should eat something before she collapses and makes even more work for me." The human, not her name. Bryn noted it the way she noted symptoms. Before she could respond, a shadow filled the doorway. Rendell did not enter the room. He stood on the threshold the way he had stood in the throne hall, occupying the space with a controlled intensity that made the doorframe look too small for him. His shoulders blocked the corridor light, and the flames in the bracket beside the door leapt with a sharp, papery crackle at his presence, their amber deepening. He was still in the dark armor he had worn in the throne hall, and this close, this near, the reality of him hit Bryn with the force of a physical thing. The height, the breadth, the way his body was held with a stillness that was not calm but containment. Every muscle organized around a center of gravity that said this man knew exactly how much damage he could do, and was choosing, for the moment, not to do it. His pale gray eyes swept the room and found her. The weight of his gaze landed on Bryn and stayed there, and it felt physical, not like being studied, like being pinned. He looked at her the way you look at something you want to destroy and have been told you cannot, and the conflict of it was right there on the surface, in the white line of the scar pulling taut against his set jaw, in the controlled micro-movement of his breath. Bryn did not look away. She should have. Everything in her survival instinct said drop your eyes, submit, become small. But something older than survival, something stubborn and Thornfield bred and honed by 20 years of meeting pain without flinching, lifted her chin and held his gaze and did not waver. The silence lasted 3 heartbeats. 4. "If you step outside this room without my knowledge," Rendell said, "I will return you to it. If you touch anyone in this court without authorization, I will end the threat personally." His voice was low, pitched for her alone, and stripped to its foundation. No heat, no volume, just fact. The elder counselor bought you a reprieve. My father granted it. Do not mistake either for safety. "I didn't ask for any of this," Bryn said. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "I didn't ask to be brought here. I didn't ask for your brother to be lying at the border, dying, while I—" "Do not," he said. And for the first time his voice changed, something cracking beneath the flat surface like ice over deep water. "Speak his name." He held her gaze for one more breath. Then he turned and was gone, his footsteps receding down the corridor with a measured cadence that was neither hurried nor unhurried. Precise. A soldier's walk. Bryn stood in the center of the room and noticed, with the automatic precision of a healer taking her own pulse, that her heartbeat had not slowed. She cataloged this the way she would catalog an anomaly in a patient's presentation. Loss of stimulus, continued elevated rhythm, no corresponding exertion. Noted, filed, set aside. The impression of him lingered like heat from a banked fire. The way his shoulders had blocked the light. The way his eyes had found her across the room with an accuracy that felt like being struck. The way the air in the doorway still felt changed, weighted, as though his presence had left a mark on the space itself. These lodged in her body as sensation, not thought, and she turned away from the door. From the corridor outside, a small shift. The flames flanking her door, which had been crackling with dry, agitated hostility since Rendell's arrival, settled to a low murmur as his footsteps faded. And then, quiet as a breath, a scent curled through the doorway. Warm, soft. Cedar and honey, the kind of warmth that belongs to a well-loved kitchen, or a quilt pulled from a sunlit chest. It was so at odds with everything, the char iron hostility, the night jasmine grief, the prickling heat of a palace that had done nothing but threaten her since she arrived, that Bryn stopped breathing for a moment and simply stood in it. She did not know what it meant. She had no vocabulary for the language the fire spoke, not yet. But for 3 breaths, perhaps 4, the palace offered her something that felt less like warning and more like warmth. Then the scent faded, and the flames returned to their flat, muttering amber, and the moment was gone. Lysara, who had watched the entire exchange between Bryn and Rendell with the evaluating stillness of someone making professional notes, said nothing about any of it. "I will bring food," she announced, turning for the door. "Try not to destroy anything while I'm gone. The Ember Court's furnishing budget is not what it once was." Then Bryn was alone. She sat on the edge of the narrow bed. The sheets were cold and smooth beneath her palms, nothing like the rough wool of her mother's blanket, the one still folded on the straw mattress in a cottage she would probably never see again. She looked at her hands. Brown, calloused, short nails, knuckles roughened by years of mortar and pestle, and herb bundles, and bone setting, and wound cleaning, and all the small daily acts of putting broken things back together. These hands had set Aldrich's wrist back in Thornfield. These hands had pressed salve into the miller's infected palm last month. These hands had cradled the baker's wife's newborn, and eased the elder's swollen joints, and ground comfrey into poultice, and done nothing ever but heal. These hands had killed a prince. She pressed them together, palm to palm, the way she used to as a child when she was afraid. She could feel the bones of her own fingers, the calluses, the familiar map of a healer's working hands, and she could still feel, beneath it all, the ghost of the white gold light that had poured through them and unmade a man she had been trying to save. She bent forward until her forehead rested on her pressed-together hands, and in the dim amber light of the living flames, in a room that smelled faintly of warm stone and nothing at all like home, she allowed herself to break. It came silently. She had learned that from her mother, too, the art of keeping grief quiet, of folding it inward so it did not disturb anyone sleeping in the next room. Her shoulders shook. Her breath came in short, hitching pulls that she pressed into the cage of her own fingers. She cried for the dead prince whose name she was not allowed to say. She cried for the village that had not said hers. She cried because Theron's hand on her shoulder had been the first kind touch she had received since the iron closed around her wrists, and she did not know whether the gratitude she felt was real or just the desperate reflex of a woman drowning who will grab at anything, anyone that floats. She cried until there was nothing left, and then she sat up and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes and breathed. The flames in the bracket by the door muttered quietly in their private language. Somewhere in the palace above her, the court continued its murmuring and its grief and its calculations, and Bryn sat on the edge of a narrow bed in a room that was not a cell, but might as well have been. And she looked at her hands, and she did not know what they were anymore. But she was alive. She was alive. And the warm-voiced man with the kind eyes had made that possible. And the palace had offered her 3 breaths of cedar honey warmth that she could not explain. And the brother of the man she had killed had eyes like glass, and a voice that resonated in places she did not have names for. And she was terrified, and she was grieving, and she was alone in a world built from fire, and she was alive. She closed her hands into fists, feeling the pull of her calluses against her palms. It would have to be enough. Chapter 3. The Withering. They came for her at dawn. Bryn had not slept. She had sat on the narrow bed through the long hours of the night with her back pressed against the cold stone wall and her hands resting open on her knees, palms up, as if waiting for something to fall into them. The flame in the bracket by her door had burned low and steady through the darkness, its amber light casting the same small, unchanging circle on the floor. She had watched it for hours, trying to decipher whether the way it guttered and recovered was random or responsive, whether the palace was watching her the way she was watching it. She had not decided by the time the knock came. It was not Rundle. 2 court attendants in dove-gray tunics flanked the doorway, their expressions as blank and smooth as the stone walls behind them. One gestured down the corridor, Neither spoke to her. Not the keeper she had been assigned. Not the High Lord who had ordered her power tested. Someone in Mordane's name had sent gray-tunicked servants to march her to whatever awaited her at the end of a corridor, and the High Lord had not come himself. His subordinates had made the decision to deploy her, had decided when and where and how his weapon would be tested, and Mordane had let them. The man who had pronounced her death sentence and then commuted it, who had turned his surviving son's grief into a leash and her life into an experiment, could not be bothered to witness the cost of his decisions in person. He had delegated even the choosing to lesser hands. He would read about it in a report, the way he read about everything, from the safe distance of his throne. Bryn stood, smoothed the front of the plain linen shift Lysara had provided the night before, and walked out of her room on legs that wanted to shake and were not permitted to. The corridor flames reacted to her passage, a low, uneasy hiss, the char-ironed scent of hostility sharpening as she moved between the bracketed sconces. She was learning, slowly and painfully, that the fire's language was layered. The hissing was not directed at her exactly. It was the residue of the court's collective feeling about her, pressed into the walls like old smoke into curtains. Every fae who had walked this corridor since her arrival had left their contempt in the flame's memory, and now the fire exhaled it back at her as she passed. She kept her hands at her sides. She did not touch anything. They descended. The corridors narrowed and the stone changed, rougher, older, the carved flame channels in the walls giving way to shallow hollows where fire pooled like water in cupped hands. The light dimmed. The warmth dimmed with it. By the time they reached the healing ward, Bryn understood that something was terribly wrong with the fire. The ward was a long, vaulted chamber carved from the palace's deeper stone, its ceiling supported by heavy pillars that tapered into arches overhead. Stone beds lined both walls, not cots but actual ledges of shaped rock, smoothed by age and padded with thin layers of cloth that did nothing to soften their fundamental coldness. A wide central aisle ran between the rows, and Bryn could see, even from the entrance, that nearly every bed was occupied. But it was the flames she noticed first. Throughout the rest of the palace, the living fire had burned with presence, with color and heat and sound, with intention, with the murmuring vitality of something aware. Here, in the healing ward, the fire barely existed. The sconces along the walls held flames reduced to guttering remnants, thin tongues of orange light that shivered and contracted as if pressing themselves back against the stone. Their usual murmur, the low, layered sound Bryn had begun to recognize as the palace's breathing, had been stripped to a thin, papery whisper. It sounded like breathing through a collapsed lung. And the scent, or rather, the absence of scent. Bryn had been in the Ember Court less than a day, but the palace had already taught her that its fire communicated partly through smell. The char-iron bite of hostility, the cedar and honey breath of something she could not yet name, the cloying night jasmine of grief. The flames always smelled of something. They were alive, and living things produced the evidence of their living. In the healing ward, the flames produced nothing. The air held a cold, scentless void, not the neutral absence of an unscented room, but a deliberate emptiness, as if warmth itself had been extracted and something fundamental had been hollowed out. It was the scent of cold ash, but even that was wrong. Cold ash at least carried the memory of fire. This was the memory of fire's absence. It pressed against Bryn's face like a hand over her mouth and nose, stifling and faintly suffocating, and she understood with a visceral certainty that the flames were not merely dimmed. They were being suppressed. Something in this room was killing them. She moved between the stone beds and saw the Withering for the first time. The Fae were dying in a way that Bryn's 20 years of healing had not prepared her for. A mortal body failed in ways she understood. Fever burning through flesh, infection spreading through blood, bones breaking along predictable lines. This was different. This was wrong at a level below flesh. The nearest patient was a woman who might have been ancient or might have been young. It was impossible to tell. Her skin, which should have carried the fey luminescence Bryn had seen in every face at court, had gone mottled and gray, the light beneath it curdling like milk left too long in the sun. Dark patches spread across her arms and throat in branching patterns that looked almost like the roots of a dead tree drawn onto her body from the inside. Where the patches were thickest, the skin had begun to crack and weep a substance that was not blood, but something darker, thicker, carrying a sweet rotting smell that wedged itself into Bryn's throat and stayed. The woman's breathing was shallow and irregular. Her eyes were open but saw nothing. Her fingers twitched against the stone in small, repetitive motions, as if her body were still trying to perform some task her mind had long since abandoned. Bryn moved to the next bed, and the next. Each patient was worse than the last. A man whose hands had turned entirely black, the fingers curling inward like dried leaves. A child, and Bryn's stomach clenched because she had not expected children, whose hair had gone white and brittle, crumbling against the stone pillow like old cobwebs. An elderly fae whose mouth moved constantly, producing no sound, his throat swollen with dark veins that pulsed with a sluggish rhythm that had nothing to do with his heartbeat. These were patients, regardless of what species they were, regardless of what their court had done to her, regardless of the iron bruises still wringing her wrists. These were people suffering, and Bryn's body responded to suffering the way it always had. Her hands wanted to move. Her mind was already cataloging symptoms, assessing severity, sorting the beds into triage categories she had learned from her mother before she could read. Worst first, stabilize breathing, control fluid loss, reduce fever. But none of her categories applied. This was not an illness she could treat with poultice and herbs. This was not a wound she could clean and bind. This was something eating them from within, consuming the thing that made them fey, and she could feel, in the cold void where the flame's warmth should have been, that the palace itself was afraid of it. A fey man in a healer's white tunic approached her. He was tall and lean, with deep circles under his eyes and hands that trembled faintly at his sides. His expression when he looked at Bryn carried no hostility, which, after the corridor gauntlet, felt almost disorienting. Only exhaustion, and behind it, a desperate, fragile thread of hope he was clearly trying not to show. "The flames have been this way since we brought the first patient down," he said, his voice low and worn. 3 months. The fire recoils from the plague the way a body recoils from poison. It cannot burn near it. We have tried feeding the sconces with concentrated power, tried the old strengthening rites. Nothing holds. The fire goes cold. He paused, and Bryn saw his gaze drop to the nearest guttering sconce. Something in his expression shifted, a tightening around his eyes that was not clinical but personal. The look of a man watching a friend suffer. "It is the silence that is worst," he said. "The flames always speak. Even in grief, even in anger, they have a voice. Here they have nothing. The cold ash emptiness where their scent should be." He shook his head. "The patients are in pain, but the fire is in pain too, and we cannot treat either." Bryn opened her mouth to answer him and felt a draft at her back, or something that behaved like a draft. The flame in the nearest sconce, guttering and thin, flickered. Not the random shudder of dying fire. It strained upward, its whisper strengthening by the smallest degree, pulling toward something, toward her. She watched it for 2 heartbeats, her breath caught. The flame held its tiny, reaching posture, a fraction taller, its papery whisper resolving into something almost like the murmur she had heard in the corridors above. Then it collapsed back to its guttering dimness, and the cold ash void pressed in again. A draft. The ward was underground. There would be drafts. She pulled her attention away from the flame and back to the patients, back to the work, back to the thing she was, a healer. Whatever else the white gold light had made of her, she was still that. "How many?" she asked. 17 in this ward, more in the outer holdings beyond counting. The chief healer's mouth thinned. "We lose one every 4 or 5 days. Their magic fails, and then their bodies follow. We manage pain. We manage nothing else." From across the ward, Bryn felt someone watching her. She turned and found Lyra deeper inside the ward, her back against one of the heavy stone pillars near the doorway, close enough to observe the corridor behind her, far enough from the beds to maintain the pretense of professional distance. She held herself with studied carelessness, arms crossed, weight on one hip, her copper hair catching the thin light that filtered past the archway. Her face wore the polished boredom of someone enduring a tedious obligation. But as Bryn's gaze found her, one of the patients, the man with the blackened hands, convulsed on his stone bed. A wet, strangled sound tore from his throat. His spine arched and his fingers scrabbled against the rock, and the nearest flame guttered so low it nearly vanished. Lyra's hand tightened on the pillar. Her knuckles went white for the space of a breath. Her eyes sharpened, the board glaze dropping away to reveal something quick and alert beneath. And then she caught herself. Her grip loosened, her expression recomposed. She settled back against the stone as if she had never moved. Bryn looked away before Lyra could register that she had been seen. She filed the observation without understanding it, the way she filed the elevated pulse rate of a patient who claimed nothing was wrong. The spy was not as detached as she pretended. Bryn did not know what that meant yet. She tucked it away and turned back to the chief healer. Footsteps sounded behind her. Deliberate, measured, and Bryn knew who they belonged to before she turned. She had heard those footsteps in the corridor outside her chamber the night before, heard them approach her doorway and stop with the precision of a man who controlled every inch of his movement. Rendell Ashbourne stood at the edge of the ward, where the corridor's warmer light gave way to the healing ward's gray dimness. He was in dark leather, close-fitted and military cut that caught no light. His close-cropped hair and sharp features giving him the look of something carved from the same stone as the walls. His pale gray eyes moved across the ward, assessing the patients, the healer, the sconces, with the flat, thorough scan of a soldier cataloging a battlefield. His gaze reached Bryn and stopped. She watched his jaw set. The scar that crossed it from below his left ear to the corner of his chin went tight, the old silver-white line pulling against the tension in the underlying muscle. He did not speak. He moved to the far wall and stood with his back against it, his arms crossed, his body angled so that he could see the entire room and every exit. He was here to watch her, not to help, not to protect, to ensure the court's weapon performed as expected. The gray-tunicked attendants had brought her here, but Rendell was her keeper, responsible for her security, her compliance, her every movement outside the chamber door. It did not matter who had escorted her or who had given the order. He had the authority and the reason to be present wherever she was, and the fact that he had arrived on his own, without summons, only meant he took the duty as seriously as he took everything else. Bryn turned back to the patients and felt the weight of his gaze settle between her shoulder blades like a hand pressed flat. The chief healer led her to a bed near the center of the ward. The patient was a young Fae soldier, barely older than Bryn herself, if Fae age could be measured in those terms. He wore the remnants of a dark tunic cut in the military style she recognized from the soldiers who had brought her here. His arms were bare, and the withering had advanced far enough that the branching gray decay covered both forearms and was climbing his biceps in a slow, inexorable creep toward his chest. His breathing was labored and uneven, each exhale carrying a thin, rattling wheeze. His eyes were half open. When Bryn knelt beside the bed, they tracked to her face. Something moved in them. Not hope exactly, but the recognition of a new presence, of something that was not the same slow dying he had been staring at for weeks. "Touch him," the chief healer said. His voice was careful, neutral, an instruction, not a request. "Your power responds to contact with Fae magic. The Withering is Fae magic corrupted and turned against itself. If your power can destroy Fae magic, it may be able to destroy what the Withering has become." May be. The word sat in Bryn's stomach like a stone. She looked at her hands. Brown, calloused, the knuckles roughened by years of grinding herbs and wringing linen. The bruise marks from the iron chains had deepened to a mottled purple around her wrists, and she could still feel the ghost weight of the metal. Her mother's hands. The elder had said it in the cottage that last evening. Your mother's hands, always reaching for what needed fixing. These hands had set Aldrich's wrist, drained the miller's infection, caught the baker's wife's child as it entered the world. And these same hands had killed Corin Ashbourne. She had pressed them against a wound and light had come, and a prince had died. She could not make them move. The young soldier wheezed, his fingers twitched against the stone bed. The gray decay on his nearest arm was close enough to touch, and Bryn could see the way it moved. Not all at once, but in tiny, incremental pulses, like something breathing beneath the skin. Eating. She thought of Thornfield, of the night she had knelt beside a dying Fae in the dirt, and reached out because that was what healers did. Because the body was the same whether the patient was human or something else, because suffering did not require a common language to be understood, always reaching for what needed fixing, and the reaching had destroyed. If she reached out now and the same thing happened, if the white gold light consumed this soldier the way it had consumed Corin, she would have proved the court right about her, a monster wearing a healer's hands. They would execute her before the body cooled, and Rendell would not need to volunteer this time. He would be first in line. But the soldier was dying anyway. She could see it in the withering's creep, in the rattling thinness of his breath, in the way his magic was being eaten alive while he lay on stone and waited for the end. He would die whether she touched him or not. The only variable was whether she tried. The healer in her had already decided. The rest of her caught up slowly, the way a body catches up to a decision the hands have already made. She looked at the soldier's face. His eyes had drifted closed, but the pain lines around them were deep and constant, grooved into features that should have been smooth. He was afraid. She could read that as clearly as she could read a fever or an elevated pulse. The tight set of his mouth, the shallow breathing of someone bracing against something he could not fight. "I don't know if this will help," she said quietly, to him. Not to the chief healer or to Rendell or to the room. To the patient. "I don't know if it will hurt. I'm sorry for both." She placed her hands on his arm. The power woke like a match struck in darkness. It surged up through her palms with a searing, white gold intensity that ripped a gasp from her throat and locked her muscles rigid. The sensation was the same, and entirely different from what she had felt kneeling in the dirt beside Corin. The same heat, the same unstoppable current pouring through her, the same terrifying loss of control as the light blazed from her hands into the body beneath them. But where Corin's magic had shattered under her touch like glass struck by a hammer, beautiful, alien, and fatally fragile, the Withering met her power and fought back. She could feel it. The plague was not a passive infection. It was a living corruption, rooted deep in the soldier's body like bindweed through a foundation wall. And it did not want to be burned out. It snarled against her power. She had no other word for it. The sensation was of something clinging, something fighting, something twisting beneath her hands with a mindless, starving tenacity that made her stomach turn. The white gold light flared hotter. The soldier screamed. Bryn held on. She held on the way she had held Aldrich's wrist steady while the bone shifted back into alignment, the way she had held the miller's palm open while she drained the infection, the way she had held the baker's wife's hand through the final stage of labor when the woman's grip had been strong enough to leave bruises. She held on because that was what her hands did. They held things that were broken, and they did not let go until the breaking stopped. The Withering burned. She could feel it incinerating beneath her palms, the corruption dissolving in the white gold light the way wet rot dissolves in strong fire, collapsing in on itself as the power tore through the branching gray networks that had woven themselves through the soldier's body. It screamed as it died, or something like screaming, a silent, vibrating wrongness that traveled up her arms and into her chest and nested behind her ribs like a fist of ice. The cold pushed against her heart. She pushed back. The pain was extraordinary. Not the sharp, clean pain of an injury, but a bone-deep draining, as if every drop of warmth and vitality she possessed were being pulled through her palms and fed into the fire that was burning the plague away. She could feel herself emptying. Her vision grayed at the edges. Her hands shook, and the shaking traveled up her arms to her shoulders, and she heard her own breathing turn thin and ragged and far away, and she thought, with the detached clarity of someone observing their own body from a great distance, that this might kill her. She held on. The last of the Withering collapsed. She felt it go, a final convulsive snarl of corruption that shredded apart under the white gold light and dissolved into nothing. The soldier beneath her hands drew a breath that was deep and clear and whole, his chest expanding without the rattle, his body relaxing against the stone as weeks of parasitic agony simply stopped. Bryn let go. The world tilted sideways, and the stone floor rushed up to meet her. Hands caught her. She registered them before she registered anything else. Two hands gripping her shoulders, hard, stopping her fall with a force that jarred through her spent body. They were large and warm, the fingers spread wide enough that she could feel each one as a distinct point of pressure against her bones. The grip was iron, the kind of hold that could not be broken and did not need to be. It simply was, absolute and unyielding, and the warmth of it cut through the cold that had settled in her chest like a blade of heat through ice. Smoke, leather, and beneath both, something she had no name for, clean and sharp, like cold stone after rain. His scent reached her before his voice did, and her healer's mind catalogued it automatically, the way it catalogued the temperature of a patient's skin or the rhythm of a pulse. But this was not clinical. This was Rendell Ashbourne's hands on her shoulders, and the heat pouring from his palms through the thin linen of her sleeves was so immediate and so real that it cut through her exhaustion like a sound in silence. She could feel his heartbeat, not through any magical sense, but through the sheer physical closeness of his body. He had caught her hard enough that her back pressed against his chest, and the rapid, steady drumming of his heart translated through the contact into her shoulder blades, a rhythm that did not match the controlled stillness of his voice when he spoke. Too fast. A catch that short, a body that trained, not exertion. She knew this the way she knew a pulse that raced when the wound was minor, the way she knew a fever that didn't match the cough. Her healer's instincts filed the diagnosis with clinical certainty, and something beneath the clinical, something she did not have the strength to name, filed it again, in a different place, for different reasons. She let the observation go before consciousness could make her look at it. Healer. One word. Low and clipped, the way he said everything. Stripped of ornament, delivered like an order. But his heart was beating fast, and his hands were still on her shoulders, and Bryn, from the half-conscious depth where her awareness was flickering like the ward's guttering flames, registered that both of these things were wrong. He was a soldier. A soldier who caught a falling body did not maintain an elevated heart rate afterward. A soldier whose reflexes brought his hands to someone's shoulders released them once the body was stable. His hands were still on her shoulders. She was not falling anymore. Then the flames changed. It happened all at once, as if a signal had passed through the stone itself. The guttering, silent, cold ash remnants of fire in every sconce along the healing ward's walls stirred. But they did not merely revive. They did not flare back to their amber warmth, or hiss with hostility, or dim with grief. They did something Bryn had never seen fire do. They turned gold. Not the warm amber she had learned to associate with the palace's neutral state, not the pale white of hostility or the ember orange of sorrow. A deep, luminous gold that was richer and stranger than any of those. The color of late afternoon sunlight pooling in honey, of autumn leaves at the moment before they fall, of something ancient and warm and long forgotten. The color filled the sconces and spilled outward, painting the gray stone walls in a light that felt like the memory of a season Bryn had never lived through. And the flames moved. Not the random flickering of fire in a draft, not the reactive surging she had seen them do in the corridors above. They circled. Slowly, deliberately, each flame turning in its sconce in a spiraling motion that was as purposeful and unhurried as the turning of a compass needle toward north. They turned toward her. The sound came next, low and sustained, rising from somewhere beneath the stone floor, vibrating through the rock beds and the pillars and the soles of Bryn's feet. Not the papery crackling of tension, not the murmur of calm, not the hissing of threat. A single harmonic tone that resonated in her chest and her bones and the spaces between her ribs, as if the palace's foundations had begun to hum a note they had known for longer than anyone alive could remember. Bryn felt it in her teeth, in the backs of her eyes, in the marrow. It was almost musical. It was almost a word. And then the scent. It rose through the cold ash void like water through cracked earth, pushing through the deadness, filling the space where the flame's living essence had been suppressed for months. But it was not cedar and honey. It was not night jasmine. It was not the char iron bite of hostility or the ozone and hot stone smell of magic at work. It was rain. It was wild honey. It was something green and living and impossibly old. The scent of moss that had been growing in the dark since before anyone had thought to build a palace above it. Of earth that had never been turned. Of the first green thing that ever pushed through stone and found light. It was ancient the way the word ancient was ancient. Not just old, but foundational. the smell of the world remembering what it was before courts and thrones and politics were laid over it like a thin, cracking veneer. The chief healer stepped back. Bryn could see his face from the corner of her fading vision. The controlled, professional composure of a man who had spent his life reading the palace's flames, stripped away to raw, uncomprehending shock. His lips parted. He looked at the circling gold fire, at the scent filling the ward, at Bryn on her knees with Rendell's hands on her shoulders, and she could see in his expression that this was outside the entire vocabulary of his lifetime. He had never smelled this from the flames. No one had. The fire was speaking a language he did not know it possessed. Rendell had gone completely still. Not the controlled stillness of a soldier at rest, but the rigid, locked stillness of a man whose body had stopped responding to his commands. His hands were still on her shoulders. Bryn could feel the tension in them, each finger pressed hard enough to dimple the linen, the tendons standing taut beneath his skin. His heartbeat, transmitted through the broad plane of his chest against her back, had not slowed. If anything, it had quickened. At the edge of Bryn's failing awareness, she found Lyra. The spy had pushed away from her pillar. She stood upright now, her arms no longer crossed but hanging at her sides, her weight balanced evenly on both feet. Her chin was lifted and her green eyes were fixed on Bryn with an expression that had nothing to do with boredom or professional obligation. The composure was there. She was too well trained for it to vanish completely, but something had cracked behind it, wider than the flinch over the convulsing patient, deeper than a spy's assessment of an asset's value. Lyra was looking at Bryn the way someone looks at a locked door that has just opened on its own, without key or hand to turn it. Not fear, not warmth. Something between recognition and alarm. The dawning awareness that the thing she had been assigned to watch was not the thing she had been told it was. The moment held. The gold light circled. The harmonic hum resonated through stone. Then it passed. The flame settled. The deep gold faded back through amber to its usual warmth, the circling motion slowing and stopping, each flame resuming its ordinary behavior as if nothing had happened. The humming tone descended below the threshold of hearing and dissolved into the stone. The ancient scent, that rain and honey and green growing scent, thinned and dispersed, leaving behind only a ghost trace in Bryn's memory. The way the fragrance of a dried herb lingers in a jar long after the herb itself has crumbled to dust. The cold ash void crept back, but not entirely. The flames in the healing ward burned a fraction brighter than they had before Bryn's touch. Their whisper carried a thread more substance than it had. Something had been pushed back, even if only by inches. Rendell released her shoulders. He did it the way a man pulls his hand from a flame, sudden, deliberate, and too late, as if the contact had burned him and he had only just noticed. He took a single step back, and the space between them filled immediately with cold ward air and the absence of his warmth. And Bryn's body registered the loss with a clarity that cut through her exhaustion. The places where his hands had been felt exposed, specific. 2 shoulder-shaped patches of fading heat that mapped exactly where each of his fingers had pressed. He had held her too long. She knew this with the same certainty she knew a pulse was too fast or a breath too shallow. The duration of his grip had exceeded the reflex, and the way he had released her was not the casual withdrawal of a man who had completed a necessary action. It was a flinch. She filed this. She was too exhausted to examine it, but the filing itself was significant. Her body logging his body's data the way it always logged the data of the people around her, except that the data, in this case, carried a frequency she could not tune out. His hands, his heat, his heartbeat against her shoulder blades. the smoke and leather, and that nameless, clean stone after rain scent of him that had cut through everything else and reached her first. She filed it and let the darkness take her. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on one of the stone beds. Someone had folded a cloth beneath her head. The ward's thin light pressed against her eyelids, and when she turned her head, she found the young soldier in the next bed watching her. His eyes were clear. The gray decay on his arms had retreated to faint silver-white tracery, like scars left behind by a river that has changed its course. His breathing was steady and deep. He looked at Bryn with an expression she could not parse. Gratitude, confusion, and something else. Something that looked almost like awe, which sat badly on a soldier's face.
"You're the human,"
he said. His voice was hoarse from weeks of disuse, cracking on the last word. Yes. He stared at her for a long time. Then he swallowed, and his hand moved, not toward her, but palm up on the stone between their beds, open and offering. The gesture of a man who does not have words for what has been done for him and is reaching for the closest substitute. Bryn looked at his hand. Her own hands ached. Every joint, every tendon, every bone felt as if they had been taken apart and reassembled slightly wrong, a deep, nauseating throb that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She could not have lifted her arm if someone had ordered it. "Thank you," she said. He closed his hands slowly and turned his face to the ceiling, and she watched his chest rise and fall with clean, easy breaths. And she felt something shift inside her that was not quite hope, but was its closest surviving relative. Her hands had healed. The power that had killed Corin Ashbourne, that had torn through his magic like light through glass and left him dead in the dirt of a border village, had just burned a plague out of a dying man and given him back his life. Her hands had healed. The tears came before she could stop them, silent and hot, tracking down her temples into her hair. She did not make a sound. She did not need to. The chief healer was at the far end of the ward, bent over his withering patients with a desperate, galvanized energy she recognized as the look of a man who has just been given a weapon after months of fighting barehanded. 2 attendants were helping the soldier sit up, and at the entrance to the ward, in the thin light of the corridor, Rendell Ashbourne stood with his arms crossed and his back against the wall, and his pale gray eyes fixed on her face with an expression she had never seen on him before. It was not hostility. It was not grief. It was not the cold, flat assessment of a keeper evaluating his charge. It was the expression of a man whose certainty has cracked, and who is not yet able to name what is growing in the fracture. He held her gaze for 2 heartbeats, long enough that she could see the tension in his jaw, the scar pulling white against the set muscle, and something working behind those pale eyes that he was fighting to contain. Then he looked away, deliberately, the way a man turns from something he is not ready to face. Bryn closed her eyes and felt the ward's flames whisper around her, thin and struggling and alive. She could still feel the ghost warmth of his hands on her shoulders, could still catch the fading edge of his scent, smoke and leather and cold stone after rain, already thinning in the ward's stale air. But beneath it, distinct from it, the flame's own voice lingered, that trace of petrichor and wild honey and ancient green still clinging to the edges of the cold ash void. A scent the palace had never produced before, and that no one in the room could explain. Not his, the fire's. Something the flames themselves had remembered and spoken aloud for the first time in living memory. She was the most dangerous person in the Ember Court, and she was the only one who could save it, and the brother of the man she had killed had held her 2 heartbeats too long, and his heart had been beating fast, and the palace's ancient fire had turned gold and circled her and hummed a note that resonated in her bones like a name she had forgotten she knew. She pressed her aching hands flat against the stone bed. The surface was cold and rough and real. And somewhere deep beneath the Ember Court, far below the healing ward and the corridor flames and the throne hall's rivers of fire, something ancient stirred in its sleep, recognized, and waited. Chapter 4. The Road to Ruin. The order came at dawn. Bryn was sitting on the edge of her stone bed, flexing her fingers against the deep ache that had settled into every joint during the night. Her hands felt like they had been wrung out and hung to dry, the tendons tight, the knuckles swollen, a faint tremor running through her palms that she could not will away. Someone had moved her in the hours after her collapse. She had a dim, half-conscious memory of being carried through corridors that climbed instead of descended, of the ward's suppressed silence giving way to the low murmur of living flames, of being set down on cold, smooth sheets that smelled of stone and nothing else. Her own chamber. She had not been awake enough to see who carried her. Guards, attendants, she did not know. Only that the movement had been steady and the transfer careful, and she had not asked. The ward's chief healer had told her to rest. She had slept perhaps 2 hours, and the rest had been spent watching the single flame bracket near her door shift through shades of amber, trying to read its mood the way she read a patient's pulse. She was getting better at it. The flame had been restless all night, flickering with a dry, papery crackle that she was beginning to associate with unease, as though the fire itself could not settle. She was reaching for the basin of water on the chest when the door opened and Rendell filled the frame. He was already dressed for travel, dark leather, close-fitted and military cut, a riding cloak thrown over one shoulder. His boots were laced to the knee. He looked like he had been awake for hours, which meant he probably had, and the efficient precision of his appearance made her acutely aware that she was sitting in the same linen shift she had been given the night before, her hair loose and tangled from a night of restless half-sleep.
"The High Lord has ordered us to the outer holdings,"
he said. No greeting, no preamble. His voice was the same clipped blade she remembered from the throne hall, each word delivered with the economy of a man who considered conversation a resource to be rationed. "The Withering is advancing fastest in the Eastern Territories. A regional lord has requested assistance. You will heal as many as you are able. We leave within the hour." Bryn looked at him. He had not asked whether she could walk. He had not asked whether the tremor in her hands had subsided, or whether she had eaten, or whether the fist of ice that had nested behind her ribs during yesterday's healing had fully thawed. He had not asked anything at all. "And if I can't?" she said. His pale gray eyes cut to her hands. She saw him register the tremor, the slight, involuntary movement she could not control, and then dismiss it. "You can." "You don't know that. I know you healed a man who was dying and survived it. That is sufficient." Bryn stood. The shift fell to her knees, and she was suddenly conscious of how small she looked in this room, in this world. A village healer in borrowed clothes, with shaking hands and bruises ringing her wrists in mottled purple. She was conscious, too, of how much space Rendell took up in the doorway. Not just his height and the breadth of his shoulders, but the quality of his presence. Coiled, watchful, a blade resting in its sheath. The flame in the bracket near the door hissed softly, a thin thread of char iron rising from its heat, though whether it was responding to his mood or hers, she could not tell. "I'm not your soldier," she said. "I'm not your weapon. If you want me to heal your people, you will have a decency to speak to me like a person, and not a tool the High Lord pointed at a problem." Something shifted behind his eyes. It was not anger, exactly. Or if it was the cold, controlled kind that sat behind a closed door and waited. His jaw tightened, the scar pulling white against the set muscle. "You are a prisoner of the Ember Court," he said, "whose life is contingent on her usefulness. I would suggest you not mistake courtesy for a requirement." "And I would suggest," Bryn said, and her voice dropped the way it always did when emotion pressed against the inside of her chest, "that you not mistake obedience for willingness. I healed that soldier because he was suffering and I could help him, not because your father commanded it, not because you stood in the corner and watched to make sure I performed. I am being used. We can both pretend otherwise, or we can have the honesty to call it what it is." The word landed. Used. She saw it hit, a brief, almost imperceptible flinch behind his expression, there and gone like a fish breaking the surface of still water. His gaze held hers for a beat longer than it should have, and in that fraction of silence, she became aware of things she did not want to be aware of. The way the early light caught the sharp angle of his cheekbone, the tight line of his shoulders beneath the leather, the particular quality of stillness in his body that was not calm but held force. He was close enough that she could smell wood smoke from wherever he had been that morning, and the leather of his riding gloves, and something beneath both, clean and unnamed, like cold stone after rain. She knew that scent. She had catalogued it in the healing ward when his arms were around her and his heartbeat was too fast.
"Within the hour,"
he said, and left. Bryn stood in the silence he left behind. The flame bracket crackled once, then settled to a low, uncertain amber. She dressed in the practical riding clothes Lysara had laid out the night before. Dark wool, a fitted tunic, leather boots that were finer than anything she had worn in Thornfield, but mercifully sturdy. Her hands shook as she laced them. She braided her hair with quick, rough motions, the way she always did before a long day of work, and refused to think about the expression on Rendell's face when she had said the word used. They departed through a gate she had not seen before, on the palace's eastern face where the stone gave way to a wide courtyard and then to a road that wound downhill into forest. 6 guards accompanied them, silent fae in dark armor who rode in formation without looking at Bryn. Lysara rode among them, her copper hair bound under a hood, her clever green eyes sweeping the road ahead with the particular alertness of someone cataloging escape routes by professional habit. She did not acknowledge Bryn beyond a glance that communicated, with impressive economy, board tolerance and clinical assessment. Rendell rode at the head of the column. Bryn rode behind him, on a horse that moved with the same unsettling, near-silent grace as the soldiers' mounts, hooves barely touching the ground, stride eerily smooth. She had ridden before, on Thornfield's plow horses with their heavy, honest gaits, but this animal felt like sitting on flowing water. She gripped the reins and focused on staying seated and not on the rigid line of Rendell's back ahead of her, or the way he moved with the horse like a single instrument, every shift of his weight deliberate, controlled, effortless. A soldier's posture, a body trained to be efficient even at rest. She made herself look at the road instead. The fey lands beyond the Ember Court unfolded around her like a world turning in its grave. She had expected beauty. She had braced herself for it, the kind of impossible, ancient grandeur that the palace's living fire hinted at, that the throne hall's soaring pillars promised. And there were traces of it. The road was carved stone, pale and smooth, wide enough for 10 riders abreast, its surface etched with flowing patterns that might have been decorative or might have been something older and stranger. The trees on either side were vast, trunks broader than her cottage, canopies that should have formed a cathedral of green and gold overhead. But half the cathedral was dead. The leaves on the eastern side of the road had gone gray. Not autumn gray, not the warm surrender of a season ending. This was the gray of something drained, something whose color had been eaten from within. The leaves crumbled when the wind touched them, dissolving into fine ash that drifted across the road like dirty snow. Where the gray canopy ended and the living green began, the boundary was sharp and wrong. Not a gradual fade, but a line, as though someone had drawn a blade through the forest and everything on one side had simply stopped. Bryn stared. She had heard the chief healer describe the withering's effects. She had seen it on flesh, but on the land itself, the scale of it was staggering. They rode on. The damage worsened. Rivers crossed the road at intervals, running through channels carved in the stone. They should have been luminous. She had seen the faint ambient glow of fey magic in the palace, the way light lived in surfaces that mortal stone could never hold. These rivers were clouded, sluggish. The glow was a sickly flicker, irregular, like a pulse struggling to maintain itself. One stream they forded was thick with a gray sediment that clung to the horses' hooves and left a film on the stone that took minutes to fade. The path narrowed at the crossing, forcing the column to funnel through single file, and Rendell pulled his horse to the side to check the footing before waving them through. As Bryn's mount picked its way across the gray filmed stones, he was suddenly beside her, close enough that his knee nearly brushed hers, close enough that the wind carried his scent to her before she could brace against it. Wood smoke and saddle leather, and beneath both, that unnamed thing like cold stone after rain. She held her breath and did not look at him, and catalogued it anyway, the way her hands catalogued a wound before her mind gave permission. Then the crossing was behind them, and he was riding ahead again, and she told herself the tightness in her chest was from holding her breath too long. The meadows were worse. Silver grass, waist-high and rippling in a wind that should have made it beautiful, gave way in spreading patches to blackened rot. The stench hit Bryn before the sight did, a thick, humid reek that sat between ozone and gangrene, sweet and electrical and deeply, fundamentally wrong. She pressed the back of her hand to her mouth. 2 of the guards did the same. Rendell did not react, but his horse sidestepped, nostrils flaring. "How far does it go?" Bryn asked, and did not care that her voice came out smaller than she intended. Rendell did not turn. The eastern territories have been the worst affected for 2 years. The northern holdings report new outbreaks every month. "And no one knows what's causing it." "If they did," he said, "you would not be here." The road buckled half a mile later. The carved stone had cracked and heaved, split by forces that had nothing to do with weather or time. Where the enchantments that held the road together had failed, the surface had shattered into jagged slabs tilted at angles, and the party was forced to detour onto a muddy track that wound between abandoned homesteads. The houses were vine-covered stone, their doors dark, their windows empty. Bryn saw a child's toy, a carved wooden horse, lying in the mud of a dooryard, half swallowed by gray rot. She looked away. They passed crumbling waymarkers along the road's original edge, tall stones, waist-high, carved with symbols she could not read, spiraling, interleaved patterns that reminded her of the throne hall's pillars. As she rode past one, close enough to touch, her skin prickled. A faint current ran up her arm and into her chest, settling behind her ribs like a held breath. She turned in the saddle and stared at the waymarker, but it was just stone, old, crumbling, silent. She rubbed her arm and told herself it was fatigue. But it had felt like recognition, brief and wordless, the way the ward's flames had circled her. She did not mention it. They reached the first village by late afternoon. It was smaller than Thornfield, a cluster of vine-covered stone dwellings built around a central well, whose stone lip was cracked and dry. The well had gone dark. Whatever magic had fed it was gone. The villagers watched from doorways, hollow faces, wary eyes, the particular stillness of people who have stopped expecting help. Some bore visible withering marks, gray patches on forearms, darkened fingers, the telltale branching patterns climbing necks and jaw lines. A woman held a child against her hip, and the child's left hand was entirely gray, the fingers curled inward like dried leaves. Bryn's healer's eye catalogued the child's symptoms before she could stop herself. Approximately 3 weeks of progression, the hand was non-functional. Without intervention, the gray would reach the elbow within days. No one approached her. A few villagers stepped back when she dismounted, their gazes tracking the human woman with flat distrust. One elderly fae spat on the ground and turned away. Bryn looked at Rendell. He stood beside his horse, scanning the village with the same tactical assessment he had given the healing ward. Exits, threats, terrain. He did not look at the spitting fae. He did not look at Bryn. "Where are the worst cases?" she asked the village. Silence. Then the woman with the gray-handed child stepped forward. She did not speak. She simply extended the child toward Bryn, a wordless offering that said everything. Bryn healed 3 victims before the light failed. The child first, then a young woman whose withering had reached her throat, then an old man whose entire left arm had gone black. Each time the white gold power surged through her, and the corruption fought back with its mindless, starving tenacity. And each time Bryn held on through the burning and the draining and the cold fist that clenched behind her ribs. Each time the withering shredded apart and the gray retreated to faint silver-white tracery. Each time the patient drew a clean breath and looked at her with something between awe and fear. Each time the cost carved deeper. After the first, her hands trembled badly enough that she had to press them against her thighs to still them. After the second, her vision grayed at the edges and a persistent ringing settled in her ears. After the third, the old man, whose corruption was rooted so deep it felt like pulling bindweed from foundation stone, her legs simply stopped working. She made it to the threshold of the dwelling they had converted to a makeshift healing room before her knees buckled. She caught herself on the doorframe, just barely. Her fingers dug into the stone, white-knuckled, and she hung there for a moment, half standing, half falling, before her body remembered how to hold itself upright. She straightened. She smoothed her expression. She turned to face the small crowd of villagers who had gathered in the dooryard. And she told them, in a voice that did not shake because she would not allow it to shake, that the healed patients needed rest and clean water and warmth. Then she walked to the chamber she had been given, a small stone room at the back of the village's central hall, and sat on the narrow cot and pressed her trembling hands between her knees and breathed until the graying at the edges of her vision receded. She did not cry. She was too empty for it. Across the hall, through the open doorway, she saw Rendell standing with his arms crossed, speaking quietly to one of the guards. His gaze tracked to her doorway. Held. She saw him register what she was doing, the pressed hands, the careful breathing, the rigid set of her spine that was holding everything together through sheer refusal to collapse. She saw him see it all. She turned away and closed her eyes. The next morning, Rendell set a slower pace. He said nothing about it. He simply rode out at a walk where the previous day he had maintained a harder pace. And when one of the guards rode forward to ask about the delay, Rendell answered with a single, flat look that ended the conversation. Bryn noticed. She noticed the way a healer notices a patient who has shifted position in the night. The kind of change that means something, even if the patient does not know it means something. The pace was slower. The road was easier. and Rendell was no longer riding ahead of her. He was riding beside her. Not close. 3 horse lengths to her left, his eyes on the road, his posture unchanged. But 3 horse lengths was different from the 10 he had maintained the day before. 3 horse lengths meant she could hear the creak of his saddle leather when he shifted weight, could see, without turning her head, the way his hands rested on the reins, bare, the riding gloves tucked through his belt in the morning's mild air, and she could see them clearly now. Large hands, scarred across the knuckles, competent in their stillness, the kind of easy grip that came from a lifetime in the saddle. Could feel, or thought she felt, the faint ambient warmth of another body nearby when the road narrowed through a stand of dying trees and their horses drew closer to avoid the rot. She did not examine why she was cataloging these details. She did not want to know. But she thought, briefly, and against her will, of the living flame's cedar honey scent, the warmth of welcome she had encountered only once in the palace, in that brief, unexplained moment after Rendell had left her chamber on the first night. The corridor flames had released it as his footsteps faded, the palace fire producing a warmth she still could not explain, as if announcing something she did not yet have words for. And she caught herself searching for it in the air, listening for that same note, the way she might listen for a murmur in the walls of an unfamiliar room. It was not there. There were no living flames here to speak. The air smelled of dying forest and wet earth, and, faintly, wood smoke from his riding cloak. But she was looking, and that was the problem. The silence between them had changed. It was still tense. The weight of the word used still hung in the space between their horses. The dead prince's name still sat in both their throats unsaid. But the hostility had thinned. Something had been acknowledged, even if neither of them could name it. Bryn rode with her hands aching and her body hollowed by the previous day's healing and the persistent, unwelcome awareness that the man beside her had slowed his pace for her and expected no gratitude and would deny it if she offered any. She found, against every instinct, that she did not hate riding beside him. That evening, the second night of their road journey, the world contracted to the size of a campfire. The party made camp in a wayside clearing where a stream ran nearby. It was one of the luminous rivers that had not yet gone clouded, its faint blue-white glow casting strange shadows through the underbrush. The guards built a fire a short distance away and settled into the quiet, efficient routine of soldiers making camp in hostile territory. Bryn sat apart, her back against a fallen tree, her hands open in her lap. The tingling had not stopped. It ran through her palms like a low current, pulsing faintly in rhythm with something she could not identify. Not her heartbeat, not her breathing, but something deeper, something that seemed to resonate with the ambient hum of the fey lands around her. She stared at her palms and thought of Corin, of the white gold light tearing through his magic like glass struck by a hammer, of the soldier in the ward who had offered her his open palm in wordless gratitude, of the old man today whose black arm had retreated to silver-white tracery and who had looked at her hands as though they were either a miracle or a threat and could not decide which. A tin cup appeared at her right knee. She looked up. Rendell was settling himself against a rock 3 feet away, already eating dried provisions from a cloth pack, his gaze on the tree line where the forest's gray decay met the stream's fading glow. He did not look at her, but his body was angled fractionally toward her, shoulders turned just enough that if she had not spent her life reading the language of bodies, she might not have noticed. It was the posture of a man whose attention was where his eyes were not. The cup sat precisely within her reach, the handle angled toward her right hand. Bryn stared at the cup, then at him, then at the cup. The gesture was so deliberately casual, so precisely calibrated to be deniable that something in her chest tightened with an emotion she refused to name. She picked up the cup. It was warm, the metal heated by whatever was inside. She drank. Fey tea. Earthy, faintly bitter, with a sweetness underneath that bloomed at the back of her throat like late summer. The warmth of it spread through her chest and loosened something she had not realized was clenched. A knot of tension behind her sternum that had been there since the throne hall, since the chains, since the moment her hands had filled with light and ended a life. She drank again. The knot did not dissolve, but it eased. They ate in near silence. The fire crackled. An insect sang somewhere in the darkening trees. The stream murmured. Above them, stars were emerging through gaps in the canopy. Different stars than Thornfield's, or perhaps the same stars seen from a different world. Bryn did not know enough about Fey geography to say. "The holding," she said after a while. "The regional lord. Will he be hostile?"
He is pragmatic.
Rendell's voice was different. Not softer, exactly, but stripped of the cutting edge that characterized his every word within the Ember Court's walls. Lower, rougher, almost conversational. He has been managing Withering relief for his territory for 2 years. He will want results and will not care how they come. So he'll be hostile. Something moved at the corner of Rendell's mouth. Not a smile, something adjacent to one. The ghost of amusement in a face that had clearly decided such expressions were a tactical liability.
His grandfather was the one who built the holding.
It was meant to be a summer retreat. There is a story about how the foundation was laid. The old lord demanded the stone be quarried from a mountain that did not technically belong to him, and when the neighboring lord complained, he sent back a gift of 12 bottles of wine and a note that said the mountain was clearly happier as a house. Bryn blinked. Rendell did not look at her. He took a drink from his own cup. The firelight caught the scar along his jaw, turning it from silver white to a thin line of gold, and she could see the tension in his neck, the tendons standing in slight relief, the set of his shoulders, that told her he was aware of what he had just done. He had offered a story, an unnecessary detail, a piece of the world that had nothing to do with duty or survival or the political machinery of the Ember Court. He had, for a handful of heartbeats, spoken to her like a person speaking to another person. "Did it work?" Bryn asked. "The wine."
The holding is still standing.
She almost laughed. Not quite. The sound caught somewhere between her chest and her throat and came out as a breath that was not quite anything, but close enough that Rendell's gaze moved to her for the first time since he had sat down. Just a glance, brief as a struck match. His eyes caught the firelight and reflected it back as pale silver, and she saw, or thought she saw, something in them that was not hostility, not assessment, not the cold, flat stare of a man guarding a prisoner. Then he looked away, back to the tree line, and the moment passed. Bryn held her cup in both hands and watched the fire. She watched the way the light moved across his jaw, the way his scarred hands cradled his own cup. Large hands, long fingers, the knuckles roughened in ways that spoke of sword hilts and reins and years of physical discipline. She watched the firelight find the hollow of his throat above his collar and the broad line of his shoulders where the riding cloak had slipped back. She filed these details alongside the scent from the stream crossing and the heartbeat from the healing ward and the grip on her shoulders and the 2 heartbeats too long. The catalog was growing. She could not make it stop. The fire popped, sending a spiral of sparks into the darkness. The sound was warm and thoughtless, wood splitting, air escaping, the honest crackle of a campfire doing its simple work. It gave heat, it gave light, And for a moment, sitting in its glow with tea cooling in her hands and the quiet sounds of camp around her, that was enough. Bryn tightened her grip on the cup and told herself that the warmth spreading through her chest was the tea and nothing else. The road the next day wound steadily east, and the damage grew no better. But something between them had shifted. Not warmth, not trust, but the thinnest membrane of acknowledgement that they were two people sharing a road, rather than a keeper marching a prisoner toward her next use. Rendell still rode beside her rather than ahead, and once, when her horse stumbled on a cracked slab of roadstone, his hand moved again toward her reins before he caught himself and pulled it back. The motion was sharp, aborted, and he did not look at her afterward. But she had seen it, the same impulse as the adjusted pace, surfacing closer to the skin this time. She filed it with the rest. They reached the regional lord's holding late on the third afternoon. The holding was a fortified estate built from pale stone, the same carved rock as the road, though here it had been shaped into walls and towers and a gate wide enough for 10 mounted riders abreast. It was impressive in the way that a clenched fist is impressive, functional, unyielding, built for a purpose that had nothing to do with beauty. Fae from the surrounding territories had gathered inside its warded walls, families, craftspeople, soldiers, the displaced and the desperate. The courtyard was crowded and tense, and the air smelled of too many people in too small a space, and beneath that, the sweet rot stench of the withering that clung to the afflicted like a second skin. Word of Bryn's healing had preceded them. The regional lord, a tall, iron-haired fae with the bearing of a man who had been managing crisis so long it had become his natural posture, met them in the holding's main hall. He was eager, too eager. He had arranged a public demonstration, a healing before the assembled people of his territory, a display of the Ember Court's power and purpose. "My people need to see hope," he told Rendell, in the tone of a man who understood that hope was a commodity to be manufactured and deployed. "They need to see this human weapon do what it is rumored to do." Bryn, standing 3 feet behind Rendell, heard herself referred to as a weapon and did not flinch. She was getting better at that. The preparations were already underway when they arrived. Attendants were arranging seating in the demonstration chamber, a wide vaulted room off the main hall with raised stone benches along the walls. Guards were clearing corridors. The regional lord's household staff moved through the space with the focused intensity of people staging a performance. In the press of activity near the entrance to the main hall, Bryn noticed a courier. He stood apart from the household staff, a lean fae in travel-dusty riding clothes, still wearing the satchel of a long-distance messenger, with the particular stillness of someone who had delivered his message and was waiting to be dismissed. He was unremarkable. She would not have noticed him at all, except that her eye, the healer's eye that catalogued every body in a room the way her mother had taught her, automatically, the way breathing was automatic, caught the seal. Stamped into the leather flap of his satchel. Not the regional lord's crest, which she had already seen on the gate flags and the household tunics, and the wax seals on the documents the regional lord had shown Rendell. This was different. She recognized it from the formal council sessions she had been present for in the Ember Court. The same insignia embossed on correspondence she had seen on council tables. The same seal Theron presented with his documents when he addressed the High Lord. The Elder Counselor's seal. Theron's seal. The courier was from the Ember Court. He had arrived before them. Bryn registered the detail the way she registered a bruise on a patient's arm that did not match their reported injury, automatically, without understanding its significance. A courier from the Elder Counselor, present at a regional holding before a demonstration was staged. She filed it alongside the preparations and the crowd and the tight, eager expression on the regional lord's face, and she moved on. The victim selected for the demonstration was brought in on a litter. A middle-aged Fae woman. The Withering had progressed further than any case Bryn had treated. It covered her arms, her chest, her neck, climbing her jaw in branching gray patterns that pulsed with that slow, breathing rhythm Bryn had learned to dread. Her eyes were open but distant. Her breathing was shallow and wet. Bryn knelt beside the litter. The crowd pressed close. Dozens of Fae packed into the demonstration chamber, watching from the raised benches, standing in the aisles, craning from the doorway. She could feel their attention like heat on her skin. She could feel their hope and their hostility braided together into something she had no word for. She placed her hands on the woman's arm. The power answered. White gold light flowed from her palms, and the Withering snarled beneath her touch. The same mindless, starving resistance she had felt in every healing. But this time it was stronger, deeper. The corruption had rooted itself so thoroughly that burning it out felt like trying to pull a tree up by the heartwood. Bryn pushed harder, pouring more of herself into the light, feeling the warmth drain from her core. Something was wrong. The Withering was not just fighting back. It was surging, growing, feeding on the light she was pouring into it, swelling with a violent, convulsive energy that she had never felt before. The woman on the litter began to seize, her body arching off the pallet, her mouth opening in a scream that never came because the Withering was already in her throat. Bryn tried to pull her hands away. She could not. The white gold light flared to blinding intensity. The crowd cried out. The air in the chamber cracked. Not a sound, but a pressure wave. A shock wave that slammed outward from the point of contact and sent the nearest onlookers staggering back. Bryn felt the corruption collapse, not the way it had in every other healing, not the slow retreat of infection burned clean, but a violent implosion, a convulsive death rattle that dragged the woman's remaining vitality down with it. The light died. Bryn was on the ground. She did not remember falling. Her hands were shaking, faintly luminous, and the stone floor was cold against her cheek. The woman on the litter was not breathing. Bryn pushed herself up on her elbows and stared at her hands, the same brown, calloused healer's hands that had set Aldrich's wrist and caught the baker's wife's child and burned the Withering out of a young soldier and given him back his life. The faint glow faded. The tremor did not. She saw the woman's face, still, gray, empty, and superimposed over it, like a double image in bad glass, she saw Corin, golden hair matted with blood, amber eyes open and beautiful and gone. The crowd erupted. Voices crashed over her. Accusations, horror, the particular pitch of fear curdling into rage. Someone was shouting about the human weapon. Someone was demanding to know what the Ember Court had sent them. A woman in the crowd was screaming. The dead woman's sister or daughter or friend, Bryn could not tell. The scream was too raw and too familiar. Bryn stayed on her knees. She did not try to stand. She did not try to explain. There was nothing to explain. She had reached out to heal, and something had died under her hands. And it did not matter that the corruption had surged wrong, that the Withering had behaved in a way she had never felt before, that something about this victim had been different from every other patient she had touched. What mattered was the body on the litter, and the blood on her metaphorical hands, and the look on the faces of the crowd, which was the same look that the villagers of Thornfield had worn when they watched her dragged away in chains. Rendell was beside her. She did not know when he had moved. His hand closed around her upper arm, not roughly, but with the grip of someone removing a person from a dangerous situation, and he pulled her to her feet and walked her through the crowd toward the door. The Fae parted around them, not out of deference, but out of the instinctive recoil she was beginning to understand was her permanent relationship with this world. As Rendell pulled her through the doorway, she caught a flash of copper hair. Lysara. Near the wall, one hand pressed flat against the stone, her green eyes wide and sharp. Her gaze swept once toward the entrance to the main hall, toward the place where the courier had stood with Theron's seal on his satchel, before it found Bryn. Something had shifted in Lysara's expression. It was not shock. It was recognition, cold and clicking. The expression of a woman whose professional instincts were telling her a story she did not want to hear. Then the hall swallowed them. Mordane's response arrived that night. Rendell had sent the report immediately. A tersely worded account of the victim's death, the anomalous behavior of the Withering during the healing, the courier bearing Theron's seal who had arrived before the demonstration. Bryn knew this because she had watched him write it, sitting in the Holding's small messenger room with his jaw set and his pen moving across parchment with the same controlled efficiency he brought to everything. The reply came by fast writer before the candles burned down. Rendell read it standing. His expression did not change, but the tendons in his wrist went rigid where he gripped the parchment. Bryn was close enough to read over his shoulder. She should not have been. He should have dismissed her, should have kept the High Lord's correspondence from a prisoner's eyes. He did neither. The message was brief. Mordane acknowledged the death as regrettable, attributed it to the instability of Bryn's untested power, and declined to authorize an investigation into the courier or the circumstances of the victim's selection. Proof, he wrote, of deliberate interference must be ironclad and specific before the Elder Counselor's name is attached to accusations. The word ironclad was underlined. The word accusations was not, but it did not need to be. The meaning was clear. Rendell's suspicions were not welcome, and pursuing them further without evidence the High Lord would find acceptable was a path Mordane would not permit. Bryn stared at the parchment. She thought about the courier's travel dust, the seal on his satchel, the way the Withering had surged against her hands with a violence that was new, that was wrong, that felt engineered rather than organic. She thought about the woman on the litter whose body was being prepared for burial by strangers while the regional lord's court decided who to blame. "He knows," she said quietly. Rendell's jaw tightened, the scar pulled white. He folded the parchment with precise, deliberate motions and did not answer. "He knows something is wrong, and he's choosing not to look." "He is choosing," Rendell said, and his voice was flat in a way that told her the flatness was costing him. "To require evidence before he acts. He's requiring evidence he knows won't exist. That's not caution. That's permission." He turned. The movement was sharp, controlled but sharp, and for a moment he was very close. Close enough that she could see the grain of the scar tissue along his jaw and the faint shadow beneath his eyes that spoke of too little sleep and too much grief. His pale gray eyes were not angry. They were something worse than angry. They were resigned. "My father," he said, "has ruled the Ember Court for longer than your village has existed. He does not make errors. He makes calculations." And the woman on the litter? What was she calculated as? He held her gaze. Held it long enough that she saw the answer he would not speak. The answer that lived in the white pull of his scar, and the rigid line of his shoulders, and the particular quality of silence that a man produces when he knows something is wrong and has not yet decided what he is willing to do about it. Then he turned away. Lysara stood in the corridor outside the messenger room. She had heard enough. Bryn could tell by the careful blankness of her expression, which was the expression Lysara wore when she was processing something she did not intend to share. Her green eyes moved from Rendell to Bryn and back. She said nothing. She did not need to. But half an hour later, when Rendell had left to inspect the holding's perimeter guard, Lysara appeared in the doorway of Bryn's chamber. She did not knock. She leaned against the frame with her arms folded and her chin tilted at the particular angle that meant she was about to say something she had decided to say and would not be interrupted. The clever green eyes were not amused. They were not sharp with their usual professional assessment. They were troubled, and Lysara was not a woman who let trouble show unless she meant for it to be seen. "I pulled the courier dispatch logs," she said. No preamble. Her voice was low, pitched for the room and no further. The ones filed through the court's logistics office. The same bureaucratic channels I use to submit my reports on you. A flicker of dry humor, gone before it could settle. The elder counselor sent 3 dispatches to this holding in the week before we departed. 3. The standard traffic for a regional holding in a non-crisis quarter is 1 per month. Bryn sat very still on her cot. Her hands, pressed between her knees to hide the tremor, went cold. The first dispatch arrived 4 days before our departure order was issued, Lysara continued. It contained instructions regarding, and I am using the precise language from the routing log, victim selection and preparation for visiting dignitary. The second arrived 2 days later, with amendments to the selection criteria. The third arrived the morning of our departure. She paused. The morning, which means the courier who carried it left the Ember Court before dawn, riding fast to arrive here before us. The same courier you saw in the main hall, the one with the seal. The room was very quiet. The ordinary fire in the hearth popped once, stupidly cheerful. That woman was chosen, Bryn said. That woman was chosen, Lysara agreed. Specifically, in advance, by someone with the elder counselor's authority to dispatch sealed correspondence to a regional lord and have it obeyed without question. Bryn looked at her hands. The tremor had not stopped. The faint tingling that ran through her palms pulsed in its strange, deep rhythm, indifferent to the conversation, indifferent to the sick certainty settling into her chest like ice water. There's more, Lysara said. Her voice changed, the dry, professional edge softening into something rawer, something that cost her. She unfolded her arms and stood straight in the doorway, and for a moment, she looked less like a spy delivering intelligence and more like a woman who had not slept. I cross-referenced the victim selection correspondence with the healer's intake records. The woman they put on that litter, her case was flagged as terminal 3 weeks ago. The court healers had already documented that her corruption had progressed past the threshold where any intervention was expected to succeed. She was dying. She was always going to die. Lysara's jaw tightened. But someone made certain she died under your hands, in front of an audience. The silence stretched between them. The death has been keeping me awake, Lysara said, and the admission landed with the weight of something she had not intended to say aloud. She caught herself, pressed her lips together, and for a moment the mask flickered, the polished, irreverent, professionally detached mask that Lysara wore like armor, and beneath it Bryn saw something she recognized, the expression of someone whose work had required them to witness something they could not unfeel. Then the mask resettled. Lysara's chin lifted. There is one more thing, she said, and this you will want to hear. She glanced toward the corridor, a reflex check, the habit of a woman whose survival depended on knowing who was listening. When we return to the Ember Court, you should know that Prince Corrin's study has been sealed since his death. No one enters, Mordane's orders. But I have contacts among the palace staff, the attendants who manage the residential corridors, the ones who see everything and are seen by no one. A brief, humorless smile. One of them told me this morning, by dispatch, that in the days before we left, one of Theron's household attendants was seen near Corrin's study corridor, asking questions, specifically asking whether the sealed door had been opened. Bryn's breath caught. "It has not been opened," Lysara said. But the fact that someone in Theron's household thought to check, that they are watching that door, tells you something about what is behind it, and about what the Elder Counselor does not want anyone to find. She held Bryn's gaze for a long moment. The green eyes were steady, clear, and entirely without their usual sardonic warmth. "No help is coming from the throne," Lysara said. "I believe you already know that. What you may not know is that help rarely announces itself in this court. It simply shows up in doorways and says things it should not." She pushed off the frame, turned, and was gone. Her footsteps faded down the corridor with the quiet efficiency of someone who had never been there. Bryn sat in the silence. The ordinary fire crackled and popped in the hearth, and she listened to it the way a person listens to a language they do not speak, hearing the sounds without the meaning, feeling the warmth without the intelligence. No help was coming from the throne, but something had shifted in that doorway. Lysara's careful blankness cracked, her professional distance breached by a death that kept her awake and a pattern she could not ignore. The spy who filed thorough reports had filed this one with Bryn instead. That night, Bryn sat on the narrow cot in the chamber she had been given at the holding and stared at the fire in the small hearth across the room. It was ordinary fire, fed by logs that popped and split, casting ordinary warmth, producing ordinary light that did not shift color or murmur or carry meaning in its scent. Just fire. Combustion and heat and nothing more. She missed the palace flames. The realization arrived without warning, and the sharpness of it surprised her. She missed the living fire's murmur, the low, conversational hum that filled the silences in her chamber at the Ember Court. The way the flames shifted when someone's mood changed. The way she could read a room's emotional temperature from the scent before she registered a single face. She was learning that language. She was getting better at it. And its absence here, in this holding with its ordinary hearths and its ordinary torches, made her feel more alone than the hostility of the crowd, or the dead woman's face, or the silence of Mordane's reply. She had begun to think of the Ember Court's fire as something alive, something that could be read, something that, in its strange and alien way, noticed her. She pressed her hands between her knees and breathed. The door opened without a knock. Rendell stepped inside and closed it behind him. He looked at her, at the pressed hands, at the set of her jaw, at the way she was holding herself together with the same rigid control she had used on the threshold of the village hall, and his expression was not the keeper's assessment she had learned to expect. It was something rawer. "Are you losing control?" he asked. It was not the question she had expected. It was not a cruel question either. She could hear, beneath the blunt military delivery, something that sounded almost like concern buried so deep he probably did not know it was there. "No," she said. "The woman died." "Yes." "Your power—" "My power did what it has always done. The Withering fought differently. It surged, fed on what I was giving it instead of burning clean." She heard her own voice and recognized the flat, diagnostic tone she used when reporting symptoms. The healer's voice that kept emotion at arm's length by reducing everything to observable data. That has never happened before. Not in the ward, not in the village. Something about that patient was wrong.
Wrong how?
I don't know. She looked down at her hands. They were still trembling. The faint tingling that had settled into her palms after the first healing in the ward had not faded. If anything, it had deepened, a low hum running through her bones, like a string plucked too hard and still resonating. But I know what my power feels like when it works. And that was not it. Rendell was silent. He stood 3 feet from her cot, and the firelight from the ordinary hearth caught the angles of his face and threw shadows into the hollows of his cheeks and painted the scar along his jaw in shifting bronze. He was close enough that she could see the pulse in his throat, steady and slow. A soldier's controlled rhythm, the kind of heartbeat that only quickened under extreme duress. "These are all I have." The words came out before she could stop them. She had not planned to say them. She had not planned to hold up her hands, palms out, trembling, the bruises around her wrists still mottled purple. But her body was ahead of her mind, and she was tired. Tired past the point where control was possible. Past the point where she could keep the walls up and the composure intact, and the grief and guilt and rage tamped down behind the flat, practical surface of a village healer who met pain without flinching. "They're all I've ever had. My mother's hands. The only thing she left me. And every time I use them for you, every time I press them against someone who is dying and pour light into them until there is nothing left of me, something breaks. Something inside me that I cannot put back together." "I watched a woman die today because I touched her. Because I reached out and tried to help, again. And I cannot tell if it was my fault or someone else's. And I am so tired of not knowing which kind of monster I am." Her voice dropped, not a whisper, lower than that. The tone that meant she was too close to the edge for volume. The silence that followed was absolute. Rendell did not speak. He stood in the firelight with his arms at his sides and his pale eyes on her face, and his breathing, she could hear it now, the way she heard everything about him, whether she wanted to or not. His breathing had changed. Heavier. Uneven. The controlled rhythm broken. The soldier's discipline cracked by something he could not suppress. His gaze dropped from her eyes to her hands. It stayed there. Not a glance. Not the quick, tactical assessment he had given her trembling fingers that morning in her chamber, cataloging and dismissing. This was something else entirely. His eyes settled on her upturned palms, on the bruised wrists and the calloused fingers and the faint tremor she could not still, and they did not move. He looked at her hands the way she imagined he might look at a wound he had inflicted without meaning to, with an expression she searched for a word for and found nothing adequate. It was not pity. It was not anger. It was something that looked like grief turned inside out, the particular devastation of a man realizing too late that he has been complicit in something he cannot undo. His gaze remained on her open palms as seconds stretched and the fire popped, and neither of them breathed normally. And she understood with a healer's certainty that he was seeing not just her hands, but everything those hands meant. What they had been made to do, what they had cost her. And that the seeing was doing something to him he did not know how to stop. The fire popped. Just fire. No murmur, no shifting scent, no intelligence behind the flame that could read the quality of silence between them and give it a name. Bryn became aware, in the terrible clarity that follows a breaking point, of how close he was standing, of the way the firelight caught the scar on his jaw and turned it to a thread of gold, of his breathing, the broken rhythm, the rise and fall of his chest that told her everything his face was trying not to say, of the breadth of him in the doorway-lit room, the way his presence compressed the air until she felt it against her skin, like the pressing warmth the palace flames produced when they were agitated. She hated herself for noticing. She hated herself for the way her body registered him. Not as a keeper, not as a threat, not as the brother of the man she had killed, but as a man standing in firelight, with broken breathing and grief-turned eyes, and hands that hung at his sides as though he did not know what to do with them. She hated that she could not stop. Rendell opened his mouth, closed it. His jaw worked, the scar pulling, the muscle clenching, and whatever he had been about to say retreated behind his teeth. His eyes came back to her face, and in that moment, she saw something crack behind them that he would not be able to repair. It was the look of a man who had crossed a threshold without meaning to, and could feel the door swinging shut behind him. Without a word, he turned and left. The door closed behind him with a soft, final sound. Bryn sat in the silence. The ordinary fire crackled and popped in the hearth, and she listened to it the way a person listens to a language they do not speak, hearing the sounds without the meaning, feeling the warmth without the intelligence. She missed the murmur of the palace flames. She missed the way they shifted and spoke and noticed. She missed, with a sharpness that frightened her, the brief cedar and honey warmth that the corridor flames outside her chamber had released on her first night in the Ember Court. The palace fire settling in Rendell's wake, producing a scent she still could not explain, a warmth that had arrived precisely as his footsteps faded and that she had not felt since. She realized she had begun to think of the Ember Court's fire as something alive, something that could be read, and the absence of that intelligence in this ordinary flame made her feel more alone than she had at any moment since leaving Thornfield. She curled her aching hands against her chest and breathed in the smell of ordinary smoke and ordinary stone and the fading trace of wood smoke and leather that still hung in the air where he had been standing. Something had broken open in him. She had seen it, in the way his gaze had fallen to her hands and stayed there, dwelling, unable to look away. In the sound of his breathing coming apart, something was breaking open in her. She could feel it in the way her body tracked his absence, the exact place in the room where he had stood, the exact temperature of the air where his warmth had been, the exact quality of silence that a room produces when a particular person leaves it. She pressed her hands flat against her ribs and felt her heartbeat. Elevated, irregular, no corresponding exertion. She knew what that meant. She had known since the healing ward, since his arms caught her, since his heartbeat answered hers with its own anomalous rhythm. She had been filing the data without looking at it, the way a healer files a symptom she is not ready to diagnose. But she was looking now. She could feel herself looking, could feel the clinical distance she had wrapped around the observation fraying at its edges, and beneath it, something raw and unnamed pressed upward like a wound she had been refusing to clean. She closed her eyes and willed it back down. It did not go. Outside the window, the Fey land stretched dark and dying under unfamiliar stars. The Withering crept through forests and rivers and meadows and roads and wells. The woman she had failed was being wrapped in burial cloth. The courier with Theron's seal had vanished into the holdings corridors. Mordane's reply sat folded in Rendell's pocket, a door locked against the truth. And in the palace they had left behind, someone in Theron's household was watching a dead prince's sealed door, asking whether it had been opened, guarding whatever Corrin had known, whatever Corrin had found, whatever had made Corrin dangerous enough to kill. And somewhere inside her, beneath the guilt and the exhaustion and the trembling in her hands, something had shifted. Not warmth, not yet, but the absence of cold, the first thaw at the edge of a long winter, so subtle it could be mistaken for nothing. She closed her eyes She did not sleep. Chapter 5. What the Dead Knew. The road back was the same road. The same shattered stone where the enchantments had failed. The same gray forests with their sharp-edged boundary between living green and drained ash. The same clouded rivers and blackened meadow rot with its sweetness that clung to the back of the throat. Bryn registered all of it the way a body registers cold after a long time standing in it, not as individual sensation, but as a general numbness, a fact of the world she was moving through without truly inhabiting. She had not slept. Her hands had stopped trembling some time before dawn, which she supposed was an improvement, though the deep tingling in her palms had not faded. It pulsed in the slow rhythm she had begun to notice on the ride out. Not her heartbeat, not her breathing, but something else, something that resonated with the ambient hum of the Feylands around her. She pressed her palms against the saddle horn and tried not to think about the woman who had died under them. The woman's face kept coming back anyway. Gray decay climbing the jaw, eyes distant and already halfway gone. The surge of the Withering feeding on Bryn's light with violent, convulsive hunger. Not retreating, not burning clean, but swelling, drinking, pulling her in until the implosion dragged everything down. The scream from the crowd. The sister or daughter or friend. She replayed it until the replaying became its own kind of numbness. Rendell rode beside her. Not ahead, not at the 10-length distance of the outward journey's first day, not even at the 3 lengths of the second. He was beside her, close enough that their horses occasionally fell into the same stride, their hooves striking the packed earth in unison before drifting apart again. He had been there since they departed the holding at first light, and Bryn had not consciously registered the positioning for the first hour, because her attention was turned so entirely inward that the external world was reduced to texture and movement and the dull ache behind her ribs. When she did notice, she did not look at him. She was aware of him the way she was aware of the road beneath her. The set of his shoulders in dark leather that caught no light, the faint shadow beneath his eyes, there since the holding, deepened now, the kind of exhaustion that sleep alone could not address. His hands on his reins, scarred across the knuckles, holding them with the competent stillness she had begun cataloging without permission. She knew his hands now. She had studied them the way she studied the Withering's branching patterns, involuntarily, thoroughly, with a professional attention that had somewhere along the way stopped being professional at all. She pulled her gaze forward and kept it there. The silence between them was not the hostile silence of the outward journey. That silence had been a wall, deliberate, thick, constructed from grief and contempt and the careful distance a man maintains when he is guarding the woman who killed his brother. This silence was different. It was the quiet that settles between two people who have seen each other stripped of armor and have not yet decided what to do about it. She had shown him her hands, trembling, bruised, the only inheritance her mother had left her. She had said something inside her broke each time she healed, and she could not put it back together. And the words had come out in the raw, unpolished diction of a village healer who was too exhausted to perform composure for a fey prince. And he had stood in her doorway, and his breathing had broken its controlled rhythm, and his gaze had fallen to her hands, and stayed there, with an expression she had diagnosed as grief turned inside out, the particular devastation of a man realizing too late that he has been complicit in something he cannot undo. Then he had left without speaking. And this morning he was riding beside her, and neither of them had acknowledged any of it, and the silence held them both like water holds a stone, completely, pressingly, with no effort and no escape. They stopped at a stream crossing near midday. The water was clear here, one of the unaffected tributaries that still ran with a faint blue-white luminescence, its glow casting wavering patterns on the underside of the canopy above. The horses lowered their heads to drink. Guards dismounted in efficient silence, checking girths and stretching legs with the economy of movement that marked career soldiers. Rendell swung down from his saddle and turned to her. He offered his hand. Not a command, not a pull. His arm extended, palm up, fingers spread. The same scarred hand she had catalogued on the road out. Long fingers and roughened knuckles. The hand of a man who had held weapons his entire life and had never sought healing for the marks they left. He did not speak. He simply offered. Bryn stared at it. She thought of the cup of tea at the wayside fire, its handle angled toward her right hand, so precisely casual, so deliberately deniable. This was not deniable. This was Rendell Ashbourne standing in daylight with his hand extended to the woman who killed his brother, and every guard in the column could see it. She took it. His grip was warm and firm, and lasted exactly as long as it needed to. Long enough for her to swing her leg over and find her footing on the stream bank, not a heartbeat longer. His fingers released hers with the same controlled precision that governed everything about him, and she felt the absence of his grip, like a handprint in cooling clay. She walked to the stream's edge and knelt to splash water on her face. The cold was a relief against her sleep-deprived skin. When she pressed her wet hands to her closed eyes, the tingling in her palms sharpened against the chill, and for a moment she felt the stream's faint luminescence pulse in time with that other rhythm, the one that was not her heartbeat, not her breathing, not anything she had a name for. She dried her hands on her tunic and stood. Rendell was watching the stream, not her. His jaw carried the same tension it always carried, the scar a pale line from below his left ear to the corner of his chin. In the blue-white light off the water, his eyes were the color of winter sky before snow. She looked away before he caught her looking. She told herself it was the light, the strange luminescence playing tricks. She told herself the warmth lingering in her palm was the residual heat of any hand gripping any other hand for the duration of a practical dismount. She did not believe herself. They rode on. The silence held. It had changed again, not thicker, not thinner, but warmer in some quality she could not name, as if the brief contact of palm against palm had introduced a frequency into the quiet between them that vibrated just below the threshold of hearing. By late afternoon, the Ember Court's walls rose against the gray sky, and Bryn felt something in her chest ease at the sight of them, a recognition she had not expected. She had been in this palace less than a week. She had been threatened, restrained, marched through hostile corridors, used as a weapon, and assigned a spy. But when the gates opened and they passed through, the living flames along the entry corridor did something she had not felt before. They flared. Not the sharp hiss of hostility that had greeted her on her first arrival, not the char iron scent and the directed, prickling heat of a palace that wanted her to know she was unwelcome. This was different. The sconces warmed to a deep, steady amber, and their murmur was low and even, almost questioning, the sound of a fire settling into its hearth after a long, cold absence. The scent shifted to cedar and warm stone, not quite the cedar and honey of welcome she had first noticed after Rendell's departure from her doorway and had since encountered only in fragments, a half-caught thread in a corridor, a fleeting undertone beneath the flame's other moods, but close. There was still something guarded in it, an undertone she could not name, the flames reading the court's unresolved tension about her presence, but the open hostility was gone. She was not a stranger anymore. She did not know what she was instead. But the flames did not hiss at her, and their warmth pressed gently against her wind-chilled face rather than prickling against it. And for a breath, she felt the palace's ancient fire take note of her return with something that was not welcome and was not rejection, but was, perhaps, the beginning of consideration. A courtier in layered silver paused at the corridor's far end, watching. Not watching Bryn, watching the flames. The courtier's expression shifted, something flickering behind the composed mask, and then the courtier turned and disappeared around a corner. Bryn filed it and said nothing. The guards dispersed to their posts. Lysara murmured something about reports and administrative matters and vanished down a side corridor with the efficient stride of a woman who had work to do and preferred to do it without an audience. Rendal walked Bryn to her chamber in the lower residential wing, his footsteps measured and sure on the stone floor. At her door, he stopped. She expected him to leave, to deliver some clipped instruction about remaining in her quarters, some dutiful iteration of the boundaries he had established on her first night. Instead, he stood in the corridor with his hands at his sides and looked at her with an expression she had not seen before. Not hostile, not grieving, not the cracked open vulnerability of the holding. This was deliberate. Something behind his pale gray eyes had crystallized during the road's silence, and he had arrived at a conclusion he was preparing to act on. "Tomorrow," he said. "First light. I'll come for you." "For what?" "Answers." He paused. The scar on his jaw caught the flame's amber glow and turned gold. "My father won't look for them. Someone has to." He left before she could respond. Bryn watched his retreating back, the breadth of his shoulders, the coiled economy of his stride, the way the corridor flames murmured in his wake with a low, steady warmth that was different from the warmth they offered other courtiers. She had started noticing that. The flames responded to Rendal the way soldiers responded to a commander they trusted, with a kind of attentive calm, a readiness. She closed her door and pressed her back against it and breathed. His hand. The pressure of his fingers around hers, firm and warm and lasting exactly as long as it needed to, and not one heartbeat more. The way his grip had released, controlled, deliberate, a precise withdrawal that was somehow worse than lingering, because it told her he had chosen to let go rather than forgotten to hold on. She pressed her own palm flat against the stone door and felt the ghost pressure of his grip pulse against the tingling that had not faded since the healing ward. Tomorrow, first light. Answers. She closed her eyes and did not sleep. He came at dawn. Bryn was already dressed, already waiting, her hands steady enough to pass inspection through the deep hum in her palms had not quieted. Rendal stood in her doorway in the same dark military leather he always wore, close-fitted and practical, and for a breath she was struck by how thoroughly he filled the frame. Not just the width of his shoulders, but the quality of his presence, the way the air seemed to tighten around him like a fist. She caught herself cataloging the column of his throat, the way his collar sat against the corded muscle there, and forced her gaze to his face. He did not explain where they were going. He simply turned and walked, and she followed. They left the lower residential wing and passed through corridors Bryn had never entered, up a wide staircase that curved through the palace's inner structure, flanked by living flames that burned brighter here, their sconces set closer together so that the light pooled and overlapped in warm rivers along the walls. The flames' crackling shifted as Bryn climbed. Not hostile, not the dry, papery unease she had come to associate with tension. This was something else, a curious, almost questioning murmur, as if the fire was turning something over, studying her passage with the deliberate attention of a scholar encountering an unfamiliar text. The scent changed, too. The neutral stone smoke of the public corridors gave way to something richer. Cedar and old wood, deep and layered, with a faint thread of night jasmine grief woven through it like a dark vein through pale stone. This wing carried loss in its walls. Bryn could smell it the way she could smell infection in a wound. Not sharp, not fresh, but present, saturated. The kind of grief that had been absorbed into the architecture over months and never cleaned. "The residential wing," Rendell said without turning. "Ashbourne quarters." She felt the shift immediately. The stone was older here, worn smooth by centuries of passage. The ceilings vaulted higher, and the air was warmer, not the directed heat of the public halls, but a deeper, more ambient warmth, as if the flames burned closer to whatever source fed them. The fire seemed to lean toward her as she passed, its glow tracking her movement with the same circling attention the ward flames had shown when her power surged. One sconce near a landing brightened perceptibly as she drew level with it, its amber deepening to something almost gold before settling back. A courtier in dark green paused at the top of the staircase, not looking at Bryn, looking at the flames that had just brightened. The courtier's composure held, but something behind the eyes flickered with the same surprise she had seen in the corridor below, the dawning recognition that the fire was behaving oddly around this mortal woman. Bryn kept her face neutral and her hands at her sides and walked as if she belonged. It was the only armor available to someone who did not. Portraits of Ashbourne ancestors lined the walls, tall, angular fae rendered in paint that was itself somehow luminous, their features carrying the same sharp architecture she had learned to read in Mordaine's and Rendell's faces. Pale eyes, high cheekbones, the particular stillness of people who had never needed to prove their right to the space they occupied. Their painted gazes followed her with fey inscrutability, and Bryn met each one and did not look away. She was a healer from a village that barely appeared on any map, walking through a gallery of ancient power, and every pair of painted eyes reminded her she did not belong here. She walked anyway. 2 household attendants in dove-gray tunics stopped dead at the sight of her. Their expressions flickered, surprise curdling into something harder, the barely concealed hostility of people who had been trained to serve the Ashbourne line and who understood instinctively that a mortal prisoner in the family quarters was a violation of the court's unspoken order. One of them opened his mouth, and Rendell did not slow, did not turn, did not explain. His stride carried the authority of a man whose custody extended wherever he determined it needed to, and the attendant's mouth closed. A senior guard stood at the wing's innermost passage. Bryn watched the guard's eyes move from Rendell to her and back. The guard's hand rested on the pommel of a sheathed blade. For a beat, 2 beats, nothing happened. Then the guard stepped aside. Rendell's jaw tightened, a fractional movement, barely visible, but Bryn was watching. She was always watching now, and she understood what that tension meant. This was not routine. This was not sanctioned. Rendell was stretching his authority as her keeper past its intended limits, and he was doing it in front of a guard who would remember and might report. He did it anyway. The corridor narrowed. The flames here burned low and uncertain, cycling between dim amber and near darkness with an irregular, arrhythmic flicker that made the shadows lurch and settle, like the breathing of something deeply unsettled. Their usual murmur, the sound Bryn had learned to read for the emotional temperature of any room, was reduced to a faint, broken whisper, and their scent was night jasmine woven through the cedar old wood grief of the wing, threading through the corridor like a dark vein through pale stone, persistent but quiet, the kind of mourning that had been present so long it had become part of the architecture. The flames were still mourning. Rendell stopped before a heavy stone door. His hand hovered over the iron handle, not quite touching, suspended in the charged air between intention and contact. She watched his fingers, the same scarred knuckles, the same long, competent grip, and saw a tremor pass through them. Not the tremor of her own exhausted hands. This was the tremor of a man standing at a threshold he had not crossed since something inside him broke. He breathed in, breathed out. The sound was carefully controlled, and she heard the effort in it, the slight catch at the top of the inhale, the deliberate steadying of the exhale, the discipline of a soldier managing a wound he cannot show. He opened the door. The air that spilled out was still and faintly sweet. Preserved herbs and old parchment. The scent of a room sealed against time and grief and change. Bryn felt it wash over her, and her healer's instincts catalogued it before her conscious mind could stop them. Dried lavender, pressed sage, the mineral sharpness of good ink, the dusty sweetness of vellum that had aged without exposure to damp. Beneath all of it, the thread of night jasmine from the corridor wove through the room's own preserved sense like grief through memory. Present but not dominant, a harmony rather than a chord. She stood in the doorway and let Rendell enter first. He moved through the study the way a man moves through a dream of a familiar place. His fingers trailed over the desk, a broad, heavy piece of carved darkwood covered with neat stacks of paper, a ceramic cup holding dry ink brushes, a half-finished letter with its ink dried mid-sentence. His touch was careful, deliberate, impossibly gentle, his fingertips barely grazing the wood, tracing the edge of a paper stack without disturbing its order, lingering on the curve of the cup's handle. Bryn watched and felt something inside her chest constrict. She had seen this man, coiled and deadly in the healing ward, his body positioned to see every exit. She had seen him pull her through a hostile crowd with a grip that brooked no resistance. She had seen his jaw go rigid with grief, his breathing break its rhythm, his pale eyes fill with something he could not control and would not name. She had never seen him gentle. The soldier, the jailer, the cold prince, none of those men would touch a desk like that. But the man standing in this room, his fingers resting on the spine of a journal as if it were something living and fragile, was none of those men. He was someone Bryn had not known existed beneath the armor. Someone who had loved his brother enough to memorize the order of his papers and the placement of his ink cup, and the exact angle at which a half-finished letter sat on a dead man's desk. She looked at his hands on the journal's spine, and felt the constriction in her chest deepen into something she did not want to name and could not look away from. Not grief, not pity. Something else. Something that pulled at her like a tide she could feel in her blood. Warm and dangerous and entirely her own. She stepped into the room. The shelves were lined with books, leather-bound, their spines stamped with fey script that Bryn could not read. Pressed botanical samples were pinned to corkboards along the walls. Leaves, flowers, bark fragments, each labeled in a hand that was fluid and meticulous and clearly the work of a mind that could not encounter the natural world without wanting to catalog it. A pair of leather gloves hung from a hook by the door, their fingers stained with soil. A folded map was pinned open on a secondary table, its edges anchored by polished stones, its surface covered in annotations in the same fluid hand. The half-finished letter sat on the desk. Bryn could see the dried ink mid-word, a sentence that had been alive with thought and purpose, and had been stopped mid-breath and would never be finished. She looked at it and thought of her mother's hands going still, of the exact moment when a person becomes a memory instead of a presence, and how the world keeps the evidence of their intentions like a wound that cannot close. He pressed everything, Rendell said. His voice was low and rough at the edges, the blade-like precision stripped away. He was looking at the corkboards. Every specimen he collected. He used to bring them back from the border surveys and spend hours in here arranging them. Our father called it a waste of a prince's time. Bryn said nothing. She let him speak. Corin thought everything was worth studying. The plants, the soil, the way the rivers changed color near the border, the way the old waymarkers hummed if you stood close enough. He paused. He thought the world was trying to tell us something, and we had forgotten how to listen. His hand was still on the journal. She watched his thumb move across its spine, a slow, unconscious stroke, and she made herself stop watching, because the tenderness of it was doing something to the air in the room that she could not afford. They began reading. Corin's journals were meticulous, brilliant, and increasingly desperate. The early volumes were the work of a scholar in love with his subject. Detailed observations of the Withering's progression through the Eastern Territories, annotated maps of affected areas, careful measurements of the plague's advancement rate, soil samples from the boundaries where living land met decayed earth. His handwriting was warm and precise, his prose threaded with the kind of intellectual excitement that made Bryn think of the elder in Thornfield. The delight of a mind encountering a pattern it had not yet understood, and knowing it would. But the later journals changed. The handwriting grew more urgent, the margins filled with questions, cross-references, arrows connecting disparate observations. Corin had begun comparing the Withering's behavior across multiple locations, and what he found had alarmed him. Bryn read over Rendell's shoulder, close enough to smell the cedar and leather and the nameless scent beneath, close enough that the warmth of him pressed against her awareness like sunlight through heavy curtains, and watched the pattern emerge through a dead prince's words. The Withering did not spread the way a natural plague spreads. There was no radial pattern from a single point of infection, no wind-driven dispersal, no correlation with water sources or population density. Instead, it appeared in clusters, sudden, intense eruptions in locations that shared no obvious connection, separated by miles of healthy territory. Corin had documented outbreaks in the eastern holdings, the northern forests, and the far southern marshes, all occurring within the same season, each displaying identical progression patterns despite the vast distances between them. His conclusion was careful and devastating. The Withering's distribution was not consistent with natural magical decay or any known form of blight. It was consistent with deliberate deployment, concentrated, amplified, and introduced into specific targets through a mechanism he had not yet identified, but theorized was connected to the deep Wellspring network beneath the Fey lands. His notes described theoretical methods by which the Withering could be weaponized, concentrated into a deliverable form, amplified through contact with crystallized magic veins, introduced into the shallow conduits that connected the Wellspring network to the surface. His final journal was the most urgent. Bryn turned its pages while Rendell stood beside her, rigid and silent, and read the words of a man who had understood he was running out of time. The source was beneath the Ember Court itself. Corin had traced the Withering's deepest concentration to a point far below the palace, somewhere in the ancient tunnel network that predated the court. He described the network in scholarly terms, layers of architecture descending through progressively older stone, shallow access points where veins of crystallized magic converged, and at the deepest point, the primary wellspring that served as the arterial heart of the Fey realm's magic beneath the Ember Court. His maps showed approximate locations, but no specific access points. He had theorized, not proven. He had identified a pattern, not a perpetrator. But he had written one line that made Bryn's blood go cold. She read it aloud, quietly, into the preserved air of the study. I trust no one inside the Ember Court except my brother.
Rendell did not move. His breathing had gone perfectly still. The soldier's discipline, the absolute control of a man who cannot afford to feel what is building behind his ribs. She watched the pulse at his throat and counted its rhythm. Too fast. The scar on his jaw was a white line against skin that had lost its color. She turned the page. Corrin's last entry described his decision to cross into human lands. He wrote that the ancient boundary between human and fae was a subject he had been researching for years, that the established accounts of its formation did not match the physical evidence he had found in ruins and waymarker inscriptions beyond the Ember Court's territory. He had become convinced the boundary was not a natural division, but a deliberate severing. His words were precise and devastating. If I am right, then our contempt for mortals is not tradition. It is amnesia. He had gone to seek allies among humans. He had believed the Withering threatened both worlds. He had believed that the Fae Court's refusal to engage with the human lands was itself a symptom of the same disease, a willful blindness, a cultivated forgetting, a severance so old it had calcified into contempt. He had gone alone because he trusted no one inside the Ember Court except his brother. He had gone to find help. And Bryn had killed him at the border of Thornfield while trying to heal the wounds that someone had given him before he ever reached her village. The journal dropped to the desk. Rendell said nothing. Bryn stared at Corrin's handwriting, that warm, meticulous script with its increasingly urgent marginalia, and felt the full weight of what she had destroyed settle on her chest like a stone. He was trying to save both worlds. He had crossed a border no Fae prince had crossed in a generation, carrying research that proved the Withering was a weapon, seeking human allies for a cause his own court would have condemned as treason. He was brilliant and brave and idealistic in exactly the way the Fae Court needed and did not deserve. And he had died under the hands of a village healer who did not know what she was. Someone had wounded him before he reached Thornfield. She understood that now. The deep gash below his ribs, the injury that had brought him to the ground at the border. It had not been an accident. Someone had tried to stop him. Someone inside the court had known where he was going and had ensured he would not arrive intact. And someone had arranged for a terminal Withering victim to die under Bryn's hands at the regional lord's holding, using dispatches bearing the elder counselor's seal. 2 points. Not yet a line, but her pattern-reading instincts held them in the same hand and felt the shape of something forming. Rendell picked up a journal and opened it to a passage near the middle. He read aloud, and his voice, usually clipped, military, stripped of everything non-essential, slowed and softened in a way that Bryn felt in the base of her spine. My brother's magnificent stubbornness will either save the Ashbourne name or crack it in half. I have not yet decided which outcome I would prefer, only that I intend to be present for the spectacle. His voice caught on the word spectacle, a small, sharp fracture, like a bone breaking cleanly. Bryn, without thinking, let out a soft huff of something that was not quite laughter, the involuntary sound of recognizing someone's voice through the person who loved them, of hearing the warmth and exasperation that could only come from a man who knew his brother well enough to mock him with precision. Rendell looked at her. The surprise in his expression was so genuine it transformed his face. For a heartbeat, one heartbeat, maybe two, the grief and the tension and the controlled severity fell away, and what was left was something almost amused. Not a smile, the ghost of one, the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth, the softening of his jaw. The kind of expression that cost nothing to make and everything to witness,
because it revealed a version of him that existed only in the private company of someone who had earned a fraction of his guard's lowering. It lasted one breath. Then the weight of the study settled again, and the amusement retreated behind his eyes like a candle moving behind frosted glass, still there, still warm, but hidden. He set the journal down with careful hands. But it had happened. A single shared beat of laughter over words written by a dead man. She had seen something in Rendell that she would not be able to unsee, and the knowledge of it settled into her chest beside the grief and the guilt and the persistent, warming awareness of him that she could no longer pretend was clinical. They returned to reading in silence, and the silence was different now. Not thinner, not easier, but shared. A sound from the corridor drew Bryn's attention. She stepped out of the study to find Lysara approaching from the direction of the main staircase, her stride unhurried but purposeful, her copper hair catching the uneven flicker of the residential wing's grieving flames. Her presence in the Ashbourne quarters was not remarkable. Rendell had already cleared her passage when he brought Bryn through, his keeper's authority extending to the staff assigned to his charge, and Lysara was not the sort of woman who needed a door opened twice. She carried a thin leather folder under one arm, and her expression was the one Bryn had begun to associate with the spy doing something she intended to present as unremarkable. "You've been busy," Lysara said, glancing past Bryn toward the open study door. Her green eyes took in the room beyond, the shelves, the journals, the half-finished letter, with a single comprehensive sweep that catalogued everything visible without appearing to linger on anything specific. "What have you found?" Bryn asked. Lysara leaned against the corridor wall and opened her leather folder with the deliberate casualness of a woman presenting routine paperwork. "Administrative matters. Since we returned, I've been formalizing the records I pulled at the holding, ensuring the dispatch logs and healer intake cross-references are properly documented in a format that would survive scrutiny." She paused, and something dry and precise entered her voice. "The convenient thing about being assigned as your lady-in-waiting is that it grants me routine access to the court's logistics and correspondence records, dispatch logs, supply requisitions, personnel assignments, the same bureaucratic channels I use to file my surveillance reports on you to the High Lord's household." Her mouth curved, not quite a smile. "The same filing systems, the same clerks who know my face and do not question my requests. It is remarkable how much of an investigation can be conducted simply by continuing to do one's job, only looking in a slightly different direction." She let that settle, then added with the same measured precision, "The kind of documentation that could, hypothetically, be presented to someone whose standards for proof tend toward the ironclad." The last word carried a dry, precise edge, an echo of Mordaine's own language thrown back like a coin returned to its minter. Bryn understood. Lysara had taken the intelligence she'd shared at the holding, the 3 dispatches, the terminal victim's selection, the timing that predated the formal departure order, and built it into something with teeth. A paper trail where before there had been only her word and a spy's instinct. And the mechanism was elegant in its simplicity. The same access that made Lysara an effective spy on Bryn made her an effective investigator of Theron. The court had given her the keys to one door without realizing how many others they opened. "The documentation is thorough," Lysara continued, her voice dropping a register. "Dispatch dates, seal verification, intake records with healer signatures, cross-referenced and copied." She paused. "It is very difficult to deny the existence of something that has been filed in triplicate." "Did the study contain anything interesting?" Lysara asked then. Her voice was light, her eyes were not. Bryn measured the question. She thought of the journals spread across Corrin's desk, the annotated maps, the final entry written by a man who trusted no one inside the court. She thought of the shape forming between the courier's seal and the dispatches, and the attendant watching a sealed door. She decided on truth. Corin knew the Withering was being deployed deliberately. He traced it to a source beneath the Ember Court. He went to human lands to find allies because he trusted no one inside the court. Lysara's expression did not change, but something behind her eyes shifted. A realignment. The look of a woman whose professional suspicions have just been confirmed in a way that moves the ground beneath her. "How thorough," she murmured. Then, quieter, without her usual wit, "Someone dying to make a point is one thing. Someone dying because another someone needs the world to stay broken. That is a different kind of game." The corridor flames guttered, their whisper dropping to near silence. Both women looked at them. "There is something else," Lysara said. Her voice had settled into the register Bryn was learning to recognize. Not the dry, theatrical wit of the court spy, but the careful precision of a woman delivering intelligence she had weighed and measured before speaking. "Since the two of you opened that study door, the Elder Counselor's people have become notably more attentive." She smoothed the fold of her gown, the gesture precise and unhurried. "Before today, at the holding, before we left, it was a single attendant, one of Theron's household, asking a servant whether the sealed study door had been opened recently. The same inquiry I reported to you then. One man, one question. The sort of thing that could be dismissed as a conscientious member of a powerful man's staff keeping track of the palace's comings and goings." Her green eyes met Bryn's and held. "That is no longer what this is." She opened the leather folder again, not to the formalized dispatch records, but to a separate page. Her own hand, Bryn realized, the notations tight and methodical. "Since we returned this morning, the single watcher has been replaced by a rotating pair. Two of Theron's people, trading positions in this corridor at intervals. One departs, another arrives within the quarter hour. Professional, unobtrusive. The kind of coverage that requires standing orders, not idle curiosity." She paused. "One of them was in this wing earlier today, before you arrived. He left when I appeared, turned on his heel as though he'd simply finished his business, but the timing was pointed. And there is the matter of the council supper," Lysara added, her voice dropping further. "2 nights before we departed the holding, Theron attended the regular council supper at the palace. I have contacts among the attendants who serve those meals, the ones who see everything and are seen by no one. During the meal, Theron made inquiries, directly, to 2 members of the household staff in the hearing of at least one minor counselor." She let the weight of that settle. "He asked which areas of the palace you have been granted access to. Specifically, not the general question of a man curious about a human prisoner's confinement. He wanted to know which corridors, which wings, which doors were within the scope of your keeper's authority to open." She closed the folder with a soft, definitive sound. "The Elder Counselor's people take an interest in everything. It is what makes them useful and tedious in equal measure. But a single curious attendant is household diligence. A rotating watch and pointed questions at council about your movements, that is organized surveillance." Her eyes held Bryn's a beat too long. "Someone knows you found that study, and someone wants to know exactly how far you can reach." Then she straightened from the wall, tucked the leather folder back under her arm, and let her expression smooth into polished composure, like a door closing gently on an exposed room. "I have reports to file. Accurate ones." She turned and walked back toward the staircase, her stride even, her copper hair catching the dim, uncertain flamelight. Bryn stood in the corridor and felt the information settle. Not a single attendant and a single inquiry, not the detail she had filed at the holding as one thread among several. easily dismissed as the routine vigilance of a powerful man's household. This was something else entirely. A rotating pair replacing a lone watcher. Standing orders. Theron himself, at a council supper, asking specific questions about which doors Bryn could open. Questions whose answers would tell him exactly how close she and Rendell could get to whatever Corrin had found. The surveillance had escalated. Not gradually, not ambiguously, but in direct response to what she and Rendell had done. They had opened Corrin's study, and within hours the Elder Counselor's network had shifted from passive monitoring to active, organized coverage. The same Theron whose seal had marked the courier at the regional holding, whose dispatches had arranged the demonstration, whose kind brown eyes and warm voice had told Bryn she need not look far for a friend. The shape was no longer forming. It had formed. The courier seal, the 3 dispatches, the terminal victim selected in advance, the attendant at the holding, the rotating watchers in this corridor, the pointed inquiries at council. Not random details, but a pattern, deliberate and patient, and tightening like a hand closing around a throat. She returned to the study. Rendell had not moved. He was standing by the desk, with Corrin's last journal open in his hands, and the way he held it, both hands, the journal cradled rather than gripped, as if the weight of his brother's final words required the full span of his fingers to bear, made something inside Bryn fracture in a way she had not been prepared for. It started in her throat. A tightening, a pressure, the physical prelude to a grief she had been holding at arm's length since the morning she knelt beside a dying Fey prince in the dirt outside Thornfield, and her hands produced light instead of healing. She had killed Corrin Ashbourne. She had known this. She had carried the knowledge through iron chains and a hostile throne hall and a death sentence commuted to conditional survival. She had carried it through a healing ward where her power burned the withering out of a soldier's flesh and nearly killed her in the process. She had carried it through 3 days on a road lined with the plague's destruction, through a failed demonstration that killed a woman under her hands, through a night of trembling confession in a bare stone chamber, while a man she could not stop cataloging stared at her palms and his breathing broke. But she had not understood what she had destroyed. Until now. Until this room, with its pressed botanical samples, and its half-finished letter, and its journals full of a brilliant, passionate mind trying to save both worlds. Until she read Corrin's words, and heard in them a man who believed the boundary between human and Fey was amnesia, not nature. A man who believed coexistence was possible. A man who trusted his brother and no one else, and who had crossed into human lands alone, carrying research that could have changed everything, and who had died under the hands of a village healer who had been reaching out the way she always reached out, because someone was hurt, and she could not stop herself from trying. Her mother's hands, always reaching for what needed fixing. The grief hit her like a wall of water. She did not try to contain it. She could not. The careful composure she had maintained through the reading, through Lysara's intelligence, through the quiet accumulation of evidence, all of it dissolved, and what was left was the raw, unmediated anguish of a woman who had killed the one person in the Fey court who would have understood her. She wept. Not the silent tears she had learned from her mother, the art of keeping grief quiet so as not to disturb anyone. This was a sound, a broken, ugly sound that tore itself from her chest and filled the preserved air of a dead prince's study with the particular grief of someone who cannot undo the thing that defines them. "I killed him," she said, and the words came out ragged, gutted. "I killed the one person who was trying to stop this. and someone took his life's work and turned it into a weapon and put it in my hands and made me kill again." Rendell stood rigid. His jaw was locked, the scar white against his skin, his knuckles bloodless where they gripped his brother's journal. He did not move toward her. He did not reach out. The distance between them, 3 steps, maybe 4, remained exactly as it was, and Bryn understood through her grief that he could not bridge it. Not yet. Not when the woman weeping for his brother was the woman who had killed his brother, and the contradiction of that was too large for anybody to hold. But he did not leave the room. He stood in his dead brother's study and watched her grieve, and he did not leave. The flames in the sconces flickered, their uncertain rhythm steadying by degrees, the dim amber brightening, the arrhythmic whisper smoothing into something more even. The night jasmine scent did not vanish, but it softened, thinning into a thread rather than a weight. Bryn pressed her hands against her face and breathed. She tasted salt and the preserved sweetness of Corin's herbs and the cedar old wood of the residential wing. She breathed until the worst of it subsided, until the sound in her chest became manageable, until she could lower her hands and see through the blur. Rendell was looking at her, not with the cracked certainty of the healing ward, not with the devastating complicity of the holding. He was looking at her the way a man looks at something he has been refusing to see and can no longer turn away from, with the particular surrender of someone who has just discovered that the person standing in front of them is not the person they built their grief around. She held his gaze. 3 steps between them, maybe 4. She was aware of every inch of that distance, the exact volume of air that separated her body from his, the way the firelight moved across the planes of his face, the working of his throat as he swallowed something he was not ready to say. She was reading him like a healer, the tension in his jaw, the too fast pulse visible at the hollow of his throat, the rigid set of his shoulders. And she was reading him like something else entirely. Like a woman standing in a room with a man whose grief had stripped him to something raw and unguarded, and whose rawness was doing something to the air between them that had nothing to do with the dead prince or the conspiracy or the plague, and everything to do with the specific shape of Rendell Ashbourne's mouth when he was fighting not to speak. She wanted to close those 3 steps. The wanting was not new. She understood that now, standing in the ruins of her composure with tears still wet on her face. It had been building since the healing ward, since his arms caught her, since his heartbeat answered hers. She had filed it and labeled it and wrapped it in clinical language and tucked it beneath her professional detachment. And now the detachment was gone, and the wanting was there, raw and undeniable and utterly inappropriate, and she could not make it stop. She did not close the distance. Rendell spoke. "He wrote to me." His voice was stripped bare. Not clipped, not military, not the efficient blade edge she had come to associate with every word that left his mouth. This was something else. This was a man speaking without armor and paying for every syllable. Before his last journey, a letter. He said he'd found something that could change everything, and he asked me to trust him. He stopped, his hands curled at his sides. The journal he had been holding was on the desk now, placed there at some point she had not registered, and his empty fingers pressed against his thighs as if he needed something to hold, and the absence of it was its own kind of wound. "I was angry," he said. He'd gone behind our father's back to the human border 3 times that season. Diplomatic missions our father had not sanctioned. Meeting people our court considers beneath notice. A muscle worked in his jaw. I was angry, and I was tired of defending him to our father, and I threw the letter away unread. The air in the study went still.
She heard the flames settle another degree, their whisper deepening into a low, even hum, their amber brightening to something warmer. The scent shifted. Not night jasmine, not entirely. Cedar, with a thread of honey beneath. The first sweet warmth the room had produced since they opened the door. The palace was reading the change in the room, and something in the ancient fire was responding to it, leaning into it, the way a hearth leans toward the breath that feeds it. "He asked me to trust him," Rendell said, and his voice broke on the word trust. A clean fracture, a single hairline crack through the control that defined him, and Bryn heard in it the sound of a man who had been carrying a stone for months and had just set it down in front of the only person he had ever let see him hold it. "And I didn't even read the words." 3 steps, maybe 4. She did not close them, but she held his gaze, and she felt the distance between them hum with something that was not grief and was not wanting and was not forgiveness, but was all 3 braided together into a single charged thread that vibrated in the air like a plucked string. "He knew you would have come if you'd read it," she said. The words were not comfort. They were truth. The kind of truth a healer gives, stripped of softening, offered not to ease the wound, but to tell the patient what is actually there beneath the pain. She had spent her life delivering truths like this. She had told the miller his hand would not heal without draining. She had told Aldrich his wrist needed rest, whether the south field waited or not. She had told the dying what was coming, and held their hands while it arrived. This was different. This was Bryn giving something back to a man who had just given her his deepest wound, returning his trust with the truth he could not give himself, the truth that Corin had known his brother well enough to know that the asking was enough, that the magnificent stubbornness Corin had mocked with love was not a flaw, but a promise, and that Rendell would have come, would have crossed borders and defied their father and stood beside Corin against whatever was coming, because that was what he did. That was who he was. The words landed between them like an offering placed on bare ground. Rendell breathed. In, out. His jaw relaxed by a fraction. Not softness, not ease, but the particular release of a man who is braced for a blow that came instead as an open hand. His eyes held hers, and she watched something shift in them, something behind the pale gray that was not grief, and was not the soldier's assessment, and was not the cracked uncertainty she had seen in the healing ward. It was recognition. The particular, devastating recognition of one person seeing another person clearly for the first time, and understanding that the seeing cannot be undone. Bryn noticed the change in the flames before she understood it. They had been low and uncertain when Rendell opened the door, cycling between dim amber and near darkness, their whisper reduced to a faint, irregular murmur, still waiting for their master's return. Now they burned steady and warm. The shift had happened by degrees, so gradual she had not marked the moment it completed. The arrhythmic flicker smoothing, the dim amber deepening, the broken whisper gathering into a low, even hum. Intimate, contained. The sound of a fire that had settled into its purpose. Cedar and honey. The night jasmine was not gone, but it was a thread now, not a weight. Grief and warmth coexisting in the same air, the way they coexisted in the man standing 3 steps from her, and the woman standing 3 steps from him. Something had eased in this room that had nothing to do with draft or fuel. The study's flames had been mourning since the door was sealed, burning low in their vigil, waiting. And whatever had just passed between the 2 people standing among Corin's books and pressed flowers and unfinished letter, the shared grief, the confession, the truth offered and received, the fire had felt it and answered. "My father has never once entered this room," Rendell said.
The quiet bitterness in his voice was precise and contained, a blade with only one edge. Not since Corin died. Not to read his journals, not to look at his research, not to sit in his chair. The High Lord of the Ember Court has ruled for longer than your village has existed, and he will not open a door that might show him his son was right about the things he was told were wrong. Bryn said nothing. There was nothing to say. She understood Mordane's refusal the way she understood a body's refusal to register a wound. The way a man with a broken rib will keep breathing shallow rather than take the deep breath that would tell him exactly how bad the damage is. Mordane would not enter this room, because entering it would mean admitting that Corin had seen a truth his father had refused to see. And admitting that would mean confronting the possibility that Corin's death was not just a tragedy, but a consequence. A consequence of a court that valued order over courage, of a father who punished his son's idealism with cold silence, of a system that had made it easier for a prince to cross into enemy territory alone than to speak the truth in his own throne hall. Rendell left first. He paused in the doorway, his back to her, one hand on the stone frame. His shoulders rose and fell with a single deep breath, the kind of breath a soldier takes before crossing a threshold he knows leads somewhere he cannot retreat from. He did not turn around, but he said, quietly, "Thank you." Then he walked into the corridor, and his footsteps carried him away, and the flames in Corin's study flickered once, a single pulse of warm amber gold, and settled into the steadiest light Bryn had seen them produce. She stood alone in the room where a dead prince had planned to save the world, and she pressed her palms flat against his desk and felt the tingling in her hands pulse in time with the flame's quiet hum. And she made a promise she did not speak aloud. She would find who had done this. She would follow the thread that Corin had laid through his journals, the source beneath the Ember Court, the wellspring in the deep places, the weapon someone had built from a plague. She would follow it because Corin could not, because his brother had thrown away a letter he would spend the rest of his life regretting, because a woman had died under Bryn's hands to keep this secret buried, because someone in Theron's household was watching this door, not one attendant with one question, but a rotating watch with standing orders and a powerful man asking at council suppers exactly how far she could reach. And the patience of that surveillance told her everything she needed to know about the patience of the threat. And because a man had stood 3 steps away from her in a dead prince's study and let her see the wound he had been carrying alone, and she understood now that her guilt and his grief were not walls between them, but roots grown into the same ground, tangled, inseparable, drawing from the same dark earth. She pressed her palms harder against the desk. The tingling sharpened, the flames hummed. She gathered herself to leave, but as she stepped into the corridor, the flames along the near wall guttered and hissed, a brief, sharp crack like a warning, and their scent turned, just for a breath, to char and iron. The sound was sudden and wrong against the study's settled warmth, a discordant note struck in a room that had only just found its key. Bryn's head lifted. She read the fire's alarm the way she would read a spike in a patient's pulse. Something had passed through here that the flames did not trust. The corridor was empty, but the air near the alcove opposite the study door was not still. It carried a faint disturbance, warmth where there should have been the corridor's usual cool, the kind of residual heat a body leaves in a space it has only just vacated. Bryn's healer's instincts catalogued it before her conscious mind caught up. Someone had been standing there, recently, close enough to the study door to hear voices through it, positioned in the alcove's shadow where the uncertain flame light would not reach. They were gone now.
The corridor stretched empty in both directions, the flames already settling, the char iron scent dissolving back into the persistent thread of night jasmine. But the hiss lingered in Bryn's ears, and the warmth near the alcove was still fading, and she understood with the cold clarity of a pattern completing itself that whoever had stood there had not been standing idle. They had been listening, and they had left only moments before she stepped through the door. She did not know whose shadow she had just missed, but the flames knew, and their warning lodged beneath her ribs beside the tingling in her palms and the shape of the pattern that was no longer forming but formed, deliberate, patient, and tightening. Then the night jasmine crept back, and Corin's study held its silence like a grave that had finally been visited by someone who would remember what it contained. Chapter 6. Firelight and Silence. The fragments would not hold still. Bryn paced the length of her chamber for the 14th time. She had started counting because counting gave her hands something to do that was not trembling, and arrived back at the narrow bed without having solved a single thing. The afternoon light through her high window had gone the color of weak tea, and the flame bracket near her door burned its usual flat amber, murmuring at the low edge of hearing. Calm. Settled. Everything Bryn was not. She stopped at the bed's edge and pressed her palms flat against the cold sheet, fingers spread, and tried again. Corin's journals. The Withering deliberately deployed through the Wellspring network, concentrated and amplified through crystallized magic veins, introduced through shallow conduits connecting the deep passages to the surface. The source traced to a point far beneath the palace itself, ancient tunnels predating the court. His maps showed approximate locations, but no specific access points. A theory documented with a scholar's rigor and a dead man's urgency, and absolutely no way to verify it without descending into passages they could not find, guarded by wards they did not understand, while a rotating watch of Theron's people tracked every corridor Bryn walked through. The courier. The satchel bearing the Elder Counselor's seal glimpsed in the holding's main hall, travel dust on the leather, the insignia embossed into the flap, the same insignia she had seen on council correspondence. 3 dispatches in a week, where 1 per month was standard. Instructions for victim selection. A woman-flagged terminal, always going to die, engineered to die under Bryn's hands before an audience. The attendant near Corin's sealed study, asking whether the door had been opened. The rotating pair that replaced him. The pointed questions at the council supper about which doors fell within Rendell's authority. She could almost see the shape of it. Had been circling it since that night in the messenger room at the holding, when Lysara's intelligence had sharpened the edges of something she had been sensing since the courier's seal caught her eye. But seeing a shape in shadows was not the same as holding it in full light, and the man who sat the Ember throne had made it clear he required ironclad proof he had designed to be impossible to find. Bryn pushed off the bed and crossed to the window. The stone sill was too high to see out of, just a pale column of fading light falling into her room like a shaft into a well. But she stared up at it anyway, as if she could will herself through the stone to the upper levels where the residential wing rose above her. Rendell's quarters were up there. Somewhere above her in the older stone, behind vaulted windows she could not see from this well-bottomed chamber, he was doing what she was doing, pacing or staring or failing to sleep, carrying the weight of a dead brother's journals and a father's willful blindness and the knowledge that someone in the court, someone with warmth in his voice and smile lines at the corners of his eyes, was feeding a plague into the veins of the world. She caught herself leaning toward the light and pulled away with a sharp exhale that was closer to a huff than she wanted to admit. She had work to do.
Thinking about where Rendell was and what his hands had looked like trailing over Corin's desk. Gentle, impossibly gentle, as if the papers might dissolve at a rough touch, was not work. It was a distraction manufactured by her own exhausted, restless body, and she refused to dignify it. On the small table beside her bed, Lysara had left a stack of court histories. Thin volumes bound in soft leather, their spines lettered in the flowing fey script Bryn was slowly learning to decipher. She picked one up, opened it to a page she had marked 3 days ago, and tried to read. The words arranged themselves on the page in orderly rows and refused to mean anything. She read the same line 4 times. Something about boundary treaties from the age of standing fires. She closed her eyes and saw Rendell's fingers spread across the desk's dark wood, each one a distinct point of warmth, scarred knuckles catching the study's firelight. She saw the tremor that had run through him before he opened the door. She saw the way he looked at her after his confession. That expression that was not hostility, not grief, not cold assessment, but recognition. She put the book down. Fine. She kicked off her boots, lay back on the narrow bed, and stared at the ceiling. Sleep. She would sleep. She had not slept properly since the Eastern Territories, since the demonstration, the woman's death, and then the ride back with Rendell at her side instead of ahead, the stream crossing where his hand had been warm and firm and lasted exactly as long as it needed to and not a heartbeat longer, and the absence of his grip had stayed on her palm for hours after, like a handprint pressed into cooling clay. She closed her eyes. And behind them, immediately, she saw his hands resting open on his knees, his body angled toward her in the study, the scar on his jaw going gold in firelight instead of its usual silver white. She opened her eyes. The flame bracket near the door flickered, a slow, sympathetic pulse, amber deepening for a breath before settling back, as if the palace was watching her lose an argument with herself and found it mildly entertaining. She got up, pulled on her boots, and left the room. The corridors of the Ember Court in the evening were quieter than she had expected. The usual knots of courtiers had thinned to scattered figures moving with purpose rather than performance, a pair of attendants carrying folded linens, a guard at a junction who marked her passage with a flick of his eyes and nothing more. The Withering's proximity had unsettled the court in ways the political theater could not fully mask. She had heard the whispered conversations over the past 2 days. The plague was closer to the palace grounds than it had ever been, and even the most composed fae walked a little faster through the lower corridors, where the air still carried a ghost of the cold ash void. The living flames burned low along the walls, their light pooling in warm amber rivers that turned the stone from gray to honey. Their murmur had dropped to a drowsy hum, the sound of a house settling into its foundations at the end of a long day. The scent was cedar and warm stone, muted and comfortable, like wood smoke caught in old curtains. Bryn had learned this mood over the past weeks, the court winding down, the day's sharp edges softening, the palace itself exhaling. It was the closest the Ember Court came to gentleness. She walked without destination, or told herself she did. Her feet carried her through corridors she had learned to navigate by the flame's behavior. A left turn where the sconces burned slightly warmer, past the junction where the stone bore a faint mineral sheen and the fire crackled with a low, content rhythm. She was reading the palace the way she read a patient's breathing, automatically, without thinking. The restlessness followed her. It was not the restlessness of danger or the sharp-edged anxiety of her first weeks in the court. It was something else, a physical sensation, an itch beneath her skin, a humming in her blood that she could not attribute to her power's persistent tingling or to fear. It lived lower than fear, warmer than frustration. It was the feeling of wanting something she had already named, raw and undeniable and utterly inappropriate, she had called it, alone with herself in the dark hours since Corin's study, and refusing to sit with it now, because acknowledging it in the aftermath of grief was one thing, but carrying it through an empty corridor at dusk, with nowhere to put it and no one to confess it to, was another matter entirely. She found herself outside a sitting chamber near the residential wing. The room was smaller and warmer than the formal halls she had come to expect from the Ember Court. The door stood ajar, spilling a stripe of honeyed light across the stone floor. Through the gap, she could see deep, cushioned chairs arranged around a wide hearth, the ceiling lower here, the walls softened by age and tapestries whose colors had faded to muted golds and deep reds. It was the kind of room that had been built for conversation rather than ceremony, and the living flames that burned within it were different from the grand halls. Quieter, their light warmer, their murmur closer to the contented hum of something at rest. She pushed the door open. Rendell was already there. He sat in the chair nearest the fire, a cup of something cradled in one hand, untouched, the surface still and dark. His dark leather tunic was unfastened at the collar, a concession to comfort she had not seen from him before. The corded muscle at his throat caught the firelight the way it always did, that familiar line of tension she had catalogued without permission and could not stop noticing. He was staring at the flames with the distant, hollow expression of a man who had been arguing with his own thoughts and losing. He looked up when the hinges creaked. Neither of them pretended surprise. Bryn stepped inside and closed the door behind her. The sound it made was soft, the particular quiet of a latch settling rather than catching, and the room absorbed it the way it absorbed everything, gently, without echo. The flames responded. She felt it before she identified it. A shift in the room's warmth, subtle as a change in pressure before a storm. The fire in the hearth deepened from its steady amber to something richer, like the color of late afternoon sunlight through dark honey. The murmur settled lower, a vibration she felt at the edges of hearing rather than in her chest. Gentler than the throne hall's authority thrum, something more like the sound of a house knowing itself. And the scent, cedar and honey, the welcome scent she had come to recognize, but stronger, sweeter, more concentrated than she had ever encountered it, as if the flames were responding to the two of them in this enclosed space with a warmth that exceeded what either of them alone would have generated. She did not name it. She sat down in the chair opposite his and let the warmth settle over her like something earned. Rendell's gaze tracked her as she moved. He said nothing for several breaths. The fire hummed between them. "Corin used to come here," he said at last. His voice was low, not the clipped military tone he used in corridors and court halls, not the blade-edged coldness of their first encounters. This was a register she had begun to recognize as his private one, quieter, stripped of performance, carrying the grain of something unpolished and intimate that surfaced only when the audience fell away. He'd bring his journals. Rendell looked down at the cup in his hands, turned it slowly. Said the throne hall gave him headaches and the study was too close to our father's quarters. He liked this room because the flames were different here, quieter. He said they listened instead of pronouncing. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Corin told me something once." His gaze stayed on the cup in his hands, his profile lit from below, the angle of his jaw sharp against the deeper shadows. He said, "I loved people the way a fortress loves a city. Completely, suffocatingly." A pause. "From the outside." The words hung in the cedar-scented air. The fire's murmur dropped to nearly nothing, as if even the flames were listening. Bryn pulled her knees up into the wide chair. Her boots left a smudge of corridor dust on the cushion. She did not care. "That sounds like him," she said. I read his journals. He was right about everything, and he knew he was right about everything. And he wrote about it with the particular energy of someone who could not understand why the rest of the world hadn't caught up. She let the corner of her mouth pull. Insufferable. Something happened to Rendell's face. It started at his mouth, a fractional softening, a shift in the set of his jaw, and moved upward, reaching his eyes before he could stop it. He almost smiled. Then he did smile, a real one, small, startled, as if his own muscles had mutinied and he was only discovering their betrayal after the fact. It changed the topography of his face in ways Bryn had not been prepared for. The severe lines softened, the sharp edges rounded. The scar on his jaw, which she had only ever seen pulled taut with tension or control, curved gently upward, and in the deep amber firelight, it glowed warm gold instead of its usual silver white. She catalogued that smile the way she would have catalogued a wound she wanted to keep. Carefully, thoroughly, with the precision of someone who understood that some things, once seen, could not be unseen and should not be. The way the firelight caught the corner of his mouth, the way his eyes changed from pale winter glass to something less guarded, less cold, still gray, but gray like morning frost before the sun touches it, suspended in the moment just before melting. The tiny crow's feet that appeared at the outer edges, lines that existed nowhere else on his face and surfaced only when this particular expression broke through. She filed it alongside her most precious memories, her mother's hands shaping a poultice in the early morning light, the first breath of the soldier she had healed in the ward, and did not examine why it belonged there. "He would have liked hearing you say that," Rendell said. The smile faded, but not all the way. Something of it lingered at the corners, a residual warmth, like embers after a flame. "He always said the people who called him arrogant were the ones who couldn't keep up." He wasn't wrong. He was unbearable about it. Bryn almost laughed. The sound that came out was smaller than a laugh, a breath, a loosening, but it was real, and Rendell heard it. His gaze stayed on her face a beat longer than it needed to. The fire hummed. The cedar honey scent deepened, and the warmth in the room pressed gently against Bryn's skin like sunlight through heavy curtains. She had spent enough time with the palace's living flames to know what they were doing. This was not the directed heat of hostility or the prickling warmth of agitation. This was something meant for her rather than directed at her. The fire's domestic register, its version of a room settling around the people in it. She had never felt it before. Not quite like this. The silence that followed was not the silence of their early encounters, not the loaded, hostile absence of speech that had characterized their first weeks. It was the silence of two people who had run out of urgency and discovered that what remained, once the urgency was stripped away, was not emptiness, but proximity. The fire murmured. The room held its warmth around them. And Bryn was aware of Rendell, not the abstract awareness of a threat to be managed or a political complication to be navigated, but the concrete, specific, devastating awareness of a man. He was sitting in the chair nearest the fire, his body angled toward her. She had noticed this before, in the study, in corridors, on the road. This unconscious orientation, as if some internal compass had been recalibrating for weeks and had settled on her as its fixed point. His legs were stretched toward the hearth, crossed at the ankle, and his hands rested open on his knees, palms down, fingers loose, not folded defensively, not gripping anything. Open. The firelight played across his knuckles, the scarred ridges, the long fingers, the width of his palms, and she thought about what those hands would feel like if they were not catching her out of duty or reflex, but reaching for her on purpose. She did not say this. She did not let it show on her face. But the wanting was a living thing inside her now, and it was getting harder to pretend it was not there. "Maybe you just haven't found someone who wants to live inside the walls," she said. The words came out before she could weigh them, before she could decide whether they were wise, an answer to the fortress line he had given her, arriving late and landing with all the force of something that had been building since he spoke. They settled in the space between their chairs like something dropped from a great height, not shattering, but resonant, the impact traveling through surfaces she could not see. Rendell went still. Not the controlled stillness of a soldier awaiting orders. A different kind. The stillness of a man who has been struck somewhere he did not know he was exposed. His gaze, which had been on the fire, moved to her. It reached her eyes and held there for one breath, two, before it dropped, briefly, involuntarily, to her mouth. Then he caught himself and looked away. The fire hummed between them. The cedar honey scent thickened until Bryn could taste it at the back of her throat, sweet and warm, and the room felt smaller than it had a moment before. Not cramped, but concentrated, as if the walls had drawn closer to hold the warmth in. Rendell set the untouched cup on the floor beside his chair. The small sound of ceramic on stone was absurdly loud in the silence. "Corin had friends," he said. His voice had dropped to its lowest register, the one she was learning to distinguish as something that surfaced only when no one else could hear, the one that lived somewhere in his chest rather than his throat. "Dozens." He could walk into a room, and within an hour, every person in it believed they were the one he trusted most. He made it look effortless. He turned the empty hands over in his lap, palms up. Bryn saw the firelight settle into the lines there, deep creases from years of gripping sword hilts and horse reins, the calluses on the heel of his palm, the vulnerable pale skin of his inner wrist where the veins tracked blue-gray. He said it quietly, looking at the fire rather than at her. "I have never once had that." A pause. The space where a breath should have been, but wasn't. "Not once in my life." The flames in the sitting chamber hummed at their low, contented register. The warmth against her skin was steady, gentle, as if the room itself was cradling the words he was laying down. She understood what he was giving her, not information, not a report on his brother's personality or a confession of inadequacy to be analyzed and filed away. He was telling her the thing no one in the court knew, not because it was a secret, but because no one had ever been close enough to hear it. A small, personal detail about a brother who could fill any room with warmth, delivered by a man who had spent his entire life standing just outside the circle of it. It revealed more about his own loneliness than Corin's warmth. He had been lonely his entire life, and this was the first time he had said it aloud. Bryn did not answer immediately. The words that pressed against the inside of her mouth were too large, too certain, and she could feel the shape of them, a declaration she was not ready to make, a bridge she was not yet permitted to cross. She held them back, not because they were untrue, but because he had just handed her something fragile and undefended, and the bravest thing she could do was hold it without reaching for more. She held his gaze and did not look away. The fire held its warmth around them. The cedar honey scent was so thick now that Bryn imagined she could feel it on her skin. And the silence between them was not a wall. It was a room, warm, lamplit, and large enough for two. Neither of them moved. Neither of them needed to. The distance between the chairs was 4 feet of stone floor and warm air and years of accumulated grief. And in this moment, sitting in this room with the palace's quietest fire humming between them, the distance felt like exactly the right size. Not too close to survive, not too far to feel. Bryn did not know how long they sat there. The fire burned, the cedar scent held, the silence breathed. Then she stood, because if she did not stand now, she would say something she could not take back, and because the wanting in her had grown teeth, and she could feel it at the base of her throat, and because he had given her something precious, and the least she could do was not ruin it by reaching across 4 feet of firelit stone and touching his hand the way every nerve in her body was begging her to. "Water," she said. Her voice sounded almost normal. "I'm going to get some water." He nodded, once. His eyes followed her to the door. She stepped into the corridor and pressed her back against the cool stone wall and breathed. The corridor flames burned low amber, cedar and warm stone, the palace's neutral evening register. The contrast with the sitting chamber's concentrated sweetness made her head swim. She pressed her palms flat against the wall and felt the stone's coolness travel through her wrists, counteracting the flush climbing her throat. She pushed off the wall and walked. The corridor near the residential wing was emptier than the passages she had traveled earlier. The only sound was her boots on stone and the low murmur of the flames. And then, ahead, another set of footsteps. She rounded the corner and stopped. Mordain Ashbourne was walking toward her. He was attended by a single guard, a tall fae in dark armor who walked 3 paces behind, with the practiced invisibility of someone accustomed to shadows. The High Lord wore no crown, no formal robes. He was simply a man in understated finery, moving through his family's wing in the late evening, and the living flames told the story his face would not. They burned low, unsteady, cycling between amber and a dim, guttering ember orange, their murmur thin and irregular. They knew his mood. Bryn knew his mood because she had learned to read these flames the way she read a pulse, and the pulse was grief. She stood in the center of the corridor and spoke. "Your son's journals document evidence that the Withering is being deliberately deployed." Her voice came out steady, simple, village diction stripped of courtly flourish. Corin traced the source to beneath this palace. He was investigating a conspiracy before he died. Mordain stopped. "I will not," he said, "discuss my dead son's private writings with the woman who killed him." Each word was measured, delivered with the quiet authority of a man who had ruled for longer than Bryn's village had existed, and who had never needed to raise his voice. His expression did not change, but the flames. Every sconce within 10 paces dimmed sharply, amber draining to deep, guttering ember orange. Their murmur collapsed to near silence. And the scent. Night-blooming jasmine, heavy and aching, stronger and more concentrated than the throne hall, as if the palace was mourning through him because he would not mourn for himself. He walked past her without waiting for a response. His guard followed. Their footsteps receded with the measured cadence of authority that would not be questioned. Bryn stood in the fading jasmine and understood. Avoidance in a High Lord was indistinguishable from permission. No help was coming from the Ember Throne. She drew a breath that tasted of cedar and fading jasmine and returned to the sitting chamber. Rendell was where she had left him. He looked up when she entered, and something in her face, she did not know what, could not control it, made his expression sharpen. "What happened?" "Your father." She sat down. Her knees felt less steady than they should have. "I told him about Corin's journals, what Corin found."
Rendell's jaw tightened. The scar went white. And? He won't discuss his dead son's private writings with the woman who killed him. The words came out flat, not bitter, not angry, flat. The way a healer's voice went when the patient was beyond intervention and there was nothing left but to name the truth of it. Rendell closed his eyes. When he opened them, the expression there was not surprise. It was the resigned, defeated recognition of a man who had expected exactly this and hated that he had been right. Before either of them could speak again, the sitting chamber door swung open. Lysara entered the way she always did, as if the room had been waiting for her, and she was mildly annoyed at being made to arrive. Her copper hair caught the firelight as she moved to the chair farthest from the hearth, arranged herself in it with the economy of someone who had learned that every gesture in this court was observed and graded, and looked between Bryn and Rendell with green eyes that missed nothing. Her glance lingered. It moved from Rendell's body angled toward Bryn's chair to Bryn's position in the seat opposite, their knees nearly aligned, the space between them charged with something the room itself seemed to hold. One of Lysara's eyebrows lifted by a precise fraction. Her mouth finned into something that was not quite a smile, something equal parts amusement, calculation, and a third quality Bryn could not name, something that looked almost like concern. She said nothing about it. "We have a problem," Lysara said instead. Her voice carried its usual dry edge, but the rhythm beneath was faster than her performance allowed. She had hurried. 3 problems, actually, but I'll consolidate. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and the deep green of her sleeves caught the light. The rotating pair I reported in the corridor outside the study, you remember, quarter-hour intervals, standing orders, professional. She waved one hand, dismissing the known quantity. They're still there. But since yesterday, Theron has expanded the coverage. A 3rd watcher has been added to the study corridor rotation, and 2 more have been posted on the staircase landing where the residential wing meets the lower passages. The wide staircase you use to reach the Ashbourne quarters. She glanced at Rendell. The one your senior guard watches. They're not his usual people. I didn't recognize any of them, which means they're drawn from a different rotation. Palace guard, not household staff. Someone with enough influence to reassign perimeter soldiers to interior corridors without filing the transfer through the duty logs. She let that settle. The flames in the sitting chamber shifted. Bryn felt it before she identified it. The warm, domestic hum thinning, a thread of the dry, papery crackling of tension weaving through the cedar scent. Not replacing it, but edging it. The warmth against her skin lost a degree of its gentleness, becoming something more alert. He's not just watching the study anymore, Lysara continued. He's watching every route you've used to reach it. The council supper inquiries about your access. Which corridors, which wings, which doors? Those weren't idle questions. He's been mapping what you can reach, and now he's placing people at every point along the path you've already walked. The staircase, the corridor, the study itself. She paused, and something hardened in her green eyes. He knows what Corin found. He's always known. And he is making very certain that no one follows his protégé's research any further than they already have. The room absorbed this. The fire crackled, a single dry pop that sounded to Bryn's trained ear like the flames clearing their throat. What does he intend to do about it? Rendell's voice was the commanding register. The low intimacy of their earlier conversation had been packed away with the efficiency of a soldier stowing personal effects before a march. Lysara tilted her head. That's what concerns me. He's been patient, methodical, and public about it. Patience and methodology are his natural instruments. But making it public, placing his questions in formal settings where they become part of the court's collective awareness, that's positioning. He's building a version of events before he needs it. Before what? Bryn asked. Before whatever comes next. Lysara's green eyes settled on Bryn. He saved your life in the throne hall. Everyone remembers this. If the warm, avuncular elder counselor who argued so eloquently for your preservation begins raising measured concerns about your access and your movements, concerns delivered with his characteristic sorrow and reluctance, the court will listen. And the court will remember that he tried to help you, and that you repaid his trust by wandering where you should not have been. Bryn's stomach turned. The scent in the room, cedar and honey threaded now with the faint mineral sharpness of warm stone cooling, settled at the back of her throat. As Lysara leaned back in her chair, something moved at the edge of Bryn's vision. Rendell's hand, his right hand, resting on the arm of his chair. It had shifted, fractionally, no more than an inch, along the armrest toward the side where Bryn sat. His fingers did not extend. His posture did not change. He was looking at Lysara with the focused attention of a commander absorbing tactical intelligence, and his hand had moved toward Bryn with an independence that had nothing to do with strategy. Neither of them mentioned it. Neither of them looked at it. Bryn's awareness of it was absolute. Lysara, because she was Lysara, glanced down at the two armrests, the shrinking distance between two hands that were not touching, and looked up again with an expression so carefully neutral that it constituted an entire commentary on its own. "I'll keep building the file," she said, standing. Her voice had shifted back to the professional register, clipped and efficient. Dates, movements, the pattern of his inquiries. If Mordain ever decides to open his eyes, the documentation will be ready. She paused at the door, turned, looked at both of them in the firelight with an expression Bryn would remember later. Sharp-eyed and complicated, the assessment of a woman who understood that what she was watching unfold in this room was going to make everything harder and more dangerous, and who was choosing, for reasons she would probably never explain, not to say so. "Try not to do anything I'll have to omit from my reports," she said, and left. The door closed behind her. The sitting chamber settled into its own warmth again, the thin thread of tension in the flames dissolving back into the cedar honey register, the murmur smoothing. But something had changed. The room remembered what it had been before Lysara arrived, the intimacy, the disclosed loneliness, the silence that had felt like a shared dwelling, and it remembered what had just been laid over it, the surveillance, the positioning, the patient tightening of a noose they could feel but not see. Both things were true, the warmth and the danger, the wanting and the watching. Rendell stood. The movement was unhurried, the deliberate unfolding of a tall man from a deep chair, and Bryn watched him rise the way she had watched him do everything for weeks now, with the focused, involuntary attention of a woman whose body had stopped pretending it was not cataloging him. The firelight caught the breadth of his shoulders, the scar on his jaw threw its thin line of gold. His hands hung at his sides, and she knew the specific weight of one of those hands because she had felt it once, at a stream crossing, and the memory was branded into her skin. He moved toward the door and stopped. He filled the doorway the way he had filled it in her chamber weeks ago. Tall, broad, the dark leather of his tunic absorbing the light, his body a wall between the warm room and the darker corridor beyond. But everything about what it meant had changed. Weeks ago, that silhouette had been a cage, a warning, a man who wanted her dead and had been ordered to keep her alive instead. Now she saw the set of his shoulders, not rigid with duty, but held with the particular tension of someone who was trying to leave and could not quite make his body obey. His head turned, not all the way, just enough that she could see the line of his jaw, the corner of his mouth, the way his throat moved when he swallowed. "Tomorrow," he said. His voice was the low register, the private one, the one that lived in his chest and came out only in rooms where no one else could hear, and it traveled across the 4 feet of space between them and settled against Bryn's skin like the warmth of the fire. "We should review Corrin's maps. See if there are access points we missed." The words were practical. The voice was not. "First light?" she said. "First light." He left. Bryn stood in the middle of the sitting chamber and listened to his footsteps recede down the corridor. Measured, steady, carrying a soldier's rhythm that she could have identified in a crowd of hundreds because she had been listening for exactly that cadence for longer than she was willing to admit. When the sound faded, she sat down. In his chair. The cushion was warm, not the ambient warmth of a room with a good fire, but the specific concentrated warmth of a body that had been sitting here for hours. His warmth, the ghost of his weight in the compressed fabric, the shape of him pressed into the chair like an impression left in soft earth. It radiated through the wool of her tunic and into the small of her back, her shoulders, the backs of her thighs, and it felt nothing like the cedar honey warmth of the palace's living fire. It felt like him. The sitting chamber's flames hummed their quiet domestic note. The cedar honey scent lingered. The tapestries glowed in their muted golds and deep reds, and the room held its warmth around her the way it had held their conversation, gently, without judgment, as if it had been built for exactly this kind of slow, devastating discovery. Bryn pressed her back against the warm cushion and closed her eyes. She was in trouble. She knew this the way she knew the Withering was a weapon and Mordain would not open Corrin's study, and Theron was tightening something around them that would not loosen on its own, with the cold, clear certainty of a pattern recognized too late to prevent and too precisely to deny. The wanting she had named and been refusing to act on for weeks, since the ward, since the stream crossing, since his voice broke on the word trust in Corrin's study, was not manageable. It was not resistible. It was the kind of thing that rewrote the landscape it moved through, and she was already standing in changed terrain, looking back at the woman she had been before this room, and this fire, and this man, and understanding that she could not reach her anymore. She pressed her palms flat against the armrests where his hands had rested. The tingling in her fingers sharpened, not her power, not the Withering's deep hum, but something simpler and more dangerous. The ordinary, devastating electricity of touching a surface someone had just touched and wishing it were skin. The fire hummed. The warmth held. Outside the sitting chamber, the Ember Court was settling into its dangerous, watchful night, and somewhere in its corridors, a man with kind brown eyes and smile lines was building a cage from concern and formal questions, and a king was walking away from his dead son's truth, and the Withering was eating the world from below. And Bryn sat in a warm chair in a quiet room and understood that whatever happened next, whatever Theron was building, whatever Mordain refused to see, whatever waited in the ancient passages far beneath her feet, the most dangerous thing in her life was no longer the plague, or the conspiracy, or the power in her hands. It was the wanting itself. It was the knowledge that he had opened his walls for the first time in his life, and she had been the one sitting across from him when he did, and that the ache in her chest was not pity or solidarity or the echo of shared grief, but something fiercer and more selfish and more terrifying than any of those things. Something with teeth. Something that, if she let it, would make every decision from this point forward a little less rational and a great deal more costly. She did not let herself name it, not yet, but she held it.
the way she held everything that mattered, carefully, with her mother's hands, knowing it was fragile and knowing it was hers. Chapter 7. The Almost. The screaming began before dawn. Bryn had not slept. She had been sitting in the dark of her chamber with her palms pressed flat against her knees, feeling the low hum in her bones that never quite faded anymore, when the first sound reached her through the stone. Not a shout of alarm or a bark of command, but a raw animal cry of terror that cut through the palace walls the way no ordinary sound should have been able to. Then the fire went out. Not her bracket flame, which still burned its muted amber beside the door. The flames in the corridor beyond. She felt them die before she saw it. A sudden void in the ambient warmth that pressed against the chamber walls like a held breath, followed by the smell, or rather, the absence of smell. The cedar and warm stone scent that had settled into the corridor over the past days, the palace's quiet acknowledgement of her presence, vanished. In its place, nothing. A cold, scentless hollow where living warmth should have been. The void she had first encountered in the healing ward, where the Withering had already been suppressing the flames for 3 months before she ever set foot in those deep stone rooms. But here, now, in the residential corridors of the Ember Court itself. Bryn was on her feet before the second scream reached her. She pulled the door open and stepped into darkness. The corridor sconces were dead. Not guttering, not dim. Dead. The iron brackets held shapes that might have been flame an hour ago. Gray wisps curling upward like smoke frozen mid-rise. But no light, no heat, no sound came from them. The papery crackling she had learned to read like a patient's breathing was gone. The low murmur that had become as familiar as her own heartbeat was gone. The warmth that pressed gently against her skin when the flames were at peace, the prickling heat when they were agitated, all of it simply gone. The air tasted of cold ash and iron. Bryn pressed her back against the corridor wall and breathed through her mouth. The cold was wrong. Not the cold of winter or stone or deep earth, but the paradoxical chill that radiated from the Withering's proximity. A cold that should not exist in a palace built from living fire. Down the corridor, someone retched. A fey courtier in sleep-rumpled silk stumbled past her, one hand clamped over her mouth, her eyes wide and rolling. The woman did not even see Bryn. She was gagging on the void, on the absence where the flame's warmth should have been, and the revulsion was so visceral, so instinctive, that it overrode every ounce of court composure. Another scream. Closer. Bryn ran. The lower halls were chaos. Guards in dark armor moved through corridors lit only by the cold gray light filtering through high windows, dawn light that looked sickly and insufficient without the palace fire to warm it. Attendants in dove-gray tunics carried oil lamps that threw harsh, lifeless shadows, nothing like the flame's living glow. A young guard sat against a wall with his hands pressed to his face, trembling. An older courtier, a woman whose layered robes and imperious bearing marked her as someone of consequence, leaned against a pillar and wept silently, her fingers clawing at her collar as though she could not breathe. The entire west wing was dark. Every sconce, every channel, every flame that had burned for centuries in those corridors, silent, cold, void. The Withering had reached the palace. Bryn found the source 2 corridors down from the barracks. 3 fae had collapsed where they stood. A guard lay face down with gray branching patterns already climbing his neck above his armor collar. A serving woman sat slumped against the wall, her hands in her lap, the gray crawling up her forearms in patterns that pulsed with slow, breathing rhythm. A courtier, male, young, richly dressed, was on his knees making a sound that was not quite sobbing,
and not quite screaming, staring at his own hands as the luminescence drained from his skin and the first dark traceries appeared. Bryn dropped to her knees beside the serving woman. Her healer's hands were already moving, checking pulse, tilting the woman's chin up to assess the corruption's spread, before her conscious mind caught up. The gray was fresh, maybe 2 hours old. The woman's eyes found Bryn's face and widened with recognition. Not hostility, fear.
"I felt the fire die," the woman whispered. "And then my hands went cold."
Bryn pressed her palms against the woman's forearms and let the power surge. It was faster now than it had been in the healing ward, a searing white gold torrent that found the corruption and burned through it with a fury that left Bryn gasping. The Withering fought back the same way it always did, snarling and clinging with mindless tenacity. But Bryn had learned its rhythms over weeks of healing, had learned to ride the wave of cold wrongness that traveled up her arms and into her chest without drowning in it. The gray retreated. The woman screamed. And then it was done, and the nearest sconce, dead moments ago, flickered once, twice, and caught. A thin tongue of flame that wavered and steadied and began to hum, faint and uncertain, like a voice remembering how to speak. The serving woman stared at her cleared arms. Then she looked at Bryn with an expression that Bryn had seen once before, in the healing ward. The young soldier's gratitude, raw and uncomprehending. Bryn was reaching for the guard when Mordain arrived. She heard him before she saw him. Not his voice, but the way the remaining corridor fell silent. She looked up from the guard and found the High Lord of the Ember Court standing at the junction of 2 corridors, flanked by 4 guards and an attendant who struggled to keep pace. He wore no crown, no formal robes. His silver-streaked dark hair was unbound, falling across the collar of a dark tunic that looked hastily donned. His face was the same carved stone mask she had seen in the throne hall, in the corridor when she had tried to tell him about Corrin's journals. Pale, ancient eyes sweeping the damage with the efficiency of a general surveying a battlefield. His gaze found Bryn on her knees beside the fallen guard. It held for one precise beat. No surprise that she was already there. No acknowledgement, no gratitude. Just assessment. The cold calculus of a ruler identifying which tool was operational and folding it into his strategy. "Bring her to the ward," Mordain said, and his voice was level and quiet and carried through the corridor like something with weight. "All Withering afflicted are to be moved to the lower healing levels. Court healers to their stations. Clear the west wing and seal it." Not a request, not recognition that she had already chosen to heal. An order that converted what she was doing voluntarily into commanded service. Her compassion absorbed into his logistics. Her willing hands reclassified as deployed assets, without a single word wasted on the difference. He did not ask whether she was willing, because the question was irrelevant to him. She was the tool that worked when all other tools had failed, and the fact that she had already been working only meant the tool was functioning as expected. He did not look at Bryn again. He turned to the attendant and began issuing orders. Evacuate the affected corridors. Feed the surviving flames in adjacent wings with concentrated power to create fire breaks against the blight's spread. Redirect Palace Guard to manage the civilian panic. His composure was glacial, perfect, unbroken. Then Theron arrived. He came from the direction of the council chambers, moving through the crisis with the unhurried gravity of a man who had seen centuries of court emergencies and refused to be rushed by any of them. Broad-shouldered but soft around the edges, his close-trimmed beard neat despite the hour, his kind brown eyes carrying exactly the right measure of sorrow and concern. 2 minor counselors flanked him,
drawn to his orbit the way lesser fires lean toward a hearth, and a pair of guards Bryn did not recognize walked a respectful half-step behind.
"My lord, I would not presume to add to your concerns at such a time."
Theron's voice carried, warm, rounded, pitched with the practiced ease of a man who knew precisely how far sound traveled in stone corridors and calibrated accordingly. He addressed Mordain with a slight inclination of his head, the gesture of a lifelong advisor speaking to his sovereign, deferential and assured in equal measure.
"But I would be remiss in my duty as elder counselor if I did not raise a matter that bears on the court's security."
Mordain turned, his pale eyes fixed on Theron with the flat attention he gave everything, neither welcoming nor dismissive. Waiting.
"The healer's movements have been increasingly unsupervised,"
Theron said, and the reluctance in his voice was a masterwork, the particular sadness of a man compelled by conscience to speak against someone he had personally advocated for. "I raised this possibility at council some days ago, that unmonitored access to the palace's deeper corridors posed risks we could not afford to overlook. I take no satisfaction in the morning's events lending weight to those concerns." Bryn watched from across the hall, on her knees beside the guard whose withering she had not yet had the chance to burn clean. Watched Theron stand before Mordain with his face composed into an expression of grandfatherly worry, delivering his carefully constructed narrative, while the serving woman she had healed sat breathing against the wall behind her. The timing was surgical. The outbreak, within the court's own walls, in the residential corridors, closer than the Withering had ever reached. And here was the elder counselor, already positioned, already framing, already converting the crisis into leverage. The court would remember this moment, not Bryn on her knees healing, not the serving woman's cleared arms or the guard's first clean breath. They would remember the warm, avuncular elder counselor who had saved the human's life, now raising measured concerns, with characteristic sorrow, with visible reluctance, about her access and her movements. They would remember that he had tried to help her, and that she had repaid his trust by wandering where she should not have been. Mordain listened. His expression did not change. The cold calculus behind those pale, ancient eyes processed Theron's words the same way it processed everything: efficiency, utility, threat assessment. No resistance, no skepticism, no flicker of recognition that the man standing before him with warm concern in his voice and institutional credibility at his back might be the architect of the very crisis he was leveraging. "Your concerns will be formally heard," Mordain said. "Tomorrow morning, in council." Theron inclined his head again. "I ask for nothing more, my lord." A pause, perfectly weighted, the silence of a man who has said enough and knows it. Then, quieter, pitched to carry only to the nearest witnesses. "I pray the morning brings clarity for us all." He turned and moved away through the oil lamp corridors, his step unhurried, his bearing projecting the steady reassurance of a man who had spent decades being the court's voice of reason. The two minor counselors trailed after him. The guards followed. Bryn's hands were still on the guard's shoulders. She watched Theron's retreating back and filed the moment away, the timing, the phrasing, the audience, the specific reluctance that had been pitched to carry, in the place where she kept things she did not yet fully understand, but knew she would need. A hand found the small of her back. Bryn knew who it was before she turned. She knew from the specific pressure, firm, careful, the fingers spread wide enough for each to be felt as a distinct point of warmth through the fabric of her tunic. She knew from the way the air changed when he stood close, the way it always changed now, carrying his scent ahead of his voice, smoke and leather and that clean, unnamed thing beneath, like cold stone after rain, but warmer, closer.
a thing she had catalogued so many times it had become a fixed point in her interior map of the world.
"On your feet,"
Rindle said. His voice was low, clipped, the commander's register. But the hand at her back did not match the voice. It lingered a beat longer than guidance required, the heel of his palm pressing warm against the base of her spine. She stood. His hand stayed. "The ward's overwhelmed," he said, and now he was not looking at the corridor's devastation, but at her face, reading her the way she read him, with that unnerving precision that came from weeks of watching each other across the charged distance they maintained like a held breath. "The chief healer requested you through my father's command. He's been asking for you since the first patients came in."
"How many?"
9 confirmed in the West Wing, more coming in.
She moved, and he moved with her.
Through the oil lamp corridors and down the narrowing passages to the lower levels, past the dead sconces where the cold ash void hung like a physical weight in the air, through junctions where guards pressed against the walls to let them pass. His hand left her back when the passage widened, but returned the moment it narrowed again, finding the same spot with the accuracy of something memorized. In the healing ward, the chief healer was a drawn blade of controlled panic. More patients than beds. The young Fey soldier Bryn had healed weeks ago, was helping arrange pallets on the floor, his movements careful around the silver-white tracery on his forearms, the scars of his own withering, burned clean by Bryn's hands. He looked at her when she entered and gave a single, grave nod. Meanwhile, in a chamber elsewhere in the residential wing, Lysara sat at the small writing desk, composing her latest report to Mordane's household. She wrote with her usual precision, the outbreak's scope as she had witnessed it, the number of afflicted she had counted on her way through the lower halls, Bryn's physical condition as last observed. She documented the deployment order, the timeline of the crisis, the ward's capacity as relayed by the attendants she had intercepted for information. When she reached the section on Bryn's vulnerabilities, the collapse after the last healing in the ward, the way Bryn's hands had trembled so badly she could not grip the edge of the stone bed, the graying complexion that Lysara had catalogued with a spy's precision before Rendell had taken Bryn from the ward, Lysara's pen stopped. She stared at the wet ink on the page. She thought of the woman who had dropped to her knees before Fae who despised her, and healed them anyway, without being asked, before Mordane's order had even been issued. She thought of gray branching patterns retreating, and first clean breaths, and the way the flames had flickered back to life around those brown, calloused hands. She dipped her pen. She wrote, "Patient responded well to treatment. Physical toll within expected parameters." Then she set the pen down and stared at the lie she had just committed to paper and understood, with the cold clarity of a woman who had survived the Ember Court by never being loyal to anyone, that she had just chosen a side. The fire in her room crackled once, dry and papery, and said nothing. The work was brutal. Bryn moved from patient to patient. The white gold light poured through her hands with each one, searing, draining, fighting the corruption back through bodies that trembled and screamed and then, finally, breathed. She tracked the cost the way she tracked a patient's vital signs. First the tremor in her fingers, then the graying at the edges of her vision, then the ringing in her ears that never quite faded between healings, then the deep, marrow-level exhaustion that made her bones feel hollow. Rendell was there. Through every healing, every collapse of energy, every moment she steadied herself on the edge of a stone bed and breathed through the graying. He was there. He did not hover. He did not ask useless questions. He simply occupied the space beside her with the focused, competent stillness she had come to recognize as his version of care. He spoke to the court healers in his clipped command voice, organizing triage, directing the flow of patients. But when he spoke to Bryn, the voice changed. She noticed it on the third patient, the dropping of half a register, the consonants softening at their edges, the rhythm slowing as if the words were being chosen from a different vocabulary, not the commander's, but the man's. The voice she had heard in the sitting chamber, the voice he used when no one else could hear. Bryn, this one. Her name. Just her name. Quiet and low, directing her to the next patient. He had never said it before, not once, not in the weeks since they had been bound together by his father's command and his brother's death. He had called her nothing, had addressed her with clipped imperatives and tilted chins and the silence that served where names would not. And now, here in the chaos of the ward, with her power draining and her vision graying and the patients blurring between her and collapse, he used it. Once. As though it had been building behind his teeth for weeks and the ward's extremity had finally broken it loose. It landed between them like a thunderclap. 2 syllables that rearranged the air. She felt them in her chest. Not her power, not the Withering's hum, but the specific, devastating weight of being named by someone who had refused to name her. His thumb rested against the inside of her arm where her pulse beat against the thin skin, and her name in his mouth sounded like a door opening, like something sealed and dark and kept shut by sheer force of will, swinging wide to let in light it was not prepared for. She healed the patient. She did not think about his thumb on her pulse. She did not think about it because if she did, she would stop moving and the next patient would die. 7 patients. 8. The ward flames responded to each healing, the cold ash void receding in increments, warmth returning to the sconce's nearest Bryn's hands, the faintest whisper of a hum rebuilding in the stone. Somewhere above them, the palace was learning to breathe again. 9. Bryn's legs went. Not the controlled stumble she had managed in the eastern village, bracing herself on door frames and breathing through the gray. This was a complete collapse. Her knees buckled, her vision whited out, and she felt herself falling sideways off the edge of the stone bed where she had been kneeling. Rendell caught her. His arms closed around her shoulders and her waist, and he pulled her against him in a single motion that was not gentle. There was nothing gentle about the way a man moves when the woman beside him is falling, and his body knows before his mind that he will not let her hit the ground. But the urgency lasted only a heartbeat. Then his hold shifted, adjusted, became something else entirely. He lifted her. Her head fell against his chest, and the world reduced itself to the space between his arms. She was half-conscious. The graying had taken most of her vision, and the ringing filled her ears, and her hands were numb from the wrists down. But beneath the exhaustion, beneath the draining aftermath of 9 healings pulled from whatever reservoir she carried inside her, her senses were still a healer's senses. They catalogued what they found. His heartbeat against her cheek. Fast. Too fast. Not the elevated rhythm of exertion. She had learned to distinguish that from other accelerations with a specificity that left no room for comfortable explanations. This was the heartbeat of a man holding something he was afraid to hold, whose body was running ahead of his discipline and telling a truth his voice would never speak. His arms beneath her knees and across her back. The breadth of him registered through the thin fabric of her tunic. The width of his chest where her shoulder pressed. The coiled tension in his forearms where they supported her weight. She was not a large woman, but she was not nothing, and he carried her as though she weighed no more than the weight of the distance he was trying not to close. His scent. Smoke and leather and that clean thing she had never been able to name. The thing she had first catalogued in the healing ward when he caught her after the soldier. When his hands stayed too long and his release was a flinch,
She had carried that scent in her memory for weeks, like a stone in her pocket, turning it over in quiet moments, measuring its edges. Now it surrounded her. The source was inches from her face, the hollow of his throat above his collar, the warm skin there, the place where smoke and leather gave way to something that was just him. Irreducible, devastating. His body was rigid. She felt the tautness in every line of him, a controlled tension that had nothing to do with the physical effort of carrying her, and everything to do with the restraint it was costing him. His fingers where they curved around her shoulder were careful, precise, each one placed with deliberate control, and she understood with the clarity of a woman who read bodies for a living that if he relaxed that control for even a moment, his hands would tighten, would pull her closer, would stop pretending that this was transport and become what it actually was. She wanted to press her face into the hollow of his throat. She wanted it with a specificity that left no room for pretense, not the vague pull of attraction, but a clear, vivid, aching need to close the last inches between her mouth and his skin and feel the vibration of his pulse against her lips. She did not. She closed her eyes and let herself be carried, and did not pretend, even to herself, that this was nothing. She felt his arms around her and his heartbeat against her cheek, and the warmth of his body through the layers of fabric between them. And she filed the memory away in the place where she kept the things she could not afford to lose. Her mother's hands shaping a poultice by lamplight, the soldier's first clean breath in the ward, the way the palace flames had turned gold and sung for her. She added this, the sound of Rendell Ashbourne's heart beating too fast against her ear while he carried her through the darkened corridors of a palace that was learning to grieve. He did not speak. His breathing was controlled, but uneven at its edges, and once, just once, when her hair shifted against his jaw as they turned a corner, she heard him swallow. A small sound, an involuntary sound, the sound of a man whose body was doing something his discipline had not authorized. The corridors passed in gray-lit silence. The dead sconces watched them like empty eyes. He carried her to the sitting chamber, the room where they had talked about Corin, the room where the flames listened instead of pronouncing. He pushed the door open with his shoulder and brought her inside, and the living fire here, still burning, untouched by the west wing's void, responded to their entry with a surge of warmth that pressed against Bryn's cold skin like hands cupping her face. Cedar and honey. The low, steady hum of something alive and watchful, and, she thought, with the irrational certainty of exhaustion, glad to see them. He set her down on the deep cushioned chair with a care that belied the rigid tension in his arms. Her back met the cushion and his hands withdrew, and the withdrawal was controlled, each point of contact released deliberately, precisely, the way a man puts down something fragile when he knows his hands are shaking. His hands were shaking. She saw it in the half-second before he turned away and folded them behind his back. The soldier's posture, the armor he wore when he could not wear the other kind, the tremor in his scarred fingers, the white-knuckled grip of his right hand around his left wrist. She catalogued it without meaning to, a healer's compulsion, an involuntary reading of the body before her, and understood that whatever he was feeling, it had gotten past the walls. He stood with his back to her for 3 breaths. 4. The fire hummed. The cedar honey scent deepened. Then he pulled a second chair closer than the 4 feet of warm stone floor that had separated them last time, and sat. Close enough that she could have reached out and touched his knee. Close enough that the heat of his body was a separate presence between them, distinct from the fire's warmth. Close enough that the quality of the air changed, thickened, with the weight of everything that had happened in the corridors and everything that had not been said.
11, he said finally. His voice was rough. 11 in one session, counting the corridor.
I can count.
You stopped breathing. Twice.
The West Wing
is sealed. My father's orders.
He cut across her with the commander's efficiency, but his eyes did not leave her face.
Court healers are managing the quarantine. The surviving flames in the adjacent corridors are holding. They fed them with concentrated power, the way the chief healer described trying in the ward months ago. It's buying time.
A pause. His jaw worked.
The chief healer thinks 2 more patients may present before morning. He has them under observation.
You should not. The words came out harder than he intended. She saw him catch it, the clipped edges softening a fraction, the breath he took before continuing. The chief healer's exact words were that if you attempt another healing before you've slept, he will have you physically removed from his ward. He was not being diplomatic.
She almost smiled. Almost.
The chief healer's quiet ferocity, the tall, trembling-handed man who had watched his patients die for months and now guarded his miracle worker with the protectiveness of someone who understood exactly how fragile the only good thing in his ward actually was. The practical words trailed off. The operational details, sealed wing, quarantine, concentrated power, observation patients, settled into the silence like sediment drifting to the bottom of still water, leaving the surface clear. And what the surface held was everything they were not saying. She looked at him. His pale gray eyes were fixed on her face with an intensity that was not the commander's assessment or the keeper's surveillance. It was the gaze of a man who had counted her breaths while he carried her, and would be counting them for some time. "I'm still here," she said.
"Yes."
The word came out low and heavy, and carried more weight than a single syllable should have been able to bear. The silence stretched. The warmth of the room settled around them like a held breath, and for a moment, the devastation above, the dead sconces, the sealed West Wing, the question of how the Withering had breached the palace, retreated behind the immediate, undeniable fact of him sitting too close, still shaking, looking at her. Then Rendell exhaled, slow, deliberate, and when he spoke again, his voice had shifted, not to the commander's register, not to the clipped efficiency of crisis, but to something quieter. The voice he had used in this room before, when the firelight was softer and the chairs were farther apart, and the distance between them had been a thing they could still pretend to maintain.
"Corin had a theory about you," he said.
She blinked. The shift was unexpected. From the ward's devastation to his brother's name, offered not as a wound, but as a bridge. The firelight caught the tight line of his jaw, the scar a pale gold thread against shadow, and his eyes held hers with something that was not grief, and not the cold assessment of a keeper, but the particular warmth of a man choosing, deliberately, to share something that mattered. "He never met you," Rendell continued, and the words came slowly, each one placed with the care of a man walking on uncertain ground. "But he had a theory about anyone who chose healing as a vocation. He said healers were the most stubborn people alive, that they had to be, because the world kept handing them broken things and expecting them to make the pieces fit." A pause. The fire's hum deepened, cedar and honey, thickening in the warm air. "He would have liked you," Rendell said, quietly. The words stripped bare, no irony, no qualifier. A brother's assessment offered with warmth rather than grief. The first time she had heard him speak of Corin without the shadow crossing his face like a blade. "He would have been unbearable about it. Would have followed you around the ward, asking questions you didn't have time to answer, and taking notes on everything you did.
Bryn felt something loosen in her chest, a knot she had not known she was carrying. The image of Corin, golden-haired, warm-eyed, brilliant and relentless, alive in this room, asking her about the white gold light, scribbling in his journals. A ghost made human by his brother's voice. Not the dead prince whose name was a weapon. A person. Someone who would have understood. He had a phrase, Rendell said, and now his gaze held hers with an intensity that had shifted. No longer the warmth of shared memory, but something sharper, more deliberate, aimed. Something he said to me once, in this room, about the way I... He stopped, started again. About the way people love when they don't know how to let anyone close. The fire leaned toward them. Its amber deepened. She knew what was coming before he said it. The words arrived in her memory a half-breath before they left his mouth. The same words, the same room, the same firelight. He had given them to her only hours ago, sitting in the other chair with the unfastened collar and the untouched cup, offering up his brother's sharpest observation like a wound he was letting her see. She had carried those words since, had turned them over the way she turned over the scent of him, privately, in quiet moments, measuring their edges. "You love like a fortress loves a city," he said quietly. "Completely. Suffocatingly. From the outside." Corin's words. The same words, spoken in the same room, in the same firelight only hours ago, but not the same. She heard the difference immediately, the way a healer hears the difference between a cough that is clearing and a cough that is settling deeper. Hours ago, he had offered the quote as confession, his brother's verdict on him, shared with the raw vulnerability of a man letting someone see the shape of his oldest wound. Now he returned to it deliberately, not as revelation, but as recontextualization, turning the familiar words in his hands the way she had been turning them in hers, and showing her the other facet, the one that caught the light differently. He was not quoting his brother to explain himself. He was quoting his brother to explain her. The woman who had knelt before 9 patients who despised her and healed them anyway, completely, from the outside, never once asking to be let in. Both smiled. His was small and startled, the same mutiny of muscles she had seen once before, the scar curving upward, the crow's feet appearing at the edges of his eyes, the severe lines of his face softening into something that made her chest ache. Hers was tired and real and broke across her face before she could stop it, because the words fit and he knew it, and the fact that he had returned to his brother's observation of him and recast it as an observation of her was the most tender thing anyone had ever done with a borrowed sentence. Then the smile faded. His eyes darkened, not with grief, not yet, but with the weight of what came after smiling, the awareness that the warmth between them was a living thing, and the room was small and the fire was leaning toward them, and neither of them had the defenses left to pretend this was nothing. The fire's hum deepened, its light shifted, the amber deepening toward gold, the richest shade Bryn had seen in this room, their light pooling in the corners like late afternoon sun, as if the flames were holding their breath alongside her. The cedar honey scent intensified until Bryn could taste it at the back of her throat, sweet and warm and overwhelming, filling the air between them like an exhalation. Rendell reached toward her. She watched his hand move through the firelit air between their chairs, watched it the way she would watch a blade falling, with the absolute clarity of someone who understands that the next moment will change everything, and is choosing not to look away. His fingers crossed the distance she had refused to cross in Corin's study. His hand came to rest against the side of her face. His thumb traced her jawline. Barely a touch, the lightest pressure. Calluses rough against her skin, the pad of his thumb following the line of her jaw, from the hinge below her ear to the point of her chin. A question asked in skin. A sentence started without words. Her breath caught, held. The air between them turned to something thick and golden and unbearable. She could feel his pulse. Through the pad of his thumb where it rested against her jaw, his heartbeat, transmitted through skin and callus, and the invisible charge that ran between them like current through wire. Fast, steady, present, real. His eyes dropped to her mouth. She watched it happen. The infinitesimal shift of his gaze, the gray of his irises darkening as his pupils widened, the way his focus narrowed to a single point and the rest of the room ceased to exist. She had read 1,000 faces in her life: pain, fear, gratitude, the flat nothing of the dying. But she had never been looked at like this, as though the distance between his mouth and hers was the only distance that had ever mattered. His hand stayed. His thumb moved once more against her jaw. A slow stroke, deliberate, almost reverent, like a man touching something he had convinced himself he would never be allowed to touch. She leaned into it. She could not help it. The way a plant leans toward light, the way water moves downhill. Her body curved toward his hand with an inevitability that had nothing to do with choice, and everything to do with the fact that she had been wanting this specific touch for weeks, since the ward, since the stream crossing, since the sitting chamber, since the sound of his voice breaking on the word trust in Corin's study, and the reality of it, the roughness and warmth and the tremor in his fingers and his heartbeat pulsing against her skin, was so far beyond what she had imagined that the breath she was holding escaped as a small, involuntary sound. His breath on her face, close enough to feel. The ghost of warmth across her lips and the bridge of her nose and the skin beneath her eyes. Close enough to taste. Smoke and something clean, and the faint sweetness of the fey tea he drank but never finished. The space between them closing by fractions, not rushed, not tentative, the slow, relentless inevitability of something that has been building so long it has its own gravity. The living flames leaned with them. Their hum rose, not the harmonic that had resonated through the healing ward, but something quieter, more intimate, a sound felt in the chest rather than heard, like the palace's own breath catching in sympathy. Their light deepened, the amber edging toward gold, richer and warmer than Bryn had ever seen it in this room. Their cedar honey scent filled the room until the air itself seemed to glow. She could feel the heat of his mouth near hers. Not touching. Not yet. The infinitesimal gap that was worse than distance because it was so close to being everything. The almost there that made her entire body ache with the effort of not closing it herself. His hand on her jaw, his pulse against her skin, his eyes, gray and warm and unguarded for the first time since she had known him, holding hers with something that was not grief and not duty and not the cold assessment of a keeper watching his charge. She saw the moment it died. Corin's name rose in his eyes, not spoken, not a word or a memory or a conscious thought. Something deeper, a shadow that crossed his face like a cloud across the sun, the reflexive flinch of a wound that has not healed being pressed. The warmth in his gray eyes flickered, and something behind it cracked, and she watched the war play out across his face in the space of a single heartbeat. The wanting, fierce and undeniable,
And the guilt, equally fierce, equally undeniable. And the ghost of a golden-haired brother who had died under the hands that were now pressed against the armrest of this chair, reaching for nothing, reaching for everything. His thumb stilled on her jaw. I can't. 2 words. His voice wrecked. A clean fracture through the lowest register he owned. The sound of a man tearing something out of himself and offering it without explanation, because explanation would require admitting how much he wanted what he was refusing. His hand dropped. The flames flickered. The gold retreated through amber, their hum thinning to a murmur, and the cedar honey scent faded as though the room itself was exhaling something it had been holding. The air between them cooled by a single degree, then 2. The palace felt the loss. Bryn did not cry. She did not argue. She did not reach for him or demand reasons, or fill the silence with words that would only make the absence of his hand on her face more vivid. She sat very still in the chair where he had set her down, and watched Corin's ghost settle back into the space between them. The space that had been so small seconds ago and was now vast, and understood. He was fighting a war on 2 fronts, the living and the dead, the woman in front of him and the brother beneath him, and tonight the dead had won. Not because the dead were stronger, but because the living had not yet found a way to carry both. The ache in the room was physical. She felt it in her chest. Not her power, not the Withering's cold fist, but the specific, exquisite pain of being so close to being held by someone, and then not being held. The phantom warmth of his thumb on her jaw, the phantom heat of his breath on her mouth, the memory of almost, which she suspected would be worse than the memory of never. Rendell stood, his chair scraped against stone. He moved to the door with the rigid precision of a man forcing his body through motions it did not want to perform, and in the doorway he stopped. The same stop, the same half-turn she had seen before. Jaw, corner of mouth, the line of his throat moving as he swallowed. He did not look back. The door closed behind him with a sound that was very quiet and very final. Bryn sat in the chair where he had set her down and pressed her fingertips to her jaw where his thumb had rested. The skin there was warm. She held the warmth the way she held everything that mattered, carefully, knowing it would fade, knowing she would carry the shape of it long after the sensation was gone. The fire hummed, lower now, softer, a sound like sympathy. She did not know how long she sat in the chair before she stood. Long enough for the warmth where his thumb had rested to fade, long enough for the fire to burn lower in the hearth, its amber contracting from the generous warmth that had greeted them to something quieter, steadier, the coals of a fire that had been left to settle. Long enough for the ache to move from her chest into her bones, where it took up residence alongside the exhaustion and the Withering's residual cold, and the persistent hum in her palms that never stopped. She stood because she could not sit any longer without the stillness becoming something she drowned in. And because the question that had been circling beneath everything, beneath the almost kiss, beneath the ache, beneath the flame's amber deepening and retreat, would not leave her alone. How had the Withering gotten in? Corin's maps. First Light. They had planned to review them, but First Light had brought an outbreak instead of answers, and the answers were still waiting, somewhere beneath her feet, in the ancient passages his journals had described. She heard his footsteps before she opened the door. Deliberate. Measured. Coming from the direction of the residential wing, not the retreating echo of a man who had never left, but the approaching rhythm of one who had gone and come back. She knew the sound of his stride the way she knew the cadence of a resting heartbeat, had been cataloging it for weeks without permission. And this was not the rigid precision with which he had walked away. This was slower, resolved. She opened the door and found Rendell in the corridor outside the sitting chamber. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his face carefully composed, and she understood from the fact that he was here, had not stayed in his quarters, had not let the distance hold after everything that had passed between them in the firelit room, that he had chosen to come back. That whatever had broken in the almost kiss, whatever wall Corin's ghost had reinforced between them, it had not broken the thing beneath it, the partnership, the purpose. He looked at her, she looked at him. Neither of them mentioned what had happened in the firelit room. "The outbreak came from below," she said. "Yes." "Corin's maps." "I know." They moved through the palace's wounded corridors without speaking, past the sealed west wing where the cold ash void still hung behind barricaded doors, past guards who stepped aside at Rendell's approach, reading the authority in his bearing without requiring words. Down, always down, through narrowing passages where the stone grew older and rougher, and the air took on the cool metallic taste she associated with deep earth. Corin's journals had sketched this tunnel network in approximate strokes: general reach, theoretical depth, the broad shape of a system he had never fully mapped, and they used what he had charted to guide them toward the lower passages where his research indicated the deep conduits converged beneath the palace. The ancient tunnels began where the palace's architecture ended, a transition marked not by a door or a gate, but by a change in the stone itself. The carved blocks of the lower corridors gave way to natural rock, smoothed by water and time, veined with pale crystallized deposits that caught their borrowed lamplight and threw it back in fractured glints. The air was still and heavy. The silence was absolute. No fire hum, no distant murmur of court activity, no sound at all except their breathing and their footsteps and the faint, high-pitched resonance that Bryn felt more than heard, a vibration in the bones of the earth itself. Rendell carried an oil lamp. Its light was flat and dead, ordinary fire, producing none of the living flame's warmth or intelligence. In its harsh glow, the tunnels looked ancient in a way that made the palace above seem young. The walls bore carvings that predated any script Bryn had seen in the court histories Lysara had left for her. Spiraling patterns that reminded her of the waymarkers along the eastern road, the ones that had sent a current through her arm and settled behind her ribs like a held breath. The tingling in her palms sharpened as they descended. Not her power, and not the Withering's corruption, but the ambient resonance she had been carrying since the healing ward, the unnamed rhythm that pulsed in time with the Feylands themselves. Down here, closer to whatever source fed it, the rhythm was stronger, clearer, almost musical. Rendell walked ahead of her in the narrow passage, and even here, in the dark, in the deep, with the conspiracy closing around them like water, she was aware of him. The breadth of his shoulders blocking the lamplight, the sound of his breathing, controlled and even. The warmth of his arm when the passage narrowed and their elbows brushed. The way his hand found her elbow when the footing grew uncertain, his thumb resting against the inside of her arm with the same unconscious precision it had found her pulse in the healing ward. He guided her around a jutting formation of crystallized stone, and his fingers tightened fractionally on her arm. Not caution, not warning, but the involuntary response of a body that had learned to track another body's proximity and could not stop. She felt the pressure and the warmth and the roughness of his calluses through her sleeve and did not pull away. The wanting followed them underground. It breathed in the dark between their bodies. It would not be put down. The shallow Wellspring access point was not on Corin's maps. They found it by following the crystallized veins in the stone, deposits of pale, luminous mineral that grew thicker and more concentrated as they descended, converging through fractured bedrock toward a junction point. Corin's journals had described the theory, shallow conduits connecting the deep Wellspring network to the surface, but his maps showed only approximate locations, and this specific junction was unmarked. The access point was a natural fissure in the tunnel wall, widened by tools. Bryn saw the tool marks before she saw anything else. Her healer's eye, trained to read the body of a room the way she read the body of a patient, caught the anomaly immediately. The crystallized veins at the fissure's edge were scored with deliberate cuts, chisel marks, angled and precise, widening the natural crack to allow passage. The mineral surface was scarred where instruments had been driven into the crystal to fracture and redirect the flow of whatever energy moved through it. Rendell held the lamp closer. In its flat light, the marks were unmistakable, recent. The edges of the cut crystal were clean, not weathered. Dust from the scoring collected in small piles at the fissure's base, undisturbed by time or traffic. Inside the fissure, the crystallized veins had been corrupted. Bryn had seen the withering in flesh, the gray branching patterns, the sweet rot weeping, the corruption that fought like a living thing when she burned it out. But she had never seen it in stone. The crystal veins within the fissure were darkened, their pale luminescence replaced by a dull, pulsing gray-black that moved through the mineral in slow waves. At the junction point, where multiple veins converged into a natural conduit, someone had left evidence of their work. Residue of concentrated withering agent, thick and dark, coating the crystal where it had been applied. Tool marks at regular intervals along the conduit, maintaining the corruption's flow, and, pressed into the dust of the tunnel floor, the unmistakable imprint of boots. Recent boots, clear-edged prints. Someone had been here days ago, perhaps hours. Rendell said nothing. He did not need to. The evidence spoke with the clarity of a confession. Bryn stood in the tunnel with the corrupted crystal pulsing its slow, dark rhythm before her, and the pieces she had been carrying, loose, unconnected, filed away the way a healer files symptoms she cannot yet diagnose, began to move. The courier. She saw him in the flat lamplight as clearly as she had seen him in the regional lord's main hall, a travel-dusty messenger standing near the entrance, with a leather satchel slung across his chest, the elder counselor's seal stamped into the leather flap. She had noticed the seal the way she noticed a patient's coloring or the tremor in someone's hands. Automatically, without conscious analysis, a detail absorbed and stored because her instincts never stopped cataloging. She had filed it away. She had not understood it. She understood it now. Theron's seal, Theron's dispatches, 3 in 1 week, where 1 per month was standard. The first arriving 4 days before the departure order was issued, containing instructions for victim selection and preparation. He had known about the trip before it was formally ordered. He had positioned a terminal patient to die under her hands before an audience. The seal on the courier's satchel was not a coincidence. It was a signature. The attendant. Theron's household staff, spotted near Corin's sealed study the day before the eastern journey, asking whether the door had been opened. Not curiosity. Surveillance. He had been monitoring Corin's research, or its containment, before Bryn and Rendell had ever thought to look for it, because he already knew what was inside, because his protégé, the prince he had guided from childhood, the finest mind the court had known in a century, had found the thread that led here, to this tunnel, to this corrupted junction, and Theron had needed to know whether anyone else would follow it. Then, his hand on her shoulder in the throne hall after her reprieve, the warmth she had absorbed like water in a drought, the first kind touch she had received since being chained, offered with grandfatherly concern and unhurried patience, and the crinkle of smile lines that invited trust like an open door. She had carried that touch as proof that one person in this court saw her as human. She had built a debt of gratitude on it, the specific, personal belief that Theron had saved her life because he saw value in her as a person, not merely as a weapon. The memory curdled in her stomach. That hand had not been steadying her. It had been positioning her. She was a piece on his board from the moment he opened his mouth in the throne hall and reframed her execution as strategic waste. Every warm word since, every avuncular smile, every, if you need a friend in this court. Calibration, maintenance of the tool. Keeping the weapon grateful, keeping the weapon compliant, keeping the weapon focused on the withering symptoms rather than its source. And the surveillance, expanding in direct proportion to their progress. From a single attendant to a rotating pair to 5 watchers covering every route to the study. The council supper 2 nights before they departed the holding, where Theron had stood among household staff and minor counselors and asked, with the warm, open directness that made his every inquiry sound like concern rather than interrogation, which corridors and doors fell within Bryn's keeper's authority. Not idle conversation, a map drawn in questions, charting the boundaries of their reach so he could place his people at every point along paths they had already walked. And Lysara's intelligence, documented and cross-referenced, tracing the escalation with the precision of a clinical record. The rotating watchers, the expanded staircase coverage, the perimeter guards reassigned to interior corridors without filing through duty logs. Not reactive, preemptive. The moves of a man who already knew what they would find, because he had built it, and who was constructing his containment strategy in parallel with their investigation, always one step ahead, because he had been engineering this conspiracy from within the court's own power structure for years, perhaps decades, and the only thing that had ever threatened it was his own student's brilliance. The fragments locked together with a clarity that was almost violent. She felt the shift inside her. Not her power, not the hum in her palms, but something equally transformative. A reorganization. The scattered symptoms she had been filing for weeks, courier seal, dispatch records, attendant surveillance, the warmth of a steadying hand, council supper inquiries, expanded watchers, the building of a public narrative, assembled into a single diagnosis. Not suspicion, not intuition. Pattern recognition, crystallized into conviction, anchored by the physical evidence of the seal on the courier's satchel and the tool marks on the crystal before her. And now, standing in this tunnel with the crystallization still sharp and new inside her, the political counterstrike she had witnessed in the lower hall demanded re-examination. She had watched it happen and felt the wrongness of the timing, the practiced reluctance, the careful public framing, but she had not yet had the pattern assembled. Now she did. And Theron's voice, addressing Mordain with warm, rounded concern, delivered during the outbreak while she was on her knees healing his court, read not as coincidental, but as confirmation. The same hand that had carved these chisel marks into the bedrock had stood before Mordain and argued, with sorrow and precision, that the woman burning his plague out of the court's own people should be further constrained. His political counterstrike timed with the precision of a man who knew the outbreak was coming because he had engineered it, and who had prepared his next move before the first scream echoed through the West Wing. She had spent weeks being moved, dragged to court in chains, deployed to heal on Mordain's orders, sabotaged at the demonstration, carried from the ward, almost kissed, investigated, used, positioned, protected, always by other hands, always according to other people's calculations, a piece on the board, a weapon pointed in the direction someone else chose. Bryn looked at the corrupted crystal veins and the boot prints in the tunnel dust and the chisel marks that someone with institutional access had carved into the bedrock of the Fey realm, and she stopped being a piece. She felt it happen. A setting, like a bone she was aligning in her own chest. The click of something finding its proper position after weeks of displacement. The confusion that had clouded her since the throne hall burned away, and what remained was cold and clear and fierce. She knew who had done this. She knew how. She did not yet have irrefutable proof, the kind Mordain demanded, the ironclad specificity that would survive a counselor's denial. But she had the pattern, and the pattern was complete, and she would find the proof. She would name the traitor. She would hunt the thread to its source, because she was done waiting for the next thing to happen to her, done being grateful for the hand that positioned her, done being the patient when she should have been the surgeon. The prey had turned, and it had teeth. Then a sound reached them from behind, the rapid, echoing footsteps of someone descending through the upper passages at a pace that sacrificed silence for speed. Rendell's hand went to the blade at his hip, his body shifting between Bryn and the tunnel's entrance with the fluid economy of long training. The lamplight threw his shadow long against the ancient stone. Lysara emerged from the darkness, breathing hard. Her copper hair had come loose from its arrangement, and her green eyes were sharp with an urgency that had burned through every layer of her usual composure. She carried her thin leather folder pressed against her chest. "I went to find you at the sitting chamber," she said, the words clipped between breaths. "The guards at the sealed wing said you'd gone down. I followed." Her gaze swept the corrupted fissure, the tool marks, the boot prints, and something in her expression tightened. Not surprise, but the grim satisfaction of a hypothesis confirmed. Then she looked at Bryn. "I came because you need to hear this now, not at first light." She opened the folder. "Theron has formally requested an audience with the High Lord regarding your unsupervised movements. Filed through the council secretary an hour ago, while you were in the ward healing his court. The request cites the outbreak as evidence that the palace's security protocols have been compromised by insufficient oversight of the human prisoner." Her voice flattened. "He's moving the timeline up. The formal hearing Mordain granted him yesterday. He's pushed it to dawn. Hours from now." Bryn felt the news land against her newly crystallized understanding, like a blade finding its edge on a whetstone. Not shock, confirmation. The same precision she had just mapped onto every other move Theron had made. The courier, the dispatches, the surveillance, the public positioning, now extending forward in time. He had filed the formal request while she was saving lives in his ward. His political counterstrike timed not merely with the outbreak, but with the investigation he knew they would undertake, calculated to constrain their movements before they could bring what they had found in this tunnel to anyone who mattered. Bryn. Rendell's voice, low and urgent, cutting through her interior silence. She looked at him and found him watching her face with an expression she had not seen before. Not the cracked certainty from the healing ward, not the unguarded warmth of the sitting chamber. Recognition. He saw the shift in her the way she saw the shift in a patient whose fever breaks. The moment when the body stops fighting itself and starts fighting back. "Someone has been maintaining this," she said. Her voice was steady, flat. The village healer's voice, stripped of performance, direct as a blade. Not weeks ago, days, maybe hours. The boot prints are clean. The dust is undisturbed except where they walked. This isn't a relic of Corrin's theory. This is active. This is ongoing. And whoever is doing it has access to the palace's deepest passages and enough authority that their movements below ground go unquestioned. She met his eyes.
Theron's seal was on the courier at the holding. His dispatches selected the victim. His people have been watching us since we opened Corin's study, and at the council supper before we departed the holding. He stood in front of household staff and a minor counselor and asked which corridors and doors fell within my keeper's authority, by name, so he could map exactly how far we could reach. And now he's filed a formal request to restrict my movements. Time to land while we're down here finding this. She paused, let the words settle into the tunnel's silence. He didn't save my life in the throne hall because he believed in my value. He saved me because a weapon that can burn the Withering is only dangerous to him if it finds the source. And as long as he controlled where I was pointed, I would burn the symptoms and never look at the disease. Rendell said nothing for a long moment. His face in the lamplight was very still. Then he exhaled, slow, deliberate, the sound of a man releasing something he had been holding for a very long time. I know, he said. Quiet, heavy. I've known since the holding. I didn't want it to be true. Because Theron had saved Bryn's life. Because Theron had guided Corin from childhood. Because Theron was the warm hand and the kind eyes and the voice that sounded like a hearth fire. And the alternative? That the man who had shaped a prince's mind had also orchestrated his destruction, was a truth that required dismantling everything Rendell had believed about the court he served. She saw the cost of that truth in the line of his jaw and the tight whiteness of the scar, and the way his hand clenched around the lamp handle until his scarred knuckles went pale. They did not have time to hold that truth. Not here, not now. We need Lysara's documentation, Bryn said. Everything she has. Dispatch records, surveillance logs, the pattern of his inquiries. And we need to get back down to that access point with something that can prove the residue matches the Withering signature in the afflicted wing. Lysara held up the leather folder. I have the dispatch records, the surveillance timeline, and the duty log discrepancies for the reassigned perimeter guards, cross-referenced. She glanced at the corrupted crystal veins pulsing their slow gray-black rhythm. I did not have this, but I can document it now. The tool marks, the residue, the boot prints, and correlate the timeline with the outbreak in the West Wing. If the corruption here matches what the chief healer has been cataloging in his patients, it connects the source to the symptoms through physical evidence, not conjecture. If Theron's audience is granted for Dawn, we have hours, not days, Rendell said. Then we don't sleep, Bryn said. The ghost of something, not a smile, but the memory of where a smile had been, crossed Rendell's face. When did you last sleep? When did you? He looked at her in the flat lamplight, and for one unguarded moment, his eyes were the gray of morning frost before the sun touches it. And the wanting was there, not buried, not denied, not hidden behind Corin's ghost, just there, open and aching and undisguised. A man looking at a woman he could not kiss and choosing to stand beside her anyway. First light, he said. We need someone who has no reason to protect Theron and every reason to want the truth. He paused. The lamplight caught the tight line of his jaw, the scar a pale slash against shadow. Someone whose testimony the court can't dismiss the way they'll dismiss ours. Bryn understood what he was not saying, the rest of the strategy implicit in the silence between his words. They needed verification that the Withering residue matched the corruption in the afflicted wing. They needed testimony that would carry institutional weight, not the word of a human prisoner and a grieving prince whose judgment Theron had already moved to discredit. And if they could bring the evidence through someone the court trusted, someone whose professional standing placed them beyond Theron's reach, it would carry a weight that Mordane's cold calculus could not dismiss. Formally, she said. In council, where he can't reframe it before anyone else sees it. Rendell nodded. Once. The commander's acknowledgement, but his eyes held hers a beat longer than strategy required. And in that beat, she read everything his clipped words would not carry. The cost of what they were about to do, the bridge they were burning with his father's court, and beneath it all, steady as a pulse, the thing that would not be put down. They turned toward the upper corridors, toward the ward and the patients and the work that would drain her further, and she carried with her into the wounded palace the two things that mattered most. The shape of the enemy's hand, laid bare at last, and the phantom warmth of a thumb on her jaw, fading but not gone, a memory she would keep the way she kept all precious things, carefully, with her mother's hands, knowing it was fragile, knowing it was hers. Chapter 8. The Tightening Noose. The council chamber smelled of ozone and hot stone. Bryn had not been inside this room before. It was smaller than the throne hall, but built with the same intention to diminish. Vaulted ceiling disappearing into shadow, pale stone walls bare of tapestry, and a long curved table of dark wood polished to a mirror sheen. The living flames here burned from recessed channels cut directly into the walls, their light formal and unblinking, their hum the steady low resonance of authority sustained over centuries. 7 high-backed chairs lined the table's far side, and before each chair stood a fae of rank, minor counselors in layered silks, 2 court officials in dark formal robes, and at the center, Mordain Ashbourne, in silver-threaded black, with his hair bound back in a severe clasp, looking as though he had not slept and did not intend to acknowledge the fact. Theron sat at the table's right end. He wore charcoal gray, his beard freshly trimmed, his kind brown eyes carrying the particular sadness of a man who had come to do something regrettable. His hands were folded on the table, patient and still. Bryn stood in the petitioner's position, a stone floor panel slightly lower than the rest of the room, set before the table like a stage. Rendell stood beside her, not behind. He had positioned himself at her left shoulder, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his arm through the sleeve of her tunic, and when the door had closed behind them, she had watched 2 of the minor counselors register the placement and exchange a look she could read as clearly as a diagnosis. She catalogued Rendell in her peripheral vision without turning. The rigid set of his jaw, the scar catching pale light, the hands clasped behind his back where no one could see whether they were steady. She had not slept. Neither had he. They had spent the hours between midnight and dawn in the healing ward with the chief healer, correlating the corrupted crystal residue from the tunnel with the withering signatures catalogued in his patient records. The work had been painstaking, the chief healer spreading his patient charts across a stone examination table, while Bryn held the sealed glass vials of tunnel residue up to the ward's guttering light, comparing the gray-black mineral decay markers against his meticulous, hand-drawn progression diagrams. Rendell had stood at the ward entrance, keeping watch, but at some point during the second hour, he had moved to the table without comment and begun organizing the chief healer's loose pages into chronological order, his scarred hands sorting paper with the same precise efficiency he brought to everything. The chief healer had not acknowledged this. He had simply stopped reaching for pages that appeared at his elbow exactly when he needed them. Somewhere in the 3rd hour, when Bryn's vision had begun graying at the edges, and her hands had trembled too badly to hold the vials steady, Rendell had set a cup of fey tea on the table beside her. The earthen, faintly bitter brew with the sweetness that bloomed at the back of the throat. The handle was angled toward her right hand. He had not looked at her when he placed it, and she had not looked at him when she picked it up, and the chief healer had continued his analysis without pause, but for a moment the ward's guttering flames had deepened by a fraction.
the faintest pulse of amber warmth in that suppressed, grieving space, and Bryn had wrapped both hands around the cup and let the heat seep into her aching fingers and thought, this ordinary thing, this quiet act of noticing she was cold before she noticed it herself, this was the most dangerous thing about him. Not the almost kiss, not the way his voice dropped when they were alone, but the fact that he paid attention to the temperature of her hands. She drank the tea. It tasted like the campfire on the second night in the Eastern Territories, when he had placed a cup within her reach with the handle angled the same way. And the memory of that earlier night, the firelight, the story about the regional lord's grandfather, the first time he had spoken to her like a person rather than a prisoner, settled over the present moment like a transparency laid across a drawing, the lines aligning, the picture gaining depth. The patterns matched. Identical progression rate, identical mineral decay markers, identical distribution of concentrated agent along crystallized veins. Physical, documented, irrefutable proof that the corruption in the shallow Wellspring access point was the same corruption eating through the West Wing's afflicted. The chief healer had signed his name to the analysis with hands steadier than Bryn had ever seen them, his deep-circled eyes hard with a fury that had burned through his exhaustion. His testimony sat in Lysara's leather folder, along with the dispatch records, surveillance timelines, duty log discrepancies, and the crystal residue samples sealed in glass files. Lysara herself stood at the chamber's side wall in her deep green gown, her copper hair severe against her shoulders, her face a mask of professional neutrality that Bryn recognized as armor. Mordain had not looked at Bryn when she entered. He had looked at Rendell, one long measuring assessment, and then at the folder Lysara carried, and something behind his pale, ancient eyes had shuttered closed like a door swinging on well-oiled hinges. Rendell presented the case. He did it the way he did everything, stripped of sentiment, each point laid down with the precision of a blade. The corrupted shallow Wellspring access point, the tool marks, recent and maintained, the concentrated withering agent, identical in signature to the West Wing outbreak, the boot prints in the tunnel dust, Corrin's journals documenting the withering's unnatural distribution 3 months before his death, the courier dispatch logs, 3 sealed communications bearing the Elder Counselor's seal sent to the regional holding in the week before Bryn's departure, the first arriving 4 days before the order was formally issued, containing instructions for victim selection. The terminal patient engineered to die in a public demonstration. The escalating surveillance of every route to Corrin's study since its seal was broken. The formal restriction request filed while Bryn was healing patients during the outbreak, filed before the dawn session, timed with impossible precision. He did not name Theron. He did not need to. Every piece of evidence pointed to a single position in the court, a single seal, a single pattern of access and authority. The chamber was silent when he finished. The flames along the walls had not changed, steady, formal, revealing nothing. But Bryn had been reading fire for weeks, and she caught what the others might have missed. The faintest contraction in their amber, a thread of dry, papery crackling woven through the base of the hum. Tension. The palace felt it, even if the room's occupants refused to show it. Theron let the silence hold for 3 measured breaths. Then he leaned forward, his elbows on the table, and sighed. A deep, sorrowful exhalation that crinkled the lines at the corners of his eyes. "My lord," he said, addressing Mordain with the unhurried gravity of a man choosing his words carefully, not because he was calculating, but because the truth pained him. "The evidence presented by your son is thorough and deeply concerning. I would never suggest otherwise." He paused. Let that settle. "But I must
reluctantly, raise a question that I suspect we are all thinking and none wish to voice. He turned his warm brown eyes toward Bryn with an expression of genuine regret. The young woman's power, as we have all witnessed, is extraordinary. It destroys fey magic. It burns the withering from afflicted flesh. It is, by her own account and the chief healer's observation, a force of unprecedented disruption to fey magical structures. Another pause, calibrated to the breath. Is it not possible, is it not, in fact, likely, that such a power, deployed repeatedly in proximity to the shallow conduits beneath the palace, could itself have disturbed or contaminated the crystallized veins? The tool marks, the residue, could these not be artifacts of her power's interaction with the mineral network, rather than evidence of a separate hand? He said it gently, almost apologetically, as though the suggestion hurt him to make. Bryn felt the room shift, not physically. The stone did not move, the flames did not flicker, but the quality of attention changed. She watched two of the minor counselor's gazes travel from Thorne to her, with the slow, considering weight of minds presented with a plausible alternative to an uncomfortable truth. I was never in that tunnel before last night, Bryn said. Her voice came out flat and hard, the village diction cutting through the chamber's formal acoustics. The chisel marks predate my arrival at the Ember Court. The boot prints are not mine. Of course, Thorne said, and his smile was kind. I am not suggesting intent on your part, merely that the corruption and the power that destroys it may share more in common than we understand. Proximity, resonance, unintended consequence. He spread his hands, broad, scholarly hands, the hands of a man who dealt in ideas rather than blades. We are, after all, working with a force that no one in this court has encountered before your arrival. It was elegant. Bryn felt it close around the evidence like water filling a vessel, not destroying the facts, but diluting them, introducing ambiguity where there had been clarity. He had not denied anything. He had simply offered an alternative lens through which every piece of proof could be reinterpreted, and he had done it with the warmth and measured reluctance that made the court trust him. She looked at Mordain. The High Lord sat motionless. His pale eyes had moved between Rendell and Thorne during the exchange with the slow, precise tracking of a man weighing options on a scale that had nothing to do with truth and everything to do with consequence. His stillness was absolute, the stillness of stone that has learned to outlast everything that strikes it. The evidence is circumstantial, Mordain said. Rendell's voice was very controlled. The chief healer signed his analysis, confirming the match between the tunnel corruption and the West Wing patients. The dispatch logs are documented in triplicate with seal verification. The surveillance pattern is consistent with an elder counselor performing his duty to the court's security, Mordain finished. His tone did not sharpen. It did not need to. Thorne raised concerns about the human prisoner's movements. He was correct to do so. She was found in restricted passages beneath the palace without authorization. Because someone has been using those passages to deploy a weapon against your court, Rendell said. Someone, Mordain repeated. The word hung in the air, its emptiness deliberate. You have not identified a specific individual. You have identified a position, a seal, and a pattern of administrative activity that falls within the normal scope of that position's authority. Father, High Lord, Mordain corrected. His voice was quiet, final. The correction was a blade, and it landed where it was meant to, in the space between father and son, where duty and blood could not coexist. You will address me by my title in this chamber. The flames along the walls dipped.
Not dramatically. A fractional dimming, a contraction of amber towards something cooler. A thread of night jasmine wove through the ozone and hot stone scent that had filled the room since the session began. Bryn caught it the way she would catch the first whiff of infection in a wound, automatically, before the conscious mind translated the signal. Grief. The palace felt the severing before either of them acknowledged it. Mordain turned his ancient gaze on Rendell with an expression that held no warmth and no cruelty, only the cold arithmetic of a man who had ruled longer than most dynasties survived. "Your judgment," he said, "has been visibly compromised." The silence that followed was the loudest sound Bryn had ever heard. Mordain did not raise his voice. He did not gesture toward Bryn or acknowledge her presence. He simply held his son's gaze and let the words settle into the stone. "You rode beside her when your post required distance. You granted her access to restricted quarters. You accompanied her into passages beneath the palace without authorization or escort. You have allowed a human prisoner to read your brother's private journals, to walk the corridors of the Ashbourne wing, and to stand in this chamber as though her testimony carries the weight of a citizen of this court." Each sentence landed with the precision of a surgeon's cut. Mordain was not angry. He was diagnosing. "Your feelings for this woman are apparent to every person in this room. They have been apparent to me since the Eastern Territories, when you began adjusting your conduct in ways that no keeper's duty requires." Bryn watched Rendell's face. The scar on his jaw went white, not the warm gold it carried in Firelight, not the silver white of shadow, but bloodless white, the color of flesh pulled taut over bone. His breathing did not change. His posture did not shift. He was a soldier receiving a commander's assessment, and every year of discipline held him in place like iron. But something else happened. A muscle in his throat worked. A single involuntary contraction, the body's betrayal of what the face refused to show. And for one instant, less than a heartbeat, his gaze left his father's and found Bryn. The look was not composed. It was not the careful, controlled wanting she had seen in the tunnel lamplight, or the grief-shadowed tenderness of the sitting chamber. It was raw and exposed and utterly undefended, the look of a man whose most private truth had been spoken aloud in a room full of people, and who, in the fraction of a second before his control reasserted itself, could not help but find the woman it was about. She saw it all. She saw it and felt it land in her chest like a fist. He was not protecting her out of duty. He was not protecting her from guilt over Corin. He was protecting her because the thought of not protecting her was a thing he could not survive. Mordain's words were a weapon, but they were also true. Rendell looked away, mastered himself. The whole exchange had taken less than a breath, but Bryn's healer's eye had catalogued every fraction. The working throat, the unguarded look, the speed of his recovery, and filed them alongside the evidence she carried in her mind. Another piece of the pattern, but this one she held differently. Not in the folder, in the place behind her ribs where her power hummed. "The human's movements will be restricted to her assigned chamber and the healing ward," Mordain said, his tone unchanged. "She will be escorted by palace guard, not by a member of this household. Any investigation into the tunnel access points will be conducted by court officials at my direction, not by a prisoner and her compromised keeper." The word compromised fell like a door closing. "Rendell." Mordain did not look at his son. He was looking at the dispatch logs spread on the table before him, one finger tracing the edge of a page as though the answer to the question before him could be found in the texture of paper
rather than the content of evidence. You are relieved of your keeper's assignment. Effective immediately. Bryn felt the flames along the walls dim another fraction. The night jasmine deepened, heavy, cloying, the scent of grief and something else she had not smelled before in the palace fire's vocabulary. Something almost like fear. She looked at Lysara. The spy's face was perfectly composed, her green eyes fixed on a point above the table, her hands still at her sides. But the thin leather folder was pressed against her ribs with a pressure that blanched her knuckles, and Bryn read the tension in her shoulders the way she read a patient's held breath. She turned back to Mordain, drew a full breath. High Lord. The village words sat strangely in this formal space, but she was done accommodating. Someone has been engineering a weapon beneath your palace. Your chief healer confirmed it. The physical evidence confirms it. And the person responsible has been positioning himself for weeks to ensure that when the evidence surfaced, the court would look at me instead of him. Mordain finally met her eyes. His gaze was the same pale, ancient stone she remembered from the throne hall on the night he had sentenced her to death. Smooth, worn, and completely impervious. You are dismissed, he said. Rendell did not move. For 3 heartbeats, he stood at Bryn's shoulder, rigid as a pillar, and the distance between obedience and defiance was written in the set of his hands behind his back, fingers white with pressure, the scarred knuckles straining. She could hear his breathing. It was too controlled, the kind of controlled that required active effort, each exhale measured to prevent whatever was building behind it from escaping. Then he uncurled his hands, stepped back. As the High Lord commands, he said. The same words he had used in the throne hall the night he was assigned as her keeper. The same blade-edged precision. But this time Bryn heard what lived underneath. Not obedience, but a man sheathing himself, folding every fractured thing behind discipline because the alternative was to break openly in a room where breaking would cost them both. They were escorted out by separate guards. The corridor flames contracted as Bryn passed, a low, uncertain amber that smelled of cedar and warm stone. The palace's neutral register threaded now with something she had never felt from the fire before. A pressure against her skin that was not heat, but attention, as though every sconce were leaning toward her, watching, measuring the distance growing between the 2 figures the flames had learned to track together. She turned once. Rendell was 10 paces behind and receding, flanked by a guard in dark armor, walking in the opposite direction. She watched the breadth of his shoulders, the way he carried himself with the coiled precision of a man holding something lethal perfectly still, and felt the increasing distance between them settle into her bones the way cold settles into stone. It was physical. It was the absence of his warmth, his scent, the steady presence that had become the fixed point around which her days oriented, and its removal left a hollow that no flame could fill. She faced forward, kept walking. The guard beside her was silent. The corridor stretched ahead of her, and the flames murmured their low, uncertain song, and Bryn pressed her palms flat against her thighs and felt the hum of power pulse beneath her skin and thought, He looked at me. In front of his father, in front of the court. He looked at me and could not help it. It was the most terrifying gift she had ever received. The hours after the council session passed like slow poison. Bryn was confined to her chamber with a palace guard stationed outside the door, a woman in dark armor who had not spoken a word and did not appear inclined to begin. The interior flame bracket burned its muted amber, flicking occasionally with an agitation Bryn read as reflected unease. The dry, papery crackling of a fire that knew something was wrong in the palace and could not determine what. Lysara appeared once, briefly, under the guise of delivering a tray of bread, dried fruit, and water. She set it on the small table with the studied casualness of a woman performing a routine task under observation. "Theron left the council chamber with Mordain," she said, pouring water into a clay cup with movements that covered the motion of her lips from the door's sightline. Walking together, heads close, the warm voice, the avuncular concern. The watchers on the staircase have not been recalled. Her green eyes held Bryn's. Whatever he told the High Lord after we were dismissed, it was enough to deepen the restrictions, not relax them. "Rendell?" Lysara's pause lasted one breath too long. "In his quarters. Mordain's order was specific. He is to remain in the residential wing until further notice. He has been relieved of all security responsibilities pending a review of his conduct." The words, "pending a review," arrived with the clinical precision of a sentence designed to sound temporary and function as permanent. Bryn looked at the bread, did not touch it. "Lysara, the evidence is still there. The tunnel, the crystal, the residue. He can reframe it in council, but he cannot make the chisel marks disappear." "No," Lysara agreed. "But he does not need them to disappear. He needs them to be irrelevant. And after this morning, they are. Because the only people who saw the evidence in person are a human prisoner whose movements have been restricted, a prince whose judgment has been formally questioned, and a spy whose reports have already been filed and cannot be unfiled without raising questions she would rather not answer." She set the cup down with a precise click. "The chief healer's testimony is on record. But Theron has had hours to begin positioning that as contamination from your power's interaction with the crystal. By tonight, 3 counselors will repeat that theory as though they thought of it themselves." Bryn pressed her palms against the stone table and felt the hum in her fingers. Steady, persistent. A pulse that had nothing to do with exhaustion and everything to do with the source far below her feet. "Then we need more than evidence," she said. "We need him to make a mistake." Lysara studied her for a long moment. Then she picked up the empty tray and turned toward the door. "Eat," she said. "Whatever happens next, it will happen faster than you think." She paused at the threshold, her back to the guard, and glanced over her shoulder with an expression that was not her professional mask, and not her dry wit, but something rarer. The unguarded concern of a woman who had chosen a side and was beginning to understand what the choice would cost. "You look terrible," she said. "And I say that as someone who has seen you after healing 11 patients in one night. Eat the bread. Drink the water." A beat. "The fruit is actually quite good. I stole it from the council wing's private stores." It was such a small thing. A stolen piece of fruit and a dry observation delivered in the doorway of a prison. But Bryn felt the corners of her mouth move. Not quite a smile, not enough for that, but the ghost of one, the involuntary response of a body that remembered what it felt like to be treated as a person rather than a problem. "Thank you, Lysara," she said. Lysara held her gaze for one more breath. Then her mask slid back into place and she was gone, her footsteps crisp and unremarkable in the corridor beyond. Bryn ate the bread. She drank the water. She picked up the fruit, a small, deep red stone fruit she did not recognize, its skin faintly luminous in the way of things grown in fey soil, and bit into it. It was, as promised, quite good, sweet and tart simultaneously, with a depth of flavor that bloomed at the back of her throat the way the fey tea did. She ate it sitting on the edge of her narrow bed in the thin amber light, and for the space of those few bites, the conspiracy and the severing, and the hollow where Rendell's presence should have been, receded to the edges of her awareness, and she was simply a tired woman eating stolen fruit in a borrowed room, and the flame bracket on her wall pulsed once, warm, steady, almost fond, before settling back to its muted vigil. Then she set down the pit, wiped her fingers on her knee, and the world reassembled itself around her. The attack came after dark. Bryn had lain on the narrow bed staring at the ceiling, feeling the palace breathe around her. The muted hum of distant flames, the occasional vibration of footsteps through stone, the faint musical pulse from far below that her palms answered without her permission. She had not slept. Her body had passed beyond exhaustion into the brittle, translucent clarity that preceded collapse, where every sense was heightened and every sound arrived with crystalline sharpness. She was on her feet before she understood why. The corridor sconces outside her door had changed. She felt it through the stone, a contraction of warmth, the living flames pulling tight with a sound she recognized. Not the papery crackling of unease, a sharp, rising hiss. Char and iron flooding the air. The door opened. Not from the guard side, from inside. A panel in the stone wall she had never noticed. A seam disguised by the shadow of the flame bracket, swung inward on hinges that made no sound. The figure was cloaked, dark, and fast. Bryn had one impression: a man's broad build, the heavy shoulders of a soldier, palace-issue boots beneath the cloak's hem, before the knife came for her throat. Not a cutthroat's blade, a short military weapon, the kind palace guards wore at the hip, a detail her healer's eye registered in the same heartbeat as the attack, filing it alongside the man's fluid familiarity with the hidden passage, the way he had entered without hesitation or fumbling, as though he had walked this route before and knew exactly which panel, which hinge, which angle of approach would bring him to the bed where she was supposed to be sleeping. She threw herself sideways. The blade caught her upper arm instead, a line of fire that opened the skin from shoulder to elbow, and something cold followed the pain. Not normal cold, a wrongness that bit into the wound and sank toward bone with the crawling patience she recognized from 100 patients. The sweet, rotting, electrical signature of the Withering. The blade was laced with it. Bryn screamed, not from the cut, from the corruption, the deliberate viciousness of it, the intent. This was not a random attempt. Someone had prepared this weapon specifically for her, knowing that a withering-laced wound would force her power to turn inward, to fight the infection instead of the attacker, to burn from the inside while the blade finished the job. The assassin lunged again. Bryn hit the floor and rolled, her injured arm flaring with cold that was spreading faster than any natural infection, climbing toward her shoulder in crawling gray tendrils she could feel even if she could not yet see. Her power responded without conscious direction. White gold light erupting from her palms with a force that had nothing to do with control and everything to do with survival. The light hit the cloaked figure and the nearest wall simultaneously. The man staggered back, shielding his face. The flame bracket above the door flared from muted amber to blinding white, cracking its stone housing. Shards of heated rock sprayed across the room. The interior flame itself shrieked, a sound she had never heard from the palace fire, high and raw and furious, before guttering to nothing, the bracket charred and empty. In the sudden dark, the assassin fled through the hidden panel. She heard the scrape of stone sliding shut, running footsteps receding through passages she had not known existed. Bryn lay on the floor of her chamber with her left arm burning from the outside and freezing from the inside, the withering threading through the muscle like bindweed through a foundation. She pressed her right hand over the wound. White gold light poured from her palm. Healing herself was different. The power turned inward with a dissonance that made her vision swim, creator and destroyer occupying the same flesh, the hand that burned the plague pressing against the body that housed the plague. And for a terrible,
vertigo-inducing moment, she felt the withering snarl against her own blood the way it had snarled in every patient she had ever touched. It fought back. It always fought back. But this time, the battleground was her own arm, and the cold wrongness climbed toward her shoulder even as the light burned it from the wound's edges. She bore down, poured everything she had into the light. The withering convulsed, shredded, dissolved into nothing. Bryn lay panting in the dark. Her destroyed flame bracket gave off the scent of cold ash and charred stone. The corridor sconces beyond the door were hissing wildly, their char-iron hostility directed not at her, but outward, toward the passages through which the attacker had fled, as though the palace's living fire had registered the intrusion and was screaming its alarm to every flame in range. The door crashed open. Not the hidden panel, the proper door. The palace guard who had been stationed outside stumbled through first, blade drawn, her composure in ruins. And behind her, close enough that he must have been running, Rendell. He was in the doorway, and then he was on the floor beside her, and the guard's shouted questions were a sound she heard but did not process because every fragment of her remaining attention had narrowed to his face. His composure was gone. Not cracked, not the controlled fracture she had witnessed in the sitting chamber or the white-scarred rigidity of the council session. Gone. Stripped away as though whatever mechanism held it in place had simply failed. His pale gray eyes were wide and dark in the dim corridor light that spilled through the open door, the pupils blown, and the expression on his face was one she had never seen on him. Not in the ward when she collapsed, not in the tunnel when they found the corrupted crystal, not when his father's words had taken his duty and his authority in a single sentence. Terror. His hands found her face, both hands, cupping her jaw, thumbs pressing against her cheekbones as though he were holding something that might shatter. His fingers were shaking, not trembling, shaking, a visible, violent tremor that he could not control and was not trying to. One thumb slid down to the pulse point beneath her jaw and pressed, and she understood. He needed to feel her heartbeat. He needed the proof of it against his skin because the sight of her on the floor in the dark, with blood soaking through her sleeve, was a thing his mind had not yet agreed to accept. He made a sound. Not words. A low, raw, involuntary thing from the back of his throat. The sound of something tearing loose inside a man who had spent his life holding everything in place. It lasted less than a breath. It said more than any sentence he had ever spoken to her. Bryn, through the haze of pain and spent power, and the aftershock of purging withering from her own flesh, watched his face come apart, and understood with a clarity that cut sharper than the blade. This man was undone by the sight of her blood. Not as a keeper, not as a soldier evaluating an asset, as a man kneeling on a stone floor in the dark, hands shaking, pulse hammering, every wall he had ever built lying in rubble around him, because the woman he could not stop falling for was bleeding, and he had not been there to prevent it. The intimacy of his fear was more naked than the almost kiss, more honest than any word he had spoken in the sitting chamber, more exposed than the unguarded look in the council room. His hands on her face were not careful or precise or deniable. They were desperate. She reached up. Her right hand, the one not slicked with her own blood, came to rest over his where it cupped her cheek. She pressed her palm against his knuckles, her fingers curling over his, and held his hand against her face with deliberate, conscious intention. The first time she had initiated touch between them. His breathing stopped. For one suspended moment, there was nothing in the world but the layered pressure of their hands against her cheek, his palm warm and shaking against her skin, her fingers wrapped over his scarred knuckles, and between the layers, the double beat of their pulses, hers rapid from the attack, and his rapid from something that had nothing to do with running through corridors and everything to do with the woman beneath his hands. Then his breath came back, a rough, unsteady exhale that she felt against her forehead, carrying his scent. Smoke, leather, the unnamed clean thing like cold stone after rain. So close it was inside her lungs. "You're alive," he said. His voice was wrecked, lower than she had ever heard it, scraped raw, barely a whisper. Not a question, a statement he was making true by saying it aloud. "I'm alive," she said. His thumb moved once against her cheekbone, a slow, aimless stroke, as though his hand was doing something his mind had not authorized. The same involuntary precision she had catalogued in the ward when his thumb had found her pulse point. But this time it was not unconscious. This time his eyes were on her face, and he knew what he was doing, and he did it anyway. Footsteps in the corridor, the clatter of armor, voices, the guard calling for reinforcements, for healers, for someone to seal the passage. Rendell's hand tightened once against her face, a fraction, barely perceptible, the grip of a man being forced to release something he had just found. And then he drew back. His fingers slid from beneath hers with a care that contradicted everything about the urgency around them, as though even in withdrawal he could not bring himself to break the contact carelessly. He stood. His hands went behind his back. By the time the first reinforcing guard appeared in the doorway, the tremor was hidden, and his expression had reassembled itself into something that could pass for composure if you did not know what to look for. Bryn knew what to look for. She lay on the floor of her chamber with blood cooling on her sleeve and the ghost of his pulse still beating in her palm, and she watched him become the soldier again, and she held the sound he had made, that raw, involuntary tearing, the way she held all precious things. Carefully, with her mother's hands. The aftermath unfolded with the efficient cruelty of a court that had already decided what it believed. The palace guard secured Bryn's chamber. The hidden panel was examined and found to connect to a servant's passage running between the residential wing's inner walls, a route accessible from 3 separate corridors, none of them monitored by the guards Mordain had posted. The assassin's blade was recovered from the floor where he had dropped it during Bryn's power flare, a short, utilitarian weapon with a gray-black residue coating the edge that made the nearest sconce hiss and recoil. 2 guards who touched it without gloves developed a faint gray discoloration on their fingers within minutes. The chief healer was summoned to treat them and to examine Bryn's arm. He found the wound clean. The withering was gone, burned out by Bryn's own power. The cut itself was shallow, already clotting. "You purged it," he said, turning her arm in the light with careful hands, his deep circled eyes betraying something between professional fascination and personal concern. "From yourself? I did not know that was possible." "Neither did I," Bryn said. Lysara arrived minutes after the chief healer, her green eyes cataloging the damage with the rapid precision of a woman whose professional instincts had snapped fully awake. She examined the hidden panel's mechanism, then crouched beside the blade where it lay on the stone floor, wrapped in cloth but not yet removed. "Palace Guard standard issue," she said quietly, her gaze tracing the weapon's utilitarian lines, the grip worn smooth by use, the crossguard stamped with the faint mark of the court armory. Not a hired knife, not a weapon smuggled in from outside. She looked up at Bryn, and her expression carried the grim weight of a conclusion she had already drawn. The servants' passage connects to 3 corridors. 2 of them run through sections where Theron's reassigned guards have been posted for weeks, the same soldiers pulled from perimeter rotations without filing through the duty logs. She paused. Someone who knew this passage, who carried a guard's blade, and who had been given the means to lace it with concentrated withering, does not act alone. He acts on standing orders from a man who has spent years ensuring that certain soldiers owe their postings, their family's comfort, and their advancement to his personal patronage rather than to the throne. But the damage Bryn had done to the room was visible and undeniable. The flame bracket above the door was destroyed. Cracked stone housing, charred metal, cold ash where living fire should have burned. The wall behind it bore a starburst pattern of heat damage, radiating outward from the point of her power's impact, and 3 stones in the wall had fractured along stress lines that had held for centuries. The palace's living fire had been killed in that bracket, not suppressed. The flame that had burned there for Bryn's entire tenure in the court, the muted amber companion she had learned to read like a patient's breathing, was gone. Mordain arrived within the hour. He entered the damaged chamber with 2 guards, and Bryn watched his pale eyes travel from the charred bracket to the fractured wall, to the blade on the floor, to the blood on her sleeve. And she saw the calculations begin. Not the question of who had attacked her, but the question of what the evidence could be made to mean. Theron appeared in the doorway moments later, slightly out of breath, his charcoal gray tunic exchanged for a darker one donned in haste, the look of a man roused from the council wing where he had been reviewing session notes with a junior clerk when the alarm reached him. The cover was seamless, the kind of plausible presence Bryn had learned to recognize as his signature. Always nearby for legitimate reasons, never directly at the scene of his own operations. "The flame bracket," Mordain said. His voice was quiet, measured. The voice of a man examining infrastructure damage, rather than the aftermath of an assassination attempt on a woman in his care. "Was destroyed by my power when I defended myself," Bryn finished for him. "Yes, your power destroyed living fire." The sentence sat in the room like a stone dropped in still water. Bryn felt its ripples spread, through the guards, through Theron's warm, regretful expression, through the subtle shift in the corridor flames outside the door, which contracted a fraction tighter with a whisper of char iron. "The blade was laced with the withering," she said. "Someone came through that hidden passage to kill me. The blade is there. The residue is there. 2 of your guards are being treated for contamination from touching it." "And the flame is dead," Mordain said as though she had not spoken. "The oldest fire in this wing, destroyed by a force that, as the elder counselor observed this morning, shares more in common with the Withering than we understand." Theron said nothing. He did not need to. He stood half a step behind Mordain with his hands folded and his kind brown eyes carrying the weight of sorrowful agreement. And Bryn realized with a cold that had nothing to do with the wound on her arm that the destroyed flame bracket was better evidence for Theron's narrative than anything he could have manufactured. Her own desperate defense had given him what the council session could not: visible proof that Bryn's power damaged the palace's living fire. It did not matter that the damage had been defensive. It did not matter that the blade proved lethal intent. What mattered was the dead flame in the bracket and the fractures in the ancient stone, because those were things the court could see and fear. "There are whispers already," Theron said softly, as though the words pained him, "among the household staff, that the disturbance was not an attack but a display." He paused, and the pause was perfectly timed. The hesitation of a man who did not want to voice what others were saying, but whose conscience compelled him. "That the humans staged an incident to undermine the movement restrictions." Bryn's hands curled at her sides. The hum in her palms sharpened to a buzz that matched the fury climbing her throat. "I was stabbed with a withering-laced blade," she said. "In my own chamber. Through a passage I did not know existed." And survived, Theron said gently, which is remarkable. And to those who do not understand your gift, somewhat difficult to credit. Mordain turned to Rendell, who had been standing at the chamber's threshold since Mordain's arrival, his presence unauthorized and unacknowledged. You were ordered to remain in the residential wing. I heard her scream, Rendell said. His voice was level, flat, the voice of a man who had locked everything behind his teeth. You defied a direct order. Yes. The word dropped between them like a blade hitting stone. No qualification, no explanation, just the single syllable, and the gray eyes holding his father's without flinching. And Bryn saw in the set of Rendell's jaw that he would say it again. That given the same choice, the order or the scream, he would defy Mordain 1,000 times and call none of them a mistake. Mordain saw it too. His expression did not change, but something shifted in the quality of his stillness. A hardening, a closing, the look of a man watching his last living son choose a path that led away from everything the Ashbourne name required. You will maintain your distance, Mordain said. That is not a request. He left. Theron followed, pausing at the threshold long enough to let his gaze rest on Bryn with the particular, devastating warmth of a man who wished he could help, and could not. I am sorry, my dear, he said, truly. The words landed like a hand on her shoulder, the same warm pressure he had offered in the throne hall the night he saved her life, the same calculated kindness. She looked into his kind brown eyes and saw the man who had engineered a woman's death in the Eastern Holdings, who had sent a courier with terminal patient instructions under his own seal, who had corrupted the crystal veins beneath the palace with careful tools at regular intervals, and then walked into council chambers with his smile lines crinkling and his voice carrying grandfatherly concern. Thank you, Elder Counselor, she said, and her voice was steady. He inclined his head and was gone. The guards followed. The chief healer finished wrapping her arm and departed with the blade sealed in cloth for analysis. The room emptied, and the corridor outside fell to the low murmur of palace routine, continuing around a dead flame bracket and a fractured wall. Rendell remained. He was supposed to leave. Mordain's order was explicit, and the guards had heard it, and the corridor was not empty enough to pretend otherwise. But he stood in the threshold with his arms at his sides instead of clasped behind his back, and the composure he had rebuilt was thinner than paper, and Bryn could see through it to everything beneath, the set of his jaw, the pulse beating visibly at his throat, the way his gaze tracked the bandage on her arm before rising to her face with an expression that was trying very hard to be professional and failing at every level. This is not finished, he said. His voice was low, stripped to its minimum components, information delivered under constraint. Lysara has been watching. She'll know what to do. Bryn understood what he was giving her. Not comfort, not promises. A thread to hold. The assurance that even with him pulled away, she would not be alone in this. She stepped toward him. The distance between them was 3 paces of torchlit stone, close enough to feel the warmth of him, to register the tension in his shoulders and the controlled depth of his breathing, and the way the firelight from the corridor sconces, the living ones, still burning, still hissing their faint alarm, caught the scar on his jaw and turned it from silver to pale gold. Rendell. His name did something to his face. A softening at the edges that fought against the rigidity of everything else, as though the sound of his name in her voice was a key turning in a lock he had not known was holding. When it comes down to it, she said. She heard her own voice, level, quiet, The village healer's voice that dropped instead of rose when emotion pressed against it. Your father's command or my life? Which will you choose? The question contained everything. Every touch, every denied touch, every firelit evening in the sitting chamber, every campfire on the eastern road, the cup of tea placed with the handle angled toward her hand, the thumb on her jaw, the almost kiss, the look in the council chamber that had lasted less than a heartbeat and told her everything. Her hand pressed over his pulse hammering through his palm into hers, the sound he made when he found her bleeding. She watched him struggle, his hands curled at his sides, tight fists, the knuckles going white, the scars across them standing out like ridgelines on a map. The pulse at his throat jumped. His lips parted as though words were forming behind them, and she watched them die before they reached the air. One attempt, two, the jaw working around syllables that would not come. He loved her. She knew it now, with the same certainty she knew the Withering was engineered, the same pattern recognition that had crystallized in the tunnel. She had diagnosed it the way she diagnosed everything, through observation, through accumulated evidence, through the body's inability to lie when the mind insisted on silence. His body had been telling her for weeks, and tonight it had shouted. But love was not the question. The question was whether love would be enough to override the architecture of his entire life, the duty, the name, the father whose approval he had never received, and whose rejection he could not survive twice. He could not answer. The silence between them was no longer charged with want. It was charged with dread, the specific, devastating dread of two people who could see the edge of the cliff and could not tell which one of them would fall. Bryn registered the way his hands curled, the pulse at his throat, the distance between them that felt like a wound already open. She catalogued these things the way she catalogued everything about him, automatically, devastatingly, with the healer's eye that could not stop reading, and the woman's heart that could not stop wanting. She knew every line of his body in this posture. She knew the exact shade of gray his eyes carried in this light, and she knew the precise quality of his silence, and she knew that what she had just asked him was the cruelest kindness she could offer, the truth of their situation, stripped of every gentle fiction. "That is what I thought," she said, quietly, without accusation. She stepped back. The distance between them widened from 3 paces to 4, and the living flames in the corridor dimmed another fraction, and their low murmur carried a thread of something she had never heard before from the palace fire. A sound beneath the sound, a resonance that felt less like the flame's usual vocabulary and more like the deep, ancient hum she felt in her palms when she descended toward the wellspring. Rendell's throat moved. He swallowed. His eyes were bright in the corridor light, too bright, the sheen of something held back by force of will alone. "Bryn," he said. Just her name. No answer, no promise. Just the sound of it spoken in the wrecked register that lived in his chest and came out only when every other defense had been breached. She held his gaze for one more heartbeat. Then she closed the door. On the other side, she pressed her back against the cold stone and slid down until she was sitting on the floor with her knees drawn up and her bandaged arm held against her chest. The room was dark, the flame bracket destroyed, the only light a thin line of amber seeping under the door from the corridor beyond. She pressed her palms against her knees. The hum answered, steady and patient, the one thing in her body that did not waver. In the darkness of her chamber, surrounded by the scent of cold ash and her own blood, Bryn Vane sat with 2 things she could not reconcile. The certainty that Rendell loved her, and the understanding that when the moment came,
love might break instead of hold. The thin line of amber light beneath her door flickered once, twice, then steadied into something warmer than the corridor's usual register. A whisper of cedar threading through the cold ash, so faint she might have imagined it. She did not imagine it. The palace was watching her, and somewhere far below, in passages carved before the court was built, something hummed in answer to the pulse in her hands, patient and ancient, and waiting for whatever came next. Chapter 9. What Silence Costs. She did not sleep. The thin line of amber light beneath her door held steady through the hours, a faint thread of the palace's attention, and Bryn sat against the wall, watching it the way she had once watched her mother's breathing in the final days, measuring each flicker for evidence of life, dreading the moment it would stop. Her bandaged arm throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, the withering purged, but the wound still raw beneath the linen. Her power hummed in her palms, patient as always, indifferent to the ruin above it. She did not think about Rendell. She thought about the placement of his hand on the teacup in the healing ward, the handle angled toward her right hand with a precision so deliberate it could only be tenderness disguised as habit. She thought about the way the campfire on the second night in the Eastern Territories had thrown orange light across the scar on his jaw, turning the silver-white line to warm gold, and how he had told her a story about a regional lord's grandfather and 12 bottles of wine, his voice stripped of its cutting edge for the first time, and how she had thought, "He is speaking to me like a person speaking to another person." She pressed her right palm flat against the armrest of her chair and felt the cold stone through cloth. The residual warmth from the last time Rendell had sat in the sitting chamber was long gone, but her body remembered anyway. The compressed cushion under her hand, the heat he left in surfaces, the way proximity to him changed the quality of the air she breathed. Smoke and leather and something clean, like cold stone after rain. She could smell it now, or thought she could, a phantom scent her healer's memory reproduced with devastating fidelity. The specific warmth of his chest against her back when he caught her in the ward. His heartbeat, too fast for a soldier post-reflex. The ghost pressure of his thumb tracing her jaw from below her ear to her chin. The pulse she had felt through his skin. The way the amber light had deepened toward gold in the sitting chamber, as the distance between their mouths narrowed to nothing. She curled her fingers against the armrest. She was not thinking about Rendell. She was thinking about the absence of him. The particular hollow that opened in a room when the person who filled it was no longer there. A silence with a specific shape and weight, carved by weeks of proximity she had not asked for and could not undo. She missed the way he filled a doorway, the coiled tension he carried in his shoulders, the way his voice dropped half a register when they were alone, the commander's bark softening into something meant only for the space between them, as though there were 2 men inside him, and one of them existed only when she was near. The flame bracket above her door was dead. Charred metal and cracked stone, the wall behind it scarred in a starburst of heat damage from her own power. The oldest fire in this wing, Mordain had said. Gone because she had fought to live. The room held the cold ash scent of what had been lost, and beneath it, the fainter, metallic smell of her own dried blood on the flagstones. A whisper of cedar still seeped beneath the door. The corridor flames remembered her, even if the chamber's fire did not. She sat in the dark, and she did not sleep, and she held the hum in her palms like a rope thrown into a well, and she waited. Waiting was something she was good at. She had waited for her mother to die, sitting in their cottage in Thornfield through the final nights while Alara's breathing grew shallower, and the herbs ran out, and the silence between breaths stretched until each one felt like a departure. She had learned then that the worst hours were not the ones filled with crisis, but the ones afterward. The hollow hours where grief had not yet arrived, but its shadow moved through the room like a draft from an open door. This was the same. The door she had closed on Rendell's face was still closed. The question she had asked, "Your father's command or my life," was still unanswered. The silence on the other side of it thickening with each hour into something she could almost touch. She could feel him somewhere in the palace, the way she could feel a patient's fever from across a room, a disruption in the ambient temperature, a wrongness she could not fix. She pressed her bandaged arm against her chest and breathed. The flames in the corridor shifted. Their murmur, which had been a low, uncertain sound since Mordane's departure hours ago, contracted. The papery crackle thinned and vanished. The cedar scent beneath the door faltered, threaded with something that was not char iron and not night jasmine, but something older and colder. The deep earth mineral smell she associated with the ancient tunnels, with the crystallized veins far below, with the corrupted wellspring whose gray-black pulse she had knelt beside in the dark. Then the light beneath the door went out. Bryn was on her feet before her conscious mind caught up, her healer's instincts firing in the dark. She had felt this before. The west wing, the cold ash void, the sudden suffocating absence of warmth. But this was different. The west wing had been a localized collapse, a single corridor going dark. This felt like a tide. The cedar stone warmth that had lived in these corridor walls since her arrival drained away in a single wash, pulled downward as though something beneath the palace was inhaling it. The air temperature dropped, not gradually, not the slow chill of a dying fire, but a sharp plunge that raised the hair on her forearms and sent her breath crystallizing in front of her face. The hum in her palms screamed. Not the patient, steady pulse she had carried for weeks. A siren note, shrill, dissonant, the sound a body makes when a wound tears open. She doubled over, pressing her hands against her thighs, and felt the vibration run through her bones with a violence that made her teeth ache. From beyond her door came a sound she had never heard from the Ember Court's living fire. Not the crackling of tension, or the murmur of calm, or the hiss of hostility. A long, thin, descending note, like breath leaving a body that would not draw another. And then silence. True silence. The kind that belongs to tombs and empty wells, and the space between a mother's last exhalation and the moment the daughter understands she is alone. Every flame she had known in this palace had gone out. Bryn knew it the way she knew a patient had died before touching the body. The quality of the air changed, the ambient pressure shifted, and something that had been present for so long it had become invisible was suddenly, catastrophically gone. She could not see the living fire die from her chamber, but she could feel it in her skin, in the cold ash void pressing against her like water against a dam, in the total erasure of the scent vocabulary she had spent weeks learning to read. Cedar and honey, gone. Warm stone and clean smoke, gone. The thin thread of night jasmine that had woven through these corridors since Corin's death, the palace mourning through its walls because the High Lord would not mourn through his face. Gone. Nothing remained but the void, and the void was not empty. It was full. Full the way a grave is full, with weight and stillness, and the absolute certainty that what had been placed inside would not return. The palace guard outside her door was hammering on the stone. The sound reached Bryn through layers of numbness that did not belong to shock, but to the Withering's proximity. The same dulling pressure she had felt in the healing ward, in the corrupted tunnel,
wherever the plague pushed close enough to suppress the living magic that sustained the court. Her chamber was dark, her corridor was dark, and somewhere deeper in the palace, Bryn could feel the withering spreading through the veins of crystallized magic beneath the foundations, the way she could feel infection spreading through a patient's blood. Relentlessly, with the blind hunger of something that did not care what it consumed. She moved to the door. Her bare feet were cold on the stone. The hidden panel where the assassin had entered was still visible, a seam in the wall, and she gave it a wide berth as she reached for the handle. "Open it!" she called. The latch turned from outside. The guard's face appeared in the absolute dark, illuminated by an oil lamp she must have grabbed from somewhere, its flat, lifeless light throwing harsh shadows nothing like the palace fire's warm glow. The guard was the same woman who had been stationed outside Bryn's door since Mordane's order, dark-armored, silent, her composure already strained from the assassination attempt. Now that composure was gone. Her lamp hand shook. "The throne hall," the guard's voice was thin. "The flames in the throne hall are dead." Bryn had never heard a fae say those words before. She had watched courtiers flee the West Wing gagging on the cold ash void. She had seen the chief healer look at guttering sconces the way one watches a friend suffer. But the flames in the throne hall, the rivers of fire that ran from entrance to throne, the living channels whose resonant thrum she had felt in her sternum, like a second heartbeat on the day she was sentenced to die, those flames had never gone dark. Not in living memory. Not in the court histories she had struggled to read in Lysara's leather-bound volumes. The throne hall's fire was the heartbeat of the Ember Court, and it had stopped. "The High Lord commands you to the healing ward, immediately!" Bryn looked at the guard in the oily dark. The woman was not asking. She was not explaining. She was delivering an order from a man who had restricted Bryn to her chamber and deployed a palace guard to ensure she stayed there, and who was now commanding that same prisoner into service because she was the only tool that worked when every other had failed. The cruelty of it settled into Bryn's chest with the familiarity of an old wound. Mordane's pragmatism, always Mordane's pragmatism, cold and efficient, reaching for whatever instrument lay nearest when crisis demanded it. He had done this in the West Wing outbreak. He had done it in the healing ward before that, sending attendants to collect her like a piece of equipment from storage. He would do it again and again, for as long as she proved useful, and he would never once ask whether she was willing. She had stopped expecting him to ask. "Lead," she said. The palace in darkness was a thing Bryn had not imagined and could not have prepared for. Every corridor she had learned to navigate by the behavior of the flames, turns where sconces burned warmer, junctions with specific fire rhythms, the palace read like a patient's breathing, was now stripped of its sensory language. Without the fire, the Ember Court was just stone. Ancient, beautiful, dead stone. The walls that had whispered and hummed and mourned and warned and welcomed were mute. The air carried nothing but the cold ash void, pressing against Bryn's skin with the paradoxical chill she associated with the Withering's presence. The fire's living essence suppressed, the warmth drained, leaving behind something that registered not as cold, but as absence. A void where belonging should have been. Faye moved through the corridors in the oil lamp dark, and what Bryn saw on their faces was not the measured fear of courtiers managing crisis. It was grief. Raw, unguarded, visceral grief. The kind she had seen on villagers' faces in the Eastern Territories when they realized the well had gone dark and the magic that fed it was dead. A woman in layered silk stood with her palm pressed flat against a dead sconce, her lips moving in a language Bryn did not speak, tears tracking bright lines down her cheekbones. A guard leaned against the wall with his head bowed, one hand resting on the stone as though comforting a dying animal. The cold ash void hung in the corridors like the memory of warmth, and the Fae breathed it and wept. The throne hall doors stood open. Bryn passed them and stopped. The rivers of flame were dark. The channels cut into the floor that had carried living fire from entrance to throne were empty. Not extinguished, not guttered, but void. Gray residue filmed the carved stone where flames had burned for centuries. The twin rows of dark pillars rose into a ceiling she could not see, their carved patterns motionless, their shadows absolute. The ember throne sat in the far dark, its crystallized amber catching the light of a dozen oil lamps carried by attendants and throwing back fractured, sickly reflections that bore no resemblance to the warm gold of living fire. Mordain stood before his throne, not on it, before it, his back straight, his silver-streaked hair unbound, his face carved from the same stone as his court. He was perfectly still. His hands hung at his sides, and Bryn could see his knuckles, thin, parchment-like skin over bone, white with tension. The oil lamps near him cast his features in harsh angles, and for the first time, she saw something in his expression that was not calculation, not assessment, not the cold arithmetic of dynasty preservation. It was fear. It lasted one heartbeat. Then the ancient machinery of his composure reasserted itself. The fear was buried beneath the same granite control that had ruled this court for longer than Thornfield had existed, and High Lord Mordain Ashbourne became once again the immovable center of a world that was falling apart. He looked at Bryn across the dead throne hall. His pale eyes found her in the oil lamp dark with the precision of a man who had already decided what she was for. "The healing ward," he said. "Quiet. Absolute. Now." She went. The ward was chaos, more patients than the West Wing outbreak. Victims pulled from corridors, from barracks, from the kitchens and the residential wings, and the council chambers themselves. The chief healer's white tunic was smeared with the dark weeping substance of advanced withering, his usually steady hands trembling as he directed court healers to triage patients on the floor, because every stone bed was occupied. The young Fae soldier she had healed weeks ago, silver-white tracery scars on his forearms, the first person she had saved in this court, worked among the chaos with grim efficiency, lifting bodies, arranging blankets, his jaw tight. He saw Bryn and gave her a nod. The same grave nod as the last time. No hostility, no gratitude, just recognition from one person who had survived the worst thing in the room to another. She healed. She lost count of the bodies she had touched before reaching the ward, the afflicted she had knelt beside in corridors on the way down, the ones Mordain's pragmatism had placed in her path because she was the nearest instrument and the only one that worked. By the time she reached the ward itself and the chief healer directed her to the first stone bed, her hands already ached and her vision had begun its familiar narrowing. In the ward, the count was its own relentless rhythm. The power was faster now, a searing white gold torrent that burned through the corruption with an efficiency born of repetition, of learning the withering's rhythms, of riding the wave of cold wrongness without drowning. But the cost did not diminish. It accumulated. After the fourth patient in the ward, her hands trembled. After the seventh, the ringing in her ears was constant, and her vision narrowed to a gray-edged tunnel. After the 10th, her marrow ached so deeply she could feel the hollow spaces in her bones, as though the power was mining her from within. The chief healer caught her wrist after the 12th.
"Enough."
His deep-circled eyes were hard.
"If you die, they all die. You stop."
She stopped. Not because she wanted to, but because her body made the decision for her. Her knees folded, her palms hit the floor. The stone was cold, colder than it should have been, the withering's chill leaching upward through the foundations. The hum in her hands had gone ragged, the steady pulse fractured into an arrhythmic stutter that felt less like power and more like a heart struggling to beat. Bryn pressed her forehead to the stone and breathed. The cold ash void filled her lungs. In, out. In, out. The ward smelled of nothing. The flames that should have been burning along the walls were dead, had been dead for months in this room, and she had grown so accustomed to reading them, gauging the ward's emotional weather by their behavior, tracking the cold ash void's retreat with each patient she healed, that their absence now felt like blindness. She was a healer who could not read her patient, a reader who had lost the language. Someone touched her shoulder. She flinched, a full-body recoil that had nothing to do with the person touching her, and everything to do with the last hands that had reached for her in the dark. Smoke and leather and cold stone after rain. Hands cupping her face. A thumb pressing against her pulse to prove she was alive. A wrecked voice saying her name. It was not Rendell. It was a court healer in a white tunic, a woman she did not recognize, who withdrew her hand quickly and murmured something that might have been an apology. Bryn pushed herself upright. Her arms shook. Her vision swam.
The chief healer appeared beside her. "Investigators are in the lower corridors," he said,
his voice stripped to its clinical minimum.
"They found something."
Bryn looked at him. His face told her everything his words did not. What did they find? He paused, his trembling hands stilled at his sides with the controlled effort of a man who understood what he was about to say and hated it.
Traces of white gold light contaminating the crystallized veins at the origin point, where the Withering entered the palace's foundations.
He chose his next words with a healer's precision, each one measured.
The shallow conduits near the corrupted access point, the same veins that carried the gray-black agent I analyzed, now show traces of white gold energy woven through the Withering residue. The investigators' claim is that your healing work in the ward above bled downward through the crystal network and reached the conduits below. That your power and the corruption share the same pathways, and that this proves you had a hand in introducing it.
The ward noise, groaning patients, hurried footsteps, the chief healer's assistants murmuring instructions, seemed to recede. Bryn heard it all through a layer of cotton. "That is not possible," she said. "My power does not leave residue on stone. It leaves traces on flesh, the silver-white scarring on your patients, on living tissue, not on crystal veins."
"I know."
"And I have not been in the tunnels since the night we found the corrupted access point. Before that night, I had never been in those passages."
"I know."
"The residue on the crystal veins was gray-black. Withering agent. You signed the analysis yourself. You confirmed the match between the tunnel corruption and the West Wing patients."
"I know."
He did not look away from her. His expression held nothing she could not read. Fury, helplessness, and the specific weariness of a healer watching a disease progress while every treatment is stripped from his hands.
"The gray-black residue is still there. What is new is the white-gold contamination layered over it, as though someone introduced it after the fact, after my analysis, after the council hearing."
He held her gaze with the steady, furious regard of a man whose signed testimony was being buried beneath fabricated evidence.
"I am telling you what the investigators found," he said, "not what I believe."
Bryn understood then. The precision of it, the surgical, devastating precision. She had been in the healing ward when the outbreak struck, surrounded by witnesses, her hands on dying Fae, her power pouring out of her to save the same people who would now be told she had tried to kill them.
her compassion weaponized against her, her reaching hands, her mother's hands, the hands that had set Aldrich's wrist and caught the baker's wife's child and pressed the withering out of a soldier's forearms, used as evidence of her guilt. Every time she reached out, the world punished her for it. The thought landed in her chest like a stone dropped into still water, and the ripples spread outward through her exhaustion and her grief and the ragged humming in her palms until they touched every part of her. Corin. She had reached for Corin in the border dirt and killed him. The soldier. She had reached for the soldier in the ward and collapsed. The woman at the demonstration. She had reached for the terminal patient, and the withering had fed on her light, and the woman had died while Bryn's hands could not pull away. Rendell. She had reached for Rendell, pressed her hand over his on her cheek, and he had stood in her doorway with his mouth open and no words coming, and the question she asked him dissolving in the silence between them like salt in water. And now she had reached for more, in the corridors, in the ward, and the act of reaching would be the evidence that condemned her. A pattern, a curse, a lesson she refused to learn because the alternative, to stop reaching, was a death she would not accept. She stood. Her legs shook but held. How long before Mordain is told? The chief healer's jaw tightened. He has already been told. The guards came within the hour. Not a single guard. 4 of them, in dark armor, moving through the ward with the rigid formation of soldiers executing an order they did not question. Bryn was sitting on an empty stone bed, her back against the wall, her hands pressed flat against her thighs to control their trembling. She had healed 12 people in this ward alone, more in the corridors before she arrived. The nearest sconce, which had flickered back to a bare whisper of flame after her 4th healing, a tiny tongue of warmth rebuilding itself in the void, guttered and went dark as the guards entered, as though even the fire understood what was coming. The lead guard stopped before her. He did not look at her face. By order of the High Lord, you are to be confined to the Ashfire cells, immediately. Bryn did not move. She looked past the guard's shoulder to the ward behind him. The rows of stone beds, the patients she had pulled from the Withering's grip. The young soldier who stood near the far wall with his silver-white scars and his grave, steady gaze fixed on her. The chief healer stood beside his examination table with his signed analysis still spread across its surface, his fury burning in eyes too exhausted to fight. She stood. She did not struggle. She held her hands at her sides, fingers open, and she walked between the 4 guards out of the healing ward and through the dead corridors of the Ember Court. The palace was a tomb. No fire, no warmth, no scent. The oil lamps the guards carried threw their harsh shadows against walls that had been alive for centuries and were now just stone, and Bryn read nothing in them because there was nothing to read. She had spent weeks building a fluency in the fire's moods, the vocabulary of color and sound and scent that had become her map, her companion, her proof that this hostile, beautiful place had begun to accept her. Cedar and honey when the sitting chamber recognized her presence. The low hum that settled into her bones when she sat near Rendell, and the fire responded to both of them together, producing a warmth that exceeded what either alone would generate. All of it silent. They descended. The corridors narrowed. The stone grew rougher, older, carved blocks giving way to natural rock smoothed by water and time. She recognized the transition from her descent into the tunnels with Rendell, when his hand had found her elbow in the dark and his thumb had rested against the inside of her arm with unconscious precision. Rendell was not here. His absence was a specific shape in the air beside her, the width of his shoulders,
the space his body would have occupied, the warmth that radiated from him like heat from a banked fire. She could feel where he should have been the way she could feel a missing tooth with her tongue. Constantly, compulsively, the gap more present than the thing that had filled it. She heard him before she saw him. Footsteps, heavy and controlled, coming from a corridor that branched to the left. The guards halted. Bryn's heart slammed against her ribs. A healer's diagnosis, automatic and merciless. Elevated rate, irregular rhythm, no corresponding physical exertion. Her body knew him before her eyes did. Rendell stepped into the lamplight. He was dressed in the same dark leather she had always seen him wear. Close-fitted, military cut, catching no light. His close-cropped dark hair was disordered, as though he had been running his hands through it, and the shadows beneath his eyes had deepened into bruises. The scar on his jaw was white in the oil lamp's flat glare, the same scar she had watched curve warm gold when he smiled in the sitting chamber, the smile she had catalogued like a wound she wanted to keep. He was not smiling. His face was rigid with a control she recognized from every moment she had watched him hold himself together by force of will. The council session, the doorway of her chamber, the sitting chamber when he pulled away from the almost kiss. But this was worse. This was the control of a man standing in the path of something he could see coming and could not stop. Mordain was behind him. The High Lord stood in the corridor's mouth with 2 additional guards, silver-streaked hair unbound, his dark tunic bearing the fine dust of descending passages. His pale eyes were fixed on Bryn with the same assessing regard he had turned on her in the throne hall. Not cruelty, not vindication, simply the cold calculation of a ruler managing a threat. "The evidence is conclusive," Mordain said. His voice carried the quiet, absolute weight she had come to associate with pronouncements that would not be questioned. "Your power signature was found contaminating the crystallized veins at the origin point of the corruption that breached these halls. Until further investigation determines the nature of your involvement, you will be held in the Ashfire cells." Bryn looked at Rendell. He stood 3 paces from her, close enough for her to see the muscles working in his jaw, the tendons standing taut in his throat, the white-knuckled fists he held at his sides. Close enough to smell smoke and leather, the real scent, not the phantom, and the unnamed clean thing beneath it that she had never been able to categorize because it was simply him, the irreducible fact of his presence registered by her body before her mind could build a defense against it. His eyes were on her, gray like morning frost, like the winter sky before snow, like every metaphor she had used to describe them in the private language of her own wanting. But the wanting was not what she saw in them now. She saw a war. The same war she had watched him fight in the sitting chamber when Corrin's ghost rose between them. The same war she had felt in the tremor of his hands when he cupped her face in the dark of her chamber. But larger. Worse. A war that included his father's voice behind him, and the guards flanking her, and the weight of his name and his duty and his people's terror, all of it pressing down on the single, fragile thing that had grown between them in fire-lit silence and shared grief and the ghost pressure of his thumb on her jaw. She watched him fight it. She watched his mouth open. She watched his throat work around a word. Her name, she thought. Or perhaps a protest. Or perhaps the answer to the question she had asked him in her doorway. The question he could not speak then and could not speak now. She watched his hands flex at his sides, the scarred knuckles going white. The same hands that had caught her when she collapsed and carried her through dead corridors and cupped her face as though she were something he had convinced himself he would never be allowed to touch. She watched him lose. It was not a dramatic thing. There was no shout, no lunge, no drawn weapon. There was only a man standing still while the current carried past him. A man who knew what was right and could not make his body do it. His jaw clenched. His eyes went bright with the sheen of something held back by force, and his hands, which had reached for her in the dark with a tenderness that cracked him open, stayed at his sides. Bryn did not look away. She held his gaze the way she had held it in every moment that mattered, when she had pressed her palm over his on her cheek, when she had asked the question he could not answer, when the amber light in the sitting chamber had deepened toward gold and the space between them had narrowed to a breath, and the world had held still long enough for them to almost become something they were not yet allowed to be. She held his gaze, and she felt it. The quiet, catastrophic collapse of every touch between them. His heartbeat against her back when he caught her in the ward. Gone. The controlled tremor of his body as he carried her through dead corridors. Gone. His thumb tracing her jawline, his pulse transmitted through his skin, the way his eyes dropped to her mouth and stayed there. Gone. The way he said her name, Bryn. Just the sound of it, spoken in the register that lived in his chest, landing between them like something that had been building behind his teeth for weeks. Gone. Not erased. Worse than erased. Inverted. Every memory of warmth became evidence of what he was choosing not to fight for. Every moment of tenderness became the precise shape of what his silence was destroying. She could feel the architecture of their connection, built touch by touch, silence by silence, from the first time she noted his heartbeat was too fast for post-reflex, to the night she pressed her hand over his and felt their double pulse through layered skin, crumbling inward, stone by stone. As the cell door opened behind her, and the guards gripped her arms, and the cold ash void pressed against her skin like a burial shroud. She did not cry. She did not let him see what his silence cost her. She straightened her spine the way her mother had taught her, quiet endurance outlasting loud resistance, and she walked into the dark. The last thing she saw before the cell door closed was Rendell's face in the oil lamp light. His mouth was still open. No words came. The door shut with a sound that was not loud but final. Iron on stone, the thud traveling through the floor into her bare feet, through her bones, settling behind her ribs, where the hum of her power lived and where, weeks ago, the warmth of his proximity had taken root like bindweed and grown through every defense she had built. Silence. The ashfire cells were carved from the oldest stone in the Ember Court, older than the palace above, older than the throne hall and its rivers of flame, and the carved pillars with their shifting patterns. The walls were etched with suppression wards, whose patterns pressed down on fey magic like a hand on a wound, damping power to a suffocating whisper. The living flames that normally burned here were reduced to the barest flicker by the suppression wards, small, guttering shapes clinging to iron brackets along the corridor outside her cell, casting more shadow than light even before the palace's fire had been well. Now they were dark, dead, like every other flame in the Ember Court. The brackets sat empty and cold, iron fingers holding nothing, and the corridor stretched in absolute blackness beyond the faint, oily glow of the guard's retreating lamp. They produced no sound, not even the papery crackling of tension, not the murmur of calm or the hiss of hostility, or the resonant hum of authority. Even in their usual diminished state, the flames in the ashfire cells existed below the threshold of the language Bryn had learned to read, below warmth, below scent, below the vocabulary of feeling that the palace communicated through its fire. They had been the memory of flames, the suggestion that fire had once burned here and might burn here again if anyone remembered to care. Now even that memory was gone. The scent was the cold ash void, that nothing smell, the absence of warmth, the place where cedar honey and night jasmine and char iron should have been and were not. Faye found it the most disturbing quality of the Withering's proximity, and Bryn understood why. It was not the presence of something terrible, but the removal of something essential. Like a room where someone has died and the air itself knows it. She stood in the center of her cell with her arms wrapped around herself and her bandaged arm pressed against her ribs. The cell was small, perhaps 8 paces across, stone walls, stone floor, a narrow stone ledge that served as a bed. No window, no warmth. The air was cool, still, and faintly metallic, carrying the same deep earth taste she remembered from the tunnel network. The hum in her palms was barely there. The suppression wards flattened it to a thin, distant vibration, as though the power that had been her companion through weeks of healing, descending, investigating, reaching, the one thing in her body that did not waver, had been pushed below the threshold of perception. She pressed her palms together and felt almost nothing. She sank onto the stone ledge. It was cold through the thin fabric of her clothes. She drew her knees to her chest, the posture automatic, the same way she had sat against her chamber wall in the dark after closing the door on Rendell's face. The same way she had sat in her mother's cottage in the days after Alara died, knees drawn up, hands pressed flat against each other, grief too large for the body containing it. She thought, every time I reach out. She looked at her hands. Brown, calloused, short-nailed. Healer's hands. Her mother's hands. She turned them over and examined them the way she would examine a patient, clinically, without sentiment. The knuckles roughened by years with mortar and pestle. The faint scar on her left index finger from a knife that slipped while she was cutting comfrey root at 14. The tendons visible beneath the skin, the pulse at her wrists. The barely perceptible tremor of exhaustion that had become her baseline since the Eastern Territories. These hands had set Aldrich's wrist in Thornfield, had pressed poultices to the miller's infected palm, had caught the baker's wife's youngest as the child came sliding into the world, slippery and screaming and perfect. These hands had killed Corin Ashbourne, had burned the withering from a soldier's body, and from 12 more in the ward tonight, and others in the corridors before she ever reached it, had pressed over Rendell's scarred knuckles against her own cheek with a deliberateness that felt, in this cell, like the memory of someone she used to be. She pressed them flat against the stone ledge and felt nothing. No hum, no warmth, no residual electricity of a surface someone had just touched. She did not think about Rendell's hands. She thought about them anyway. The span of his fingers, large enough for each to register as a distinct point of pressure. The calluses on the heel of his palm from years of gripping sword hilts. The deep creases and the scarred knuckles and the vulnerable pale inner wrist with its blue-gray veins where she had felt his pulse through his thumb and known, with a healer's certainty, that his heart was beating too fast for any reason his discipline would admit to. Stop, she told herself. She could not stop. Her body held a record of every touch between them, an archive of sensation she had built involuntarily from the first moment she registered him as more than a hostile presence, from the ward, from the campfire, from the stream crossing where she took his offered hand and felt the absence of his grip afterward like a handprint in cooling clay. The record played now in the silence of her cell, with the merciless clarity of a healer's memory, each entry annotated with the precise sensory detail she could not unlearn. The weight of his arms when he carried her through the corridors,
The controlled tension in his body, rigid, coiled, having nothing to do with physical effort. His hair shifting against her face when he turned a corner. The involuntary swallow. The sound of a man whose body was doing something his discipline had not authorized. The sitting chamber. The amber deepening toward gold. His hand against her face, thumb tracing the line of her jaw, the touch almost reverent. The breath between them, the closing distance. The moment the gold retreated and his voice broke on, "I can't." The corridor outside her chamber. Bryn. Just her name. Just the sound of it. Spoken in the register that lived in his chest and came out only when every other defense had been breached. She pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. She should hate him. She should hate the way he stood there in the lamplight, with his mouth open and no words coming, while the guards gripped her arms and the cell door opened behind her. She should be furious. The cold, clean fury of a woman who had asked a direct question and received silence. She had given him every chance. She had said, "His father's command or my life." She had given him the truth of their situation, stripped of gentle fictions, and he had chosen the fiction anyway, chosen the silence, chosen the standing still. She did not hate him. She ached for him with a precision that was physical, bodily, located in specific places. The inner surface of her forearm where his thumb had rested, the curve of her jaw where his hand had been, the space against her back where his chest had pressed when he caught her in the ward. The ache was not abstract. It occupied real estate in her body. It had an address. It had a shape, his shape, the breadth of him, the particular quality of warmth he generated, the way the air changed composition when he stood close enough to touch. She sat in the cell where the living flames were dead, and the suppression wards pressed down on the last thread of power in her palms, and she understood with devastating clarity that the wanting had not died when he failed her. It had merely become the measure of the wound. She loved him with the same hands that had killed his brother, and he loved her with the same silence that had locked her in this cell. And the tragedy of it was not that love was insufficient, but that it was not the same thing as courage. Time passed. She could not measure it. Without the flames' shifting behavior to mark the hours, without the ambient warmth that fluctuated with the court's rhythms, she had no reference points. She may have slept. She may have simply closed her eyes and existed in the dark, the way she had existed in the dark of her cottage after Lyra died, present, breathing, waiting for something she could not name. The sound of footsteps reached her first. Not heavy, not the measured tread of guards in dark armor. Light, quick, with a particular rhythm Bryn recognized, the cadence of a woman who had survived the Ember Court by moving through it like water through cracks, invisible where she needed to be, present where she chose to be, and never where anyone expected. Lysara appeared on the other side of the iron bars. She was not dressed for court. No fitted green gown, no carefully arranged copper hair. She wore a dark cloak over something plain, her hair pulled back from her face in a simple knot, and she carried no lamp. She must have navigated the corridors in total darkness, reading the palace by memory rather than fire, and the fact that she had done so, that she had descended to the ashfire cells through a palace whose living flames were dead, whose guard rotations were in chaos, whose corridors were full of weeping fae and the cold ash void of a plague she could not cure, told Bryn more about the woman's courage than any words she might have spoken. Lysara's clever green eyes found Bryn in the gloom. Her expression was not the polished mask Bryn had come to expect. The dry wit, the careful neutrality, the slight theatrical edge that kept the world at arm's length. It was bare, stripped down. The face of a woman who had walked into the worst place in the Ember Court on purpose and was trying not to show how much it cost her to be here. "The guard 3 corridors up owes me a rather significant favor," Lysara said. Her voice was low, pitched to carry only as far as the cell. "And the 2 at the junction owe me a different one. You have perhaps half an hour before the rotation shifts." "Lysara." "The evidence they found is fabricated. I want you to know I know that." She wrapped her fingers around the iron bars. Her knuckles blanched. "I pulled the reports myself. The investigators were Mordane's people, not Theron's. I give them that much credit. But the contamination was placed before they arrived. Someone with access to concentrated withering agent and knowledge of your power introduced white gold energy into the crystal veins at the origin point, layered it over the gray-black residue I watched the chief healer document with his own hands. The same method, the same precision, the same patient hand that sabotaged the demonstration victim and corrupted the crystal veins." "But my power does not work that way," Bryn said. The words came out flat, toneless. "It leaves traces on flesh, silver-white scarring on living tissue, not residue on stone." Lysara's mouth thinned. "You know that. I know that. The chief healer knows that. But the investigator's report does not distinguish between what your power actually does and what someone with access to a source of white gold energy could make it appear to do. The claim is that your healing in the ward above bled through the crystal network into the conduits below. A mechanism that sounds plausible to anyone who does not understand the difference between biological healing traces and something deliberately applied to a mineral surface." She paused. "Which is, conveniently, every counselor who will read the report." "Theron. Of course, Theron." Her grip tightened on the bars. "The man does not merely win. He curates the board 3 moves deep, and then weeps with the losers when the game is over." Bryn pressed her back against the cell wall. The stone was cold through her shirt. "Mordane believes it. Mordane chooses to believe it. There is a difference, and the difference is worse." Lysara paused. The dead corridor beyond the bars was utterly still. No flame, no flicker, nothing but the oily dark pressing close. The throne hall went dark. Do you understand what that means to them? Every fae in this palace felt it. The fire that has burned since the Ashbourne dynasty was young, gone. In that kind of fear, the High Lord needs someone to blame, and Theron ensured there was precisely one candidate. Me. Healing his court when the evidence was being planted. "Your defining virtue," Lysara said quietly, "turned into the weapon that destroys you." The silence that followed was not empty. It was the kind of silence that exists between 2 people who are seeing each other clearly and choosing not to look away. Bryn felt it settle around them like the warmth the flames could not provide. Something human and fragile in this place built to crush it. "Why are you here?" Bryn asked. Lysara's grip tightened on the bars. Her green eyes held Bryn's with a fierceness that had nothing of the spy's professional detachment and everything of a woman who had made a choice and was standing inside it for the first time. "Because I believe you," she said. "And because I have spent my entire career in this court being useful to powerful people and unattached to anyone who might become a liability. And I am tired of it." The words came out rougher than her usual polish, as though she had practiced them less. "I have never chosen a side. Never had anyone worth choosing for. I filed my reports, and I gathered my intelligence, and I kept my head down and my name clean, and I told myself that was survival. And then you knelt before 9 patients who despised you, and healed them anyway. And a woman I dismissed as a mortal inconvenience became the only person in this court who meant what she said. her voice caught. She steadied it with the efficiency of long practice. I am choosing now, Bryn. The name landed between them with a weight disproportionate to a single syllable. Lysara had never used it. Through weeks of proximity, dressing Bryn in court clothes, delivering intelligence at her doorway, standing against walls while Bryn bled and healed and nearly died, she had said the human, the mortal, her, never her name. The word was a key turning in a lock, and the door it opened would not close again. In the corridor outside the cell, something impossible happened. One of the dead iron brackets, cold and empty since the palace's fire had collapsed, flickered. A single tongue of flame, no larger than a fingertip, caught where nothing should have been able to burn. It pressed against the suppression wards and the Withering's void like a fist against a heavy door, and for perhaps 2 heartbeats it held. Amber, not gold, but warm enough to throw Lysara's shadow across the cell floor. Then the void rushed back and the flame died. But Bryn had felt it. In the dead dark of the ashfire cells, where no fire had burned since the palace fell silent, a flame had answered. Not to power, not to the Withering's retreat, to a name, spoken by someone who meant it. She breathed. The ache in her chest did not diminish, but something shifted within it. A reorganization, a bone aligning, the same internal setting she had felt in the tunnel when her accumulated evidence crystallized into conviction. Not hope, she would not call it hope, but a refusal to let the dark be the final word. Tell me what you have, Bryn said. Lysara released the bars and stepped back, squaring her shoulders with the precision of someone delivering a tactical briefing. The spy was back, but threaded through with something warmer, something that changed the quality of her voice the way a flame changes the quality of a room. 3 things, she said. First, I have been tracking Theron's people through the lower passages since before the West Wing outbreak. The rotating watchers he posted near Corrin's study, the same network I first detected when the holding attendant was asking about the sealed door. One of them was sloppy. He used the same route 3 nights running, and I followed him. She spoke quickly, her voice clipped and precise. There is a concealed entrance behind the lower armory, a section of wall that pivots on a counterweight, old construction, predating the current armory layout. It opens into a passage that descends below the main corridor level and bypasses every checkpoint between the armory and the ancient tunnel network. Theron's man used it to access a set of chambers carved into the oldest stone down there. Rooms that do not appear on any court map I have ever seen. Rooms someone has been maintaining. Bryn's hands tightened against her knees. You found his chambers. I found the route. I did not enter. That would have been noticed. Lysara's eyes were steady. But I watched the entrance for 3 consecutive nights and saw 2 different men use it, both from the guard cohort pulled from perimeter rotations without duty log transfers. The same soldiers I flagged in the staircase surveillance weeks ago. Whatever Theron has been doing beneath this palace, those chambers are where he keeps it. Men do not use a hidden passage to a sealed room 3 nights running without a reason. Rendell will need the route. Something passed across Lysara's face. Complicated, assessing. The expression of a woman who understood what she was being asked to believe about a man who had just stood by while his father locked Bryn in a cell. She did not argue. She did not ask whether Bryn was certain Rendell would come. Second, Lysara said, the outbreak has thrown everything into chaos. Guard rotations have collapsed. Theron's usual watchers, the ones he stationed near Corrin's study, the staircase landing, the corridor junctions, have been redeployed to crisis stations, evacuations, healing ward perimeter, affected wing patrols. The soldiers who normally guard the approaches to the lower armory passage are managing the quarantine of 2 residential corridors on the opposite side of the palace.
The corridors between the armory and the ancient tunnel entrance are less monitored now than they have been since I started tracking his network. A window. A narrow one. The chaos will not last. Mordaine's people will restore order. Theron's soldiers will return to their posts, and the route will seal shut. If someone is going to access those chambers, it needs to happen before the court stabilizes. Hours, not days. Bryn absorbed this. The tactical implications arranged themselves in her mind with the same pattern-reading clarity that had served her in the tunnel. Evidence converging, roots connecting, the shape of possibility emerging from chaos. And third? Lysara leaned closer to the bars. Her voice dropped further. The corridors between these cells in the lower armory passage. I know who is stationed along them tonight. The woman at the junction below the west staircase? She has owed me a favor since I kept her sister's disciplinary hearing out of the council records 2 years ago. The guard on the lower armory approach. We have an understanding that predates my assignment to you. And the one at the armory threshold itself. She has been uneasy about Theron's reassigned soldiers for weeks. I sounded her out after the assassination attempt. She is willing to look the other way for the right reason. Lysara straightened. 3 guards, 3 favors. 2 women and a man who are loyal to me rather than to the elder counselor. Stationed along every critical point of the route Rendell will need to traverse. I can get word to them tonight. When he comes, they will not stop him. Bryn looked at her through the iron bars. This sharp-featured, copper-haired woman who had entered her life as a spy and a cynic, and had become, without either of them intending it, the bravest person in the Ember Court. You said when, Bryn said quietly, not if. Lysara's mouth curved, not the dry court smile Bryn was accustomed to, but something rawer, more uncertain. The expression of someone making a bet with stakes she could not afford to lose. He will come, Lysara said. He failed you tonight. I watched him. I watched a man tear himself apart between what he wanted and what he believed he owed, and I watched the wrong side win. She paused. But I have also watched that man place a cup of tea beside you with the handle angled toward your hand. And I have watched him carry you through corridors with an expression on his face that had nothing to do with duty. And I have watched his body orient toward you in rooms full of people, as though you were the only fixed point on his compass. Her voice softened. Men like Rendell do not fail the same way twice. The first failure teaches them what the cost is. The second time, they choose differently. Or they die trying. The dead bracket in the corridor remained dark, but Bryn could still feel the ghost of that impossible flicker, the warmth of it, brief as a held breath, pressing against the void. Tell him the route, Bryn said. The concealed entrance behind the lower armory, the chambers below. Tell him about the disrupted rotations, the window. Tell him which guards will let him pass. Tell him everything. I will. Lysara wrapped her cloak tighter around her shoulders. The cold down here was physical, pressing, the suppression wards adding their own weight to the chill. Bryn, one more thing. What? Lysara looked at her with an expression Bryn had never seen on her face. Unguarded, undefended, the clever green eyes stripped of performance. The concern of a woman who had chosen a side and was beginning to understand what the choice would cost. Do not let this cell convince you that your hands are the problem, she said. Your hands are the only reason half this court is still breathing. Do not let them make you forget that. She turned and vanished into the dark, her quick footsteps receding through corridors where the living flames had nothing left to say. Bryn sat alone. The cold ash void pressed in around her. The suppression wards hummed at a frequency below hearing. a pressure against her skin that flattened the power in her palms to a distant vibration. She could feel the corrupted wellspring far below, not its warmth, not its steady hum, but its distortion, the deep wrongness pulsing through the stone the way a fever pulses through a body. The palace was sick, the fire was dying, and she was locked in the belly of it, hands pressed together in the dark, measuring the ghost of a hum against the ghost of a heartbeat that was not her own. She thought about Lysara's words, "Do not let this cell convince you that your hands are the problem." She thought about the soldier's open palm in the healing ward, the serving woman's whisper, "I felt the fire die, and then my hands went cold." The child in the eastern village, whose gray hand she had healed, whose guardian had stepped forward wordlessly and extended the girl toward her, a wordless offering of trust to a stranger whose hands might save or kill. She thought about her mother, Alara, who had arrived in Thornfield one spring with nothing but herb knowledge and skilled hands and a silence that hid everything, who had taught Bryn that the first thing a healer reaches for is not the medicine, but the patient, who had died 6 years ago in a cottage that smelled of dried lavender and grief, leaving behind a daughter with extraordinary hands and no explanation for where they came from. She unfolded her fingers. She pressed her palms flat against the cold stone of the ledge and felt the barest vibration, so faint it might have been her own pulse, or the deep earth breathing, or the corrupted wellspring shuddering far below. But it was there. Through the suppression wards, through the cold, through the void where the fire should have been. The power in her hands was still there. Diminished, dampened, pressed to a whisper, but there. The one thing that did not abandon her. The one thing that answered when she reached. She closed her eyes. She breathed. And somewhere in the dark between her hands and the ancient stone, the faintest hum persisted. Patient, waiting, alive. Chapter 10. The Truth and the Breaking. She did not sleep. She did not try. Sleep was a luxury for women who were not counting the intervals between their own heartbeats and the slow, sick pulse of corrupted magic beneath their feet. Bryn sat on the stone ledge with her back pressed flat against the cell wall, palms open on her knees. The suppression wards etched into the stone hummed at a frequency below hearing. Not sound, but pressure. A leaden hand laid across the top of her skull and pressed downward until the power in her hands was barely a whisper. The cold ash void filled the corridor outside her cell like something alive and hungry, and the darkness was absolute. No flame, no light, no warmth. But Lysara had been here. She held that thought the way she held a wound closed, with steady pressure and the refusal to let go. Lysara had navigated the entire dead palace by memory in total darkness, had used 3 hard-won favors, had spoken Bryn's name for the first time, and when she did, a dead iron bracket in the corridor had flickered with a fingertip of amber flame that pressed against the void and the suppression wards both for 2 impossible heartbeats before the dark rushed back. Bryn pressed her palms harder against her knees and searched for the hum. It was there. Faint as the last thread of spider silk before it snaps, a vibration so thin she might have been imagining it, except she had felt it every day since the healing ward, and the cell could flatten it, but not kill it. The wards pressed down. Her power pressed back. Not much. Not enough to light a candle or warm her frozen fingers, but present, alive. She thought about what Lysara had given her. Not just the visit, not just the presence of a woman who had survived by never choosing sides walking into the darkest part of the Ember Court and saying, "I am choosing now, Bryn." That had been sustenance, proof that loyalty existed in a palace that ran on calculation. And Bryn held it close the way she held every precious thing, carefully, with her mother's hands. But Lysara had also given her something that changed the shape of the dark. The route behind the lower armory, the 3 loyal guards, the window of disrupted rotations, the concealed entrance, a wall section pivoting on a counterweight, old construction predating the current armory layout, the passage descending below the main corridor level, bypassing every checkpoint, the chambers carved from the oldest stone, not on any court map, where Theron's men had been seen entering on 3 consecutive nights. Before Lysara came, Bryn's despair had been drowning, formless, the grief of a woman whose every act of reaching out, Corin, the soldier, the demonstration victim, Rendell, the ward patients, had been met with punishment, and whose lover had stood silent while the guards took her. That grief had no direction. It pooled and rose and filled her lungs, and the cell's darkness was indistinguishable from the inside of her own chest. But Lysara's intelligence had given her despair a target. She was no longer drowning. She was hunting. The route was the path to the man who had murdered Corin, engineered a plague, and weaponized her compassion. The timing window was the crack in his armor. The 3 guards were proof that his control of the court was not total. And the chambers? The chambers were where Theron kept whatever evidence he believed no one would ever find, maintained by men whose loyalty ran to him rather than the throne, and now exposed by a woman whose loyalty ran to no one until it ran to Bryn. Lysara had not just given her weapons. She had given her the enemy's name confirmed and the path to his door. And those 2 things together had transformed what the cell contained. Not a prisoner drowning in betrayal. A healer who knew the source of the disease and knew the way to cut it out. The distinction was everything. It was the difference between enduring the dark and using it. Bryn filed the intelligence where it belonged, the route memorized, the timing calculated, the guard positions mapped against corridors she had walked enough times to navigate blind, and she held the rest of what Lysara had given her, the loyalty, the name spoken with meaning, the impossible flicker of amber flame, in the place where her most precious memories lived, her mother's hands shaping a poultice, the soldier's first clean breath, Rendell's thumb tracing her jaw. She closed her eyes. She breathed, and she pushed. Not outward. There was nothing to heal, no withering to burn, no patient beneath her hands. She pushed downward, into the stone, through the suppression ward's crushing weight, following the thread of that deep pulse she had felt since the healing ward. The corrupted Wellspring was far below, its distortion throbbing through the bedrock the way a fever throbs through a body. But beneath the corruption, beneath the wrongness, there was something else. The same thing that had turned the flames gold when she healed the young soldier. The same thing that had made the waymarkers hum when she rode past. Something ancient and patient that knew her hands. For a moment, half a breath less, she felt it answer. A pulse that synchronized with the whisper in her palms, rising through stone and ward and void to meet her. The deep rhythm locked against her own, and her power flickered in time with it. Not the steady burn of healing, but a stuttering, straining resonance, 2 frequencies reaching for alignment through layers of suppression and corruption. The dead iron bracket nearest her cell responded. The metal contracted, not a faint tick, but a perceptible shift, a groan of expansion as though heat were spreading through it from within, The way iron wakes when a forge's breath first reaches it after a long, cold night. The bracket warmed. She felt it against the skin of her face, a ghost of radiance barely there, pressing outward from the dead metal for 3 heartbeats, 4, the corrupted Wellspring's deep pulse and her own power straining to hold their fragile synchronization. Then the wards bore down and the connection shattered, and she was sitting in the dark again with nothing but the ghost of a hum between her palms and the memory of warmth already fading from the iron above her. She opened her eyes, pressed her calloused fingers against her knees, felt the faint scar on her left index finger from the comfrey knife at 14. She was still a healer. The cell had not taken that. Footsteps. Not Lysara's quick, measured stride. These were heavier, deliberate, accompanied by the thin rattle of a ring of keys and the scrape of a boot sole against stone that had not been worn smooth by the passage of centuries, but carved rough and left that way on purpose. A lamp appeared around the corridor's curve, an oil lamp, its light flat and lifeless. Behind it walked a man in dark armor who was not one of Lysara's 3. He stopped at her cell door. Broad build, palace-issue boots. He held the lamp at chest height, and the light fell across his face in hard angles, jaw set, eyes flat with the particular blankness of a man who has been told exactly what to think about the prisoner behind these bars. "The healer," he said, not a question. Bryn said nothing. He leaned one shoulder against the iron frame of her cell door, casual in the way of men who want their ease to communicate something. "The court's talking about you, contaminating the crystal veins, spreading the very thing you claim to cure." He paused, letting the words settle. "Funny how the Withering got worse after you arrived." Bryn met his eyes. The lamplight was too weak to read the flame's language. There were no flames to read, but she could read him. A healer's eye catalogued what a guard's blankness could not hide. The tension in his shoulders angled away from her cell rather than toward it. The way his free hand rested on his belt near his blade, but not on it. The slight widening of his pupils that had nothing to do with the dark. He was not comfortable. He was performing. And he was one of Theron's. She knew it the way she had known the demonstration victim was wrong, the way she had known the courier's satchel mattered, the way she had known the chisel marks in the tunnel were fresh. Not intuition, pattern. This man had been sent to deliver a message wrapped in threat, and the message was not, "Be afraid." The message was, "You are alone." But she was not alone. Lysara had seen to that. And Lysara had given her something this guard and the man who sent him did not know she possessed. The route to his master's hidden chambers, the names of guards who would not stop the man coming to open them, and the knowledge that Theron's careful board had a crack running through it that would not seal before morning. "The elder counselor sends his regards," the guard said, and there it was, the thin smile that was not his own, the borrowed warmth of a man who dealt in ideas rather than blades. "He wants you to know that the investigation will be thorough, that your contributions to the healing ward have been noted, and that the court takes no pleasure in what must come next." Every word crafted to sound reasonable, every word designed to land in the soft place between Bryn's ribs where hope lived. She thought of Lysara's voice in the dark. "Do not let this cell convince you that your hands are the problem. Tell the elder counselor," Bryn said quietly, "that I've treated enough patients to recognize a prognosis." The guard blinked. "The court's illness has a source," she said, "and it isn't me." Something shifted behind his eyes, the first flicker of uncertainty in a man who had been given a script and was realizing the prisoner had not read hers. He straightened from the doorframe. The casual lean was gone. "Rest well," he said, and the borrowed warmth was thinner now, frayed at the edges. "The cells are cold this time of night." He left. The lamplight retreated down the corridor, and the dark pressed back in. Bryn's hands were trembling, not from the cold, from the effort of holding still while every instinct screamed to reach through the bars and pour white gold fire into the man's borrowed certainty until it burned clean. She pressed her palms together instead. The hum was there, faint, patient. She waited. Time in the ashfire cells moved like silt through clouded water, heavy, formless, impossible to measure. The darkness was not empty, but dense, and the suppression ward's constant pressure created a paradox of sensation. Too much and too little at once, as if the cell were pressing her flat while simultaneously hollowing her out. She tried counting breaths and lost track somewhere past 400. She tried reciting the properties of herbs the way her mother had taught her. Comfrey for bones, yarrow for blood, calendula for the skin's slow mending. But the words kept dissolving into the memory of Rendell's voice saying her name in the healing ward. Bryn. One word. He had not used it again since, but she heard it in the dark the way she heard the hum in her palms, persistent, ineradicable, worn into the architecture of her. She tried not to think about his hands. She failed. She saw them with the precision of accumulated weeks, each observation layered over the last like the pressed botanical specimens in Corin's study, preserved and catalogued and inescapable. The way his fingers spread wide enough that each had been a distinct pressure against her shoulders when he caught her in the ward. The calluses on the heel of his palm from years of gripping sword hilts. The deep creases across his knuckles and the pale, vulnerable underside of his wrist where blue-gray veins ran close to the surface. The controlled tremor he had hidden by folding his hands behind his back after setting her down in the sitting chamber, and the uncontrolled tremor he had not been able to hide at all when he found her bleeding after the assassination. She had pressed her hand over his. She had curled her fingers around his scarred knuckles and felt their double pulse through the layered contact, hers, his, separated by skin and bone and the entire collapsing architecture of what they owed each other. And then she had asked him a question he could not answer, and closed the door, and sat in the dark. And then she had watched him fail again as guards gripped her arms and the cell opened before her. The wanting did not die. It had not died in the corridor when his mouth opened and no words came. It had not died when the cell door closed on his face. It lived in the specific hollow of her inner forearm, where his thumb had rested against her pulse, and in the curve of her jaw where his hand had mapped her with the reverence of a man touching something he believed he would never be allowed to touch, and in the space between her shoulder blades where his chest had pressed warm and solid when he carried her through the dark. The wanting had merely become the measure of the wound, and the wound had a name, and the name was trust, and trust was the one thing her hands could not heal. She was pressing her palms flat against the stone ledge, feeling for the deep pulse when she heard it. Footsteps. Not the guard's heavy, deliberate tread. Not Lasara's quick rhythm. These were measured, precise, and fast. The stride of a man who knew exactly where he was going and had stopped caring who heard him arrive. The sound traveled through the stone before it reached the air. Bryn sat upright, the hum in her palms sharpened. A lamp appeared at the corridor's far end, then a shape behind it, tall, broad-shouldered, moving through the absolute dark with the coiled efficiency of a weapon drawn from its sheath. Rendell. He reached her cell and stopped. The lamplight fell across him, and she read his body the way she had been reading it for weeks.
Automatically, devastatingly, unable to stop. He looked like a man who had been at war with himself, and either lost or won so thoroughly that the distinction no longer mattered. Dark hair disordered as though he had dragged his hands through it more than once. Shadows beneath his eyes deepened past bruises into something geological, carved in. His scar was white in the lamplight, bloodless, stark against the sharp line of his jaw. He wore the same close-fitted dark leather she had catalogued 100 times, but the collar was unfastened. The military precision of his bearing cracked along some invisible fault line. His right hand held the lamp, his left hung at his side, and the tendons across its back were rigid, the knuckles bleached. He set the lamp on the stone floor outside her cell. The flame guttered in the dead air, ordinary fire producing none of the living flame's intelligence, but enough to see by. He lowered himself to the stone floor of the corridor across from her, through the bars, close enough that if she extended her arm, she could have touched his knee. Neither of them moved. The silence lasted 3 breaths, 4, 5. She could hear him breathing, not the controlled rhythm of the soldier she had catalogued on the road to the Eastern Territories, but something raw, uneven, the breathing of a man who had been running and had only just stopped. "I went down," he said. His voice was low, not the command register, not the private register she had learned to identify in the sitting chamber. Something below both, scraped raw, as if the words had to be dragged up from the bottom of a well. "Lasar's route, behind the lower armory." He paused, swallowed. She watched the movement in his throat, the corded muscle catching the lamplight, contracting around whatever he was trying to force past it. "The guard at the junction let me through, the one on the approach, the woman at the threshold." Lasara's network. The 3 owed favors deployed exactly as promised. Bryn held still. "The chambers are real," he said. "Carved from the oldest stone, deeper than the court, older than any passage on Corrin's maps." His jaw tightened. "He has been working there for years. Bryn, for years." Her name again. Not the thunderclap of the ward. That had been a door flung open in a crisis. This was different. This was deliberate. He said her name the way a man says a word he has been practicing alone in the dark, testing its weight, learning its shape in his mouth. "There were tools," he continued. "Glass vessels, residue, the same gray-black. Equipment for concentrating the withering into a form that could be applied to crystal, amplified through the veins, fed into the conduits." His voice flattened to an operational cadence, the soldier's instinct for organized reporting reasserting itself against the thing that was breaking behind it. Notes in his hand. Dates. Target locations mapped to outbreaks. Every sudden cluster Corrin documented. Eastern holdings, northern forests, the southern marshes. Every one. Bryn's breath left her slowly. She had known. Since the tunnel, since the pattern crystallized, she had known Theron was the architect. But hearing Rendell lay it out in that stripped, steady voice, each word landing like a stone placed on a grave, was different from knowing. It was the difference between diagnosing a wound and pressing your fingers into it. "He kept records," Rendell said, and something in his voice shifted, a hairline fracture running through the military cadence. "Detailed. Organized. Theron keeps records the way Corrin kept journals. Everything categorized, everything dated." He stopped. His hands curled into fists on his knees. She watched the fists form, watched his scarred knuckles go white, the way they had gone white in the corridor when the guards took her. But this was different. In the corridor, his hands had stayed at his sides because he could not move them. Here, they curled with the force of a man containing something that would destroy the room if he let it out. There was correspondence. His voice dropped. Coded. Old cipher. One Thorne developed for the court's diplomatic channels decades ago. I know it. He taught it to me when I was 13. He taught it to me. The detail landed between them like a knife. The correspondence documented. He stopped again. His jaw worked, the scar pulled tight. He looked at the wall to his left rather than at her, and she saw the lamplight catch the wetness along his lower lashes before he blinked it away. Rendell. She said his name quietly, the way she would speak to a patient whose body was fighting a treatment, not to comfort, but to anchor. I am here. You are not alone in this. He looked back at her. His eyes were too bright in the lamplight, the pale gray burning with something that was not anger and not grief, but the devastating collision of both. Thorne learned about Corrin's research, he said. The journals, the Wellspring theory, the conclusion that the Withering was being deployed deliberately. Each word precise, bitten off, laid down with the care of a man placing evidence before a court for the final time. He learned, and he did not confront Corrin. He did not argue. He did not try to dissuade him. His breathing broke its rhythm. He sent Corrin where the world would kill him. The words fell into the silence like stones into a well. Bryn heard them hit bottom. The final border crossing, Rendell said, and now his voice was a ruin. Not dramatic, not loud, just broken the way a beam breaks under too much weight, a clean fracture through the center. Corrin told me he was going. He wrote me a letter, asking me to trust him. I threw it away. I was angry about his unsanctioned missions. I thought he was being reckless. A breath that caught. But Thorne knew Corrin was going because Corrin told his mentor, his teacher, the man who had guided him since he could hold a quill. And Thorne... He stopped. His fists opened. His fingers spread wide against his knees, the same spread she had felt against her shoulders in the ward, each one distinct, and they trembled. Not the controlled tremor he could hide by folding them behind his back. A visible, uncontrollable shaking that started in his hands and ran up his forearms and did not stop. She watched him the way she had watched him for weeks. Healer's eye and something fiercer. The same devastating attunement that had registered his heartbeat too fast in the ward, his scent in the sitting chamber, the exact pressure of his thumb tracing her jawline. But now she was reading something she had never seen from him before. Not composure cracking, not the wall fracturing to show the man behind it. This was the wall dismantled, deliberately, stone by stone. He was showing her the rubble. The correspondence proves Thorne knew about Corrin's investigation, Rendell said. Knew when Corrin planned to cross, knew the route. He paused, and when he continued, his voice was quieter, stripped to its lowest register. There are no explicit orders. Thorne is too careful for that. But the timing, the knowledge, the coded references to ensuring the prince's journey would not reach its intended conclusion. The weight of it is damning. He sent Corrin into hostile territory, knowing what would happen. The gash below Corrin's ribs. Someone inside the court ensured he would not arrive intact. Whether Thorne held the blade himself or positioned someone who did, the correspondence traces the shape of the orchestration. Not a confession, but the architecture of a man who knew exactly what he was doing and ensured the record would never say so plainly. His jaw tightened. His gaze dropped to his trembling hands, then lifted back to hers. Raw, unguarded, the pale gray burning.
whether a healer found him or not, whether someone touched him or not. Theron was gambling on hostile territory to finish what the blade started. The cell was silent. Bryn's hands had gone still on her knees. The hum between her palms was the only motion left in her, a thin vibration that the suppression wards could flatten, but not kill. "He didn't know about my power," she whispered. "No." Rendell's voice was barely audible. "He didn't plan you. He planned Corrin's death in hostile territory. A prince of the blood found dead or dying in a human village. That was supposed to be enough. Border incident, diplomatic crisis, justification for whatever came next." His throat moved. "You were the accident that made it worse. And then the accident that made it useful." Because she had killed Corrin. And Theron had watched a shattered healer dragged into his court and seen not a tragedy, but an opportunity. A weapon that could burn the Withering, controlled and pointed and grateful, because he had saved her life. "I am sorry, my dear, truly." The memory of Theron's hand on her shoulder in the throne hall rose in her chest like bile. The warmth of his grip, the kindness in his brown eyes, the crinkle of smile lines around a face that had been planning a prince's murder. "He used us both," she said. Her voice came out steadier than she expected, not because the grief was small, but because she had carried it long enough to know its weight. "He sent Corrin to die, and saved me to serve." Rendell nodded. The motion was small, his jaw trembled. "And my father," he said. "My father looked at every piece of evidence we gave him and chose Theron's version, chose order, chose the explanation that did not require him to admit his court had been rotting from within for decades." The words came faster now, spilling. "Corrin saw it. Corrin wrote it in his journals. The contempt for mortals, the willful blindness, the amnesia. And our father sealed that study and never once opened the door, because opening it would mean admitting his dead son was right about everything he told him was wrong." His voice broke on the last word. Not a dramatic fracture, a simple stopping, the way a rope stops when it has been pulled past its tolerance. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. His shoulders rose and fell with one long, ragged breath. Bryn's hands ached. Not with power. Not with the Withering's residual pull or the deep hum of the Wellspring beneath them. They ached the way hands ache when they have been held still for too long against every instinct, because what they wanted, what they had wanted for weeks, was to reach. She looked at him through the iron bars, at the rigid line of his shoulders, the exposed vulnerability of his wrists where blue-gray veins ran close beneath the skin, the tremor he was not trying to hide because he had decided, at some point between the lower armory and this cell, that hiding was over. He had come to her, not with answers carefully organized and composure carefully maintained. He had come with his grief laid open like a wound he was asking her to see, and the seeing was itself the gift, the thing he was offering in place of every word he had failed to say in the corridor when the guards took her. This was the answer to her question, not spoken, shown. Your father's command or my life. He had chosen. Rendell lowered his hands from his face. His eyes were red-rimmed, the pale gray darker than she had ever seen it, storm-colored, winter-colored, the color of a sky that has decided what it will become. He looked at her through the bars, and his gaze did not flinch or slide away or drop to the floor. He looked at her the way he had looked at Corrin's half-finished letter on the desk, with the terrible tenderness of a man confronting something irreversible. He stood. The movement was slow, deliberate. He held up a ring of keys, heavy, iron,
older than the palace above them. Lysara had arranged for them to be waiting at the armory threshold, left where the woman on guard could pass them without question. Her jaw had been set with the particular resolve of a guard who had watched Theron's reassigned soldiers walk her corridors for weeks and had decided, when the keys were placed in her keeping and the word came, that looking the other way was no longer enough. The lock turned with a sound that echoed through the corridor like a bone setting. The door swung open. Rendell stepped through the threshold. The cell was small, 8 paces across, and he filled it the way he filled every room she had ever shared with him, with that quality of contained force and devastating physical presence that her healer's eye had catalogued and her body had memorized, and her discipline had failed to override since the moment he caught her in the ward. He stood 2 paces from her, close enough to touch. He smelled of smoke and leather and the deep earth mineral tang of the tunnel passages, and beneath all of it, the clean, unnamed thing she had never been able to identify. Cold stone after rain, she had thought once, but it was warmer than that now, closer, layered with exertion and the aftermath of something that had cost him everything. He extended his hand. Palm up, fingers spread, the same hand that had cupped her face after the assassination, thumb on her cheekbone, the same hand that had shaken when he set her down in the sitting chamber, the same hand she had pressed her own against, curling her fingers over his scarred knuckles, feeling their double pulse through the layered contact. The gesture was simple. "Come with me," he said. His voice was low, wrecked, stripped of command or duty or anything except what remained when those were gone. "My father may not believe me, but I believe you, and I believe Corin, and I am done standing still while this court rots from the inside." Bryn looked at his hand. She saw the calluses from years of gripping sword hilts and reins. She saw the scar tissue across his knuckles, old, layered, a map of every fight he had survived. She saw the faint tremor he was not trying to suppress. She saw the blue-gray veins along his inner wrist, the vulnerable underside where she had once measured his pulse without his knowing and found it too fast for a soldier at rest. She thought about the corridor, his mouth opening, his throat working, his hands staying at his sides. She thought about the sitting chamber, his thumb on her jaw, the space closing between them. And then, "I can't," and the gold retreating through amber. She thought about the ward, his arms around her, his heartbeat against her cheek, the way he had held her as if she were the most fragile and the most important thing he had ever carried. Every touch she had catalogued. Every absence she had measured. Every moment where his body had told her one truth and his silence had told her another. He was telling her now. His hand was the word his voice had never found in the corridor. It said, "I choose you." It said, "I failed and I came back." It said, "This is what it costs, and I will pay it." Bryn reached. Her fingers touched his palm first, the tips, the calloused pads her mother had shaped through 20 years of healing. Then her hand slid into his, and his fingers closed around hers, and the contact was not fire and not ice and not the white gold surge of her power, but something more devastating than any of those. It was warm, it was steady, and through the press of his palm against hers, she felt his pulse, fast, strong, the accelerated rhythm she had first detected in the healing ward when he caught her and held on too long. The same rhythm from the doorway of the sitting chamber, the same rhythm from his thumb against her cheekbone. His body's confession, repeated and repeated across weeks, and denied, now delivered without armor into the space between their clasped hands. Something inside her that she thought the cell had killed opened its eyes. The dead iron bracket above the cell door flickered. Not a fingertip of flame this time. A tongue of fire. Amber, steady, pressing against the suppression wards with a stubbornness that matched the hum in her palms. Larger than the flame that had answered Lysara speaking her name, steadier, pressing longer against the void. And from within it, barely audible through the ward's crushing weight, a sound, thin, fragile, the ghost of a murmur she had learned to associate with the palace's living fire at rest. Not the full-throated hum of the sitting chamber or the resonant thrum of the throne hall. A whisper strengthening towards something more, straining against the suppression the way a voice strains through a closed door. It held for 3 heartbeats. 4. 5. The cold ash void retreated from the flame's radius like something flinching from heat, and in the space it left behind, the faintest scent bloomed. Cedar and honey. Welcome. Through suppression words designed to crush fey magic to silence, through the total extinction of every living flame in the palace, through the withering's void pressing down from above, the fire answered the clasp of 2 hands. Then the void surged back, and the flame died, and the dark returned. But the scent lingered for one more breath, warm, impossible, a promise made in a language older than the court that imprisoned them. Rendell's grip tightened around her hand. She felt his exhale, long, unsteady, the breath of a man who has leapt and feels the ground approaching. She stood. Their hands did not part. She stepped forward, and the distance between them closed to something that was not the sitting chamber's careful 4 feet, or the corridor's calculated nothing. It was the distance of 2 people who had earned the right to stand this close and were choosing not to waste it. She looked up at him. The lamplight was behind him now, painting him in sharp relief, the height, the breadth, the scar on his jaw that she had watched turn gold in firelight and white under his father's rebuke, and warm against her palm when she pressed her hand over his. "I know what it cost you," she said quietly. His jaw tightened. His eyes were still red-rimmed, still storm-colored, still holding hers with the fierce, unguarded directness of a man who had stopped protecting himself from what he felt. "Not enough," he said. "Not yet." He pulled her forward, not roughly, with the controlled urgency of a man who knew precisely how much time they did not have. She let herself be pulled, and the motion carried them through the cell door and into the corridor, and his hand did not let go, and the hum in her palms steadied against his grip and found a rhythm that was not hers alone. They moved through the dark. Oil lamp in Rendell's free hand, her fingers laced through his, the ancient stone pressing close on either side. The corridors widened as they climbed, the oldest rock giving way to carved blocks, the suppression ward's weight lifting from her shoulders like a hand slowly releasing. Her power uncurled in her chest, tentative, testing the space the way a plant tests sunlight after storm. They reached the junction below the west staircase. A woman in dark armor stood there, one of Lysara's 3. She looked at Rendell, then at their joined hands, and something complicated passed across her face before she stepped aside without a word. The lower corridors were still dead. No fire, no warmth. The cold ash void hung in the air like fog, and the palace felt like what it was without its living flames, ancient, beautiful, and empty. But as they passed a bracket near the staircase landing, the iron hummed. Not flame, not yet, but the same metallic contraction she had heard in the cell, the sound of cold metal remembering what heat felt like. Then they rounded the corner into the wider passage beneath the residential wing, and Mordain was there. 2 guards flanked him, oil lamps casting his face in harsh angles. Silver-streaked hair unbound, dark tunic bearing the fine dust of the lower corridors he had descended to reach them. His pale, ancient eyes found them with the precision of a blade finding its mark. He looked at their clasped hands. The silence stretched. "You opened the ashfire cells," Mordain said. His voice carried the same quiet, measured authority it always carried. Pronouncement, not conversation. "Without my order. Without authorization from any court official." "Yes," Rendell said. "The prisoner is confined, pending investigation into her involvement with the corruption of the Wellspring access point. The evidence was fabricated." Rendell's voice cut through his father's with the precision of a man who has spent his life learning exactly how to wield a blade and has turned that skill to words. "Theron planted white gold energy traces on the crystal veins after the chief healer's analysis. The same method he used to corrupt the Wellspring conduits. The same method he used to engineer the demonstration victim's death. The same method he used to engineer my brother's death." The corridor was silent. Mordain's expression did not change. The ancient eyes did not widen. The thin mouth did not tighten. The parchment-thin skin over his knuckles did not whiten against whatever his hands hung at his sides. Nothing moved in that face, and Bryn, who had spent weeks learning to read the palace's fire when it spoke and its silences when it didn't, understood that the absence of reaction was the reaction. The High Lord was holding himself still the way a man holds still when the ground beneath him has begun to move. "Theron has maintained hidden chambers in the ancient tunnels," Rendell continued. "Access through a concealed entrance behind the lower armory. I have seen them. Equipment for concentrating the Withering. Correspondence documenting target locations matched to every outbreak Corrin documented in his journals. Encoded letters in Theron's hand, proving he learned of Corrin's research and sent Corrin where the world would kill him, ensuring the prince would not survive the journey to the human settlements." Bryn felt the words land in Mordain's silence the way stones land in deep water, swallowed without ripple, the depth refusing to acknowledge the disturbance. "You have been deceived," Mordain said, "by a woman whose power destroys fey magic, and whose presence correlates precisely with the escalation of every crisis this court has suffered."
"I have been shown the truth," Rendell said, "by a woman who has healed dozens of your people at the cost of her own body, while you imprisoned her for the crime of being useful to the man who murdered your son." The air between father and son compressed. Bryn could feel it against her skin. Not the flames pressure, not magic, but the atmospheric density of 2 wills colliding in a space too small to contain them both. Mordain's gaze dropped to their joined hands again. When he looked up, something had shifted behind his eyes. Not belief, not acceptance, but the cold recognition of a man who has calculated every possible outcome and found none of them survivable. Then something else moved across his face. Brief, involuntary, visible only because Bryn had spent weeks learning to read what the High Lord refused to show. A tremor in the muscles around his ancient eyes, the faintest loosening of his jaw, as if the iron discipline holding it shut had slipped for half a breath. His gaze flickered, not to Rendell, not to Bryn, but inward, to some private place where the name Corrin still lived, and the word murdered had just arrived. It lasted less than a heartbeat, the granite reassembled, but Bryn had seen it, the wavering of a man whose certainty had been struck at its foundation, and she understood that what came next was not the pronouncement of a man who felt nothing, but the fortification of a man who had felt too much
and chosen the walls over the wound. "If you walk past me," Mordain said, and his voice held its quiet authority, but the rhythm had changed. A fraction slower, each word placed with the deliberate care of a man rebuilding his composure around the edges of the thing that had just cracked it. "You do so without the Ashborn name, without the protection of this throne, without any claim to the court you were raised to serve." The words fell into the corridor with the weight of centuries. Bryn felt Rendell's hand tighten around hers. Not a flinch, not a hesitation, but a gathering. "Corin would be ashamed of you," Rendell said. Mordain's stillness cracked again. Deeper this time, the hairline fracture from moments before splitting wider. The faintest contraction around his eyes, the barest whitening of his lips. It lasted less than a heartbeat. Then it was gone, and the High Lord of the Ember Court stood before them with the expression of a man who has been struck twice in a wound so old he thought it had scarred over. The dead flame brackets along the corridor trembled. Not fire, but the iron rang with a high, thin note, as if the metal itself were trying to scream. Rendell turned to Bryn. He lifted their joined hands, slowly, deliberately, in full view of his father and the guards and the dead palace and whatever remained of the world he was leaving behind. He looked at her, not for permission, but for presence, for the assurance that she was still here and real, and that the thing he was choosing was worth every name he was about to lose. She held his gaze. She tightened her grip. He turned his back on the High Lord of the Ember Court. They walked. His stride was steady, measured, the same military precision she had watched on every road and in every corridor, but his hand held hers with a pressure that was not the desperate clasp of the cell. This was declaration. This was the private thing made public, the denied contact made deliberate, the love that had been a war between wanting and duty made into a choice that could not be taken back. Behind them, Mordain did not follow, did not call out, did not give orders to his guards. The silence at their backs was the loudest thing Bryn had ever heard. They passed another dead bracket. The iron hummed, the same low metallic contraction, heat pressing outward from within without breaking into flame. Then the next, and the next. As they walked, the dead brackets responded to their passage, iron groaning with remembered warmth, the ghost of radiance pressing outward for a breath, and at each one the air softened with a whisper of cedar honey scent so faint it might have been memory rather than reality. But Bryn's healer's senses did not trade in might have been. She smelled it. Brief, impossible, dying almost before it registered, but present at each bracket they passed, the palace's living fire struggling to revive in the wake of their joined hands, the way the cell flame had revived at their clasp. The warmth bloomed for a breath at each iron frame and faded as they moved beyond it, the cold ash void pressing back in with patient, hungry persistence. Whatever answered their presence was not strong enough to survive their absence. The fire was not returning. The corruption still breathed beneath them, still inhaled the warmth downward, still held the palace in its grip. But the iron knew, and it was waiting. They reached the junction where the residential corridors met the lower armory approach, and they were not alone. Footsteps echoed from a side passage, quick, measured, accompanied by the quieter tread of armored boots. Lysara emerged into the junction at a half-run, copper hair pulled back, dark practical clothes, her leather folder pressed against her ribs. Behind her came the guard from the lower armory approach, the same man who had stepped aside for Rendell an hour before, now stepping forward instead, his jaw set with quiet resolve. And behind them,
2 more in dark armor, whose faces Bryn did not recognize, but whose postures carried the careful readiness of people who had chosen their side in the dark and were waiting to see if the dawn would prove them right. Lysara's gaze found Bryn and Rendell's joined hands. Her expression cycled through something complicated: relief, assessment, and the ghost of a smile that she suppressed with professional dispatch.
"I heard you passed the threshold guard," Lysara said, slightly breathless. "Gathered what I could and came."
Her chin lifted, not apology, not explanation, but the deliberate public stance of a woman planting her flag.
"The armory passage is clear. Theron's watchers are still deployed to crisis stations in the East Wing, but the window is closing. Whatever we do it now." Rendell nodded. "His chambers are below. I found the Wellspring access from there, a passage descending past the chambers, deeper than the tunnel we explored before. The corruption is worse, concentrated. If the primary Wellspring is beneath us, that passage leads to it."
Bryn felt the hum in her palms sharpen, the same resonance that had grown stronger and clearer every time she descended, singing through the stone like a voice calling her name in a language she almost understood. "Then we go down," she said. They moved. Lysara fell in beside Bryn with the ease of weeks of proximity, her clever green eyes scanning every shadow. The loyal guards formed up around them, not a ceremonial escort, but a tactical formation, bodies positioned to shield and respond. The concealed wall behind the lower armory pivoted on its counterweight, old construction, silent, designed for passage by those who wanted to move unseen. The passage descended. Stone walls narrowed. The carved blocks of the palace gave way to older masonry, then older still, then natural rock veined with crystallized deposits that caught the lamplight and threw it back in fractured glints. The spiral carvings she had seen in the tunnels before appeared along the walls, the same patterns as the Eastern Road waymarkers, the same ancient script predating any court history she had struggled to read. The hum in her palms grew louder, not painful, present, a resonance that lived in her bones and answered the deep pulse beneath them, 2 frequencies converging towards something that felt like recognition. Rendell released her hand as the passage narrowed to single file. His fingers loosened slowly, trailing across her palm, each point of contact released with deliberate reluctance. The pad of his thumb, the ridge of his scarred knuckles, the calloused tips of his fingers, until only the ghost of pressure remained. Behind her in the dark, she heard his breathing change, deeper, closer. The particular rhythm of a man whose body was aware of exactly how little space separated them and was choosing not to pretend otherwise. They descended. The dead iron brackets above them were silent and cold, but deeper, where the carved stone ended and the ancient rock began, something stirred. A flame, small, fragile, clinging to a crystallized vein in the tunnel wall, the way the guttering warmth had clung to the brackets above. It was not amber. It was something that wanted to be gold, a deep, trembling warmth buried in the mineral itself, straining toward a color the flames in the ward had found once and held, and that the sitting chamber had touched briefly at its warmest, but not quite sustaining. As if the stone remembered what fire was and was trying to speak it, but the word was too old and the voice too faint. There was no hum beneath it, no harmonic tone resonating through the rock, no scent of rain or wild honey or ancient green. Only the color, reaching, a fragment of something that needed 4 channels to complete. As Bryn passed, the flame leaned toward her, a slow, deliberate inclination like a compass needle finding north. It held for a breath, 2, its light catching the spiral carvings and making them move. Then it guttered and sank back into the vein, the deep, trembling warmth fading with it, faint, uncertain, a recognition that could not sustain itself against the corruption pressing down from every direction. Further down, another, smaller, barely a spark caught in a crystallized seam where two veins converged. It brightened as she neared and dimmed as she passed, a pulse of warmth that tracked her movement through the stone the way the palace sconces had once tracked her through the corridors above. And beyond it, deeper still, a third, clinging to a vein that ran along the tunnel ceiling like a luminous thread, its light so faint it existed more as an idea of gold than actual color, trembling with the effort of burning it all against the corruption pressing down from every direction. The palace's oldest magic, buried beneath suppression and corruption and centuries of forgetting, felt her coming. Some ancient flames, scattered, struggling, each one a fragment of a language the stone had been speaking since before the court was built, stirred toward Bryn as she descended, leaning from their crystallized veins the way the first had leaned, drawn by whatever lived in her hands that the deep rock recognized and the void could not entirely silence. And from far below, distant, distorted, sick with corruption but still beating, the deep pulse of the Wellspring answered. Chapter 11. The Wellspring. The passage narrowed until Bryn could feel the stone on both sides pressing against her shoulders, and then it opened. Not gradually, not the way the palace above transitioned from corridor to hall through arched doorways and graduated ceiling heights. The tunnel walls simply fell away, and what replaced them was a cavern so vast that the lamplight Rendell carried touched nothing beyond the first 10 paces. The dark swallowed the rest, a living dark, wet and heavy, and breathing with a rhythm Bryn felt in the soles of her boots before she heard it. The corrupted Wellspring. She had expected something like the shallow access point, a fissure, a junction of crystal veins, corruption visible in gray-black waves through mineral. What she found was a cathedral. The cavern ceiling rose beyond sight, natural stone columns descending from the blackness like the ribs of some enormous sleeping creature. Between them, the crystallized veins she had followed through the descent converged into something massive, a formation of living mineral that pulsed at the cavern's heart, its surface riddled with fracture lines where tools had been driven in and corruption had been fed like poison into an artery. The veins radiated outward from it in every direction, climbing the walls, disappearing into the ceiling, burrowing into the floor. The arterial heart, the source. And everything about it was wrong. Where the palace's living flames spoke in cedar and honey, in night jasmine and char iron, in the warm crackle of a world that noticed you and cared, the Wellspring exhaled nothing. A void so complete it pressed against Bryn's eardrums like submersion. No warmth, no scent, no sound beyond the slow, sick pulse of corruption threading through crystal in sluggish, gray-black waves, each one moving with the patience of something that had been feeding for years. The cold was not the absence of heat. It was the presence of its opposite, a chill that reached into the marrow and pulled, the same downward drag she had felt when every flame in the palace died. This was where the warmth went. This was what drank it. Bryn's power screamed in her palms, not the steady hum of recognition, but a dissonant shriek, the sound of something torn. She pressed her hands against her thighs to keep them still and forced herself to catalog the space the way she would catalog a patient's symptoms. The corruption's epicenter. Recent maintenance on the crystal fractures, the same precise tool marks she had seen at the shallow access point, but multiplied. Dozens, scores. A methodical operation sustained over years.
Glass shards on the cavern floor, remnants of vessels. Stains where concentrated withering agent had been poured and amplified through the veins. She noted, too, the cavern's architecture, the way the space branched. Their passage was not the only way in. At least 3 other tunnel mouths opened at irregular intervals along the cavern's perimeter, dark and breathing with their own faint currents of air. The ancient network converged here from multiple directions, passages carved by water and time long before any court was built. Theron had not needed their route. He had his own. Behind her, the loyal guards fanned into the cavern's mouth, their breathing sharp and controlled. Lysara moved to her left, pressing the leather folder into the hands of the nearest loyal guard, the lower armory man, who took it without question, tucking it against his side with the same quiet resolve that had carried him from stepping aside to stepping forward, and then drew a blade from a guard's belt. Short, practical, held with a competence Bryn had never seen from her. Rendell stepped forward until his shoulder was level with Bryn's, the lamplight catching the hollows beneath his eyes, the white line of his scar. A sound echoed from the cavern's far reaches, bootfalls, measured and unhurried. Theron emerged from behind the great crystal formation with a lamp of his own, its light pooling around him in warm tones that made the scene obscene. Warmth where there should be none. His broad, scholarly build was silhouetted by the glow of a dozen more lamps arranged behind him, and standing in those pools of light were his people. Bryn counted them with a healer's precision. 12, 13 including Theron himself. Men and women in dark armor with their palace insignia stripped or covered, the marks of their postings deliberately obscured, identifying them as no one's soldiers, though Bryn recognized the gesture for what it was. Palace guards who had removed the evidence of the institution they served so they could serve the man who had placed them within it. A dozen loyalists, mentored from junior ranks, placed in favorable postings, their families' comfort purchased with years of quiet patronage, now gathered in a single force for the first time since Theron had scattered them across palace rotations to keep them invisible. Their faces were schooled to the flat readiness of soldiers who had been waiting for this order for a long time. Theron looked the same. That was the worst part. The kind brown eyes, the close-trimmed beard, the smile lines that crinkled even now. He wore his warmth like armor, and even knowing what she knew, knowing he had murdered Corin, weaponized the plague, tried to kill her twice, some animal part of Bryn's brain still wanted to trust the face that had squeezed her shoulder in the throne hall when she was chained and terrified. The face that had called her, my dear. Rendell. Theron's voice filled the cavern with its hearthfire quality, warm, round, unhurried. I had hoped you would not come down here. I had hoped your father's authority would hold you, as it has held you your entire life. Rendell's hand rested on his blade. The tremor Bryn had watched him hide all night was gone. His fingers were steady, his breathing controlled. Storm-colored eyes fixed on the man who had taught him ciphers at 13. You knew we'd find the chambers, Rendell said. I knew you would find them eventually. Lysara is cleverer than I gave her credit for. Theron's gaze shifted to Lysara with something like professional respect. I always admired your instinct for survival, my dear. I simply misjudged what you would choose to survive for. Lysara's jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Her green eyes were bright and hard in the lamplight, her copper hair pulled back, the blade steady in her hand. Theron returned his attention to Rendell, and something shifted in his expression, a softening that looked genuine and was therefore more terrible than any sneer. I did not want Corin to die. His voice dropped, and the warmth in it was no longer performance. It was grief, or something so like grief that the distinction ceased to matter.
He was the finest mind I ever taught, the finest mind this court has known in a century. When he brought me his research, when he showed me the patterns he had found in the Withering's distribution, I was proud of him, genuinely proud.
He paused, and the pause was the most honest thing Bryn had ever heard from his mouth.
But he intended to go to the humans, to share what he had learned, to form an alliance that would have dismantled everything I had spent decades building. Rendell's voice was blade flat. You mean the weapon. I mean the future. The warmth vanished. What replaced it was not the performative sadness of the council chamber or the grandfatherly concern of the throne hall. It was conviction, and beneath the conviction, something colder, something that had been waiting behind the smile lines and the kind brown eyes for decades, coiled and patient and contemptuous of everyone who had never seen it. His voice changed. The warm, unhurried cadence, the voice that had called Bryn my dear, that had filled council chambers with avuncular concern, that had made every sentence sound like a conversation between old friends, stripped itself down to its skeleton. What remained was clipped, hard, each word a blade laid flat. The Ashbourne dynasty held this court through power, not principle. Your father knows this. He did not soften the consonants, did not round the edges. He forgot, the way he forgets everything that requires feeling. A pause, not the measured, warm pause of a man inviting agreement. A pause like a door slamming shut. The Fey realms are dying, Rendell, not from the Withering, from you. From a court grown so fat on tradition it cannot see the rot beneath its own throne. You are the rot. I am the surgeon. The word landed with contempt, open, undisguised, the contempt of a man who had spent decades watching lesser minds fail to grasp what he saw clearly. His kind brown eyes were not kind. They were bright and hard and certain, stripped of every warmth they had ever worn, and what lived behind them was not madness, but something worse, the absolute, unshakable conviction of a zealot who had crossed every moral threshold long ago and come out the other side believing himself purified. The Withering was a controlled burn, destroy the weak, force consolidation, create the crisis this court refused to create for itself. Each sentence was short, declarative, the rhetoric of a man who no longer needed to persuade because he had stopped believing anyone in this room deserved persuasion. New alliances, new blood, new power, everything the Ashbourne line has been too comfortable to build. The last word dripped with a scorn so pure it was almost admiration, for himself, for the scope of what he had accomplished while the court he served slept. Controlled. Bryn heard her own voice, steady, quiet, stripped to its foundations. You lost control of it years ago. Theron looked at her, and something complicated moved behind his expression. You are perceptive for a mortal, but then you are not entirely mortal, are you? The words landed in the silence of the cavern like a stone dropped into deep water. Your power. He spoke with the measured precision of a scholar presenting a paper. The white gold light, the way the palace flames responded to you, the gold, the circling, the harmonic, that ancient recognition. The court's fire has not responded that way in recorded history. I have read every archive, every chronicle, every fragment of the age of standing fires. What you carry in your blood, the courts thought they had erased. The hum in Bryn's palms shifted, deepened, as though the stone itself were listening. What are you talking about? Ask the fire, Theron said. When it sings for you, if you survive long enough to hear it again,
Ask it what it remembers. Because whatever your mother was, wherever she came from, the blood in your veins is older than the Ember Court." He turned from her with the air of a man closing a book he had no further use for. His hand lifted, a gesture so casual it could have been a dinner invitation. His guards moved. Rendell met the first two before Bryn could draw breath. He was not graceful. He was efficient, brutal, a weapon honed by decades of military service that turned the narrow cavern entrance into a killing ground. His blade caught lamplight and firelight and the dull, sick pulse of corrupted crystal as he drove the first guard back, pivoted, and engaged the second. The sound of steel on steel was sharp and final in the cavern's dead acoustic. The loyal guards surged forward on either side, meeting Theron's forces in a crash of bodies and blades. The cavern mouth became chaos, shouting, the scrape of boots on stone, the particular hollow ring of weapons meeting in enclosed space. Rendell fought through the initial engagement with controlled ferocity, pressing past the guards at the entrance toward the crystal formation, toward Theron. Bryn caught a fragment of it before she moved. Rendell driving forward, his blade finding a gap in the defense of one of Theron's soldiers, and beyond that soldier, Theron himself stepping back behind the crystal formation. Then the press of bodies swallowed the moment, and Bryn turned away. She moved. Not toward the fight, toward the Wellspring. And the corruption in the crystal formation pulsed as she approached, and the hum in her palms rose to match it. Two frequencies circling each other, predator and prey, sickness and cure. Her boots crunched on glass shards, the cold pressed against her skin like hands trying to push her back. Behind her, the battle raged. Someone cried out, metal rang. Rendell's voice cut through the noise with a command she did not process because every part of her was oriented toward the heart of the corruption ahead. Then she heard a different sound. Behind the loyal guards, behind the main engagement. A narrow passage she had not noticed, running parallel to their entry route, and through it came the boots of 3 more guards, flanking, cutting off retreat. Lysara saw them first. She was already in motion when Bryn turned, placing herself in the choke point where the flanking passage met the cavern, her slight body filling the narrow gap with a ferocity that had nothing to do with size. The first flanking guard came through, and Lysara's blade met his in a parry so precise it rang like a bell. She drove him back a step, pivoted into the second, and Bryn saw a woman she had never seen before. Not the sharp-tongued spy, not the dry wit, not the clever green eyes evaluating every angle for advantage. This Lysara was fast and vicious and utterly focused, fighting with the concentrated fury of someone who had spent her life watching powerful people spend other people's blood, and had finally decided her own was worth spilling for something that mattered. The first guard stumbled, the second pressed in. Lysara held, blade weaving, feet shifting on slick stone, her breathing controlled even as the space narrowed her options to pure reaction. The third guard hung back, waiting for an opening. He found one. Bryn saw it happen, saw the precise geometry of it, the second guard driving Lysara's blade high while the third stepped past, his weapon low and fast. The blade caught Lysara across the side, below her ribs, and opened a wound that Bryn could read from 10 paces. Deep, through the muscle wall, the kind of wound that bled fast and badly. Lysara staggered. She did not fall. Her back hit the tunnel wall, and she used the impact to drive herself forward, jamming her own blade through the third guard's shoulder with a sound that Bryn would hear in her dreams. The guard's weapon clattered to the stone. The second guard flinched, and Lysara's foot swept his ankle out from under him. He went down hard. Then Lysara looked at Bryn across the chaos. And what Bryn saw in that face was not pain.
not the brittle shock of a body realizing it had been opened. What she saw was clarity, fierce, deliberate, completed. The expression of a woman who had made her choice with open eyes and found it sitting exactly where she expected it to sit. Not as burden, but as the first true thing she had done in a career built on useful lies. She chose this. She chose Bryn. The blood spreading dark and fast through the fabric at her side was the ink of a contract she had signed in the Ashfire cells when she spoke Bryn's name for the first time, and the dead iron bracket answered. Bryn's body surged toward her, every instinct, every fiber of 20 years of healing, every molecule of compassion, all of it screamed to close the distance, to press her hands against the wound, to burn the damage away the way she had burned the withering from a soldier's arms and the corruption from a Wellspring's heart. She could feel her power flaring in her palms, white gold light bleeding through her fingers. Lysara shook her head once, sharp and final, a command delivered with the authority of a woman who had earned the right to give one. Go. The Wellspring is what matters. Lysara braced her shoulder against the tunnel wall, blade up, blood dripping from her side onto the stone. Behind her, the first guard was groaning, the second scrambling to rise. She was already shifting her weight to meet them again. She would hold. She would bleed and hold, because she had decided that Bryn's hands belonged on the Wellspring, not on her, and the decision was hers to make. Bryn turned away. It was the hardest thing she had ever done, harder than pressing her hands against Corin's wound, harder than walking into the Ashfire cells. She turned away from the woman bleeding on cold stone for her, and she ran toward the corrupted heart of the Fey realms. The crystal formation rose before her like a wound-made architecture, fractured, darkened, its natural luminescence drowned beneath years of concentrated corruption. The gray-black waves pulsed through it with the patience of a thing that had been feeding without opposition for so long it had forgotten opposition was possible. Bryn stopped at its base, looked down at her hands. Brown, calloused, short nails, knuckles roughened by 20 years with mortar and pestle. The faint scar on her left index finger from the comfrey knife that slipped when she was 14. Her mother's hands. The hands that had set Aldrich's wrist and drained the miller's infection and caught the baker's wife's youngest child, slippery and screaming and perfect. The hands that had killed a prince. The hands that had burned plague from a soldier's skin and felt the palace's ancient fire turn gold. The hands a village refused to speak for, and a court tried to cage, and a man reached for in a dark cell with his pulse hammering against her palm. She was not the frightened girl kneeling at the border with white gold light she could not control. She was not the prisoner used as a weapon. She was not the tool Mordain deployed, or the threat Theron tried to silence. She was a healer. And this was the sickest patient she would ever touch. Bryn pressed her palms against the corrupted crystal. The light erupted. White gold fire tore through the formation with a violence that ripped a scream from her throat. The corruption was not like the withering she had burned from patience, not the clinging, starving resistance of plague in flesh. This was the source, the root. The arterial heart of the infection that had been fed and concentrated and amplified for years, and it fought her the way a drowning man fights the water, with everything, mindless and total and annihilating. Cold drove through her palms, up her arms, into her chest. Not the fist of ice from the healing ward, a glacier. A void so deep and hungry it threatened to pull her warmth out through her bones and leave nothing but the shell. Her vision widened out. Her knees buckled, but her hands stayed locked. The same involuntary grip that had held Corin's dying body, that had held the demonstration victim as the Withering fed. And she understood with terrible clarity that the grip would not release until the job was done, or it killed her. The corruption surged. Waves of gray-black energy slammed through the crystal formation and crashed against her light, and where they met, the stone screamed. A high, thin frequency that set her teeth vibrating and drove ice picks behind her eyes. She could feel the veins in the walls responding, the entire network shuddering as corruption fought to maintain its hold on conduits that stretched in every direction, feeding the Withering to every corner of the Feylands. She was losing. The cold crept past her elbows. Her heartbeat slowed. The white gold light flickered, guttering at the edges the way the palace flames had guttered before they died. She thought of Lysara bleeding on the stone, of Lysara's fierce, certain expression, of the choice that sat in her green eyes like a thing completed. If Bryn died here, Lysara's blood was wasted. Every patient she had healed would watch the Withering return. Rendell would... She heard him before she felt him. The sound of boots on stone, close and fast, and a body hitting the ground beside her hard enough to jar her through the crystal's vibration. He had fought his way through Theron's remaining guards, through the last of the resistance between them, across the distance that had separated them since the melee split them apart. Every step taken with a blade in one hand, and nothing but will holding together whatever her power had not yet reached. She did not know how many he had cut through, or how many cuts he had taken to reach her. She only knew that one moment she was alone with the corruption eating her alive, and the next a hand closed around hers. Not gentle, iron and desperate, fingers locking between hers with a grip that ground her knuckles together and sent a shock of warmth up her arm so acute it cut through the glacier in her chest. She felt the ridge of familiar scarred knuckles, the callus on the heel of his palm, the particular spread of his large fingers, each one a distinct point of pressure she had catalogued in the healing ward, and the corridor, and the sitting chamber, and the cell. Rendell. He was bleeding. She could feel the wetness on his wrist, the labored rhythm of his breathing, but his hand was on hers, pressed against the burning crystal, and through the blinding light and the agony, she felt his pulse. Fast, strong, the same accelerated rhythm, the same rhythm from the healing ward when he caught her and held her too long, the same rhythm from the corridor when he cupped her face and whispered, "You're alive." The same rhythm from the cell when his fingers closed around hers and a tongue of amber flame answered through suppression wards. It had always been this rhythm when he was near her, always this specific frequency, the rate at which his heart beat when his body stopped pretending. She held on to it. Not like a healer reading a patient, like a woman holding the hand of the man who had walked through fire to reach her. Fire that could kill him the way it killed Corin. The same white gold light that had shattered his brother's magic and stopped his heart. And Rendell had reached into it anyway, because a world without her in it was worse than burning. His grip tightened. She felt the tremor in his arm, the cost of maintaining contact with power that was designed to destroy Fey magic, the searing heat of the light between their joined hands. He was burning. She could feel it, could feel the light pressing against the architecture of his magic, the way it had pressed against Corin's, testing, reaching, wanting to take apart the shining structure of what he was. And then, something she did not expect. The Wellspring answered him. It came through the crystal beneath their joined hands, a pulse that was not Bryn's power and not the corruption's dying resistance, but something older, rising from the purified depths of the formation where her light had already burned clean. The Wellspring's own magic,
freed from years of poisoned choking, surging upward through the crystal, the way blood surges back through a limb when a tourniquet is released. It met the white gold fire where Rendell's hand pressed against the stone, and where it met, where the Wellspring's ancient pulse touched the place where her power was pressing against his magic, the destruction stuttered. Not stopped, not reversed, but the categorical hunger of the light, the thing that had shattered Corin in seconds, that had killed the flame bracket without hesitation, faltered against something it had never encountered before. Fey magic that was not alone. Fey magic with the Wellspring's own power rushing up beneath it like bedrock, like the root system of a living thing too vast to be pulled up by any single force. Rendell's magic was still Fey, still fragile under her touch, still the glass that her power was made to shatter. But the Wellspring cradled it the way the earth cradles a foundation stone, not making it stronger, but making it part of something her power could not simply consume without consuming the source it was trying to heal. It was not immunity. It was not harmony. It was the Wellspring itself, the thing Bryn was fighting to save, throwing its freed power around the Fey magic in its reach, the way a body throws white blood cells around a wound. Her power could not destroy Rendell's magic without destroying the Wellspring's intervention, and her power would not destroy the Wellspring because the Wellspring was what she was healing. The paradox held him. Barely. The way a tourniquet holds, not by fixing anything, but by buying time against the bleeding. She did not understand the full mechanism. She did not know if it was the Wellspring's nature alone, or the contact with purified crystal, or something in whatever ancient thing Theron had named in her blood that changed the equation. She only knew that Rendell's hand was still in hers, and his magic had not shattered, and the thing that should have killed him was being held, not by him, not by her, but by the living heart of the Fey realm itself, pouring its freed power upward through the crystal like a river remembering its course. It was not gentle. She could feel the cost written in his body, the ragged catch of his breathing, the way his pulse stuttered and recovered as the light found the Fey magic threaded through his blood and pulled, the rigid lock of his jaw transmitted through the bones of his hand into hers. The Wellspring's intervention bought time, not immunity. He was enduring something no Fey had ever endured, her power and the Wellspring's power moving through him simultaneously, one trying to unmake and the other refusing to let it finish. The tremor in his arm was not cold, but structural, a body held between two forces that should have torn it apart. He was not resisting her power. He was not harmonizing with it. He was holding on while the fire that killed his brother raged against him, and the Wellspring fought to keep the damage from becoming destruction. Because letting go meant she died alone in the dark, and that was a thing he had decided he could not survive. "I'm here." His voice, close to her ear, wrecked, scraped to its foundations. "I'm here, Bryn." The sound of her name in his mouth, spoken not as command, not as question, not as the thunderclap it had been in the ward, but as an anchor dropped into the deepest water he could reach, did something to her. Not to the light still burned. It still pressed against his magic and found what it always found in Fey architecture, something to destroy. But Bryn heard his voice and felt his pulse and the warmth of his skin beneath the searing heat, and she reached for that warmth the way she had reached for it in the cell, in the sitting chamber, in every room they had ever shared. Not his magic, but him. The human things, the pulse, the breath, the stubborn, stupid, magnificent heartbeat of a man who would not let go. She drew on it,
Not on his power. She had no use for fey magic, could not wield it, could not integrate it into the white gold fire any more than she could breathe water. She drew on his presence the way a drowning woman draws on a rope thrown into dark water. His warmth steadied her. His pulse gave hers something to match. And where his hand gripped hers, where skin met skin through the searing light, the connection was not magical. It was physical, animal. The simple, devastating anchor of another body choosing to stay. The corruption's cold still pressed, still fought, still clawed at her from every direction. But Rendell's heartbeat against her palm was a second rhythm running beneath the battle, and his warmth in her frozen chest was enough. Barely, just barely enough to keep the light from guttering out. Together, they pushed. The corruption screamed. Not a metaphor. A sound that shook loose crystal fragments from the ceiling and sent fracture lines racing through the stone floor. The gray-black waves convulsed, retreated, surged again in a desperate last stand that drove Bryn to her knees. Rendell went with her, his arm braced behind her back, his hand never leaving hers. She could feel him shaking, not the controlled tremor he could hide, but a deep, bone-level shuddering, his body caught between the two forces still warring through his blood. His breathing had gone shallow and rapid, his grip impossibly tightened. The light between them blazed white gold, then shifted, brightening, warming until it was gold, deep and luminous and singing with a harmonic that resonated through the stone. The corruption shattered. Not slowly. Not in the grudging retreat she had witnessed in patience, the gray receding to silver-white tracery. It broke. The gray-black waves collapsed inward and annihilated themselves against the clean gold light. And where they had been, the crystal formation blazed, pure, blinding. A luminescence so intense it was not light but presence. The arterial heart of the Fey realm's magic beating for the first time in years without poison in its veins. The dead wall brackets ignited. Every iron fixture in the cavern, brackets that had been cold and silent since before Bryn descended, burst into flame. Not amber, not ember orange. Gold. Deep, luminous, sustained gold that turned the cavern from a void into a cathedral of light, shadows banished to the far reaches where they belonged. And with the light came sound, the harmonic from the healing ward, from that first miraculous moment when she had burned plague from a soldier's arms, but magnified beyond anything she had imagined. It was not a hum, it was a chord, a sustained, resonant singing that rose from the stone floor and the crystal walls and the newly burning flames, and wove itself into a single voice that Bryn felt in her ribs and her spine, and the hollow spaces behind her eyes where exhaustion lived. The scent hit her last. Petrichor. Wild honey. Something green and living and impossibly old. Moss that had grown in the dark since before the court was built. Rain on stones that remembered the first fire. Earth that had never been turned by anything but time. It flooded the cavern in a wave that drove back the cold ash void, like morning driving back the dark. And Bryn breathed it in, and felt something in her chest that she had been clenching since Thornfield. Since the night she killed a prince with hands that were supposed to heal. Finally, release. Far above, through the weight of stone and crystal and ancient passage between the deep earth and the palace above, the living flames of the Ember Court erupted. She could not see it, but she felt it. The singing in the stone expanded, raced upward through the crystal veins like blood returning to a starved heart, and the deep pulse that had been corrupted and sick and struggling became a roar. Every dead bracket in every corridor, every empty channel in the throne hall, Every sconce that had been cold and dark and mourning, all of them caught fire simultaneously in a cascade of gold that raced from the deepest foundations to the highest tower. The palace was singing, not the quiet murmur of contentment or the formal thrum of authority. Singing. A voice that had been silenced and was singing again, and every fae in the Ember Court felt it in their bones. Bryn's hands released. The involuntary grip that had locked her to the crystal opened, like a fist unclenching after a long fight, and she fell backward into warmth, into arms that closed around her and held with a deliberateness that had nothing to do with catching and everything to do with choosing. Rendell's chest against her back, his arms around her shoulders, his face pressed against her hair, his breathing ragged, and the pulse at his wrist, where his arm crossed her collarbone, still hammering with the rhythm that was hers, that had always been hers when his body stopped lying. He was shaking, worse than before. She could feel it in his arms, in his chest, in the unsteady catch of his breath, the deep tremor of a body whose magic had been battered between two immense forces and was trying to hold itself together the way a cracked vessel holds water, by tension and stubbornness and the refusal to acknowledge the damage. She turned her head, pressing her cheek against his arm, and felt the heat radiating from his skin. Feverish, wrong. The particular heat of something inflamed from within. Where her light had pressed against his magic and the Wellspring had fought to hold it together, she had left damage. Not the clean destruction that had killed Corin in seconds, but something her healer's eye could not yet fully map. A deep structural strain threaded through whatever architecture made him fae. The cost of being caught between her power and the Wellspring's desperate intervention. She knew it the way she knew any wound, by the body's testimony, by the pulse's stutter, by the heat that was not warmth but inflammation, the wrong tempo of his heart, the tremor that was not cold but structural, the fever that radiated from places where no surface wound existed. She would heal him. Her hands were numb from the wrists down, but they would not be numb forever, and when they woke, she would press them against his wounds. The blade cuts, the torn flesh, the physical damage her hands knew how to mend. She had burned plague from flesh and corruption from crystal, and the withering from her own blood. She could do this. But the deeper damage, the strain threaded through his magic, the fractures her power had carved into the architecture of what made him fae, that she did not know how to touch. Her power had never mended fae magic. It had only ever destroyed it. What the Wellspring had held together during the purification, what it had refused to let her light finish, she did not know if her hands could repair what they had broken, or if the Wellspring's intervention had bought survival at the cost of a wound she had no tools to treat. She did not know. But she would learn, or she would find a way, or she would sit beside him while something older and wiser than either of them, the same ancient pulse that had cradled his magic when her power tried to shatter it, showed her what her hands could become. She owed him that. She owed his courage that. But not yet. Not this breath. This breath was for his arms around her, and the knowledge that he had held on. She was shaking. Her vision was a field of gold afterimages. Her hands were numb from the wrists down, and somewhere in the distance of her battered awareness, she could hear the sounds of fighting dying, blades lowering, Theron's remaining guards staggering back from the explosion of light and sound, the loyal guards pressing their advantage. Rendell's arms tightened. She felt his breath against her temple, unsteady, warm, alive. In the golden aftermath, as Bryn's vision cleared and the ringing in her ears thinned to the sustained harmonic of the restored flames, she became aware of movement in the cavern's far reaches. A figure, retreating, Through one of the deeper passages, a tunnel mouth she had noted when they first entered, its dark throat swallowing the gold light at the edges, someone moved at speed, navigating by touch or by knowledge of passages walked for years. Bryn could make out only the shape, broad-shouldered, scholarly, diminishing into shadow. Theron. She could not see his face, could not see his hands, could not read the details of his body the way her healer's eye demanded. But his stride was wrong, shortened, uneven, the gait of a man carrying damage. Whether from Rendell's blade or from one of the loyal guards in the press of the melee, she did not know. Only that he moved like someone wounded, and that the dark swallowed him before she could see more. How many of his dozen had fallen in the cavern, and how many had slipped into the dark behind him she could not say. The melee had been too close, too fast, the gold eruption too blinding for a precise count. Her healer's eye, which had tallied them so precisely when they stood in Theron's lamplight, could not give her the number now. That accounting would come, but not yet. Rendell's body shifted behind her. She felt the change, the soldier's instinct to pursue, the coiling of muscle, the tactical calculation that set a wounded enemy in a passage he knew was an enemy who would return. His arms did not loosen. He could have stood, could have handed her to someone else, taken up a blade, followed the man who murdered his brother into the dark below the world. The passage was right there. Theron was wounded, slowing, leaving a trail. Every rational calculus said go. Rendell pressed his forehead against the crown of Bryn's head, and his breath came out in a long, shuddering exhale, the sound of a man choosing. His hands spread across her shoulders, and he held her closer, not harder, with the particular care of someone who had learned the difference between gripping and gathering. He stayed. Footsteps approached from the cavern mouth. Bryn turned her head. The motion cost her more than she expected, her neck protesting as though the muscles had forgotten what movement was, and saw Lyra. Standing. She was pale. The kind of pale that Bryn could read at 50 paces. Blood-loss pale, not the gray of shock that meant something vital had been struck. Or not yet. A torn strip of dark fabric was bound against the wound below her ribs, already dark with blood, and she held herself with the careful rigidity of a woman for whom standing upright was an ongoing negotiation between will and body. Her copper hair had come loose entirely, falling around her face. Her blade was sheathed, her right hand pressed against her side. But she was standing, alive and sharp-eyed and surveying the transformed cavern with the particular expression of a woman cataloging information for a report she intended to file in triplicate. As Bryn watched, Lyra turned to the nearest loyal guard, the lower armory man, his jaw set, blade still drawn, the leather folder still tucked securely against his side, and spoke with quiet authority that cut through the cavern's ringing echoes. "Secure the entrances. Every passage into this chamber. The one we came through, the flanking tunnel, and whatever hole Theron crawled into. No one enters or leaves without my knowing." Her voice was thinner than it should have been, the edges worn by pain, but the command structure was intact, and the guard moved without hesitation, signaling 2 others to take positions. Lysara's green eyes tracked them until they were set, then swept the cavern's perimeter once more, the methodical sweep of a woman who had spent her career ensuring no detail went unfiled, before she allowed herself to look at Bryn. The sound that escaped Bryn was not dignified. Half laugh, half sob, torn from somewhere deeper than her chest, from the place where she had left Lyra bleeding on cold stone and turned away. The relief hit her like a wave, physical and absolute, and her eyes burned. Lyra looked at her. The fierce clarity from the choke point had softened into something drier, more familiar, the Lyra Bryn knew. The Lysara who survived the Ember Court by being useful and unattached, and who had decided, in a dark cell, that being useful to Bryn was worth more than a lifetime of professional detachment. "Nearly dying," Lysara said, "is significantly less tedious than I expected." Her voice was thinner than usual, the sharp edges worn down by pain, but the structure of the wit was intact. "I may even consider it as a hobby." Bryn's laugh cracked into something wet. She reached out, healer's instinct, friend's instinct, the impulse that had driven her hands toward Lysara in the chaos and been refused. Her fingers found Lysara's arm, the fabric of her sleeve, the warmth beneath. Lysara let her. Did not flinch, did not deflect with humor, did not pull away. She stood under Bryn's touch, and the muscle beneath Bryn's palm trembled with the effort of remaining upright, and the blood was still spreading through the makeshift bandage, and Bryn's hands were numb from the wrists down, but they would not be numb forever. They were a healer's hands, and this was what they were for. And the moment the feeling returned, she would press them against Lysara's wound and burn the damage clean the way she had burned the withering from a soldier's arms and the corruption from a Wellspring's heart. Her hands could do this. After everything they had destroyed and everything they had mended, they could do this one more thing for the woman who had bled on cold stone rather than let Bryn turn back. Lysara's green eyes met hers with something uncomplicated and true. Something that did not need a quip or a report or an alibi. She was here. She had bled. She would do it again. Bryn released her arm only because holding on meant Lysara had to hold still, and holding still was costing her. The purified wellspring pulsed behind them, clean, gold, radiant. The crystal formation's natural luminescence was restored, throwing light across the cavern in patterns that moved like sunlight through deep water. The singing flames in the iron brackets had settled from their initial eruption into a sustained, resonant warmth, and from them poured the scent that had flooded the cavern at the moment of purification, still dominant, still unprecedented. Petrichor and wild honey and the green, ancient thing that the palace had never produced before, and that every fae alive would be struggling to understand. Beneath it, warm and familiar, the cedar honey scent of welcome threaded through like a heartbeat beneath a song. Present, steady, but no longer the thing you heard first. Bryn leaned back against Rendell, let her head rest against his collarbone, felt his arms adjust around her, one across her shoulders, the other settling along her side with his palm flat against her ribs, where her heartbeat met his through layers of cloth and exhaustion and the remnants of fire that still flickered in her veins. The weight of him was solid, warm, present. No walls, no pretenses, no golden-haired ghost rising in his eyes to pull him away. Just Rendell, bleeding from a cut along his forearm and another across his shoulder, his breath stirring her hair, his pulse finally, slowing toward something that resembled calm. Beneath that calm, the feverish heat in his skin still burned. The deeper damage, the strain where her power and the Wellspring's intervention had warred through his blood, radiating a wrong warmth she could read like a wound's inflammation. Something no blade had caused and no battlefield surgeon could treat. It would not wait forever, but it would wait for this. She closed her eyes. The singing of the flames wrapped around them, a sound she felt more than heard, rising through the stone into the palace above, where every living creature would be standing in stunned, weeping silence as the fire returned. And for a handful of breaths, between the cavern's gold and the steady rhythm of the heart pressed against her spine, and the sound of Lysara's careful, stubborn breathing somewhere to her left, Bryn let herself be held without pretending it was nothing. Because it was everything. Above them, the Ember Court blazed.
The singing flames filled corridors that had been dark and dead and grieving, their gold light pouring through archways and down stairwells and across the throne hall, where the rivers of fire surged back to life in a cascade that painted the crystallized amber of the Ember throne in colors it had not worn in living memory. The scent of petrichor and wild honey and ancient green flooded every passage, every chamber, every corner where the cold ash void had settled. The recognition that had first appeared in the healing ward, when Bryn burned plague from a soldier's arms, now unleashed without restraint, filling the corridors until it was the air itself, until there was no breath a fae could draw that did not carry it. And woven through it, familiar as a mother's voice, the cedar honey warmth of welcome, answering the recognition the way a home answers the return of someone long lost. Fae courtiers stood frozen in corridors with tears on their faces. Guards pressed their palms against newly burning sconces and wept. The palace was alive. The palace was singing. And somewhere in the dead silence that had swallowed the deepest fire, a new note was rising. The sustained harmonic hum of recognition, of memory, of something the stone had known before the court was built. Far below, in the transformed cavern, Bryn's hands rested in her lap, numb, exhausted, faintly luminous with residual gold that was already fading. A healer's hands, a killer's hands. A woman's hands that had reached into the heart of a plague and burned it clean, while a man who had every reason to fear them held on and did not let go. The wellspring pulsed once, clean, gold, steady. And then, between one pulse and the next, Bryn saw something. It came from the wellspring's heart. Not light exactly, though it wore light's shape, a flicker at the edge of the purified crystal, deep inside the formation where the gold burned brightest. An image. A woman, standing in a place Bryn did not recognize. Stone older than the cavern, a sky she had never seen, and fire. Fire that was not amber or gold, but white, pure white, burning without fuel or sconce or iron bracket. The woman's hands were outstretched, palms open, and the fire poured from them the way water pours from a spring. She had brown skin, calloused hands. She looked like no one Bryn had ever known, and exactly like the face Bryn saw in still water. It lasted less than a heartbeat. The image folded inward, collapsed into the crystal's radiance, and was gone, consumed by the wellspring's clean pulse as though it had never been. Bryn blinked. The gold light was just gold light. The crystal was just crystal, blazing and pure and steady. Nothing moved in its depths. Nothing looked back. She opened her mouth, closed it. The vision, if it had been a vision, if it had been anything at all, was already dissolving the way dreams dissolve in the first seconds of waking, leaving only the shape of what it had been. A woman, a white fire, hands like hers. What she did know, what was real, what she could hold, was this. Rendell's arms around her, the steady beat of his heart against her cheek, the warmth of him after the fire, and from the deepest passage, the one through which Theron had vanished, wounded into the dark, silence. The kind of silence that does not mean empty, the kind that means waiting. Chapter 12. What Remains? She woke to warmth. Not the desperate, borrowed warmth of the wellspring's dying pulse, or the feverish, wrong heat radiating from Rendell's skin in the cavern. This was steady, patient, the warmth of a fire that had been burning for a long time and intended to keep burning, pressing against her face the way sunlight presses through heavy curtains on a winter morning, when the worst of the cold has finally broken. Bryn opened her eyes. The ceiling was stone, vaulted and old, the carvings along its edges worn smooth by centuries. Living flames burned in iron brackets along the walls, deep, contented amber, their murmur so low it was felt more than heard. A vibration in the stone beneath her like a heartbeat slowed to the rhythm of someone deeply, safely asleep. The scent reached her next. Cedar and honey, rich and concentrated, layered with something beneath it that she had only ever smelled in the healing ward and the purified cavern. Petrichor, wild honey, green and ancient and alive. 3 scents woven together. Welcome, recognition, home. She lay in a bed that was not hers. The sheets were finer than anything she had touched in her life, not the rough linen of Thornfield or the cold smoothness of her palace chamber, but something woven with the kind of care that whispered rather than announced itself. She was still dressed, her dark tunic creased and salt-stiffened from dried sweat. Someone had removed her boots and placed them beside the bed with the laces loosened, ready. A blanket had been drawn over her that smelled of smoke and leather, and the clean, unnamed thing she had spent weeks learning. Rendell's quarters. She knew without asking. She turned her head. He was sitting in a chair beside the bed, and he was asleep. His dark hair was disordered, his jaw shadowed with the beginnings of a beard he would never have permitted during his weeks as her keeper. The scar crossing his jaw from below his left ear to the corner of his chin caught the amber light and glowed faintly gold. His collar was unfastened, his sleeves pushed to his elbows, and she could see the bandage wrapped around his forearm where a blade had caught him in the cavern, white linen spotted through with rust. His other hand rested on the arm of the chair closest to the bed, fingers loosely curled, palm up. As if even in sleep he had been reaching for her and had simply run out of the strength to close the distance. Bryn studied him the way she had studied him since the healing ward. The breadth of his shoulders against the chair's high back, the corded muscle at his throat visible above his loosened collar, the shadow beneath his eyes that had deepened past bruises into something geological, carved by exhaustion and grief, and the particular cost of holding 2 forces in his body that should have torn him apart. The tiny crow's feet at the outer edges of his eyes, visible even in sleep, lines that existed nowhere else on his face and appeared only when he smiled. She knew every detail of him. She had catalogued them the way her mother had taught her to catalog symptoms, with attention, with precision, with the understanding that the body tells the truth when the mouth cannot. But there was nothing clinical in what she felt now, looking at the shape of his hand on the armrest. Nothing detached, nothing resisted. She reached out and placed her hand over his. His fingers twitched. His eyes opened, pale gray, the color of morning frost before the sun touches it, and found her immediately. No confusion, no disorientation. He had been sleeping the way soldiers sleep, one ear turned toward the thing they are guarding. Neither of them spoke. The flames murmured their low, contented hum, and the cedar honey scent deepened, and Bryn thought that the palace's living fire understood something she was only now learning. That silence between 2 people who have survived the worst of each other is its own kind of language, and it does not require translation. Rendell turned his palm up beneath hers. His fingers laced through her fingers, slowly, deliberately. Each point of contact a separate decision, a separate act of choosing. His thumb settled against the inside of her wrist where her pulse beat, and she felt the familiar jolt of recognition that had followed her since the first time he caught her in the ward. But there was no war behind it now, no grief rising to smother it.
just the steady, unhurried pressure of his skin against hers, warm and roughened and real. She tightened her grip. He tightened his in return. The morning light from a high window caught the scar on his jaw, and Bryn thought, I know what that scar feels like under my thumb. I know the texture of it without touching it. I know the way it curves when he smiles, and goes white when he is afraid, and glows warm gold in firelight. I have memorized this man the way I memorized my mother's herb garden, by sight, by scent, by the particular quality of his presence in a room, and every detail is mine. She lay there, holding his hand, and let the morning settle around them like something she had earned. Then she flexed her fingers against his, testing, exploratory. The tingling beneath her skin was strengthening, sensation returning in slow increments, the first stirrings of feeling reaching past the numbness that had blanketed her hands since the Wellspring. She turned their joined hands so that her palm caught the light, brown, calloused, still faintly tingling, the hand's motif's gentlest echo, not the hands that had killed or burned or gripped a corrupted crystal until the world turned gold. Just a healer's hands, waking up. Something moved in his expression, not a crack. Those were behind them now. A softening. The look of a man watching something return that he had been afraid was permanently lost.
Sit down first, he said, before you start making lists.
Bryn's mouth twitched. That is remarkably close to an order. Consider it a professional assessment. A knock on the door broke the silence. Rindle's fingers tightened once, a reflex, possessive and brief, before he released her hand and rose to answer. Lysara stood in the doorway. Her copper hair was pulled back in a practical knot, her face pale but sharp-eyed, her right hand pressed against her side where the wound beneath the makeshift bandage had been properly dressed by a court healer, clean white linen now, tight and professional. She wore plain dark clothes rather than her usual fitted green gown, and she moved with the careful rigidity of someone negotiating an ongoing conversation between will and body about how much standing was permissible. She looked past Rendell to Bryn, and something in her expression shifted, not softened exactly, but settled, the look of a woman confirming something she had already decided. You look terrible, Lysara said. You were stabbed through the muscle wall, Bryn replied. And you burned a plague out of the earth with your bare hands, while I bled attractively against a tunnel wall. We can compare credentials later. Lysara stepped inside without waiting for an invitation, her clever green eyes cataloging the room. Reports from the outer holdings are coming in. The Withering is receding. Not gone. There are pockets. Stubborn ones, particularly in the northern forests and 2 sites near the southern marshes. But the advance has stopped, and the worst afflicted are stabilizing. Bryn sat up, the blanket pooling around her waist. Her hands were still numb from the wrists down, but the gold luminescence had faded entirely. Beneath the numbness, the faint tingling she had felt against Rendell's palm was strengthening, sensation returning in slow increments. The Wellspring network extends far beyond the single node you purified. The court scholars are already arguing about it. Lysara leaned against the doorframe, her weight carefully distributed away from her wounded side. Theron's chambers have been seized. Every document, every tool, every glass vessel. Mordain's investigators are cataloging the contents of the concealed chambers in the ancient passages, and for once they appear to be doing so honestly. She paused. Theron himself has not been found. The tunnels extend for miles. There are passages down there that predate everything the court has mapped. He could be anywhere. The silence that followed carried weight. Bryn remembered the last thing she had seen of Theron, a retreating figure with a shortened, uneven gait, swallowed by a passage that breathed with its own current of air. A patient man. a man who curated the board 3 moves deep.
"Hill surface," Rendell said.
His voice was rougher than usual, scraped by exhaustion and whatever damage still threaded through the architecture of his fey magic. He stood by the window, arms crossed, the bandaged forearm tucked against his ribs.
"He has allies beyond this court. Resources we haven't found yet."
Lysara inclined her head.
"Which is why I intend to keep looking." She shifted her attention to Bryn with the particular directness of someone who has stopped bothering with professional indirection. "When you can feel your hands again, I want you to heal this." She pressed her palm flat against her wounded side, not a gesture of weakness, but of deliberate trust, her clever green eyes holding Bryn's with a steadiness that contained no performance. "But I would prefer your hands." The words landed in the quiet room with a weight that exceeded their simplicity. Lysara, who had spent her career being useful to powerful people and unattached to anyone who might become a liability, who had navigated the Ashfire cells by memory in total darkness, who had bled holding a choke point so Bryn could reach the crystal, was asking to be touched by the hands that made the palace fire turn gold. Not demanding, not deflecting with wit. Asking. Bryn looked at the bandage pressed against Lysara's side. The linen was clean, but the wound beneath was not. She could see it in the careful way Lysara breathed, the shallow rise and fall of someone managing pain without admitting to it. Through the muscle wall. The kind that bled fast and kept bleeding. "Sit down before you fall down," Bryn said. Lysara's mouth twitched. "That is remarkably close to an order." "Consider it a healer's assessment." Lysara lowered herself into the chair Rendell had vacated, her jaw tightening briefly before she smoothed the expression away. She glanced between Bryn and Rendell with the particular awareness of a woman who had watched their trajectory from hostile strangers to this room and this morning, and had chosen, somewhere along the way, to stop filing reports about it. Bryn looked at Rendell, at the bandage on his forearm, the rust spots dark against the white linen, and at the deeper wrongness she could feel radiating from him even at a distance, the feverish heat that no surface wound explained, the structural tremor still threading through whatever architecture made him fey. "You're next," she said quietly. "Both of you. When my hands are working again." He met her gaze, and something passed between them that did not need words. The acknowledgement that she had seen the damage the Wellspring's paradox had carved through him, and that she intended to learn how to reach it, and that he was going to let her try. "The High Lord," Lysara said, her voice shifting to the clipped cadence of intelligence delivered under time pressure, "has requested an audience, both of you, in the throne hall." She let the words settle. He did not say why. But the flames in the throne hall have been burning since the purification, in a way the court historians cannot explain, and he has been staring at them for 6 hours. Bryn flexed her fingers. The tingling sharpened. Pins and needles, the dull ache of blood returning to compressed tissue. Not her power yet, just her hands waking up. She looked at Rendell. He was already looking at her. The pale gray eyes held nothing hidden, no calculation, no grief rising to block what lived behind them. Just a man standing in his own quarters in the morning light, with his sleeves pushed up and his hair disordered, looking at a woman he had chosen over his name and his throne and his father, and finding the choice exactly where he had left it. He extended his hand. She took it. His fingers closed around hers, and the warmth of his grip was the simplest, most devastating thing she had ever felt. They walked. The Ember Court was changed. Bryn felt it before she saw it. A quality of warmth in the corridors that had not existed before, richer and deeper than the ambient cedar stone she had grown accustomed to in the weeks since her arrival. The living flames burned in every bracket and channel with a color she could not quite name. Amber at the edges, but trending toward gold at their hearts, as if the fire remembered what it had become during the purification and was reluctant to let the memory go entirely. Their murmur was different too. Not the formal thrum of the throne hall's authority, not the quiet domestic hum of the sitting chamber. Something between. The sound of a house whose occupant has returned after a long, uncertain absence. Fae courtiers paused as Bryn passed. Not with the hostile silence of her first walk through these corridors, not with the careful blankness they had perfected since. They pause the way people pause when something in the air has shifted and they have not yet decided how to name it. A woman in layered silk the color of deep wine stopped mid-stride and stared, not at Bryn, but at the flames nearest her, which had deepened from amber to a warm, luminous gold as Bryn drew close, and settled back to amber as she passed. A guard pressed against the wall to give them room, his expression caught between deference and something rawer. Lysara walked on Bryn's other side, her chin lifted, her allegiance as visible as a banner. The throne hall was vast and unchanged in its architecture. Twin rows of dark stone pillars, ceiling lost in shadow. The ember throne rising from the floor in its sweep of dark mineral and crystallized amber. But the rivers of flame that ran along the floor channels burned with a depth Bryn had never seen. Not the gold of the purification, something warmer, something that breathed. The light they cast turned the crystallized amber of the throne into a living thing, catching facets Bryn had not known existed and throwing them back in shards of honeyed gold that moved across the ceiling like sunlight through deep water. And then the flames nearest Bryn shifted. It was subtle, the kind of thing a healer's eye caught before conscious thought registered it. The rivers of fire along the floor channels had been burning in that rich, unprecedented amber gold for all the court to see. But as Bryn walked the length of the hall toward the throne, the flames within arm's reach deepened distinctly, amber warming past gold into something luminous and specific, the way the ward flames had turned weeks ago when she first burned the withering from a dying soldier's blood. A thread of harmonic hum rose from the stone beneath her boots, not the full chord of the Wellspring's purification, but its echo. A single sustained note felt in the sternum like the memory of a song. And with it, faint but unmistakable, the recognition scent. Petrichor, wild honey, the green of moss grown in the dark since before the court was built. Not the ambient warmth the whole hall shared. Something directed. Something that followed her steps and no one else's. The Fae courtiers noticed. A minor counselor standing near the curved table turned sharply, his layered silks whispering with the movement, his gaze dropping to the floor channels and then rising to Bryn with an expression she could not read. Calculation? Or awe? Or the dawning awareness that the bloodline mystery whispered about in corridors since the healing ward had just become political reality. The woman in deep wine silk pressed her hand to her sternum as the harmonic passed through her, her composure cracking for one visible breath. Two court officials exchanged a glance that carried the weight of a conversation neither was ready to have aloud. Along the pillared hall, heads turned, not all at once, not dramatically, but in the slow cascade of a court registering something it could not dismiss and would not be able to forget. Mordain certainly noticed. Mordain Ashbourne stood before his throne, not on it, standing the way he had stood when the palace fire died, silver-streaked dark hair unbound, wearing no crown, no formal robes. He had the look of a man who had been awake for a very long time and had used every hour to rebuild something inside himself, stone by stone. His pale, ancient eyes found them at the far end of the hall. They tracked from Bryn to Rendell to their joined hands to Lysara standing at Bryn's side. But then his gaze dropped to the floor channels nearest Bryn's feet, where the gold still lingered, deeper and more sustained than anywhere else in the hall. His eyes followed the flame response the way a general follows the movement of an unexpected force on a battlefield he thought he had mapped. Something moved behind those eyes. Not the crack she had seen in the corridor when Rendell said Corrin would be ashamed, but something more considered. A reassessment. The cold arithmetic of a man who had ruled longer than most dynasties survived, running new calculations with variables he could no longer dismiss. 7 counselors sat along the curved table that had been brought into the hall. Theron's chair at the right end was empty. The absence was conspicuous, a gap in the row like a missing tooth. 2 minor counselors whispered behind their hands. A court official in dark, formal robes watched Bryn with the particular attention of someone composing a report he was not yet sure how to frame. Mordain spoke. His voice carried the same quiet authority it always had, measured, deliberate, each word placed with the precision of stones in a wall. He acknowledged the Wellspring's purification. He acknowledged the evidence found in the chambers accessed through the lower armory. He acknowledged, in language so carefully constructed that Bryn could feel the effort of each clause, that the accusations against her had been materially undermined by subsequent findings. He did not say he was wrong. He did not apologize. He restored Rendell's name. The Ashbourne title, the court claims, the throne's protection, all returned in a single pronouncement that sounded, to Bryn's ear, less like a father welcoming a son home, and more like a king recognizing that the loss of his last heir was a strategic miscalculation he could not afford. Rendell stood beside her and said nothing. His hand did not tighten around hers. His expression did not change. But she felt something shift in the quality of his stillness. The barest easing of a tension he had been carrying since the corridor beneath the residential wing, when his father's threat had landed, and he had walked past it without looking back. Then Mordain turned his attention to Bryn. "The flames of this court," he said, "have exhibited a response to your presence that has no precedent in recorded history. The court scholars have examined the archives of the Age of Standing Fires. They have found nothing." He paused. The rivers of flame along the floor channels deepened, amber trending toward gold, the way they always did when she was near, the way she could no longer pretend not to notice. The Withering's persistence beyond the purified Wellspring, in the northern forests, the southern marshes, and sites we have not yet mapped, confirms that the threat to this realm is not ended. It has deeper roots than a single corrupted node. Another pause, heavier than the first. "These matters are inseparable. The fire's response to your blood and the plague's continuing reach are both questions of state security, and they will be treated as such." Bryn met his gaze. She had faced this man across council tables and corridors and the threshold of a cell. She had watched him choose order over his dead son's truth, watched him imprison her on fabricated evidence, watched him threaten his surviving son with disinheritance for the crime of believing her. She did not hate him. She understood him, the way a healer understands a disease. Mordain's affliction was the same one Theron had exploited, the conviction that control and safety were the same thing. "Your mother's origins," Mordain continued, and the word mother landed in the silence between them with the weight of something neither of them was ready to fully examine, "will be investigated by my authority, with the court's resources." Not a kindness, a containment. Bryn felt her power stir beneath the returning sensation in her fingers, a low hum,
faint but present, answering the mention of her mother with the same recognition that had driven flames to gold and ancient stone to singing. Whatever Alara had carried, whatever blood had poured through her veins and into Bryn's, it lived in the palace's oldest memory. The courts thought they had erased it. They were wrong. "I will cooperate," Bryn said. Her voice was steady. "But I will not be studied like one of your scholars' specimens, and I will not be contained." Something shifted in Mordane's expression. Not softening, not agreement, but the faintest recalibration. The look of a man recognizing that the piece he had been trying to place on his board had learned to move of its own accord. "You will be granted protected status within the Ember Court," he said. "Your movements will not be restricted. Your contribution to the purification of the Wellspring is acknowledged." He looked at Rendell. "By the court, and by the throne." The words cost him. Bryn could see it in the tightness around his jaw, the way his ancient eyes moved from Rendell's face to hers and back again, with the particular gravity of a man accepting a reality he had fought against with every instrument at his disposal. But he said the words. And the throne hall flames, the oldest fire in the Ember Court, deepened to gold as he spoke them, and held. Lysara caught Bryn's eye as they turned to leave. The copper-haired woman stood with her weight shifted carefully off her wounded side, her leather folder pressed against her ribs, her clever green eyes carrying the sharp, satisfied expression of a woman who had wagered everything she had and watched the bet pay out. "A young lord from the Northern Holdings approached me during the crisis," Lysara said, her voice pitched low enough for only Bryn and Rendell to hear. "Wanted to know how a lower-born spy with no powerful name had managed to be standing on the right side of history when half the court's nobility were cowering in their chambers." "What did you tell him?" Lysara's mouth curved. "That I chose better company than most." She glanced at Bryn's hands, still tingling, still waking. "I'll hold you to that promise, by the way. The court physician's needlework is adequate, but I would prefer the touch of someone whose hands make the palace fire turn gold." Bryn smiled. It felt strange on her face, the muscles unfamiliar with the shape after so many days of clenching. "Sit still for more than 10 minutes, and we'll discuss it." Lysara made a sound that was not quite a laugh. "I will add it to my list of impossible tasks." She straightened, winced once, and walked ahead of them down the corridor with her chin lifted and her allegiance visible to every courtier they passed. The palace gardens occupied a sheltered courtyard at the intersection of the residential wing and the older stone. Bryn had not been here before. The space was open to the sky, but walled on 3 sides by pale stone worn smooth by centuries, and on the 4th by a colonnade of dark pillars draped with something that grew. Not vines exactly, but a fey plant with leaves that held a faint luminescence even in daylight, as if they had absorbed centuries of the palace fire's light and learned to glow on their own. Corin's memorial was simple. A stone marker, waist-high, set into the earth beside a wide, low basin where water ran clear and steady. The stone was pale and uncarved, except for a name in flowing fey script that Bryn could not read but recognized. The curves and angles of it matched the hand she had spent hours studying in his journals. The living flames burned here, in iron brackets set into the surrounding walls, and their light was different from anywhere else in the palace. Warm amber gold. Not the deep, dramatic gold of the throne hall's recognition, not the contented cedar honey of the sitting chamber. Something gentler. The murmur was soft and unhurried, the pace of a conversation between old friends. The scent reached her in layers. Cedar and honey first, warm and steady, the palace's voice of welcome. Then, threading through it like a vein of color through pale stone,
the petrichor honey green of recognition, fainter here, a whisper rather than a declaration, as if the fire were speaking quietly out of respect for the grief that lived in this place. And over it all, light as breath, a trace of night-blooming jasmine. 3 scents coexisting. Welcome, recognition, mourning. The palace mourning the man whose name was carved into the stone, while acknowledging the woman who stood before it. Bryn walked to the memorial alone. She placed her hand flat against the stone. It was warm from the flames and smooth beneath her palm that still tingled faintly, the sensation of feeling returning after the numbness. A healer's hand. A killer's hand. The hand that had pressed against Corrin's wound in a border village and poured white gold light into him until his magic shattered and his eyes went empty and beautiful and dead. She had carried his death for weeks now. It lived in her body the way old injuries live in the joints of working hands. Not sharp anymore, not the stabbing bright pain of the first moment, but present. A weight that shifted when she moved. A cost she would pay for the rest of her life. "I didn't know your name when I killed you," she said. Her voice was quiet. The flames leaned toward her, not dramatically, not the way they had surged in the healing ward or blazed in the Wellspring. Just a gentle inclination, the way a friend leans closer when someone speaks softly. "I didn't know your research or your journals, or the way you pressed botanical specimens and wrote letters you never finished. I didn't know your brother. I didn't know your father. I didn't know you believed in a world where humans and fae could stand in the same room without one of them ending up in chains." She pressed her palm harder against the stone. Through the numbness that still blanketed her fingers, the faintest ghost of warmth reached her. Not a clear sensation, but the suggestion of one. The way sound reaches through deep water, muffled, distant, but undeniably there. The first real thing she had felt through skin since the Wellspring. "I'm not asking you to forgive me. I don't think forgiveness is the right word for what happened between us. You were dying, and I reached for you, and something in my blood destroyed something in yours, and I could not stop it. I have tried to understand it. I have tried to earn the life you lost by saving the lives you were trying to protect. I don't know if the arithmetic works. I don't think it ever will." The night jasmine scent deepened, a breath of grief from the flames, gentle and unhurried, not the heavy, cloying wave that had filled the corridors when Mordain passed. "But I know what you believed in. I read every word you wrote, and I am telling you, here, at your stone, with the hands that killed you, I will protect it. The research, the alliance you wanted to build, the truth you saw about the boundary between our worlds, the contempt that is amnesia, all of it. I will carry it forward because you cannot, and because your brother will need someone stubborn enough to keep him honest, and because there is a plague that has deeper roots than any of us have found yet, and because your mentor is still alive in the dark somewhere, with patience and allies, and a wound that will heal." She swallowed. The tingling in her palm sharpened against the stone. Not her power, not yet, but something stirring, something that recognized the warmth of the memorial's flame and answered it with a frequency that was not quite hers. "I promise," she said. "With these hands, whatever they are, whatever they came from, I promise." The flames held their amber gold. The jasmine threaded through the cedar honey like a sigh, and for a moment, less than a heartbeat, the petrichor green beneath it all deepened, as if the palace's oldest memory had heard her and was deciding what to do about it. Then the moment passed, and the fire was just fire, and the stone was just stone, and Bryn stood in a garden with her hand on a dead man's name,
and the weight of a promise settling into her bones beside the weight of the guilt that would never leave. She heard him before she felt him, the measured cadence of his boots on stone, the same stride she had catalogued through weeks of forced proximity. Slower now, less rigid, the gait of a man walking toward something rather than patrolling against it. Then the warmth of his presence at her back, close enough that the air between them changed the way it always did when he stood close, as if the atmosphere itself rearranged around him. Bryn. His voice. She had heard it in every register it possessed, the clipped blade of command, the rough, scraped sound of grief, the low, private frequency that lived in his chest and came out only in rooms where no one else could hear. But this was none of those. This was his voice with everything stripped away. Quiet, unguarded, full of a tenderness she had not known his throat could produce. The voice of a man who had fought the saying of a name for weeks and had finally, irrevocably stopped fighting. She turned. He was standing close, closer than the careful 4 feet of the sitting chamber, closer than the arm's length he had maintained in corridors and council rooms, close enough that she could see the pulse at his throat, the faint shadow of exhaustion still carved beneath his eyes, the way the morning light caught the scar on his jaw and turned it to warm gold. She looked up at him and saw everything. The grief that would never fully leave his eyes, Corin's ghost, not rising to stop them this time, but resting, finally, in the place where a brother's memory belonged. The scar she had memorized from every angle, in every light, its curve and texture, and the way it moved when he spoke or swallowed, or once smiled. The pale gray irises that had been winter sky and morning frost and storm clouds and, now, looking at her, warm. Warm the way the flames were warm. Warm the way the cedar honey scent was warm. Warm for her. He raised his hand. His fingers traced the line of her jaw. The same gesture from the firelit room, the thumb settling against the curve of bone below her ear, tracing the path from there to her chin. The same path that had traveled weeks ago, before Corin's ghost had risen, and his voice had broken on the words, "I can't." But his hand did not stop this time. His thumb reached the corner of her mouth and settled there, and his pulse came through the pad of it the way it always did, fast and steady and his. Bryn's breath left her in a sound she had not planned. Soft, involuntary, a sound from the back of her throat that she could not have controlled any more than she could control the tide. His eyes dropped to her mouth. The same look from the sitting chamber, the same naked wanting that had broken through his composure and then been swallowed by guilt and duty and the ghost of a golden-haired brother who had died under these same hands. But the war was over. There was no armor behind his gaze, no wall rising, no flinch of withdrawal gathering in the muscles of his jaw. Just the look of a man who had decided what he was going to do and was giving her time to decide whether she wanted him to do it. She reached up and pressed her palm flat against his chest. His heart. The heartbeat she had been cataloging since the healing ward. Too fast for a soldier completing a routine catch. Too fast at the stream crossing. Too fast in the tunnel when his thumb found her pulse. Too fast in the corridor when he cupped her face and needed proof she was alive. The rhythm that had hammered against her cheek when he carried her through the dark. The rhythm that had anchored her against the Wellspring's fire when his hand closed over hers, and the corruption screamed, and the world narrowed to the impossible fact of his pulse against her palm. It beat against her hand now, fast, steady, the rate at which his heart beat when it stopped pretending. She felt the breath he took beneath her hand, deep, shaking. The expansion of his ribs, the gather of air, the slight tremor that moved through the muscle of his chest,
a man gathering the courage for a surrender he had already made. He lowered his mouth to hers. The kiss was not gentle, not careful, not the tentative, questioning press of two people testing whether this was allowed. It was the kiss of two people who had spent weeks learning the weight of each other's absence, battered, scarred, exhausted, and done pretending that the space between them was anything other than a wound they had been inflicting on themselves. His mouth was warm. Warm the way the rest of him was warm. Not surface heat, but something that radiated from within. The particular warmth of a body that ran hot and had been holding itself at a distance for so long that the release of it felt like a door thrown open. The taste of him was smoke and something sweet beneath it that she could not name. Something that bloomed at the back of her tongue the way Fey tea bloomed and petrichor bloomed, and every good thing in this impossible world took its time arriving. His hand slid from her jaw to the back of her neck. His fingers threaded into her hair, into the braid she had worn every day since Thornfield, practical and tight, and his hand disrupted it without apology, his palm cradling the nape of her neck, his fingers spreading through the dark strands and pulling her closer. Not roughly, not gently, with the specific, devastating intention of a man who had memorized the distance between them and was dismantling it in calculated inches. His other arm wrapped around her waist. The same arm that had carried her from the healing ward. The same grip that had held her in the Wellspring's light. But different now. Not desperate. Not dutiful. Not the arms of a soldier transporting an injured asset or a man bracing against a force that could kill them both. The arm of a man who wanted her close and had stopped pretending otherwise, drawing her against him until the warmth of his body pressed along the full length of hers, and there was nowhere left to retreat, and neither of them wanted to. Bryn's hand fisted in the front of his tunic. The fabric bunched beneath her grip, rough woven, military practical, warm from his body heat, and she pulled him down to her, down to the height where his mouth met hers without the angle of distance, where his breath became her breath, and the sound he made, low, broken, reverent, dragged from somewhere beneath his ribs, vibrated against her lips and through her fingers and into the bones of her chest. It was the most devastating sound she had ever heard. Not loud, not dramatic. The sound of a man who had built his entire identity on silence, discovering that silence was no longer sufficient. The sound of something tearing loose that had been held in place for so long it had become structural, and its release sent a tremor through him that she felt everywhere. In his arm around her waist, in his hand in her hair, in the unsteady press of his mouth against hers. She kissed him back. With everything. Every denied touch, every loaded silence, every night she had lain awake in the dark, cataloging the sound of his breathing on the other side of a door. Every moment she had registered his proximity as a physical force, the breadth of his shoulders filling a doorway, the way the air changed when he stood close, the scent of smoke and leather and cold stone after rain that had become the background frequency of her entire existence in this court. Every time she had held herself still when the wanting had teeth, and she had chosen restraint because the bridge between them was not yet strong enough to bear the weight of crossing. The bridge held now. It held under everything she gave it. The kiss deepened. His mouth opened against hers and the sweetness bloomed. Not tentative, not questioning. The taste of surrender given and received. His hand tightened in her hair, fingers curling, pulling her head back by a fraction that sent a current down her spine. And she heard her own breath catch, a small, sharp sound that she would have been embarrassed about if his breathing had not gone ragged at the same moment, his chest expanding against her fisted hand in unsteady rhythms that bore no resemblance to the controlled respiration of a soldier. This was what his heart sounded like when it gave in.
when it stopped fighting the wanting and the guilt and the duty and the ghost and simply beat, fast, hard, hammering against her palm with a force that said, I am here, I am here, I am not letting go. She was not going anywhere. She had killed a prince, survived a court, burned a plague out of the earth, and loved a man who had tried not to love her back with every weapon his grief could furnish. She had earned this. They both had. The living flames leaned toward them. Not flaring, not singing, not the dramatic eruption of the Wellspring or the unprecedented golden cascade that had filled the palace from foundations to towers. Just leaning, a quiet golden warmth that pressed against both of them like sunlight through glass. Their murmur sank to something barely audible, intimate, a sound meant only for this moment and these two people in this garden beside the stone of the man whose death had brought them together. Their scent was cedar honey, pure and deep and steady, the palace's oldest voice of welcome, speaking in its most private register, and beneath it, faint but unmistakable, the petrichor honey green of recognition. Not the green of newness or strangeness, but the green of something coming home after a very long time away. The palace had decided Bryn belonged. When they broke apart, his forehead came to rest against hers. His breath was unsteady, warm against her mouth. His hand was still in her hair, his thumb tracing a slow, aimless path along the nape of her neck that sent a cascade of awareness through every nerve she possessed. His eyes were closed. The scar on his jaw was inches from her lips, and she could see the rapid pulse beating in the hollow of his throat. She said his name. Rendell. Not a title, not a weapon, not a fact filed in the clinical catalog of a healer's observations. A word she had been carrying in her mouth for weeks, testing its weight in private, learning its shape against her teeth and tongue, and now releasing it into the space between them with everything it had accumulated. The grief, the guilt, the wanting, the trust that had broken and rebuilt itself stronger than the original architecture. A prayer, a promise, a beginning. His eyes opened, gray, warm, unhidden. He looked at her with the expression of a man who had received something he had spent his entire life believing he did not deserve. He said nothing. He did not need to. His hand in her hair said it. His forehead against hers said it. The beat of his heart beneath her palm, slowing now, steadying, finding the rhythm it would carry from this moment forward, fast when she was near, steady when she touched him, hers, said everything he had spent a lifetime unable to speak. Beyond the garden, the palace flames burned gold at their hearts. In the corridors, fey courtiers moved through light that was richer than it had been in living memory, carrying a scent they could not name and a harmonic they felt in their bones. The ember throne caught facets of gold and threw them across the ceiling of the vast hall where Mordain Ashbourne stood before his throne and stared at rivers of fire that answered to a mortal woman's blood. And far below, beneath the purified wellspring, beneath the tunnels and the carved stone and the ancient spiral markings that predated the court, Bryn felt something stir. A pulse. Faint. Distant. Not the clean, steady beat of the wellspring she had healed, but something else. Something further. Another node in the network, corrupted and waiting, its sick rhythm threading through bedrock like a whisper she could almost, but not quite, decipher. She felt her power stir in answer, in a way it never had. Not the destructive white gold torrent that had killed Corin,
not the healing fire that had burned the Withering from flesh and stone. Something older, something that lived beneath both destruction and healing, in the place where her mother's blood met the deep rock's memory. And threaded through it, faint but unmistakable, a resonance she recognized. The particular frequency of Rendell's presence, his warmth, his pulse still beating against her palm. Her power knew his touch the way the Wellspring knew the crystal veins, not as something to destroy or mend, but as something to reach toward. Something it had been reaching toward since the ward, when the flames turned gold and the ancient stone stirred in its sleep. The Withering was not over. Theron was alive in the dark, patient and wounded and planning. The woman in the vision, brown skin, calloused hands, white fire burning without fuel, waited in the depths of a memory older than the Ember Court, and whatever blood Bryn's mother had carried from whatever place she had never spoken of was waking in Bryn's veins, with a recognition that the palace fire echoed and the deep stone answered. But that was tomorrow, and the day after, and the long, difficult, extraordinary days that would follow. Days of investigation and alliance, and the slow, stubborn work of building a bridge between two worlds that had forgotten they were ever connected. Tonight, this morning, in the warm light, with his hand in her hair and her palm over his heart, and the living flames leaning toward them like old friends who had been waiting for exactly this, there was this. And for Bryn Vane of Thornfield, who had walked into a court of fire with nothing but her mother's hands and a guilt that would never fully heal, who had reached for a dying prince and discovered destruction, who had reached again and again and again, despite every punishment the world devised for the act of reaching. This was enough. For now. Thank you for listening to The Ember Throne by Lyra Thorne, produced by Blue Coast Studio. Blue Coast Studio brings you new, full-length audiobooks regularly, so subscribe and tap the notification bell and stay tuned for more stories to come. This audiobook is protected by copyright, all rights reserved. Until next time, happy listening.